3 years of affection exchanged for betrayal. And yet she invites Ning Chun to her wedding cruise with her lover. Ning Chun declares that this wedding shall not take place, for the city's most beautiful woman is here to propose to him. Darling, hurry, take it off. Don't rush. Let's wash up first. From within the room, the voices of a man and a woman echoed. Outside, Ning Chun stood frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. The woman's voice belonged to his girlfriend, Helin. Blood surged to his head, robbing him of reason. Bang! Ning Chun kicked open the door. What lay before him was a scandalous sight. Helin entwined with another man on the bed, caught in the act. Overwhelmed with anguish and fury, Ning Chun bellowed, Helin, you promised to save your first time for our wedding night. Is this how you keep that promise? Why did you betray me? Helin screamed, hastily pulling on her clothes. Yet, midway through, she regained her composure and coldly remarked, Ning Chun, a useless waste like you really thought I'd save my first time for you? Enough! How can my first time be given to such a pathetic, penniless loser? Only someone like Wang Xiao deserves that privilege. I was going to keep this from you and let you remain a love-struck fool for a while longer, but since you've uncovered the truth, let's lay it all out. We're breaking up. Get lost. With that, she turned to the man beside her and sweetly said, Wang Xiao, now that I've ended things with this loser, it's time to announce our relationship, don't you think? The man, Wang Mingfeng, hailed from the affluent Wang family of Jiang City, a family worth billions. Now fully dressed, he planted a rough kiss on Helin's lips before stepping towards Ning Chun, smirking as he lightly slapped his face. Fool, did you truly believe you could win Linlin's heart by groveling like a dog? Let me tell you, you're not even worthy to lick her feet. Scram! Don't interrupt my time with Linlin. Ning Chun, eyes ablaze with fury, growled through gritted teeth. He'll kill you. With that, he swung his fist, landing a blow on Wang Mingfeng's face. Damn! You dare hit me? Wang Mingfeng cursed, and they soon engaged in a scuffle. Though Ning Chun lacked Wang Mingfeng's stature, his desperation fueled his fight, and he quickly brought Wang Mingfeng to the ground. Bang! Suddenly, a dull thud rang out, and Ning Chun felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. Turning with great difficulty, he found Helin wielding a lamp, having struck him from behind. Linlin, you hit me? Ning Chun's heart shattered. His girlfriend was aiding the man who betrayed him. You worthless fool! How dare you strike Wang Xiao? I'm hitting you for that. Bang! The lamp struck his head again, blood streaming down. Dizzy, he felt a deep despair settle in his heart. Anguish, sorrow, hopelessness, resentment. Bastard! Useless! Taking advantage of the moment, Wang Mingfeng rose and kicked Ning Chun to the ground, unleashing a torrent of blows before delivering a final kick that sent him sprawling outside. Get lost! Useless! Oh, and I forgot to mention, in 3 days, Wang Mingfeng and I will host a grand wedding aboard the Elizabeth luxury cruise. I intended to tell you on that day, but now they'll share it early. Come and raise a glass to our happiness. Bang! The door slammed shut. Helin, one day, I will make you regret this. Wang Mingfeng, I will have my revenge. With pain coursing through him, Ning Chun struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from his face, and walked away in humiliation and despair. He was filled with hatred. Hatred for Wang Mingfeng, the scoundrel. Hatred for Helin, the shameless woman. But most of all, he loathed himself, his own impotence. Upon returning to his rented abode, Ning Chun ascended the stairs and was greeted by a strikingly beautiful woman standing at his door. With cascading long hair, a stunning face, a statuesque figure, and an air of elegance, she appeared like a perfect goddess from afar. Accompanying her was a tall, muscular man clad in black, resembling a bodyguard. Are you Ning Chun? The woman scrutinized Ning Chun's disheveled appearance, her brow furrowing slightly. I am Ning Chun. And you are? He asked. Su Qinxue, here to annul our engagement, she stated. Annul our engagement? Ning Chun was taken aback. Indeed, 20 years ago, your grandfather and mine arranged our marriage. However, now, 2 decades later, that arrangement is no longer suitable. Thus, I have come to annul it, and hope you can return the marriage certificate. Su Qinxue explained. 20 years prior, her grandfather had been saved by Ning Chun's grandfather, and in gratitude, he penned a marriage contract. Now, the Su family had flourished into one of the 8 prominent families of the capital, while the Ning family had fallen into decline. Clearly, the contract could not be honored. Ning Chun regarded Su Qinxue with a frown, deep in thought. After some time, he vaguely recalled that 2 decades ago, when he was but a child, his grandfather had indeed given him a small wooden box, claiming it contained their marriage certificate. Shortly thereafter, his grandfather vanished, and he began living with his adoptive mother. Ning Chun had always assumed his grandfather was joking, yet now a woman stood before him, seeking the contract. "We'll take a look." Ning Chun nodded, retrieving his keys and entering the room to search. Su Qianxue, accompanied by her bodyguard, waited in the living room, curiously surveying her surroundings. As she observed the simple furnishings, she discerned the unfortunate circumstances of the engagement holder. Simultaneously, concern crept into her heart. Ning Chun had fallen so low the marriage contract could be his ticket to a better life. Would he agree to annul it? Would he return the certificate? After a short while, Ning Chun emerged with an antiquated wooden box, declaring, "The marriage certificate should be within this." Su Qiangshu's eyes brightened. "If you return the certificate, I can offer you." Before she could finish, Ning Chun handed her the wooden box, his spirit crushed. "Take it. I want nothing." "What?" Su Qianxue was taken aback, not expecting Ning Chun to relinquish the certificate so easily. Her previous preparations felt futile, leaving her with a sense of having struck air with a punch. "Is there anything else?" Ning Chun, despondent and steeped in despair, was not inclined to converse further. Su Qianxue gazed intently at him, then retrieved a dragon-shaped jade pendant, offering it to him. "This pendant was left by your grandfather with mine. It is a token that rightfully belongs to you. Since you've returned the marriage certificate, I'll return it to you." Ning Chun numbly accepted the pendant, instinctively placing it around his neck, then issued a dismissal to Su Qianxue. "Thank you. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Su Qianxue furrowed her brow, casting another curious glance at Ning Chun before turning to leave with her bodyguard. As Ning Chun prepared to close the door, he failed to notice the dragon-shaped jade pendant he had just donned began to glow silently upon contacting the blood lingering on his skin. Thud! In the next moment, Ning Chun collapsed to the ground. Downstairs, in a Beijing-registered Maybach, Su Qianxue placed the wooden box containing the marriage certificate on her lap, taking a deep breath. "Grandfather, it is not that I wish to disregard the marriage contract, but rather that Ning Chun is utterly inept. Surely, you would not wish for me to wed a man of such incapacity, would you? Now that he has returned the marriage certificate to me, and I have returned the jade pendant as a token, we can consider this a peaceful dissolution." Su Qianxue mused quietly to herself, then opened the wooden box. In the next moment, Su Qianxue was left dumbfounded, for within the box was not merely one marriage certificate as she had envisioned, but a substantial stack, totaling 10 certificates. To her astonishment, she even spotted a familiar name among them. Her good friend, the heiress of the Jiang City Shang family, Shan Rou. Setting aside her friend's esteemed status, her beauty was unparalleled. Coupled with her enchanting figure, she attracted countless suitors. How could Ning Chun, possessing his own marriage certificate, also hold Shan Rouse, along with 8 others of unknown identities? Su Qianxue found herself at a loss to articulate her feelings in that moment. Click! She picked up Shan Rouse's marriage certificate, snapped a photo, and sent it via WeChat. In Jiang City, atop Nanshan, at a villa on the mountaintop. The mist at the mountainside had yet to dissipate, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa's top floor, the city's outline remained obscured. Shan Rou lazily stirred awake on her waterbed, stretching her jade arms, as her long legs kicked aside the silk blanket, revealing a beautiful silhouette encased in delicate undergarments, illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window, appearing exquisite and alluring. "Who is messaging me so early in the morning?" Shan Rouse's voice was intoxicating, and paired with her sultry visage, slightly upturned crimson lips, and the relaxed softness of her sheer, nightgown-clad form. Any man present would undoubtedly be driven to madness by her. "Qianxue? She sent me a PSD marriage certificate." Upon viewing the photo on her phone, a playful smile graced Shan Rouse's alluring face as she dialed Su Qianxue. "What? Qianxue, you've arrived in Jiang City? The marriage certificate is genuine? Are you implying I have a fiancé?" In the phone call, Shan Rouse's voice transitioned from sultry to perplexed, and then to astonished, as if she had seen a ghost. In the room, the unconscious Ning Chun swiftly fell into a world of white, akin to a dream, yet seemingly real. Within this blank expanse, a figure gradually materialized. He was an elderly man with a youthful visage and an ethereal demeanor, reminiscent of a celestial being. "Grandfather!" Ning Chun instinctively cried out. Although his grandfather had vanished when he was but a child, he recognized him at once. This ethereal old man was indeed his grandfather. "Grandfather! I have missed you so!" Ning Chun exclaimed eagerly. At that moment, a frail voice resonated. "Xiao Chun, having obtained this jade pendant, It seems you have come of age, and thus you may inherit the legacy of the Ning family. Remember, you are my grandson. The son of your father, you must strive to be a man of great stature. Both your father and I look forward to witnessing that day with our own eyes." As the voice faded, the figure gradually vanished. A torrent of vast information surged into Ning Chen's mind, encompassing arcane medical arts, mystical spells, and the secrets of immortality. This overwhelming influx of knowledge engulfed Ning Chen entirely. Simultaneously, a surge of azure energy manifested within his lower abdomen, undulating like a soaring dragon. Ding ding ding. The sound of a phone ringing jolted Ning Chen awake. "Xiao Chun, hurry to Linlin's house. A man is attempting to assault her. Release my daughter-in-law. He'll fight you." "Who is your daughter-in-law?" "You old fool, get out of here." "Assault? You old fool, are you insane? Get lost." Smack. The phone echoed with the anguished voice of Qin Yueshu, interspersed with the insults of Yilin and Wang Mingfeng, followed by the sound of a forceful slap. Then, the call ended abruptly. Bang! Ning Chun furiously crushed his phone, his eyes ablaze with rage, as he leapt to his feet and dashed outside. 20 years prior, when his grandfather departed, he entrusted the young Ning Chun to his adoptive mother, Qin Yueshu. For 2 decades, Qin Yueshu had raised Ning Chun. Nurturing him with more care than her own child, he regarded her as his true mother. Wang Mingfeng and Yilin, that pair of scoundrels, dared to strike his mother. Such transgressions could not be forgiven. In any case, Ro, you must express your gratitude to me for this matter, otherwise you might find yourself one day confronted by this fellow bearing a marriage certificate. All right, I shall bring the certificate to you shortly. In the car, Su Qinxue conversed with Shan Ro for a while, then hung up the phone just as she spotted Ning Chun rushing down the stairs, sprinting into the distance. She furrowed her brow in confusion. "Dajuan, follow him and see what's amiss." "Yes, Mississippi." The bodyguard nodded, starting the car to pursue him. Ning Chun soon arrived near Yilin's residence. He spotted the scene from a distance, and his vision clouded with fury. There stood his elderly adoptive mother, Qin Yueshu, being struck to the ground by Wang Mingfeng, with his knee pressed against her chest as he mercilessly slapped her. Slap! Slap! A series of 7 or 8 slaps landed on Qin Yueshu's face, leaving her cheeks swollen and blood trickling from her mouth. Meanwhile, Yilin stood by with her arms crossed, watching with amusement, cooing, "Darling, stop hitting her, you might dirty your hands. Let your dog, Dahe, have a turn." Dahe was a fierce dog raised by Wang Mingfeng, typically fed on bloody meat. "Dahe, very well." Wang Mingfeng chuckled wickedly, untying the leash that held Dahe. The ferocious dog lunged forward, pouncing on Qin Yueshu. Saliva dripped from the dog's mouth onto Qin Yueshu's face, its gaping jaws revealing sharp teeth, ready to sink into her neck. "Ha ha ha! You old wretch, you trespass into my home. If I let my dog tear you apart today, it would be deemed justifiable self-defense." Wang Mingfeng laughed triumphantly. "Vile scoundrel, cease this at once." Having closed the distance, Ning Chun let out a primal roar, his rage erupting like a volcano as he charged forward, lifting his foot to deliver a powerful kick to the dog's head. Whoosh! The azure energy within his dantian surged violently. Ning Chun was instantly imbued with strength, far surpassing his usual might. Bang! With a fierce kick, Ning Chun sent the dog flying like a cannonball, crashing against the wall and yelping in agony before dying on the spot. The dog's head exploded into a gory mess, blood splattering the wall. Ugh! Wang Mingfeng's face drained of color, consumed by terror. Ning Chun hurriedly helped Qin Yueshu to her feet, anxiously asking, "Mother, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Xiao Chun, but what on earth happened with you and Linlin?" Qin Yueshu, disregarding her pain, asked with concern. "Ning Chun, you're just in time, hurry and take this old lunatic away. I was enjoying a lovely time with Wang Xiao at home, and this maniac barged in and started attacking. Truly a mad dog." Yilin pointed at Qin Yueshu with utter disdain. She wore a thin, revealing silk nightgown, exuding a devilish allure. Yet Ning Chun could only feel revulsion at the sight of her. At that moment, Wang Mingfeng finally regained his composure, pointing a trembling finger at Ning Chun, shrieking, "You dare to kick my dog to death? You will compensate. Let me tell you, that dog was worth 300,000 if you don't pay up today. Neither you nor your old lunatic mother will walk out of here." "Indeed, you must pay. 300,000. Yilin echoed loudly. "What? 300,000? Qin Yueshu was instantly struck with shock for a wealthy family. 300,000 may not seem excessive, But for her and Ning Chun, it was an astronomical sum. She turned to He Lin with pleading eyes and implored, Lin Lin, regardless of everything, you once shared a romantic relationship with Xiao Chun. I beg you, could you possibly intercede on our behalf? Intercede? Huh. Then let your son kneel and plead for mercy. He Lin replied with a mocking smile. If your son refuses to kneel, then you should do it for him. Kneel down and crawl beneath me, and I shall absolve you of the 30,000. Otherwise, I shall find someone to break your son's limbs, just as he did to my dog. Ha ha. Wang Mingfeng, too, reveled in his triumph, spreading his legs, pointing at the ground with one hand, and at Qin Yueshu with the other, reaching out to grasp her hair, intending to force her head down to the ground. Overcome with fear, Qin Yueshu trembled, her legs giving way as she prepared to kneel. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Ning Chun seized Wang Mingfeng's wrist. Within his dantian, the azure energy surged violently, and he bellowed, Wang Mingfeng, you are courting death. Chapter 3. A virtue unmatched by status? On the roadside, a Beijing-registered Maybach came to a halt. Through the car window, Su Qinxue observed the scene before her, shaking her head slightly, overwhelmed by disappointment. Prior to her arrival in Jiangsheng to seek out Ning Chun, she had conducted a preliminary investigation into his circumstances. Now, witnessing the reality, everything became clear. Initially, she harbored a glimmer of hope for Ning Chun, but it had now been utterly extinguished. This Ning Chun, incapable of discerning character, had allowed himself to be cuckolded by his girlfriend. While one might feel pity for him, such pity often conceals contempt. His foster mother had been humiliated, yet he dared not retaliate. Although not his biological mother, could he truly permit her to be bullied? What a pitiful wretch. Su Qinxue slowly shook her head and said to her bodyguard, Dejun, please assist him. Yes, Mississippi. The bodyguard, Dejun, nodded and exited the car, striding toward He Lin's residence. Meanwhile, Su Qinxue took the driver's seat, starting the engine and steering toward her Frenchon Rose Mountaintop Villa. Before departing, she cast one last glance at Ning Chun through the car window. Sending Dejun to help him was already a courtesy extended due to the past ties between their families. However, such ties tend to fade with usage. Surely, Ning Chun could not rely on past connections indefinitely. After Su Qinxue drove away, Dejun approached Ning Chun, a look of disdain etched on his face. Having accompanied Su Qinxue, he held a particularly poor impression of Ning Chun. He possessed a marriage certificate, yet lacked the virtue to match it, appearing weak and spineless. His only redeeming quality seemed to be his self-awareness. When returning the marriage certificate to the young lady, he had done so with a degree of grace. It was likely this quality that prompted her to grant him assistance this once. Before Dejun could close the distance, a raucous laughter pierced the air. Ha ha ha! Foolish Ning Chun, if you want me to spare you, then you and your mother can crawl through my legs. Wang Mingfeng guffawed, attempting to force Ning Chun down. Ning Chun's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he regarded Wang Mingfeng, akin to staring at a vile dog he had just dispatched with a kick. In a fit of rage, Ning Chun felt a surge of immense power course through him, flowing from his dantian to his hands. Clenching his fingers, he audibly cracked Wang Mingfeng's wrist. It hurts. Let go. Please let go. Wang Mingfeng cried out, his face paling from the pain. With a swift motion, Ning Chun released his grip and, in one fluid strike, slapped Wang Mingfeng across the face. Empowered by the azure energy from his dantian, Ning Chun's strength had multiplied several times. The blow left Wang Mingfeng's cheek swollen. Damn it. I didn't kill you before, did I? You dare to lay hands on me again? Wang Mingfeng roared, retaliating with a kick aimed at Ning Chun, attempting to send him sprawling as before. However, bolstered by the azure energy, Ning Chun returned the kick, toppling Wang Mingfeng to the ground. He advanced with purpose, driving his knee heavily into Wang Mingfeng's chest. How you struck my mother. I shall repay you in kind. Ning Chun, consumed by fury, gripped Wang Mingfeng's neck with one hand and unleashed a barrage of slaps, striking Wang Mingfeng's face relentlessly. The sound of slaps echoed, leaving Wang Mingfeng's countenance swollen like that of a pig, two teeth having fallen from the onslaught. Ning Ten, you will pay for this. Behind them, He Lin shrieked, raising a vase to strike Ning Chun as she had previously done. Ning Ten swiftly countered, slapping the vase from her grasp. The vase shattered upon impact, sending shards flying and leaving He Lin pale and trembling in fear. I do not wish to strike a woman, but do not compel me. Ning Chun glared at He Lin, who stood frozen, her face drained of color. Wang Mifeng, curled into a ball on the ground, quaked in terror, silent as a mouse. You two, the illicit couple, if you seek revenge, come at me directly. But if you dare lay a finger on my mother again, you will come to no regret. Seeing that He Lin and Wang Mifeng had fallen silent, Ning Chun rose, furiously departing with Qin Yu Shu towards the hospital. Just as he turned, he spotted Dejun, recognizing him as the bodyguard who had accompanied Su Qianxue to his home. Ning Chen nodded at Dejun, choosing not to speak as he guided Qin Yushu away. This young man seems to possess a certain brute strength. Dejun mused as he observed Ning Chen's retreating figure, shaking his head before turning to leave. Mom, let's head to the hospital. Xiao Chun, I do not wish to go to the hospital. I would rather rest at your place. I'm really fine. After a few steps, Qin Yushu refused to proceed to the hospital. Ning Chun, noticing her severely swollen and bloodied face, felt a pang of distress. How could she possibly be fine? She was merely reluctant to spend money. Mom, Ning Chun was about to persuade her when a thought struck him. Had he not received his grandfather's inheritance? Did it not include the art of healing from the Xinyuan sect? Even without a hospital, he could treat his foster mother's injuries. All right, I will take you home first. Ning Chen nodded and escorted Qin Yu Shu back to their rented apartment. Then, finding an excuse, he stepped out to visit the herbal market. Meanwhile, Su Qianxue had arrived at the mountaintop villa of the Shan family in Jiangcheng. Miss Su, Miss Shan has not yet risen. A maid whispered at the bedroom door. That's fine. I could use a nap myself. Su Qianxue replied, striding into Shan Ro's bedroom. On the waterbed, Shan Ro lay curled up, her posture languid like that of a cat. The silk duvet had slipped partially, failing to conceal her enchanting figure. Her smooth skin radiated a milky hue, evoking an irresistible urge to draw near and kiss her. Truly, a naturally seductive form. The sun has risen quite high. Su Qianxue unabashedly expressed her envy, sitting at the edge of the bed. Isn't this our beloved Qianxue from the Su family? Come, let us embrace and sleep together. Shan Ro, her eyes half open, spoke in a lazy tone, extending her arms to encircle Su Qianxue's waist and draw her closer. Ah! Su Qianxue gasped as she fell into the embrace, snuggling into the warm cocoon of the duvet. Quickly, show me my marriage certificate. Shan Ro propped herself up, leaning towards Su Qianxue as she spoke, her hands already mischief-making. Reaching toward Su Qianxue, touch yourself instead. Su Qianxue swiftly blocked her hand, aware that while her friend was delightful in many ways, she had a penchant for such games. Yet, Su Qianxue herself could not indulge, as her sensitivity was heightened. See, here is your marriage certificate. Su Qianxue produced the document and handed it over. For reasons unknown, she refrained from mentioning that she, too, possessed a marriage certificate with Ning Chun, nor did she speak of the remaining 8 certificates. Shan Ro lay on the bed, her elbows propped up, her slender waist curving, her legs raised gracefully in the air. With the marriage certificate in hand, she began to recite, a union between 2 families, a contract established, a bond of good fortune, a match made in heaven. With a vow of lifelong companionship, inscribed on fine paper, to proclaim our love and affirm our union. Henceforth, we shall be bound, a perfect match. Together until old age, may our love flourish like the blooming flowers under the moonlight. Ning Chun, Shan Ro, this certifies. Having finished her reading, Shan Ro slowly closed the marriage certificate, a teasing smile gracing her lips. A marriage certificate, how novel. I must go meet my fiancé. With that, Shan Ro stepped off the waterbed, her sheer silk nightgown sliding gracefully from her body, revealing. Chapter 4. Straying from Shan Ro's script come, Qianxue. Accompany me to see an old Chinese doctor, and then we shall seek out my so-called fiancé, Ning Chun. Dressed and beaming with anticipation, Shan Ro's eyes sparkled. I am willing to accompany you to the doctor, but seeking out Ning Chun is unnecessary. You should go alone. Su Qianxue felt disheartened by Ning Chun and no longer wished to see him. Don't be like that, dear. Just accompany me. Shan Ro playfully tugged Su Qianxue into her car, employing her charms, leaving Su Qianxue no choice but to cover herself and yield, sighing inwardly. Her close friend's bold demeanor, in contrast to ordinary women, stems from a particular reason. Shan Ro has long suffered from an ailment related to her internal condition, which Western medicine refers to as severe estrogen disorder, while traditional Chinese medicine calls it yin deficiency with excessive fire. The outward manifestation of this condition typically includes a strong desire, audacious behavior, and even flirtatiousness. When the illness flares up, the intensity is multiplied several times, bringing both suffering and embarrassment. Over the years, Shan Ro has sought treatment from numerous esteemed hospitals and specialists, yet to no avail. Desperate, she has now turned to local traditional healers for assistance. Meanwhile, after Ning Chun's departure, Wang Mingfeng and He Lin fumed with anger. At that moment, He Lin's brother, He Gang, returned and, upon witnessing their disheveled state, rushed over to inquire. Upon learning that Ning Chun was the culprit, He Gang ingratiatingly suggested, "Brother-in-law, why don't you take my sister to the hospital? Leave the matter of dealing with Ning Chun to me. Just one call, and I will ensure he is beaten to the point where he won't even recognize his own mother." In truth, He Gang had long been aware of He Lin's secret affair with Wang Mingfeng, despite her public relationship with Ning Chun. However, given that Wang Mingfeng was the scion of a wealthy family worth billions, He Gang knew precisely whose side he should take. At the Jiangsheng herbal medicine market, in the largest herbal shop, Ning Chun was meticulously selecting medicinal ingredients according to the ancient healing techniques passed down in his mind: calamus, indigo, poria. Based on this knowledge, these herbs could be combined to create a salve known as Qingfu ointment, effective for alleviating swelling, bruising, and skin repair, perfect for treating the injuries on Qin Yueshu's face. Of course, with only a few hundred yuan to his name, Ning Chun was purchasing the cheapest herbs, which retained minimal efficacy. Just as he was about to pay, a red Maserati screeched to a halt at the entrance of the herbal shop. A woman gracefully stepped out and walked in. Her face resembled refined white jade, her enchanting eyes sparkling with mischief, her petite lips slightly parted, her bosom prominently displayed, her slender waist delicate, and her long legs exuding an alluring charm. In an instant, she was before Ning Chun, playfully exclaiming, "Young man, what a coincidence. I was just about to buy those same herbs. Would you mind giving them to me?" Ning Chun instinctively glanced at her, feeling a flutter in his eyelids, sensing that this woman was deeply beguiling. This woman was none other than Shan Ro. Inside the red Maserati outside the herbal shop sat Su Qinxue. It turned out that Shan Ro had come to find an old traditional healer, who happened to be the shop's owner. Upon recognizing Ning Chun selecting herbs at the entrance, Su Qinxue informed Shan Ro, prompting her to deliberately approach him and showcase her alluring charm. She intended to tease Ning Chun first, and once he revealed any lustful intent, she would produce the marriage certificate as a means to humiliate him, declaring her intention to break their engagement. As for Ning Chun's potential embarrassment, that was beyond her concern. If he dared to possess her marriage certificate and claim the title of her fiancé, he must be prepared for the consequences. However, to Shan Ro's astonishment, after Ning Chun glanced at her, he averted his gaze and coolly replied, "I'm sorry, but I cannot give you these herbs." With that, he attempted to sidestep her and leave. Shan Ro was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a response from him, which deviated entirely from her script. How could she proceed with her plan to humiliate him now? In the car outside, Su Qinxue also displayed a look of disbelief. It was the first time she had witnessed a man reject Shan Ro's advances after all these years. Inside the herbal shop, Shan Ro felt a flicker of curiosity and a hint of defiance. She stepped sideways to block Ning Chun's path, ready to speak, but suddenly her brows furrowed tightly. Ugh! She could not suppress a groan. Her complexion flushed, her body weakened. She pressed her hand against her chest, gasping for breath as if she could not draw enough air. This painful display, reminiscent of a delicate beauty in distress, appeared exquisite to outsiders, yet was agonizing for her. "Miss, are you? Miss Shan?" At that moment, the shopkeeper, an elderly traditional healer, hurried over. I am, old sir. My strange illness has flared up. Please help me." Shan Ro gasped, disregarding Ning Chun. The old healer nodded, promptly assisting her to sit down, and began to take her pulse. After a moment, he shook his head helplessly and said, "Miss Shan, it is not that I am unwilling to treat you, but your ailment, severe yin deficiency with excessive fire, is exceedingly rare. I truly cannot help you." "What? Not even you can treat it?" Shan Ro was filled with despair, and her condition worsened, her body burning with heat, her face rosy as an apple, struggling to breathe. Ning Chun, who had already gathered his herbs and was preparing to leave, suddenly recalled various memories and remedies associated with Yin deficiency with excessive fire upon hearing the old healer's words. Observing Shan Ro's pain, he felt a pang of compassion. After a moment's hesitation, he turned back and offered, "Let me take a look at you." "You?" The old healer was taken aback. "Are you also a doctor?" Shan Ro regarded him skeptically. "I am not a doctor, but I believe I can cure your ailment," Ning Chen replied, his face reddening. Shan Ro, exuding an enchanting allure reminiscent of a captivating beauty, nearly overwhelmed him. "Then, please help me," she implored, disregarding any reservation she had. You must lift your shirt. I need to place my hand on your lower abdomen to treat you," Ning Chen stated, his face flushed. He doubted that Shan Ro would believe him. "Young man, you're not trying to take advantage of Miss Shan under the guise of treatment, are you?" The old healer frowned. Shan Ro's discomfort was in her chest, yet Ning Chen insisted on placing his hand on her lower abdomen. This was utterly nonsensical. Shan Ro's expression turned icy as she fixed her gaze on Ning Chen. After a moment of silence, she ultimately nodded. "All right. This fraud was pretending to be serious earlier. Now, I will expose him and use it as an opportunity to present the marriage certificate and break our engagement. This way, I can also explain myself to my grandmother." Shan Ro mused internally. When she had previously called her grandmother to verify the authenticity of the marriage certificate, her grandmother had confirmed its legitimacy and advised her to prepare for fulfilling the engagement. Thus, she was eager to confront Ning Chen about breaking their engagement. However, she needed a valid reason for doing so. Ning Chen's forthcoming actions would serve as her justification for ending the engagement. "Begin your treatment," Shan Ro coldly commanded, clutching her painful chest with one hand, while the other lifted her clothing, revealing her fair, smooth abdomen. Ning Chen approached her, lowering the herbs. His face flushed as he knelt and slowly extended his hand toward her pristine abdomen. Chapter 5. The reason for the engagement termination. The unprecedented sensation caused Ning Chen's hand to tremble slightly. He cursed himself internally, then focused his mind, channeling the azure energy from his dantian toward Shan Ro's lower abdomen. Outside the herbal shop, Su Qinxue watched the scene unfold with a mix of shock and anger. She felt both pity for Shan Ro and disappointment in Ning Chen. She could not believe Shan Ro would go to such lengths to find a reason to break their engagement. Equally regrettable was Ning Chen's pathetic inability to resist the allure of beauty. Simultaneously, Su Qinxue felt a sense of relief, having already severed her engagement with Ning Chen. Inside the herbal shop, Shan Ro waited. As Ning Chen's hand roamed aimlessly, the moment it began to wander, she would swiftly produce the marriage certificate to throw it in his face. However, Shan Ro did not wait for Ning Chen's hand to stray. Instead, she felt a warm current surge from her lower abdomen, flowing into her body, reaching her chest, and then radiating throughout her limbs. This warmth swiftly alleviated the pain in her chest, transforming her discomfort into a soothing warmth. Unable to resist, Shan Ro closed her eyes. After an indeterminate time, just as she felt light and blissful, as if she might float away, Ning Chen suddenly withdrew his hand. "Huh? Why did you stop?" Shan Ro instinctively gasped, opening her eyes to find Ning Chen slumped on the ground, drenched in sweat, his face pale and weary. "What's wrong with you?" she exclaimed in alarm. "I'm fine, just a bit drained. How are you feeling? Is it any better?" Ning Chen replied, slowly rising to his feet. The small amount of azure energy in his dantian had nearly been depleted after treating Shan Ro's ailment. Shan Ro quickly composed herself and felt her body, realizing that the suffering she had endured had vanished without her noticing. She gazed at Ning Chen with unabashed astonishment. "Today is truly remarkable. First, I unexpectedly find myself with a fiancé. Then, I confront him with a marriage contract, intending to annul our engagement. And finally, this fiancé miraculously cures the ailment that has plagued me for years." Her enchanting eyes sparkled as she regarded Ning Chen, her perception of him shifting entirely from just moments before. Could it be that this fellow is indeed a hidden medical prodigy? With this thought in mind, Shan Ro extended her hand toward Ning Chen. "I feel much better now. Thank you. Let us introduce ourselves. My name is Shan Ro." Ning Chen reciprocated the gesture, shaking her hand. "Ning Ten." Instead of presenting the marriage contract to announce her intention to annul their engagement, Shan Ro's eyes twinkled mischievously as she said, "So your name is Ning Chen. Thank you for saving me. I must express my gratitude. Unfortunately, I currently have no money. How about I become your girlfriend to repay you? Shan Ro watched Ning Chun, her eyes concealing a cunning glint. Ning Chun shook his head. He could tell that Shan Ro was deliberately trying to get closer to him. However, having just been betrayed by his girlfriend of 3 years, he was not in the mood for such advances. I don't require any repayment. Strictly speaking, I've merely suppressed your illness temporarily. For a complete cure, you will still need medication. As he spoke, Ning Chun took out a piece of paper and pen from the counter, swiftly writing a prescription before handing it to Shan Ro. Purchase these herbs and consult this elderly gentleman to prepare them. Take them for 3 consecutive days, and you'll be completely cured. Shan Ro accepted the prescription and handed it to the old physician, who shook his head repeatedly. Esteemed doctor, I cannot comprehend this prescription. The medicinal combinations are utterly beyond my understanding. I dare not concoct these herbs recklessly. Ning Chun then realized that the medical arts he inherited differed substantially from contemporary Chinese medicine. He jotted down his phone number on the prescription and said to Shan Ro, "Gather the herbs first, then call me. I must take my leave." With that, Ning Chun picked up his herbs and headed out, eager to return to prepare medicine for his adoptive mother, Qin Yushu. As Shan Ro watched Ning Chun's departing figure, her feelings for him underwent another transformation. Initially, upon realizing she had an inexplicable fiancé, her first reaction was anger. Then, upon encountering Ning Chun at the herbal shop, her intention was to tease and provoke him, ultimately leading to a confrontation. But Ning Chun had not followed her script, piquing her curiosity. When her illness suddenly flared up, she felt disheartened by his opportunistic method of treatment. However, after he cured her and alleviated her pain, she was left in shock. Now, with Ning Chun having rejected her offer of repayment and providing a complete cure, she felt a flicker of affection for him. While Shan Ro was lost in thought, Ning Chun had just exited the herbal shop when he was confronted by a dozen burly men wielding machetes and iron rods. Leading them was a muscular man with one eye, known as the One-Eyed Wolf, a notorious figure in the underworld of South City. "Ning Chun, are these men looking for you?" Shan Ro inquired curiously, stepping behind him. "Miss Shan, you should return to the herbal shop." Ning Chun instinctively positioned himself in front of her. This gesture warmed Shan Ro's heart, deepening her fondness for him. At that moment, the One-Eyed Wolf had approached Ning Chun, scrutinizing him from head to toe before sneering. "You are Ning Chun, aren't you? You assaulted Wang Mingfeng?" "Wang Mingfeng struck my mother first. I merely retaliated," Ning Chun replied coldly. "Wang Mingfeng hit your mother? So what? Even if he killed her, you must endure it." The One-Eyed Wolf snarled, his laughter echoing darkly. "There is no such reasoning in this world." Ning Chun's tone was icily resolute. "Ha ha ha. Kid, let me tell you, whether such reasoning exists elsewhere, I cannot say. But in South City, if I, the One-Eyed Wolf, say it does, then it does." The One-Eyed Wolf laughed heartily, extending his hand as if to slap Ning Chun. "One-Eyed Wolf, I truly had no idea that such reasoning existed in South City." At that moment, Shan Ro's voice rang out from behind Ning Chun. With her words, she stepped forward, causing the One-Eyed Wolf's hand to freeze midair. He had intended to speak, but upon seeing Shan Ro's face, the words caught in his throat, replaced by sheer terror, causing him to tremble. Shan Ro continued to stride toward the One-Eyed Wolf, each step forward making him retreat in fear. "One-Eyed Wolf, tell me, when did such reasoning come to exist in South City? When were you able to dominate this place with just one hand? How dare you threaten my friend? Are you too arrogant, or simply tired of living?" As she reached the One-Eyed Wolf, each word was accompanied by a step closer, compelling him to step back, his visage a portrait of dread, as if fearing her touch. After 4 steps back, the One-Eyed Wolf stumbled and fell to the ground in utter disgrace. "Wolf brother, what's wrong?" His lackeys rushed forward, bewildered, not understanding why their leader could not even stand before a seemingly frail woman. "Get lost." The One-Eyed Wolf shoved his subordinates aside, kneeling on the ground in a pitiful manner, trembling as he said to Shan Ro, "Miss Shan, I apologize. I didn't see clearly. I truly did not know that Ning Chun is your friend." "One-Eyed Wolf, it seems you wish to part with that remaining eye of yours." Shan Ro chuckled coldly. The One-Eyed Wolf pleaded, "Miss Shan, I was mistaken. I had no idea. Please spare me this once. I promise it won't happen again." "Another time?" Shan Ro frowned. "There will be no next time. None. Miss Shan, please rest assured." The One-Eyed Wolf, displaying a measure of cleverness, turned to Ning Chun. "Mr. Ning, I was wrong. I failed to recognize the mountain. Please spare me this once." Shan Ro turned to Ning Chun. asking, "How should we punish them?" "It's unnecessary." Ning Chun shook his head, aware that the one-eyed wolf feared Shan Ro, not him. "What are you still standing there for?" Shan Ro shot a cold glance at the one-eyed wolf. "Thank you, Miss Shan, for your mercy. Thank you, Mr. Ning, for your leniency." Only then did the one-eyed wolf exhale in relief, scrambling to his feet and retreating with his subordinates, tails tucked between their legs. "Brother Wolf, what on earth is going on?" one of the subordinates inquired, filled with confusion as they fled. "You fools! This is the young lady of the Dan family," the one-eyed wolf replied, filled with dread. "The Dan family? Which Dan family?" asked another subordinate. "Huh! From Jiang City to the provincial capital, how many Dan families can there be?" The one-eyed wolf's expression darkened. "Huh? Is it that Dan family? The eldest daughter of the Dan family?" The subordinates were instantly gripped by terror. "Damn it! That bastard he gang sent me to deal with a friend of the Dan family's young lady. He is trying to get me killed. Let's go. Teach that brat he gang a lesson, and consider it an explanation for the Dan family's young lady." The one-eyed wolf led his subordinates, storming toward Yi gang. Outside the drugstore, Ning Chun watched as the one-eyed wolf and his gang fled in disarray, casting a complex glance at Dan Ro. His heart was somewhat unsettled. The woman before him, Dan Ro, had merely uttered a few words, and these fearsome underground thugs fled as if they were mice confronted by a cat. Who exactly is this Dan Ro? What's wrong? Are you curious? If so, why not treat me to a meal, and we can chat leisurely? Dan Ro's face resumed its charming demeanor as she smiled at Ning Chun. "No, thank you." Unexpectedly, Ning Chun merely shook his head and continued, "I appreciate your help. I have matters to attend to today. Once you've procured the herbs, give me a call, and I'll find a place to help you brew the medicine." With that, Ning Chun picked up his herbs and turned to leave. Observing Ning Chun's retreating figure, Dan Ro's lips twitched. She began to doubt whether Ning Chun was simply dull-witted or if her charm had waned. Why does her fiancé, Ning Chun, seem utterly uninterested in her? Why not chase after him and confront him about the engagement? At some point, Su Qinxue approached after stepping out of the car. Qinxue, I suddenly feel that this fiancé, Ning Chun, might not be so bad after all. Unmoved by the allure of beauty, possessing remarkable medical skills, and having discerned her extraordinary identity without any ulterior motives or desire to ingratiate himself. Where can one find such a man these days? Perhaps I should hold off on seeking an annulment for now. Dan Ro mused, a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. Ro, how do you know he isn't pretending to know your identity and putting on an act? The title of the Dan family's young lady carries significant weight in Jiang City. Suqiansui counter. Perhaps, but it doesn't matter. No matter how cunning the fox, it will eventually reveal its tail in my presence. Ning Chun returned to his residence, promptly adhering to the esoteric medical arts he had inherited in his mind. He found a pot and began to concoct the medicinal ointment. Before long, a thin layer of translucent salve appeared at the bottom of the pot, resembling jelly. Ning Chun carefully took some and applied it to Qin Yueshu's face. To his astonishment, within 10 minutes, her previously red and swollen visage returned to its normal state. Even the wounds that had bled began to heal rapidly, visibly mending. This skin-clearing ointment is truly miraculous. Ning Chun marveled, growing increasingly curious about the legacy left by his grandfather. It must be noted that this astonishing esoteric medical skill is merely a fragment of his grandfather's teachings. Beyond this medical art, there are also Taoist spells and secret techniques for cultivating immortality. That evening, after ensuring Qin Yueshu was asleep, Ning Chun sat alone on the sofa, practicing the cultivation techniques from his legacy. In an instant, the spiritual energy within the room, the entire apartment, and even the entire neighborhood began to rise and converge upon him. Countless streams of spiritual energy flowed into Ning Chun's dantian, merging with the faint azure energy already present. It wasn't until the following morning that he slowly opened his eyes. Despite having not slept all night, he felt no fatigue. Rather, he was brimming with vitality. Rising from the bed, he moved his joints, producing a series of explosive sounds akin to frying beans. Unable to resist, Ning Chun clenched his fist and struck the wall, creating a hole in the brick structure. He couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. According to the realms outlined in the legacy, he was merely at the first level of qi refining, yet his punch bore such terrifying strength. If he were to reach the 9th level of qi refining, or even the foundational stage beyond that, what formidable power would he possess? From this day forth, No one shall insult me again. Ning Chun retracted his fist, silently vowing. Just then his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was a call from his ex-girlfriend, He Lin's mother, Jiang Xiuping. Xiaochen, where are you? Come over for lunch at our home today, Jiang Xiuping said in a friendly tone. Chapter 7. The shameless He family. Ning Chen's brow furrowed immediately. Jiang Xiuping, He Lin's mother, was calling him to the He family for a meal? What could this mean? Previously, when he was still with He Lin, Jiang Xiuping had always looked down on him. Now that he had broken up with He Lin, what was her intention? After some contemplation, Ning Chun decided to accept the invitation. If He Lin had any tricks up her sleeve, he would not hold back this time. As he was leaving, upon learning that Ning Chun was heading to the He family for dinner, Qin Yueshu grasped his hand and said, Xiao Chun, if He Lin realizes her mistakes, please forgive her. Everyone makes mistakes. As long as one can amend them, they are still worth cherishing. Mom, I know what to do. Ning Chun nodded, internally vowing that forgiving He Lin was out of the question. Upon arriving at the He family home, he found the family gathered around the dining table. He Lin's father, He Jinxiang, and mother, Jiang Xiuping, were present, but He Lin's brother, He Gang, was absent. He Lin's sister, He Qing, was away at university and had not returned. The table was laden with a sumptuous feast, and a bottle of Maotai liquor had been opened. Xiao Chun is here. Quickly, Lin, come and sit next to Xiao Chun. Jiang Xiuping hurriedly beckoned, seating He Lin beside Ning Chun at the main position. What is it that you want to discuss? Ning Chun inquired with furrowed brows. Jiang Xiuping quickly exchanged glances with He Lin, who tossed her hair and slightly adjusted her collar to reveal a hint of her cleavage. She then gently grasped Ning Chen's arm, shaking it softly while speaking in a sweet voice. Ning Chun, yesterday was just a misunderstanding. I was wrong. I can't let go of our 3 years of love. I realized last night that I still have feelings for you. I've decided not to marry Wang Mingfeng and to be with you moving forward. He Lin's demeanor and tone would have undoubtedly thrilled Ning Chun before yesterday. However, now, he felt nothing but disgust. His heart was utterly unmoved. You didn't seem to cherish our 3 years together when you were having an affair with Wang Mingfeng. Ning Chun scoffed. He Lin's face instantly stiffened. Oh, Xiao Chun, yesterday's incident was Lin's fault. I have already reprimanded her, and she has assured me that she will never have any dealings with Wang Mingfeng again. Jiang Xiuping hurriedly interjected. Indeed, Xiao Chun, we have decided that you are our only son-in-law. Come, let us share a drink. I've kept this bottle of Maotai for years and never had the heart to open it. He Jinxiang chimed in, laughing as he poured a glass of liquor, placing it before Ning Chun. Ning Chun made no move to touch the glass, coldly stating, What exactly do you want? Stop beating around the bush and get to the point. Under the urging gaze of He Jinxiang and Jiang Xiuping, He Lin began to speak. Last night, my brother He Gang was drinking at a barbecue stand when, for some unknown reason, he offended a group of thugs. They pursued him aggressively, prompting He Gang to flee in his car. In a tragic turn of events, he accidentally struck and killed one of the assailants. As He Lin recounted this, she leaned closer to Ning Chun, wrapping her arms around his and pressing against him, pleading, Ning Chun, could you possibly take the blame for my brother? If you confess and admit that it was you who drove the car last night, I will devote myself entirely to you. Driving under the influence and causing a death? You want me to take the blame? Huh. Ning Chun laughed at this revelation, realizing the true intentions of the He family. If I take the blame, I would end up in prison, wouldn't I? Rest assured, as long as you help my son, even if you end up incarcerated, our family will pull strings to secure your release. Afterward, you and Lin can live happily together. Jiang Xiuping interjected hastily. Chun, what I did yesterday was a test for you. You passed, but if you take the blame for my brother today, you'll have passed my final test. Once you serve your time, we shall marry. If you truly love me, you must tell my brother. He Lin continued to shake Ning Chen's hand gently, her voice dripping with feigned innocence. Ning Chun, however, coldly withdrew his hand from her grasp and retorted, Are you foolish, or do you think I am? The He family frowned in unison. Jiang Xiuping dropped her pretense, revealing her true self, and yelled at Ning Chun, You Ning have squandered 3 years of my daughter's youth, and you must pay the price. You must take the blame for my son. Otherwise, you owe my daughter $1 million in damages for her lost youth. If you refuse, I will ensure you live in misery. And your wretched mother, if you don't take the blame, I'll make sure she is sold to a nightclub. In those low-end establishments, your mother would be quite popular. Jiang Xiuping pointed an accusatory finger at Ning Chun, her tone arrogant. Before she could finish, Ning Chun sprang to his feet and overturned the table. I have declared that from this day forth, no one shall insult me, nor shall anyone insult my family. With that, Ning Chun slapped Jiang Xioping across the face with force. You vile creature, you choose death by refusing my hospitality. He Jinxiang bellowed towards the door. What are you waiting for? Get in here. A horde of burly men stormed in. The He family had summoned Ning Chun under false pretenses. They had paid for muscle to await his arrival. You dare strike my mother? You must take the blame for my brother today. Otherwise, I'll have these men break your legs. He Lin spat venomously. Is that so? Then let us see you try, Ning Chun calmly replied, clenching his fists. Having reached the first level of qi refining, he was ready to practice against these thugs. Attack. Don't stop until he begs for mercy. He Jinxiang commanded. In an instant, a dozen men lunged at Ning Chun, fists and feet flying. He Lin, He Jinxiang, and Jiang Xioping all wore triumphant smirks, anticipating that Ning Chun would soon be defeated and plead for leniency. However, in the next moment, their dream shattered. None of the thugs stood a chance against Ning Chun, who effortlessly dispatched them one by one, leaving them groaning on the ground, unable to rise. Meanwhile, Ning Chun remained unscathed, as if nothing had happened. The He family turned pale with fear. Ning Chun approached them, his gaze icy, stopping at He Lin. He Lin, I advise you not to take me for a fool. The insults of the past shall be avenged. With those final words, Ning Chun turned and exited the He residence. Outside, a red Maserati was parked, and upon seeing him, the window rolled down to reveal the enchanting face of Shan Ro. Miss Shan? Ning Chun was taken aback. What a coincidence. She replied with a smile. Coincidence? I came specifically to find you, Shan Ro said. Find me? What brings you here? Ning Chun asked, still surprised. This is your ex-girlfriend's home? Isn't it? I figured you'd return here today, begging for forgiveness after your breakup, Shan Ro teased. How did you know? Ning Ten stammered, embarrassed. So, you're truly here to beg for your ex's forgiveness? Shan Ro pressed. No, I was tricked into coming here. I won't fall for her deception again. Ning Ten insisted. Well, at least you have some pride. Now let us get in the car, Shan Ro encouraged, gesturing to the passenger seat. The commotion from the He residence had drawn her attention, and she had a general idea of what transpired. Ning Chun nodded and climbed into the passenger seat. Just then, He Lin stormed out, furious, and was about to berate him when she saw him sitting in Shan Ro's Maserati, catching a glimpse of her stunning profile as the window rolled up. With a roar, the Maserati revved to life and sped away. Ning Ten. How does he know such a woman? He Lin seethed. He must have rented this car and hired an actress to put on a show. Shan Ro had sought Ning Chun to gather medicinal herbs for a remedy. She soon brought him to a luxurious villa atop a mountain. As they arrived, Ning Chun was momentarily mesmerized, not by the villa itself, but by the abundance of spiritual energy he sensed there, far more potent than in his own neighborhood. Upon entering the villa, Ning Chun was stunned to see Su Qianxue there as well. Let me introduce you. This is my close friend, Su Qianxue, Shan Ro stated, her tone serious. And this is Ning Chun, the physician. Who would have thought you were a physician? Su Qianxue remarked with a hint of sarcasm. I'm not a physician. I just happen to know how to treat Miss Shan's ailment. Ning Chun replied, feeling awkward. He anticipated that Su Qianxue would be Shan Ro's close friend. However, it made sense. Given Su Qianxue's status as the daughter of the Su family in the capital, only someone of Shan Ro's stature could be her close friend in Jiangxing. Ning Chun was not naive. After the events outside the pharmacy, he quickly deduced Shan Ro's identity as a prominent figure in Jiangxing. At that moment, a young man in a white coat approached. Ro, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Dai Liang, whom I specifically invited for you. He has just returned from the United States and is an expert in various endocrine disorders. Su Qianxue promptly introduced Dr. Dai Liang to Shan Ro. He had been summoned overnight, not only to treat Shan Ro, but also to prevent Ning Chun from deceiving her. Hello, Miss Shan. I've heard about your condition from Miss Su. Although it is rare, I happen to have just developed a special remedy that should effectively treat your ailment. The young man, Dai Liang, stated gracefully. Is that true? Suddenly, Shan Ruo's eyes lit up. Of course, Miss Shan, we Western medicine emphasizes rigor and science. We do not, like certain charlatans, claim to cure ailments with merely a few hand presses. Dai Liang said this while deliberately provoking Ning Chun. Having learned from Su Qianxue about Ning Chen's so-called cure of Shan Ruo the previous day. In his view, it was merely a case of Shan Ruo's condition improving on its own. Ning Chen was nothing but a pretentious fraud. Faced with Dai Liang's taunts, Ning Chen could only manage a bitter smile and remain silent, unsure how to defend himself. Shan Ruo found herself at a crossroads, uncertain whom to believe. Ruo, why not let Dr. Dai take a look at you first? Didn't you say Ning Chen asked you to buy the medicinal materials and he would brew the medicine on site? Su Qianxue suggested. Don't take it to heart, Ning Chen. Shan Ruo said helplessly. Not at all, Miss Shan. Where are the medicinal materials? I shall prepare the medicine now, Ning Chen replied, eager to alleviate Shan Ruo's discomfort. Subsequently, Shan Ruo accompanied Dai Liang and Su Qianxue to the second floor, while Ning Chen took the medicinal materials to the kitchen, commencing his preparations. Following the traditional methods passed down, he held the cauldron tightly, channeling his spiritual energy into it. Time passed, and Ning Chen slowly withdrew his hands to gaze into the cauldron, where he discovered a charred lump at the bottom. Ning Chen's lips twitched. Controlling spiritual energy to refine medicine still required more practice. The clear heart pill, which ought to have formed into pills, had instead become a lump of burnt residue. Thankfully, the medicinal properties remained intact. He sniffed it carefully, then cautiously picked up the charred lump and made his way to the second floor. Inside the room, Shan Ruo had taken Dai Liang's special medicine and lay on the bed, waiting for its effects to manifest. As Ning Chen ascended the stairs, he noticed Shan Ruo's complexion suddenly flush crimson, her body radiating heat as she gasped for breath, clutching her chest in evident agony. Dr. Dai, what is happening? Su Qianxue's expression changed dramatically. Dai Liang, sweating profusely, stammered. This must be due to Miss Shan's constitution reacting adversely to the special medicine adverse reaction. Knowing it could have such effects, you still dared to give Ruo your medicine? Dai Liang, are you trying to harm her? Su Qianxue shouted furiously. And no, Miss Su, please calm down. Dai Liang was left flabbergasted. The so-called special medicine was still in the experimental stage. Its efficacy and side effects were entirely unknown. He had merely gambled on the chance that it might cure Shan Ruo, hoping for immense benefits from Su Qianxue in return. At that moment, Ning Chen stepped forward, brandishing the charred lump. Perhaps you should try my medicine instead. Upon seeing the black lump in Ning Chen's hand, Dai Liang immediately shifted his focus and yelled, You fraud. You think you can pass off that burnt lump as medicine? Do you take Miss Su and Miss Shan for fools? Su Lianu furuit hadbaruth, glaring at the charred lump in Ning Chen's hand. Ning Chen, what kind of joke is this? You think you can gamble with a burnt piece of whatever that is? You are truly disappointing. Ning Chen felt a bit embarrassed. The appearance of the medicine may not be appealing, but I assure you, its efficacy remains intact. Miss Su, why not let Miss Shan give it a try? Miss Su, Miss Shan's condition is complex. It is impossible to simply consume an unknown substance and expect a cure. Moreover, we cannot even ascertain whether it is toxic. Although the special medicine proved ineffective, a full lymphatic transplant operation would surely resolve the issue. I can assist in arranging the surgery, Dai Liang interjected hastily. What? A full lymphatic transplant? Su Qianxue exclaimed in shock. Shan Ruo, lying on the bed, shook her head weakly. I do not wish to undergo a lymphatic transplant, Ning Chen. Please help me again, just as you did yesterday after Shan Ruo spoke. She urged Su Qianxue to send Dai Liang downstairs. Dai Liang, having nearly caused a disaster, sought to shift the blame onto Ning Chen and hurriedly exited. Then, Shan Ruo attempted to lift her shirt to expose her abdomen. No need, Ning Chen interjected, presenting the charred lump before her. Yesterday was merely a temporary measure. Now that we have medicine, you only need to take it. What exactly is this so-called medicine? Su Qianxue inquired suspiciously, recalling Dai Liang's prior missteps and noting the poor appearance of the burnt lump. Qianxue, it's all right. Even if it proves ineffective, it surely cannot be toxic. Shan Ruo reassured her. Shan Ruo shook her head, took the charred lump from Ning Chen, and placed it in her mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing it with a sip of water. Her prior experiences had fostered a trust in Ning Chen. Faced with the terrifying prospect of a lymphatic transplant versus consuming a lump of medicine, she naturally chose the latter. After ingesting the charred lump, the flush on Shan Ruo's face rapidly faded, her burning sensation subsided, and her breathing became easier. Soon, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Rising from the bed and exclaiming in astonishment, My illness, it's cured? Ning Chen exhaled in relief. Not entirely. You must continue taking the medicine for 3 days to ensure it does not relapse. Ning Chen, Is this truly made from the medicinal materials you prepared just now? Shan Ruo asked excitedly. Not quite. I'm still not adept. It was supposed to be pills, but it turned into a lump instead. Ning Chen admitted sheepishly. That is all right. Whether it's a pill or a lump, if it heals, it's a good medicine. Shan Ruo exclaimed, grasping Ning Chen's arm. Ning Chen, thank you. If you truly cure my illness, I will certainly repay you. Ning Chen shook his head. No need. You already helped me deal with that one-eyed wolf outside the apothecary yesterday, so we are even. Ning Chen had come to understand Shan Ruo's identity, but did not wish to owe anyone. Through these past 2 days, he had realized that one must rely on oneself. Thank you, Ning Chen. Shan Ruo's eyes sparkled with gratitude, and she refrained from repeating offers of repayment. The three of them then descended the stairs. Dai Liang had intended to speak ill of Ning Chen, but Shan Ruo was no longer inclined to listen. Su Qinxue, her demeanor icy, summoned her bodyguards to escort Dai Liang out. Ning Chen, returning to the kitchen, began brewing medicine anew, with the previous experience in mind. This time he produced not a charred lump, but a dozen round pills. Shan Ruo and Su Qinxue watched in awe as Ning Chen transformed raw materials into medicine. Ning Chen, the divine healer, you truly are remarkable. Shan Ruo carefully stored the pills. I apologize, Ning Chen. I never expected you to possess genuine medical skills. Su Qinxue added, her perspective of Ning Chen shifting slightly. Ning Chen, have you considered my proposition? Heal my ailment, and I shall offer myself to you in marriage. What do you say? After storing the pills, Shan Ruo, in high spirits, playfully leaned towards Ning Chen with a flirtatious jest. Shan Ruo's natural charm was evident, causing Ning Chen's face to flush with embarrassment. Observing his reaction, both Shan Ruo and Su Qinxue became curious. They had encountered countless suitors in their lives, but had rarely seen a man so bashful in such circumstances. May I sit on the villa's rooftop for a while? To avoid further embarrassment in front of Shan Ruo and Su Qinxue, and also drawn to the rich spiritual energy, Ning Chen suggested. Of course. Shan Ruo nodded and led Ning Chen to the rooftop terrace of the villa. This villa was already perched atop a mountain, making the terrace the highest point of the entire mountain. Without hesitation, Ning Chen sat cross-legged, silently reciting the cultivation mantra from his inheritance. In an instant, all the spiritual energy within a radius of several hundred meters surged towards Ning Chen, creating a howling wind that compelled Shan Ruo and Su Qinxue to retreat downstairs. Time passed unmeasured until Ning Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, slowly opening his eyes, which sparkled with delight. He had now reached the second level of qi refinement. As he gently clenched his fist, a series of cracking sounds echoed from his joints. He struck the air with a punch, producing a sharp whistle as it cut through the atmosphere. He could feel that the strength coursing through his body far exceeded that of the previous level. Approaching the edge of the terrace, Ning Chen gazed down at the city sprawled at the foot of the mountain, his heart swelling with unexplainable emotions. Grandfather, I vow to diligently cultivate your legacy and become a man of great stature. I will not disappoint you or my father. One day, you both shall witness my achievements. Ning Chen silently pledged. Hey, step back a little. Standing so high, be careful not to fall. A voice suddenly rang out from the courtyard below. It was Shan Ruo, who, upon seeing Ning Chen at the edge of the terrace, couldn't help but call out in warning. However, Ning Chen, just having broken through to the second level of qi refinement and lost in thought, barely had any cultivation experience. Startled by Shan Ruo's shout, he stepped back and lost his footing, plummeting directly from the three-story terrace. Watch out! Shan Ruo and Su Qinxue exclaimed in unison from below. In the next moment, as Ning Chen fell 10 meters, he rapidly summoned his spiritual power to his hands. The instant his palms met the ground, the energy erupted, propelling him back up like a rubber ball, landing gracefully on his feet. Ning Chen, are you all right? Did you get hurt? Do you need to go to the hospital? Shan Ruo hurried forward, concern etched on her face. I'm fine. Ning Chen shook his head, as if to prove his well-being. He dusted off his hands and took a few steps. You can perform lightness skills? You practice martial arts? Su Qinxue gazed at Ning Chen, astonished, as she realized that just as she had begun to perceive a change in him, he had transformed yet again. In Shan Ruo's eyes, apart from surprise, there was more joy. Ning, the divine doctor, it turns out you're not only extraordinary in medicine, but also in martial arts. And you remain so humble? This won't do. I must offer myself to you. How about you become my boyfriend? Shan Ro smiled, half-jokingly. Miss Shan, please don't jest. Ningchen managed a wry smile. Since you cure my illness, I must show my gratitude. How about this? You can either be my boyfriend, or I have a luxury cruise ship named the Elizabeth, which I'm not particularly fond of, so I'll give it to you. What do you think? Shan Ro said with a twinkle in her eye. Chapter 10. The fickle Shan Ro, Su Qianxue's gaze was fixed on Ningchen, curious about how he would choose between Shan Ro's offer and the cruise ship. A cruise ship? Ningchen smiled bitterly, instinctively preparing to refuse, but suddenly recalled He Lin's and Wang Mingfeng's malicious words. By the way, I forgot to tell you, 3 days from now, Mingfeng and I will hold a grand wedding on the luxury cruise ship Elizabeth. I had planned to tell you that day, but I might as well give you a heads up now. Come and have a drink at our celebration. The luxury cruise ship Elizabeth. Ningchen murmured. His self-talk was misinterpreted by Shan Ro as him choosing the cruise ship over her. She was momentarily stunned. Ningchen actually chose the luxury cruise ship instead of being her boyfriend? Was this guy entirely consumed by thoughts of herbs? Or was her charm truly insufficient? Su Qianxue sighed inwardly. Ningchen's choice had once again tarnished her slightly improved impression of him. How short-sighted and greedy could a man be to prefer a luxury cruise ship over the chance to be with Shan Ro? As the two women looked on in astonishment, Ningchen realized Shan Ro must have misunderstood. However, he chose not to explain, simply stating, I choose the luxury cruise ship Elizabeth. Fine from now on. You are the owner of the luxury cruise ship Elizabeth. Shan Ro nodded, somewhat disappointed, producing a property transfer document and swiftly signing her name. She then retrieved a golden cruise ship model the size of her thumb and handed it to Ningchen. Ningchen accepted the document and model, then spoke earnestly, Miss Shan, rest assured, I don't truly wish to keep your cruise ship. I will return it to you in 3 days. 3 days from now, He Lin and Wang Mingfeng would be celebrating their wedding on the luxury cruise ship Elizabeth. Yet now, Ningchen had become its owner. He couldn't help but anticipate what expressions He Lin and Wang Mingfeng would wear upon seeing him on their big day. Ningchen's words rekindled Shan Ro's curiosity. You'll return it in 3 days? What does that mean? Do you merely wish to experience the feeling of being a cruise ship owner? What if you don't return it in 3 days? Su Qianxue interjected coldly. It's fine, Qianxue. Ningchen managed to cure my illness, so trusting him is not a loss, Shan Ro replied with a playful smile. Then apart from wanting to be the cruise ship's owner for 3 days, is there anything else you desire? Shan Ro asked. Ningchen hesitated for a moment before replying. Could you lend me $1 million? What? Shan Ro was even more puzzled. The luxury cruise ship Elizabeth was worth far more than 10 billion. Yet Ningchen only wanted to borrow $1 million? What was going on? Facing Shan Ro's astonished gaze, Ningchen remained calm. He desperately needed funds. Last night, he had absorbed all the spiritual energy in his apartment complex to reach the first level of qi refinement. Just moments ago, he had consumed all the spiritual energy around the mountain to achieve the second level. To continue his cultivation and advance further, he required an ever-increasing amount of spiritual energy. However, the natural spiritual energy was not renewable in the short term. Relying solely on absorbing spiritual energy to level up was clearly unrealistic. According to the records in his inheritance, to advance swiftly, he needed to refine pills. Pill refining required medicinal herbs, particularly aged ones. The older the herb, the more potent its effects, and the better the pills produced, thus accelerating his advancement. However, aged herbs were exorbitantly priced. Therefore, Ningchen needed money. As for Shan Ro's suggestion of being her boyfriend, after experiencing He Lin's betrayal, he no longer dared to trust romantic relationships. If one lacked the capability, why would a woman like him? If he did not grow stronger, how could he protect those around him? Besides, Shan Ro was the daughter of the Shan family. Why would someone of her status be interested in an ordinary person like him? Thus, Ningchen chose to be the owner of the luxury cruise ship Elizabeth for 3 days and to borrow $1 million from Shan Ro to purchase medicinal herbs to enhance his cultivation. All right, this card contains $1 million. Shan Ro produced a bank card and offered it to Ningchen, but just as she extended it, she suddenly pulled it back. Smiling, she asked, Divine Dr. Ning, you must have something specific you wish to buy, right? Ningchen nodded, yes. I want to purchase some medicinal herbs. The good ones are quite expensive. Oh, I see. Shan Ro seemed contemplative, then tucked the bank card back in her pocket. With a smile, she said, let us go, I'll accompany you to buy the herbs. With that, She turned and walked out of the villa, leaving Ning Chun momentarily stunned. He found Shan Ro's fickleness quite intriguing, but followed her outside. In the villa's courtyard, Su Qinxue could only shake her head gently, murmuring to herself, "Ru, the words spoken by Ning Chun are utterly untrustworthy. Are you merely toying with him? Or is it out of sheer playfulness? Please do not play with fire." Dan Ruru drove her crimson Maserati, bringing Ning Chun once again to the herbal market. Soon enough, they procured a vast assortment of premium herbs, costing tens of thousands of dollars. However, the ancient herbs that Ning Chun yearned for eluded them. Such venerable herbs, like century-old ginseng or 50-year-old Hishou Wu, are nowhere to be found in the market. These life-sustaining treasures have been hoarded by affluent families. To acquire them, one must either seek them from private collectors or attend an auction. The elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner from the herbal shop had revealed this harsh truth to Ning Chun, who finally grasped the underlying intricacies. "Do not be disheartened. I will inquire about any upcoming auctions, and we can go together to bid on a few ancient herbs," Dan Ru reassured him as they departed the herbal market. After thanking her, Ning Chun began contemplating how to concoct elixirs to enhance his abilities with only the newly purchased herbs. Before long, the car halted beneath the building where Ning Chun resided. "Let me escort you upstairs." For reasons unknown, Dan Ruru insisted on accompanying him. Upon reaching the floor, she further insisted on entering his residence. "Mother, I am home," Ning Chun announced as he entered the living room, greeting Qin Yushu. Just as Qin Yushu was about to inquire about his relationship with Yilin, a stunningly beautiful woman walked in, smiling warmly at her. "Hello, Annie. My name is Dan Ruru, and I am a friend of Ning Chun. I hope my sudden visit does not disturb you." Chapter 11. Do you truly intend to honor the engagement? Qin Yushu was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't her son supposed to be dining at his ex-girlfriend's home? How then had he returned with another enchanting young woman? She immediately pulled Ning Chun aside and whispered, "Xiao Chun, what is the meaning of this?" "Mother, I have completely severed ties with Yilin. This young lady is Miss Dan. She assisted me in procuring these herbs," Ning Chun explained. He intended to convey two distinct matters, but Qin Yushu misconstrued them as one. Upon observing Dan Ruru, she realized that compared to Yilin, the two were like heaven and earth. "Miss Dan, please do come in." Qin Yushu eagerly welcomed her inside and began to arrange a meal to entertain her. "Mother, allow me," Ning Chun interjected, gently pushing her out of the kitchen to take over the cooking himself. Dan Ruru engaged in light conversation with Qin Yushu in the living room before joining Ning Chun in the kitchen. Naturally, as a young lady of privilege, her culinary skills were rather limited, so she mostly stood by and watched Ning Chun at work. Having a beautiful girl observe him while he cooked instilled a sense of indescribable joy within Ning Chun, at least in the past 3 years. Yilin had never once watched him cook in the kitchen. Soon, the three of them enjoyed a delightful meal together, exuding warmth and camaraderie. An unsuspecting outsider might have mistaken them for a happy family of three. After the meal, Ning Chun accompanied Dan Ruru outside. "You and your ex-girlfriend, have you truly parted ways?" she inquired suddenly. "Indeed," Ning Chun nodded. "Do you still have feelings for her?" Dan Ruru pressed further. Ning Chun paused before replying. "In the past, I genuinely liked her, but now, seeing her only evokes feelings of disgust." Dan Ruru's eyes brightened slightly as she proposed. "In that case, why not? Consider me your girlfriend?" Ning Chun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Miss Dan, did I not previously express my intention to be the owner of a cruise ship for 3 days and borrow $1 million from you? What does being the owner of a cruise ship for 3 days signify? And borrowing $1 million is trivial, a mere token of gratitude for your assistance in healing my ailment. Therefore, you may choose again," Dan Ruru replied, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "I." Ning Chun chuckled wryly. "Actually, I do not truly wish for you to be my girlfriend. I merely need your help to pretend to be my girlfriend. Some men are truly bothersome, like persistent flies. If you agree to help me by pretending to be my boyfriend, it would certainly provide me with some peace." Seeing that Ning Chun was on the verge of declining again, Dan Ruru quickly interjected, "Just consider it a favor for me, all right? I will not leave you empty-handed in return. I will reward you with a century-old ginseng for your troubles. What do you say?" Of course, posing as my boyfriend would likely lead to complications, as those bothersome men might come looking for you. "Ning the Great Doctor, do you dare?" Dan Ruru teased, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ning Chun gazed into her eyes, momentarily lost in thought. Though she spoke of a fake boyfriend, he felt an inexplicable notion that she might not be referring solely to a pretense. It could very well be a genuine proposition. His heart raced at the thought. Could it be that Dan Ruru truly harbored feelings for him, despite their brief acquaintance? To claim that Ning-chan was entirely unaffected by her allure would be disingenuous. Yet, having just endured He-Lin's betrayal, he dared not plunge into genuine emotions again. Furthermore, Dan Ruru's status left him feeling unworthy, at least for the time being. Since he remained silent, I shall take it as your tacit agreement. Tomorrow, I shall pick you up to the pier, allowing you to formally experience what it is like to be a cruise ship owner. While Ning-chan was lost in contemplation, Dan Ruru cheerfully declared this, not waiting for his response before entering her car and departing. As he watched the crimson Maserati fade from sight, Ning-chan murmured to himself, what does she truly mean? His heart was a tempest of emotions. Xiao-chun, if this Miss Dan has feelings for you, you must cherish her. I believe she is far superior to He-Lin. His mother, Qin Yu-shu, advised upon returning home. Ning-chun chuckled wryly. Indeed, Dan Ruru was immeasurably better than He-Lin. If she truly held feelings for him, and if he wished to be worthy of her, he would need to strive relentlessly, enhancing his abilities and becoming a better version of himself. That evening, after ensuring Qin Yu-shu was settled for the night, Ning-chun retrieved the herbs he had purchased earlier and began his alchemical work, processing the herbs, infusing them with spiritual energy, and concocting elixirs. In the villa atop the mountain, Dan Ruru and Su Qianxue lay side by side on a spacious waterbed, engaged in conversation. Ruru, do you truly wish to toy with Ning-chan? Or are you genuinely considering him as your boyfriend? Is it because he healed your ailment that you feel compelled to reciprocate? Su Qianxue inquired curiously. It's merely a charade of a boyfriend, dear Qianxue. You aren't feeling jealous, are you? Dan Ruru teased, sharing a light-hearted jest with her close friend. However, could he withstand the pressure of pretending to be your boyfriend? Su Qianxue shook her head. If he cannot endure this minor pressure, how could he possibly fulfill the obligations of our engagement? Dan Ruru replied with a light chuckle. What? Ruru cannot be seriously considering fulfilling that engagement, can you? Su Qianxue exclaimed in astonishment. One cannot entirely dismiss that possibility, Dan Ruru mused, picking up the marriage certificate from the bedside and glancing at it once more. A union of two families, a promise made in one hall, with a vow of eternal love inscribed on fine paper. From this day forth, a bond of good fortune is forged, a couple destined to be. Ning-chun, Dan Ruru, this certifies. Viewing the marriage certificate now, her feelings were starkly different from her initial impression. Ruru, Ning-chun may possess some medical knowledge and perhaps some commendable skills, but how could that alone make him worthy of you? He is but an ordinary man, lacking in family background, ability, resources, and status, all of which stand in stark contrast to yours. He remains naive and unaware of the world around him. Even his ex-girlfriend's type of woman kept him in the dark for a full 3 years. Such a person. You surely don't intend to recruit a live-in son-in-law, do you? Su Qianxue frowned slightly. Her close friend was always straightforward, so she felt no need to hold back. Qianxue, how about I make a bet with you? Dan Rou held the marriage certificate close to her chest, smiling as she spoke. I bet that within a month, Ning-chan will achieve something significant in Jiangqing. Su Qianxue retorted with irritation. Ro, I think you've been blinded by the fact that he cured your illness. Dan Rou chucked mischievously, her hands playfully reaching towards Su Qianxue's chest. So, will you take my bet? Su Qianxue quickly shielded herself. What are the terms of the bet? It's quite simple. If Ning-chan makes a name for himself in Jiangsheng within a month, then I win. You will marry him and become his wife. How about that? Dan Rou said with a grin. Su Qianxue's heart raced with anxiety. Ro couldn't he possibly know that I also hold a marriage certificate with Ning-chan? Could she? So what do you say? Will you take the bet? Dan Rou pressed, while continuously teasing. Unable to withstand the playful assault, Su Qianxue finally relented with a smile. All right, I accept. But let us be clear, you cannot use the Dan family's influence to assist him. Also, if he fails to achieve his goal within a month, you must promptly break off the engagement and stop wasting time. Deal, Dan Rou replied cheerfully. Chapter 12. The Wedding on the Cruise Ship in the Depths of the Night. In the kitchen, Ning-chan slowly withdrew his hands, having nearly exhausted all his spiritual energy. Yet his eyes sparkled with joy. In front of him lay 3 small, round elixirs, emanating a fragrant aroma and brimming with rich spiritual energy. This qi gathering pill, which could be refined without old medicinal materials, had finally been completed. The pile of medicinal materials worth hundreds of thousands had been distilled into just 3 qi gathering pills. Indeed, alchemy is a costly endeavor. Ning Chun, exhilarated, took the pills back to his room and swallowed one. He immediately sat cross-legged and began his cultivation. Time flowed steadily, and before long, dawn broke. With a long exhale, Ning Chun opened his eyes, radiating confidence. Thanks to the 3 qi gathering pills, he had now reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. The following afternoon, at He Lin's residence, He Lin, Wang Mingfeng, He Jinxiang, and Jiang Xiuping were fervently discussing wedding plans. The ceremony was to be held on the luxurious Elizabeth cruise ship. The Elizabeth is the epitome of opulence in Jiangsheng, surpassing even 5-star hotels by tenfold. Moreover, it is owned by the Dan family, the undisputed leading aristocracy of Jiangsheng, a family whose mere footfall can stir the entire city. 6 months prior, the Dan family had relocated to the provincial capital of Chuzhou, yet their status in Jiangsheng remained unshakable. Mingfeng, should we invite the eldest daughter of the Dan family to our wedding? Jiang Xiuping inquired, brimming with vanity. The eldest daughter of the Dan family is my good friend. Since we are holding our wedding on their cruise ship, it's only natural to invite her. Wang Mingfeng boasted, though his expression belied his confidence. For how could he possibly secure an invitation for her? That would be wonderful, darling. If the eldest daughter attends our wedding, we would have unmatched prestige. Perhaps I could even become friends with her. He exclaimed eagerly. Why don't we head to the cruise ship now and see if we can encounter her to deliver the invitation? He oblivious to Wang Mingfeng's discomfort, continued with excitement. Ahem. All right. Wang Mingfeng conceded reluctantly. By the way, Mingfeng, if you get the chance, could you mention to her the situation with Xiao Jiang's DUI incident? He Jinxiang reminded. Rest assured, I'll ensure Xiao Jiang is acquitted. Wang Mingfeng declared confidently. You're amazing, darling. The wisest decision of my life was to leave Ning Chun and be with you. He gazed at him adoringly. Let us go to the Elizabeth. Meanwhile, Dan Ro arrived downstairs at Ning Chen's residence, driving a striking red Maserati, clad in a form-fitting red gown that accentuated her stunning silhouette, along with her exquisite features. She left Ning Chun momentarily speechless. What are you staring at? Dan Ro waved her delicate hand in front of him. Ahem. Ning Chun coughed to mask his embarrassment. It wasn't a lack of composure on his part. Rather, Dan Ro looked exceptionally enchanting today. Noticing Ning Chen's awkwardness, a smirk crept onto Dan Ro's lips. Realizing her charm had not faded. Soon, they arrived at the Elizabeth cruise ship, which stretched over 100 meters in length and towered several stories high, resembling a floating palace. From this day forward, Mr. Ning Chun, you are the new master of this vessel. Understood? Dan Ro instructed the ship's captain, Ouyang Hua. But it's only been 2 days since yesterday, Ning Chun replied hastily. Ouyang Hua, momentarily bewildered, quickly regained his composure. Yes, Miss Dan. Mr. Ning. After the instructions were given to Ouyang Hua, Dan Ro's phone rang, prompting her to step onto the deck to take the call. Ning Chun, left to his own devices, began to explore the ship out of curiosity. However, just a short while into his exploration, he unexpectedly encountered familiar faces, He Lin and Wang Mingfeng. Ning Chun, are you stalking me? You're utterly pathetic. He Lin immediately berated him upon sight. Stalking you? You're quite full of yourself, Ning Chun retorted coldly. Oomph. A penniless wretch like you dares to board the Elizabeth cruise ship without reason and claims it's not stalking me? I see. You must have regretted your decision after returning yesterday. Wanting to reconcile, right? Fine. If you apologize now and help my brother take the blame, I might give you a chance to remain my lapdog. How does that sound? He Lin concluded, casting a glance at Wang Mingfeng, signaling him not to be jealous. Ning Chun regarded He Lin with a look of disbelief, shaking his head. I must have been blind these past 3 years to be deceived by you. Just seeing you now makes me feel nauseous. You're the one who is disgusting. Your entire family is disgusting. You're merely fit to be my lapdog. He Lin screamed in fury. Ning, how dare you insult Lin Lin? I want to let you off easily. Wang Mingfeng shouted angrily, instinctively preparing to strike. Have you forgotten the beating you received yesterday? Is your memory that poor? Ning Chun mocked coldly. You little brat. This is the Elizabeth cruise ship. If you dare to act recklessly, I'll have the crew toss you into the river. Wang Mingfeng's face paled as he recalled Ning Chun's sudden increase in strength. If a fight ensued, he might not stand a chance. Then why don't you get lost? Ning Chun said icily. Damn you, Ning Chun. I won't stoop to your level today. We're here to deliver an invitation to the eldest daughter of the Dan family. Since she's not here, we'll take our leave for now. I'll find someone to teach you a lesson another day. Wang Mingfeng spat as he turned to leave. His concern was genuine. He feared encountering Dan Rou, who might refuse to accept his invitation. He then added, tomorrow, Mi Feng and I will hold our wedding here. The eldest daughter of the Dan family is expected to attend. After that, I will officially step into Jiangxing's elite society, far above the likes of you. Is that so? Well, let me inform you, your wedding tomorrow will not take place, Ning Chun sneered. Not take place? Huh, fool, you need to understand. This is the luxurious cruise ship Elizabeth belonging to the Dan family. You think just because you say it can't be done, it can't? Who do you think you are? If you have the guts, come to the wedding tomorrow. Huh, you worthless piece of trash. Wang Minfeng and He Lin left with harsh words. Watching their departing figures, Ning Chun couldn't help but smirk. Tomorrow's wedding is indeed something to anticipate. However, will Miss Dan also be attending? Chapter 13. True Self. Through joy and revenge, that despicable bastard Ning Chun must make connections with Miss Dan at tomorrow's wedding and ensure she introduces him to several influential figures to teach Wang Mingfeng a lesson, and then lock him up. Ideally, he would break his arms and legs and toss him onto the street as a beggar. He Lin and Wang Mingfeng were cursing as they made their way out, and when they reached the deck, they encountered Dan Rou, who had just finished a phone call. Miss Dan. Wang Mingfeng had only seen Dan Rou from a distance once before and tentatively called out. Dan Rou turned around, glanced at Wang Mingfeng and He Lin, and a smile that was neither here nor there appeared on her face. Is it really you? Miss Dan, I'm so delighted to see you. My name is Wang Mingfeng. I am from the Wang family. I saw you once before, and I am hosting a wedding tomorrow on the Elizabeth cruise ship. Here is an invitation. Could you honor us with your presence? Wang Mingfeng was so excited that he could hardly articulate his words. He Lin also blushed with excitement. Dan Rou nodded, looked at He Lin and Wang Mingfeng, took the invitation, and said lightly, so tomorrow is your wedding. I will attend. For the first time speaking closely with Dan Rou, Wang Mingfeng was flushed with excitement, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, Miss Dan. Dan Rou nodded, glanced at the invitation in her hand, and said with a hint of meaning, rest assured, I will definitely come tomorrow, and not only that, I will bring you a grand gift. With that, Dan Rou turned and left. Behind her, Wang Mingfeng and He Lin jumped up in excitement. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Miss Dan truly sees us differently. She not only confirmed her attendance at our wedding, but also mentioned a grand gift. We've struck gold, dear. We are now connected to the Dan family. What kind of gift could Miss Dan possibly bring us? How thrilling. Quick, let's think of what we should give her in return. Jewelry? Jade? Gold? Whatever it takes. We must secure the very best. Haha, we are indeed fortunate. Wang Mingfeng and He Lin left in high spirits. But He Lin glanced back at Dan Rou's retreating figure, feeling a sense of déjà vu, as if she had seen her somewhere before, but could not recall where. Dan Rou did not immediately return to the cruise ship, but went ashore for a while. When she returned, she was holding a bag and found Ning Chun. Ning Chun, I bought this suit for you. Dan Rou handed him the bag. Huh? Why'd you buy me clothes? Ning Chun was taken aback. There's a wedding on the cruise tomorrow, and I thought if you were attending, you should at least dress nicely, Dan Rou replied with a smile. Ning Chun felt somewhat awkward. He knew Dan Rou had seen through his intention to take revenge on He Lin and Wang Mingfeng. However, Dan Rou smiled and said, we are all ordinary people. It's only natural to have love and hate. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Besides, true self lies in joy and revenge. I support your retribution. Come on, try on this suit. After saying this, Dan Rou pressed the bag into Ning Chun's hands and pushed him into an empty room. Ning Chun could only smile bitterly and ultimately resigned himself to trying on the suit. It looked quite good. He appeared handsome and dashing. Dan Rou scrutinized him from head to toe, adjusted his collar, and praised him with a smile. Still, let's forget it. This suit is too expensive. Ning Chun attempted to take it off, having just seen the price tag, 500,000. Don't take it off, it looks great. Dan Rou insisted. I can't let you buy me such an expensive suit. Ning Chun shook his head resolutely. Who said I bought it for you? Didn't you choose to be the cruise owner for 3 days instead of being my boyfriend yesterday? I merely used a portion of that 1 million to buy this suit for you. Dan Ro replied with a smile. But later, didn't it turn back to being your boyfriend? Ning Chun blurted out. Huh, wasn't it pretending to be a boyfriend? So you actually want me to be your real boyfriend? Dan Ro teased with a triumphant expression, her beautiful eyes narrowing into slits of amusement. Cough, cough. Ning Chun stammered, feeling incredibly awkward. For a moment, he was confused about his position. Was he merely a pretend boyfriend or a real one? Or had he been overly sentimental? In any case, no matter what, you must wear this suit and cannot take it off. Dan Ro smiled. Ning Chun sighed in resignation and accepted the suit. Meanwhile, in a pristine bathtub, Su Qianxue soaked alone. Remembering the bet she made with Dan Ro last night, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and annoyance. If Ning Chun could make a name for himself in Jiang City within a month, she would marry him alongside Ro. What a joke. Ro had merely been ailing for a long time and happened to be cured by Ning Chun, leading her to become infatuated. She couldn't just stand by and watch her best friend be deceived. What's so special about this Ning Chun? Aside from having a good grandfather who somehow secured 10 marriage certificates, what else is commendable? 10 marriage certificates, back in ancient times, that would only allow for 3 wives and 4 concubines. Does he really think he can become an emperor with a harem? Ro too has been bewitched. Now she wants to drag her along. This blatant bet on a foolish man is utterly unreliable. No way. This situation cannot continue to develop. If Ning Chun wants to deceive other women, Su Qianxue wouldn't care. But if he tries to deceive her best friend Dan Ro, she certainly will not allow it. Chapter 14. Moral coercion on the other side. After disembarking from the cruise, Dan Ro had something urgent to attend to, leaving Ning Chun to walk back alone with the suit. Ning Chun, as he passed through a secluded path, a shadowy figure suddenly lowered their voice and called out to him. Ning Chun looked up and was surprised to see He Lin's brother. He Gang? Aren't you in jail for driving under the influence and killing someone? Ning Chun frowned. Shh, lower your voice. Those people want to catch me. But it's not that easy, He Gang said proudly. Ning Chun replied. So you're avoiding capture? Why are you looking for me? He Gang retorted angrily. What do you mean why? What do you think I want with you? You want me to take the blame for you? Ning Chun looked at He Gang as if he were an idiot. Looks like you're not completely foolish. Hurry up and go to the police station to confess, saying that it was you who drove drunk and killed someone that night. He Gang insisted shamelessly. He Gang, do you really think I'm that stupid? Ning Chun scoffed. He Gang was furious. What? You won't do it? Ning, you dog. Not only do you have the audacity, but you also have the heart of a wolf. If you don't take the blame for me, you're not human. Why should I take the blame for you? Ning Chun replied impatiently. Because you were my sister's boyfriend for 3 years. Because you owe my sister 3 years of lost youth. Because you slept with my sister for 3 years. He Gang said indignantly. Ning Chun coldly replied. He Gang, you got it all wrong. I was merely deceived by your sister for 3 years. I owe her nothing, and I have never touched her. Having said that, Ning Chun turned to leave. He Gang was suddenly agitated, leaping to intercept Ning Chun, his voice low yet furious. Ning, you heartless wretch, if you refuse to help me take the blame today, I shall not let you leave. Ning Chun replied coldly. If you believe you can stop me, then by all means give it a try. With that, he attempted to push He Gang aside. At that moment, a sleek black Maybach with a Beijing license plate came to a halt by the roadside. The door swung open, revealing a tall, stunningly beautiful young woman exuding an air of nobility. Su Qianxue. After a bath, her anger had only intensified, and she had come specifically to find Ning Chun. Upon seeing Su Qianxue, He Gang, fearing exposure, turned and fled without a trace. Su Qianxue approached Ning Chun, scrutinizing the bag he held. The garments within that bag are not inexpensive, are they? She remarked pointedly. Indeed, this outfit costs 500,000, Ning Chun responded. Did you purchase it yourself? She inquired. No, it was purchased by Miss Dan, he replied. Su Qianxue shook her head, disappointment washing over her. Ning Chun truly was avaricious. After narrowly curing Dan Ro, he had immediately chosen a cruise and $1 million. When Dan Ro used the $1 million to buy medicinal materials, he had then persuaded her to buy him 500,000 worth of clothing. Was that person your ex-girlfriend's brother? Su Qianxue asked again. Yes, Ning Chun confirmed. I noticed his flustered demeanor. It appeared he was in some trouble. Was he seeking your assistance, which you declined? Su Qianxue questioned. Precisely, Ning Chun nodded. Su Qianxue's disappointment deepened, and she candidly expressed, Ning Chun, I initially thought you were merely inept. But now I realize you are not only inept, but also greedy and devoid of loyalty. How can I allow Ro to be with someone like you? Forget it. Ro has made a poor choice. I shall ensure she is protected from you, and you may never swindle a single cent from her again. Ning Chen's brows furrowed at Su Qinshue's words, and he retorted without reservation, Miss Su, we are not acquainted, and you know nothing of me. You took the marriage certificate from me and annulled our engagement without difficulty. Yet you presume to judge me as inept, greedy, and unprincipled? Do you truly know me? You know nothing. So how can you stand in judgment over others? You. Su Qinshu was taken aback by Ning Chen's unexpected rebuttal. As the esteemed daughter of the Su family, she was accustomed to being revered or respected, yet she had never been treated with such bluntness. I am thoroughly disappointed in you. I am relieved to have broken off our engagement, and I swear I will not allow you to deceive Ro, she proclaimed angrily. Ning Chen shook his head, replying, Miss Su, your disappointment in me holds no significance. I may have been inept in the past, but I shall not be so in the future. My need for money does not equate to greed. My refusal to assist He Gang in taking the blame does not stem from a lack of loyalty. Miss Su, you lack the authority to judge matters and individuals you do not understand, nor do you have the right to speak on behalf of others. With that, Ning Chen disregarded Su Qinshu entirely, turning to leave. You. Su Qinshu trembled with rage, muttering to herself, Ro. Is this the man you admire? The one you bet with me you would marry? You're my best friend, and I cannot permit you to stray down the wrong path. Ning Chen, you claim I do not understand you and therefore lack the right to judge you? Very well. I shall endeavor to understand you better, and then I will return to judge you. With a huff, Su Qinshu entered the Maybach and drove off in the direction where He Gang had vanished. To comprehend Ning Chen, who better to inquire than He Gang? However, after searching for a considerable time, Su Qinshu could not locate He Gang and reluctantly returned to Dan Ro's villa. Upon arrival, she discovered Dan Ro trying on a stunning red evening gown. Oh, Ro, why are you dressed so beautifully? Are you attending some grand event? Cool, let me measure your figure. Su Qinshu exclaimed, taking in the sight. Tomorrow my boyfriend's ex is having a wedding, and I plan to support him, Dan Ro replied, adjusting the gown before the mirror, grinning. Your boyfriend? Where did you get a boyfriend? Wait, you mean? Ning Chen, Su Qiangsui gasped in disbelief. Bingo. Correct. 10 points. Dan Ro laughed. You. Ro, please tell me you were joking. You intend to show up like this to support Ning Chen? Are you not afraid of misunderstandings? Su Qinshu exclaimed. Dan Ro smiled slightly. It would be better if there were misunderstandings. I plan to announce our relationship. What? You? With whom? What relationship? Ro, have you lost your mind? Su Qinshu's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 15. The wedding commences the following day. Su Qinshu set out early in her car, determined to utilize the Su family's resources to locate He Gang, having failed to find him the day before. She must discover the true nature of Ning Chen before the wretched wedding, thus preventing Dan Ro from making a foolish decision. Early in the morning, Wang Mingfeng dispatched someone to deliver an invitation to Ning Chen, the front of which bore his handwriting. Fool, did you not say you would prevent my wedding? Kulme. The reverse was inscribed in He Lin's handwriting. Useless Ning Chen, today is my joyous day, considering you have been my devoted servant for 3 years. I invite you to witness the union between Mingfeng and me. Will you dare to come? Ning Chen tore the invitation into shreds and discarded it in the trash. Wang Mingfeng, He Lin, I shall attend your wedding, but rest assured, your wedding shall not take place. By noon, the luxurious Elizabeth cruise ship was teeming with guests. Many elusive tycoons had gathered, all there to attend the wedding of Wang Mingfeng and He Lin. Undoubtedly, Wang Mingfeng could not possibly attract such affluent guests on his own. They were drawn by the news of Miss Dan's attendance and the promise of a grand gift. This was remarkable. The Dan family was the foremost family in Jiangsheng. Yet Princess Dan Ro rarely made public appearances. Her presence at this wedding signified its extraordinary nature. Attendance was a must. Thus, a significant portion of Jiangsheng's elite had arrived. Amidst the anticipation, the groom Wang Mingfeng and bride He Lin made their entrance. He Lin donned a pure white wedding gown, radiating beauty, her exquisite bridal makeup enhancing her allure. Wang Mingfeng was impeccably dressed, his hair slicked back, his face glowing with elation. This was not merely a day of matrimony. It was a moment of triumph, a day of recognition from the Dan family. when the Dan family's esteemed daughter arrived bearing gifts. It would mark the launch of his prosperous future. Soon, guests began presenting their gifts. Young Master Wong, congratulations on your marriage. May you have a bountiful offspring. The Su family offered gold bars weighing 999 grams, wishing the couple joy and a harmonious union. The Zhao family presented 2 jade kylins, symbolizing prosperity and harmony. Just as the atmosphere brimmed with joy, the doors to the ship's hull burst open. A chilling voice cut through the revelry. Wang Mingfeng, He Lin, did I not say yesterday that your wedding cannot proceed today? The voice, though not loud, clashed starkly with the jubilant atmosphere of the hall. Who dared to disrupt young Master Wang's wedding? This is no ordinary venue. This is the Elizabeth cruise ship, owned by the Dan family. Who does this fool think he is? All eyes turned toward the intruder, Ning Chun. Ning Chun, do you truly dare to cause a scene at my wedding with Lin Lin? You claim my wedding cannot proceed? I would like to inquire, by what authority do you believe my wedding cannot be held? You, Ning Chun, are merely a pathetic failure, a wretched sycophant. As for me, Wang Mingfeng, I am an existence you can only look up to with envy. Wang Mingfeng pointed at Ning Chun, bursting into laughter. He Lin also giggled, saying, Ning Chun, you pathetic sycophant, I invited you to witness my wedding with Mingfeng, and you actually came. What a sycophant to the bitter end. However, now that I am getting married, you are not even worthy to be my sycophant. Lin Lin continued, do you think he came today to mooch off us? How about this, since he is a sycophant, let us prepare some dog food for him, put in a bucket, and let him eat in the restroom. Yes, since he is here, we must ensure he leaves thoroughly fed. Wang Mingfeng and He Lin openly mocked him, while the guests began to speculate about Ning Chen's identity. Watching him like a spectacle, Ning Chen remained calm and simply stated, I will say it once more, your wedding cannot proceed. Wang Mingfeng immediately became furious, but, wary of Ning Chen's abilities, pointed at him and shouted, Fool, besides dreaming foolishly and spewing nonsense, what else can you do? You truly believe you can prevent my wedding? I will not even need to lift a finger against you. My mere words can ensure you cannot survive in Jiangsheng. After declaring this, Wang Mingfeng turned to the assembled guests, clasping his hands together, and announced, Ladies and gentlemen, today is a momentous occasion for me, Wang Mingfeng. Soon, Miss Dan will personally grace us with her presence. This troublemaker, Ning Chun, is merely a former sycophant of my wife, insignificant yet disgusting. Hence, I dare to request your assistance. Please blacklist Ning Chun, ensuring he cannot survive in Jiangsheng. Wang Mingfeng exuded confidence, believing the guests would undoubtedly support him, especially with Miss Dan attending his wedding. He was regarded as a person of merit by her, far beyond the reach of this worthless Ning Chun. Chapter 16. Encountering the owner of the Elizabeth, Wang Mingfeng initially lacked such prestige, but with Miss Dan attending the wedding, his status instantly elevated. After a brief moment of hesitation, the guests began to speak up. A certain Lu declared, I am responsible for all delivery and errand services in Jiangsheng. Since young Master Wang has made this request, I hereby announce that all platforms I manage will permanently deny service to Ning Chun, including deliveries and couriers. Furthermore, he will not be able to work as a delivery rider through my services. A robust middle-aged man stood up, exclaiming loudly. Another elder, who held significant sway within the Jiangsheng banking system, added, Since young Master Wang has spoken, I too shall assist. While I cannot aid in every regard, I can certainly influence the banks. I will have all of Ning Chen's bank cards frozen and place him on the blacklist of all banks in Jiangsheng. He will no longer be able to deposit a single cent, and his funds will be inaccessible due to technical issues. I hold shares in nearly all property companies in Jiangsheng. Another guest chimed in, I can ensure that Ning Chen's home is permanently cut off from water, electricity, and gas. Yet another guest stated, I also possess some influence with major telecommunications companies. I will have Ning Chen's phone number permanently deactivated and blacklist him, ensuring he can never use a phone again. My family may lack in many areas, but we do have numerous bodyguards. I shall assign a few to follow Ning Chun everywhere. He will find it impossible to make purchases, secure employment, or find transportation. Laughter erupted among the crowd. The wealthy guests realized that their combined influence could indeed render Ning Chun unable to survive in Jiangsheng. No deliveries, no way to earn as a rider, bank cards frozen, utilities cut off, phone permanently deactivated, surrounded by constant protection. How could one live under such circumstances? Truly, a complete obliteration. Wang Mingfeng laughed heartily, filled with pride. Ning Chun gazed at him serenely, a mocking smile gracing his lips. This smile further incensed Wang Mingfeng, who sneered, Ning Chun, what I have just described will ensure you cannot survive in the future. Now, I shall make it so you cannot survive immediately. Wang Mingfeng shouted towards the entrance of the hall, Captain Ouyang, throw this garbage, Ning Chun, off the ship and into the river. Bang, bang, bang. As Wang Mingfeng's words echoed, all the spotlights in the hall illuminated Ning Chun. Suddenly, a middle-aged man, flanked by over 100 burly sailors, marched in unison. The man leading them was Captain Ouyang, the commander of the luxurious Elizabeth cruise ship. The guests exchanged glances, their faces beaming with smiles as they regarded Captain Ouyang. In this grand vessel, besides Miss Dan, the captain held the ultimate authority. He could dispose of anyone he deemed unworthy. Yet, was it truly necessary for Captain Ouyang to bring so many sailors just to throw out one Ning Chun? The guests exchanged puzzled looks. In the next moment, amidst the bewildered gazes of Wang Mingfeng, Helin, and all the guests, Captain Ouyang approached Ning Chun, leading his row of sailors to stand at attention before him. Ning Chun, I wonder if you know how to swim? Helin jeered, pointing at Ning Chun with malicious glee. Captain Ouyang is about to toss you overboard. But considering you have been my sycophant for so long, I might throw you a life buoy. Ning Chun, your presence here today is a self-inflicted humiliation. You a mere wretch, have no right to step foot on the noble Elizabeth cruise ship, much like a stray dog has no place in the living room. Wang Mingfeng exclaimed, Captain Ouyang, please dispose of this worthless garbage. Otherwise, when Miss Dan arrives and sees such filth on board, she will surely be displeased. Wang Mingfeng's words prompted the guests to nod in agreement. No wonder Captain Ouyang was in such a hurry, bringing so many sailors. He feared the arrival of Miss Dan would be marred by the presence of Ning Chun. The guests looked at Ning Chun with pity. If the earlier collective efforts to ostracize Ning Chun merely meant he would struggle to survive in Jiangshan, Captain Ouyang's intervention on behalf of the Dan family likely meant he would no longer survive at all. Facing the sympathetic gazes of the crowd, Ning Chun remained composed, simply gazing back at Captain Ouyang. In the next moment, all eyes were on him as Captain Ouyang suddenly bowed deeply and proclaimed, Captain Ouyang, at your service. The 100 sailors followed suit, bowing in unison, at your service, Master of the Elizabeth. Chapter 17, Smash. The words of Captain Ouyang landed like a bombshell, causing the assembled guests to stare in disbelief, eyes wide open. Wang Mingfeng felt as if he were hallucinating, while Lin stood there, mouth agape like a fool. Master? What on earth is happening? Has Ouyang Hua lost his mind? Is Guan Ningchen calling him master? Are these sailors insane? Is Guan Ningchen referring to the owner of the Elizabeth? Isn't the owner of this luxurious cruise ship Miss Dan? How has it become Ningchen? This is utterly absurd. How can anyone believe it? At this moment, Ningchen glanced at Wang Mingfeng and Helin, calmly stating, I told you your wedding could not proceed. Do you now believe it? No, I refuse to believe it. Helin shrieked, Ningchen, you are a worthless, impoverished wretch. How could you possibly be the owner of the Elizabeth? I do not believe it. I absolutely refuse to believe it. Captain Ouyang, you must be joking. Surely you jest. Wang Mingfeng's face was a mix of tears and laughter, clinging to the last shred of hope as he looked at Ouyang Hua. What nonsense! Who is joking with you? Mr. Ning is indeed the owner of the Elizabeth. This is an undeniable truth. Ouyang Hua shouted angrily, then turned respectfully to Ningchen, asking, What shall we do next, Mr. Ning? Ningchen replied coolly, Smash. Understood. Ouyang Hua responded loudly, then turned to the 100 sailors, commanding them to smash. Destroy everything here. The sailors responded in unison, yes. In the next moment, they scattered in all directions. Some rushed to the entrance, tearing down the massive wedding photo. Others went to the sides, throwing and trampling the floral arrangements and balloons. A group stormed the center, overturning tables laden with feasts. Some ascended the platform, shattering the champagne tower. The grand wedding venue was instantly transformed into a scene of chaos, resembling a desolate ruin. At last, everyone understood why Ouyang Hua had brought so many sailors. No, stop. Don't do this. Step aside. Please step aside. It's over, all over, my wedding, my wedding. Helin wailed in despair, her voice breaking into tears. Damn Ningchen. He Jinxiang and Jiang Xiuping rushed forward, furious to confront Ningchen, but were swiftly pushed to the ground by several sailors. Wang Mingfeng's face turned crimson. trembling with rage and confusion, still unable to comprehend how everything had spiraled into chaos. Observing Wang Mingfeng and the He family's dismay, Ningchen felt a sense of relief and clarity. Indeed, the notion of sparing someone when mercy is warranted is mere folly. In this life, one should seek to indulge in swift retribution. Stop! Everyone halt! Wang Mingfeng could no longer contain himself, charging forward, his eyes aflame with fury as he shouted, Ning, I don't know how you managed to bribe Ouyang Hua to stage this charade, to bring down my wedding, but do you think you've won? I tell you, you are dreaming. Wang Mingfeng, will turn this around. Oh, you will turn around? On what grounds do you claim this? Pray tell. Ningchen replied with a cold smirk. On the grounds of Miss Dan, Wang Mingfeng exclaimed, his countenance regaining some semblance of triumph. Miss Dan never makes promises lightly, but she has assured me she would attend this wedding. Furthermore, she mentioned she would present me with a grand gift. Miss Dan is on her way. You, Ningchen, colluded with Ouyang Hua, masquerading as the owner of the Elizabeth. Once Miss Dan arrives, you shall meet your demise. He Lin's eyes lit up, pointing at Ningchen as she scolded. Indeed, Miss Dan is the true owner of this luxurious cruise ship. Once she arrives, she will certainly cast you into the river. Is that so? Ningchen regarded Wang Mingfeng and He Lin with a look of derision. Just then, a booming voice echoed from outside the hall. Miss Dan has arrived. In an instant, everyone turned to the entrance. There stood Dan Ro, resplendent in a striking red evening gown, gliding forward like a celestial being descended from the heavens, akin to a goddess from myth arriving on earth. Miss Dan is truly stunning. She is undoubtedly the most beautiful flower in Jiangsheng. I feel utterly inadequate in her presence. The guests could not help but express their admiration, their gazes following Dan Ro. Even Ningchen found himself unable to look away, captivated by her extraordinary beauty. Miss Dan, Wang Mingfeng and He Lin rushed forward, their hearts heavy with grievance, waiting for her to deliver justice against Ningchen. Yet, in the next moment, Dan Ro completely disregarded them. Walking straight up to Ningchen, smiling, I apologize for my tardiness. No worries. Thank you for coming to my aid. Ningchen nodded. Is my appearance today not embarrassing for you? Dan Ro teased, her ambiguous words causing a flush to rise on Ningchen's face. Although Dan Ro had not explicitly informed Ningchen of her arrival, her visit was anticipated after she had encouraged him to seek vengeance the day before. Their exchange left the guests in stunned silence. They had expected Dan Ro to support Wang Mingfeng, yet here she was displaying such intimacy with Ningchen and professing her allegiance to him. Wang Mingfeng and He Lin were even more bewildered. Miss Dan, were you not here to attend our wedding? Miss Dan, how do you know this worthless Ningchen? Weren't you here to assist us? Didn't you promise us a grand gift? They queried, a mix of indignation and hope in their voices. Dan Ro glanced at Wang Mingfeng and He Lin, her tone icy as she replied, I did indeed say I would attend your wedding, but I never stated I would assist you. I am here to support Ningchen. I also mentioned I would present you with a grand gift. That gift is, since you were just plotting to have Ningchen blacklisted in Jiangsheng, my gift is that the Dan family will blacklist you in Jiangsheng. You will find it impossible to survive here. As she declared this, her gaze swept over the guests, her voice sharp. It seemed someone intended to assist in blacklisting Ningchen. I, Dan Ro, hereby declare, to blacklist Ningchen is to oppose the Dan family. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Everyone was rendered speechless by Dan Ro's audacity. After a moment, the guests collectively reacted. Miss Dan, we were mistaken. Wang Mingfeng was acting under your banner, which is why we were deceived. We were wrong. We retract our previous statements and will proceed to blacklist Wang Mingfeng. Let all delivery and courier services in Jiangsheng permanently blacklist Wang Mingfeng and He Lin. Miss Dan, please do not be angry. I will have the bank freeze Wang Mingfeng and He Lin's accounts. I will ensure their utilities are cut off. Suddenly, the tide had turned. Those who had stood by Wang Mingfeng now renounced him, declaring their intent to blacklist him and He Lin, effectively cutting off their means of survival. At this moment, Wang Mingfeng and He Lin wore expressions more grotesque than if they had ingested poison. Why, Miss Dan, Ningchen is merely a worthless, impoverished wretch. Why do you assist him? Wang Mingfeng's eyes were bloodshot. He Lin's face was contorted with rage as she shouted at Dan Ro. The guests, too, turned their attention to her, eager to understand the reason behind this unforeseen alliance. Under the scrutiny of all, Dan Ro gazed lovingly at Ningchen. her smile radiant as she declared, "Because Ningchen is my boyfriend." Chapter 19. My boyfriend Ning Chan. Shan Ro's words left Lin and Wang Mingfeng initially pale, followed by expressions of shock and disbelief. Other guests also sensed the gravity of the situation. Shan Ro had declared, "My boyfriend? My boyfriend?" This was extraordinary. The esteemed young lady from the Shan family had always been single, ruthlessly rejecting the advances of countless suitors from the elite of Jiang City. Now, she claimed to have a boyfriend? Indeed, I must express my gratitude to Lin and Wang Mingfeng. Without their meddling, how could I have acquired such a remarkable boyfriend as Ning Chun? On the elevated platform, Shan Ro boldly declared once more, "Miss Shan, you cannot be serious. That worthless Ning Chun is your boyfriend? This is impossible." Wang Mingfeng exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted. "No way. I refuse to believe it. Ning Chun is merely a discarded waste. Someone I cast aside. How could he possibly be your boyfriend?" Lin's face contorted in a manner that suggested she had ingested something foul. The crowd erupted in fervent chatter, realizing the truth. Ning Chun was indeed Lin's former boyfriend, whom she had taken for granted while engaging in an affair with Wang Mingfeng. Now, Ning Chun had transformed into Miss Shan's romantic partner. What a twist of fate. Who exactly was this Ning Chun that he had captured the attention of the esteemed Shan Miss? Lin must be blind to have let him slip away. As the audience buzzed with speculation, Shan Ro descended from the platform to stand beside Ning Chun, affectionately linking her arm with his. She continued, "The reason I am here today is to formally introduce him to you all. His name is Ning Chun. He is my boyfriend." Upon finishing, Shan Ro turned to Ning Chun, her smile radiating warmth. Clad in a shirt and suit she had chosen for him, Ning Chun appeared both modest and handsome, albeit slightly nervous. Admittedly, he had never participated in such a gathering before, let alone become the center of attention. Previously, he had lived on the fringes of society, so it was natural for him to feel anxious. However, upon noticing the encouragement in Shan Ro's gaze, he quickly regained his composure. Having inherited his grandfather's legacy, he possessed medical skills, magical abilities, and even the art of cultivation. These facets instilled in him a sense of confidence. Why should he feel apprehensive? After all, he was merely pretending to be Miss Shan's boyfriend. What was there to be nervous about? It became clear that Miss Shan was not attending Wang Mingfeng and Lin's wedding, but rather introducing her boyfriend, Ning Chun. Ning Chun? Who was he to have won the favor of the esteemed Shan Miss? It seemed to be a stroke of luck from a past life. Strangely, I had never heard of a prominent family named Ning in Jiang City. Even throughout Jiang province, there appeared to be none. The guests fixated their attention on Ning Chun, engaged in continuous discourse. "Look, there's something on your face." At that moment, Shan Ro stood on her tiptoes and gently wiped a smudge from Ning Chen's cheek. It was a drop of red wine that had splashed on him during the raucous entrance of Ouyang Hua and his entourage. The guests were taken aback. For Miss Shan to personally clean Ning Chen's face in front of everyone, he must be no ordinary person. Initially, some guests suspected that Shan Ro had merely found a fake boyfriend as a decoy, but this action dispelled all doubts. Meanwhile, Lin and Wang Mingfeng, witnessing the scene, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Could it be that Ning Chun was truly Miss Shan's boyfriend? Would they truly face total ostracism? Chapter 20. An eye for an eye. Wang Mingfeng and Lin were indeed reckless, daring to challenge the boyfriend of Miss Shan. Their earlier treatment of Ning Chun had now brought swift retribution. Truly, what goes around comes around. The murmurs of the crowd acted as slaps against Lin's face, reddening her cheeks to a deep hue, her legs growing weak as her body trembled uncontrollably. "Miss, you must be deceived by that worthless Ning Chun. He is nothing but refuse. Do not let his sweet words lead you astray. How could you allow him to be your boyfriend?" Lin shouted in despair. She had discarded Ning Chun as if he were trash, yet here was Miss Shan, eagerly claiming him as treasure. The Shan family was the most prestigious in Jiang City. How could their daughter, Shan Ro, possibly be interested in someone like Ning Chun? What was happening? "No, you are mistaken." Shan Ro replied with a slight smile directed at Lin. "You label Ning Chun as worthless and refuse, yet it is you who lacks vision, unable to see his true worth. You discarded such a fine man while elevating someone like Wang Mingfeng to treasure status. It is simply nonsensical. Regardless, I must thank you for bringing Ning Chun to me, allowing me the opportunity to be his girlfriend." Shan Ro's words left Lin in utter confusion, her mind a tangled mess. Wang Mingfeng suddenly realized that Shanro had accepted his invitation not out of goodwill, but rather to avenge Ning Chun and humiliate both him and Helin. How foolish he had been to think he had drawn Shanro's favor. The wedding had transformed into a monumental disgrace, putting them at risk of being ostracized from all of Jiang City. Wang Mingfeng was filled with regret. At that moment, Ouyang Hua and his crew approached, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Ning, Miss Shan, how shall we deal with these two?" he inquired. "Shall we simply break their limbs and toss them into the river to fend for themselves?" Ouyang Hua, as captain of the Elizabeth, had once been a pirate, exuding a fierce aura that was hard to suppress. Upon hearing this, Wang Mingfeng's heart sank, his back growing cold as he trembled uncontrollably. "No, please do not break my limbs," he pleaded, his legs shaking as a foul liquid uncontrollably pooled beneath him, the stench quickly spreading. The guests recoiled, covering their noses and stepping back, casting disgusted glances at Wang Mingfeng. At that moment, he could care less about his dignity. He fell to his knees, pleading loudly to Ning Chun and Shanro. "Ning Chun, Miss Shan, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Do not break my limbs. Just let me go." Helin, trembling in fear, begged, "Ning Chun, we shared 3 years together. Can you truly bear to break my limbs? Please do not." "Ning Chun, how do you wish to handle them?" Shanro asked softly, her gaze turning to him. Ning Chun looked at Helin and Wang Mingfeng, his expression shifting. Chapter 21. The arrival of Su Qinshue Helin. "The past 3 years were a mistake on my part. From now on, our ties are severed. Leave," Ning Chun uttered coldly, then addressed Ouyang Hua. "Throw them off the ship." After a pause, he added, "and toss down a life ring." "Understood." Ouyang Hua nodded, rallying the crew to seize Wang Mingfeng and Helin, hauling them onto the deck and tossing them into the river. With 2 splashes, the newlyweds found themselves soaked to the bone. Had it not been for the subsequent life rings thrown to them, they might have truly drowned. Regarding He Jianxiang and Jiang Xiuping, Ning Chun instructed someone to forcibly remove them from the cruise ship and cast them onto the shore. Subsequently, the guests did not leave. Ouyang Hua had already prepared a larger banquet hall on the upper deck of the cruise ship, where everyone moved to continue the festivities. Naturally, the new focus of the banquet was no longer Wang Mingfeng and Helin, but rather Shanro and Ning Chun. In the new banquet hall, all eyes once again turned to Shanro and Ning Chun. The hall fell silent. "Ning Chun, do you have anything you wish to say?" Shanro suddenly smiled and addressed Ning Chun. What should I say?" Ning Chun felt somewhat anxious, caught off guard. He had merely come to pretend to be Shanro's boyfriend. So what was there to say? Shanro leaned in affectionately, whispering in a tone only they could hear, "Just think, if you truly were my boyfriend, what would you want to say?" Her breath was fragrant, momentarily dazing Ning Chun. Looking at the faint expectation on Shanro's face, he found himself genuinely contemplating, what if he could indeed be Shanro's boyfriend? Ning Chun took a deep breath, nodded at Shanro, then turned to face all the guests present, stating in a clear voice, "My name is Ning Chun. I am Shanro's boyfriend. I will treat Shanro well." After delivering his words, Ning Chun fell silent. A hush enveloped the room. Clearly, his speech left the audience feeling somewhat awkward. It was too ordinary, too straightforward. Well said, Mr. Ning." At that moment, a young man in the crowd suddenly clapped vigorously, exclaiming his approval. His name was Su Hai, the son of the Su family head from Jiangcheng. The Su family was one of the 3 largest families in Jiangcheng, aside from the Shan family. Su Hai had long been seeking an opportunity to befriend Shanro, and now he seized the moment to flatter her. Other guests, influenced by Su Hai, began chiming in. "Indeed, well said, young man. Full of vigor and confidence. Splendid. Mr. Ning is quite handsome, a perfect match for Miss Shan." Although the crowd offered their praises, it was evident that their compliments were not genuinely directed at Ning Chun, but rather were made to please Shanro. "Do you feel somewhat wronged?" The thoughts of the crowd did not escape Shanro's keen observation, and she quietly said to Ning Chun. Ning Chun shook his head and replied earnestly, "I do not feel wronged. I understand that one must rely on oneself. Only by possessing true skills will others truly respect you." His words earned Shanro's admiration, increasing her satisfaction with him. Just then, the door to the hall was abruptly pushed open, and Su Qinshue strode in wearing high heels. Her pretty face was frosty as she quickly approached Shanro, her gaze fixed intently on Ning Chun. The guests began to speculate about the identity of this extraordinarily beautiful woman. Su Qinshue had just returned from questioning He Gang and was furious. Half an hour prior, she had approached He Gang to inquire about Ning Chun, and He Gang had painted a grim picture, describing Ning Chun as a good-for-nothing, devoid of conscience, who had lived off the He family for 3 years, spending their money, abusing their family members, and seeking relationships outside, leaving He Lin with no choice but to break up with him. In essence, the cunning He Gang had used every negative term at his disposal to characterize Ning Chun. Su Qinxue, having believed him, was now seething. Ning Chun Yu. At that moment, under the gazes of all, Su Qinxue was about to utter the word scumbag. Just in time, Shan Ro called out loudly, halting Su Qinxue, then smilingly introduced her to the guests. Allow me to introduce, this is my best friend, Su Qinxue, who is as important to me as my boyfriend, Ning Chun. Instantly, several guests greeted Su Qinxue. Su Hai, upon catching sight of Su Qinxue's appearance, was taken aback. Su Qinxue was not from Jiangcheng, and among the guests, very few recognized her. However, Su Hai did. He knew that Su Qinxue was the princess of the Su family from the capital, an identity and status beyond imagination. Su Qinxue, biting her silver teeth, had intended to erupt on the spot and expose Ning Chen's scumbag nature, but under Shan Ro's pleading gaze, she reluctantly held back. Shan Ro had just publicly announced Ning Chen's status as her boyfriend. If she were to immediately declare him a scumbag, it would not reflect well on Shan Ro. She would have to devise another plan later. Su Qinxue cast a hidden, sharp glare at Ning Chun. As Ning Chun, Shan Ro, and Su Qinxue stood together, guests soon approached to toast. The quickest to act was Su Hai. Miss Shan, I have long wished to befriend you. I finally have the opportunity today. Let me raise a glass to you, wishing you eternal youth and beauty. Su Hai said with a beaming smile. Thank you for your kind intentions, Su Xiao. Ning Chun. This is Su Hai, the eldest son of the Su family, one of the top 3 families in Jiangcheng. Shan Ro smiled, ensuring to introduce him to Ning Chun at once. Hello, Su Gongzi. Ning Chun greeted him and then grasped Su Hai's wrist, staring intently. Su brother, what is the matter? Su Hai felt a bit unnerved under Ning Chen's gaze. Su Gongzi, how is your health lately? Have you experienced any unusual symptoms? Ning Chun suddenly inquired. Su Hai chuckled. Ning brother, so you are a doctor? I have been feeling quite well lately, bursting with energy, one might say. Su Hai subtly withdrew his hand, but Ning Chun seized the small jade pendant tied to his wrist. Ning Chun furrowed his brow, then abruptly pulled the small jade pendant off Su Hai's wrist. Su Hai was momentarily taken aback, then responded with annoyance. Ning brother, what do you mean by this? If you like the pendant, I can gift you one, but there is no need to be so direct. Although Su Hai aimed to befriend Shan Ro, he was still a young master from one of Jiangcheng's top families, and Ning Chen's impolite action had irked him. Not only Su Hai, even Shan Ro and Su Qinxue looked at Ning Chun with puzzled expressions. Ning Chen examined the jade pendant closely, then looked up at Su Hai, saying, Su Gongzi, since you feel so energetic, how about your family? Has anyone experienced any peculiar ailments? Su Hai replied coldly, Ning brother, no need for your concern. My family is in excellent health. As for this pendant, it was a gift from my father, so I cannot give it to you. After saying this, Su Hai snatched the pendant back from Ning Chun, his expression darkening. Ning Chun quickly interjected. Su Gongzi, my intention is that this pendant may have issues. It is a mother and child jade pendant. Indeed, it is a mother and child jade pendant. The other piece is with my father, so I cannot gift this to you. But don't worry, I will buy you another valuable jade pendant in a few days. However, Ning brother, as Miss Shan's boyfriend, you should not lack for jade pendants, right? Su Hai's displeasure was evident, and a hint of sarcasm crept into his tone. Had it not been for Shan Ro and Su Qinxue, he might have lost his temper. Ning Chun furrowed his brow again. He could clearly see a wisp of dark energy swirling within the pendant. This was undoubtedly not a good omen. Dan Jian is the younger brother of Dan Ro, and Su Hai's words reveal a sense of bewilderment. Logically, Dan Ro's public announcement of her boyfriend today is a significant event. How could there have been no news before today? Could it be? My father and brother are in the provincial capital, and I have not yet shared my relationship with Ning Chun with them. Dan Ro smiled. Oh, I see. Su Hai nodded, already formulating a plan in his mind. It appears that this Ning Chun is merely a fleeting infatuation for Dan Ro, and his future remains uncertain. At the very least, he has not received the approval of the Dan family, and it is even possible that they are entirely unaware of his existence. Su Hai cast a glance at Ning Chun, diminishing his assessment of him significantly, feeling a tinge of disdain. Subsequently, Su Hai exchanged pleasantries with Su Qianxue before finally departing with his wine glass in hand. As he was leaving, Ning Chun felt an uncomfortable sensation and remarked, "Su Gongzi, you might want to refrain from wearing that jade pendant. Otherwise, it could lead to trouble." "Huh, this jade pendant was a gift from my father. I am his only son. Would he ever wish me harm?" "Brother Ning, I don't buy into your mystical notions. Perhaps you should try to persuade someone else." Su Hai scoffed, barely concealing his derision before turning to leave. From their brief interaction, he was convinced that Ning Chun had somehow managed to charm Dan Ro with his cryptic words. However, such a deception could only last temporarily. Once Dan Ro sees through Ning Chun's true nature, he would be in for a grim fate. Su Hai's attitude left Ning Chun feeling somewhat awkward, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. "What's the matter? Can you not accept it? Do you feel belittled? Do you think they do not believe in you?" "It is no surprise. Those mystical utterances of yours are unlikely to deceive many," Su Qianxue remarked coolly, gently swirling her glass of red wine. Ning Chun shook his head, responding, "What is there to accept? I understand that for the people here, my sole identity is Miss Dan's boyfriend. They may outwardly respect me, but it is merely in consideration of Miss Dan. Only by proving my true capabilities can I earn their genuine respect and make them believe in my words." Ning Chen's words resonated with both Dan Ro and Su Qianxue. After consuming some red wine, Dan Ro appeared emboldened. Suddenly, with a blush, she half-teasingly asked Ning Chun, "Ning Chun, are you truly prepared to be my boyfriend? Or is it merely a fade?" Ning Chen took vridi. Dan Ro shook her head, saying, "What if I told you I intend to turn this act into reality?" "What?" Ning Chen's expression shifted dramatically. "Just tell me, will you or will you not?" Dan Ro mustidet harkarash. Difficult. Ning Chun swallowed hard, finding it hard to breathe. Ro, do not be deceived by him. I just spoke to He Lin's brother, He Gang, and he described Ning Chun as a scoundrel." Su Qianxue could no longer contain herself, lowering her voice to relay He Gang's disparaging remarks about Ning Chun. However, Dan Ro merely smiled dismissively. "Qianxue, judging a person is not about listening to others, but rather about feeling with one's own heart. My intuition tells me that Ning Chun is not that kind of person." But Su Qianxue wished to argue further. Yet she couldn't help but feel that Dan Ro's words held merit. She furrowed her brow, gazing at the visibly stirred Ning Chun, silently reflecting, "Could it be that I am truly mistaken?" Chapter 24. The boyfriend who turns pretense into reality in essence. Truth is but a guise, and the guise itself can embody truth. The line between the two is often blurred. Ning Chun, if you genuinely wish to be my authentic boyfriend, then you must strive. Of course, if you do not wish to. Dan Ro blushed as she continued. Ning Chen's heart surged with waves of happiness. Though he had sensed it before, he could not be certain. Yet now, with Dan Ro's words spoken aloud, their authenticity was beyond doubt. Dan Ro truly harbored feelings for him. She genuinely wanted him to be her boyfriend. With such a remarkable woman, what was there to hesitate over? "I wanna," Ning Chun exclaimed, his excitement spilling over. Dan Ro blinked, her eyes sparkling as she regarded Ning Chun, a radiant smile gracing her beautiful face. Then Ning Chun, "I hope you can prove to everyone that my choice was not in vain." "I will," Ning Chun affirmed, nodding vigorously. Ro. At that moment, a young man clad in a blue suit approached, greeting Dan Ro in a familiar tone. Upon seeing him, Dan Ro's expression darkened. Before the man could reach them, Su Qianxue quietly informed Ning Chun, "This person is Xia Yunfei, a member of the prominent Xia family in Jiangchen. He has pursued Ro for quite some time, and among the pests, he is the most bothersome." While Su Qianxue still harbored no fondness for Ning Chun, she considered that if he could fend off such nuisances for Dan Ro, it would be a case of utilizing waste. As they spoke, Xia Yunfei had already approached the group. "Xia Yunfei, please call me by my name, Dan Ro," she said, frowning. Xia Yunfei ignored her, instead sizing up Ning Chun before arrogantly declaring, "Listen well, lad named Ning, I'll offer you 100 million to keep your distance from Ro." Xia Yunfei's arrogance caused Dan Ro's expression to chill, ready to speak out. But Su Qianxue discreetly tugged at Dan Ro's hand, signaling her to remain silent. She wanted to observe how Ning Chun would respond. In the next moment, under the gaze of the three, Ning Chun spoke, "Please call me by my girlfriend's name, Dan Ro. Otherwise, I will slap you and make you stay away from my girlfriend." Ning Chen's words dripped with protectiveness and assertiveness. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? Xia Yunfei sneered. I know. You're Xia Yunfei from the first-class Xia family in Jiangcheng, Ningchen replied. Xia Yunfei beamed with pride. Since you are aware of who I am, you should seriously consider what I just said. I have already had someone investigate you. You are penniless, living at the bottom of society, and were even cuckolded by your ex-girlfriend, He Lin. TSK. What a pitiful and sad fellow. I do not know what means you use to charm Ro, but I'm certain she will not be fooled for long. Therefore, you should seize this opportunity to accept my offer and make a fortune. Otherwise, you might end up losing everything. Be wise and keep your distance from Ro, and I will give you 100 million. I can even provide you with several women, including your ex-girlfriend, He Lin. I can have her back in your arms. You, a worthless person, do not deserve to be near Ro, understand? Xia Yunfei said with a tone of contempt and malice. In the next instant, Ningchen raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Xia Yunfei's face. Chapter 25. I will make them fear me. With a crisp sound, the slap sent Xia Yunfei reeling backward, stumbling 3 steps. The room fell silent in shock. Xia Yunfei, a scion of one of Jiangqing's elite families, was on par with Su Hai in status. Among the second-generation affluent families of Jiangcheng, apart from Dan Rou, the highest status belonged to Su Hai and Xia Yunfei. No one expected that Dan Rou's newly announced boyfriend would actually slap Xia Yunfei in public. Dan Rou and Su Qianxue exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting surprise, yet tinged with admiration. Brother Ning, you dare strike me? Xia Yunfei clutched his face, his expression darkening to an almost palpable shade. I previously requested that you call me by my girlfriend's name, Dan Rou. Otherwise, I will slap you again and ensure you keep your distance from my girlfriend. Ningchen stated flatly. Xia Yunfei was on the verge of losing his temper, yet upon glancing at Dan Rou and Su Qianxue beside him, he forcibly restrained himself, uttering with malice, Fine, you've got guts, Ning. You will pay a price for that slap. Dealing with you will be as effortless as crushing an ant for the Xia family. Before Xia Yunfei could finish his words, Dan Rou coldly interrupted. What? Xia Yunfei? You dare to target my boyfriend? Is the Xia family seeking confrontation with the Dan family? Miss Dan, no. I wouldn't dare. Xia Yunfei finally recalled the sting on his face and dared not refer to Dan Rou as Ro any longer, lowering his head slightly. The Dan family was a titan in Jiang City. How could the Xia family genuinely oppose them? It's for the best. If my boyfriend is harmed, I will not let it slide. Dan Rou stated coldly, laced with warning. Understood, Miss Dan. This is merely a misunderstanding. Xia Yunfei nodded. His face darkened as he departed. As he passed by Ningchen, he muttered bitterly and venomously, You're relying on Dan Rou as protection now, huh? Just wait. Once you lose that boyfriend status, I'll ensure you're crushed underfoot. After uttering this threat, Xia Yunfei left. Ningchen watched Xia Yunfei's retreating figure with a frigid gaze, marking him in his mind. Subsequently, the guests witnessed Dan Rou nearly confronting Xia Yunfei to defend Ningchen, elevating their respect for him as they approached a toast. Once the banquet concluded and guests began to disperse, Dan Rou smiled at Ningchen, asking, So, were you scared just now? Do you regret being my fake boyfriend? Gazing at Dan Rou's exquisite visage, Ningchen summoned his courage and replied, Miss Dan, you mean it's not a genuine relationship? I'll only engage if it's real. Dan Rou's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly retorted, Then why do you still call me Miss Dan? Well, shall I call you Ro? Ningchen boldly suggested. Dream on. Dan Rou playfully chided, her demeanor enchanting. If one cannot dare to dream of beautiful things, how can they ever come to fruition? Ningchen remarked. Hee, you make a fair point. Dan Rou giggled and inquired, How did you find today's experience? Ningchen replied, It felt perilous. If I don't strive, I won't be able to vanquish my rivals. Who said you need to defeat them? Dan Rou shot him a teasing glance, her cheeks reddening. Beside them, Su Qianxue scoffed, With someone as exceptional as Ro, her suitors are not limited to Xia Yunfei. There are many far more formidable contenders. I predict you'll soon be devoured by her admirers. Qianxue, don't speak nonsense. Dan Rou lightly nudged Su Qianxue. What? Are you afraid he might be intimidated? If he is, it's best he keeps his distance. Su Qianxue tortit coldly. I'm certainly not afraid. Rather, I'll ensure they fear me. Ningchen declared with unwavering confidence. Observing his demeanor, Dan Rou nodded slightly, finding him undeniably captivating. Should I simply reveal that marriage contract and lay everything bare with Ningchen? She mused. Chapter 26. Ning Chun's Transformation Have. I've now discovered another flaw of yours, boasting. Su Qinshu noticed Dan Ro's peculiar demeanor, and, fearing she might act impulsively, quickly said, "Let us go, Ro. By the way, I need to return the ship's ownership documents to you." Ning Chun hastily caught up, presenting the ownership papers and a golden model of the yacht to Dan Ro, as today marked the final day per their agreement. "I'll keep the ownership documents, but you can have the model yacht as a gift," Dan Ro replied with a smile, keeping the model yacht for herself and cheerfully walking away. Regardless of the circumstances, one must strive to elevate oneself, for only the strong command respect, trust, and the power of choice. Watching the two depart, Ning Chun tucked away the model yacht, murmuring to himself. The appearances of Su Qinshu and Dan Ro had utterly transformed him, altering his fate in life. As Ning Chun's strength increased, so too did the subtle shifts in his mindset. From being a spineless individual, he was evolving into a true powerhouse. Upon returning home, Ning Chun found himself in a tumultuous state, unable to quell his emotions. He could not help but ask Qin Yueshu, "Mom, what do you think of the last visit from that Dan Ro?" From Ning Chun's expression, Qin Yueshu discerned the underlying feelings and smiled. "Xiao Chun, you wouldn't be interested in Miss Dan, would you?" Ning Chun felt a bit bashful, responding, "Mom, you tell me your thoughts first. If Miss Dan is good, then that's splendid." Qin Yueshu sighed, her expression laden with concern. "But Xiao Chun, it seems she comes from a prominent family, and we may not be worthy of her." Ning Chun, brimming with confidence, reassured her, "Mom, don't worry. I will soon be worthy of her." Though Qin Yueshu trusted her son, his claim was too far-fetched. She struggled to fathom how he could elevate himself to match Dan Ro in such a short span. "How about this? I'll sell our old house and use the funds to buy you a new place in Jiang City. So you won't have to live in the Dan family's home when you marry with no other recourse." Qin Yueshu racked her brain to assist Ning Chun. "Mom, there's no need to sell the old house. I'll quickly earn enough to buy a new one." Ning Chun comforted her. "Oh no, this is bad," Qin Yueshu suddenly exclaimed, slapping her thigh in alarm. "What's wrong, Mom?" Ning Chun inquired hastily. "The property certificate." Qin Yueshu's face turned ashen. "Last week, Lin called me, asking for the property certificate of our old house, saying it was for some investment project of yours that require mortgage. And I even signed a form, what?" Ning Chun was taken aback, and after a thorough inquiry, he discovered that Lin had deceived Qin Yueshu into handing over the property certificate the previous week, even persuading her to sign a loan application. "Mom, stay inside. I'll go confront the He family," Ning Chun declared angrily as he stormed off. At that moment, the He family was disheartened. Lin and Wang Mingfeng had just emerged from the river, drenched and disheveled, their expressions reflecting utter defeat. He Jinxiang and Jiang Xiuping looked as if they had swallowed something bitter. The only one unperturbed was He Qing, Lin's sister, who had never liked Wang Mingfeng and had opted not to attend the wedding, thus unaware of the day's events. "Brother-in-law?" He Qing exclaimed in surprise. He Qing was the only member of the He family who had been kind to Ning Chun, having called him brother-in-law even before Lin and Ning Chun's separation. Lin, Wang Mingfeng, He Jinxiang, and Jiang Xiuping all cast complex glances at Ning Chun. Ning Chun nodded at He Qing, then turned his cold gaze toward Lin, stating, "Lin, I'm here to retrieve my mother's property certificate." Chapter 27. Do you want to seek revenge on Ning Chun? Lin's expression shifted, and just as she was about to speak, Jiang Xiuping interjected, "No, you can only have the property certificate back if that Miss Dan publicly apologizes to my daughter. You, Ning Chun, must personally apologize alongside that woman from the Dan family, or you shall not retrieve your mother's property certificate." Jiang Xiuping's words caused Ning Chun's brows to furrow. Clearly, she was aware that Lin had deceived his adoptive mother regarding the property certificate. As for the demand to apologize to Dan Ro, it was nothing short of a fool's errand. "Lin, I'll say this one last time. Return my mother's property certificate. Do not force my hand. Preserve what little dignity you have left." Ning Chun glared icily at Lin. Lin's expression darkened, and though she contemplated resistance, Wang Mingfeng bellowed, "Just give it back. It's merely a property certificate. Does the Wang family lack such trivial sums? Fool, return it immediately." The property deed, belonging to Ning Chun's ancestral home, was worth at most several $100,000. To hold a grudge against the young lady's new boyfriend over such a trifling sum? What kind of foolishness must one possess to commit such an act? Under Wang Mingfeng's reprimand, He Lin reluctantly entered the house and retrieved the property deed, along with a loan application signed by Qin Yueshu. Fortunately, she had not yet processed the paperwork, or the deed would have been mortgaged to the bank by now. Ning Chun snatched the property deed and swiftly tore the loan application into shreds, casting it aside. Ning Chun, this is all a misunderstanding. Wang Mifeng, mustering his courage, stepped forward with a forced smile, hoping to ease the tension. Get lost. Ning Chun coldly interrupted, denying Wang Mingfeng any chance to respond. Wang Mingfeng's expression froze, filled with rage, yet unable to unleash it. Brother-in-law. At that moment, He Qing timidly called out to Ning Chun. Hearing her voice, Ning Chun glanced back at her. This prospective sister-in-law was the only one in the He family who had treated him kindly. Xiao Qing from now on. Just call me Ning Chun. No need to call me brother-in-law anymore. With that, Ning Chun turned and left, unwilling to linger in the He household for another second. After he departed, the He family fell into a profound silence. After a while, Jiang Xioping lamented, He Lin, Mingfeng. How could that wretched Ning Chun suddenly transform into the young lady's boyfriend? He Jian Pain added with a quivering voice, now that Ning Chun is the young lady's boyfriend, he will surely target Xiao Gang. Will Xiao Gang remain in prison forever? My poor son, it's not just Xiao Gang. We will all be ostracized. Our family's livelihood in Jiangcheng will be completely cut off. He Lin wept bitterly. Wang Mingfeng regretted his actions, wishing he could turn back time to avoid provoking Ning Chun. Just as the He family was in disarray, a grim-faced man entered. Xia Xiao. Wang Mingfeng was momentarily taken aback before hastily approaching. The newcomer was indeed Xia Yunfei. Wang Mingfeng and He Lin had been sent away early and were unaware of the events that followed. Yet he knew that although Xia Yunfei's status was slightly inferior to that of Shan Rou, he was certainly among the elite in Jiangxing. Wang Mingfeng, He Lin, do you wish to avoid being ostracized? Do you aspire to enter Jiangxing's upper echelons? Do you seek revenge against Ning Chun? Xia Yunfei said with a smile that was neither warm nor cold. Yes, indeed. Wang Mingfeng and He Lin's eyes lit up, nodding fervently. Then do as I instruct. Xia Yunfei replied with a cold smirk. Upon returning home, Ning Chun returned the property deed to Qin Yueshu, repeatedly advising her against the idea of selling the house. Although Qin Yueshu acquiesced, she was preoccupied with thoughts of how to assist Ning Chun. She understood that He Lin's disdain for Ning Chun stemmed from his lack of wealth. She also worried whether Shan Rou would similarly disdain Ning Chun for his financial situation in the future. As for earning money, Ning Chun had already formulated some ideas. He recognized that while money was not omnipotent, its absence was certainly a significant hindrance. Shan Rou wanted him to be a true boyfriend, and she did not mind his financial status. However, he could not afford to be penniless. He could not truly depend on others. Though Ning Chun had acquired his grandfather's cultivation legacy, it did not directly translate into wealth. How could he leverage his cultivation techniques to generate income? The following morning, when Qin Yueshu opened the door, she was startled to find a fierce-looking, one-eyed man standing before her. Xiao Chun, she stammered, hastily calling for Ning Chun. Upon approaching, Ning Chun recognized the man as the underground figure known as the One-Eyed Wolf from the previous encounter outside the herbal shop. Mr. Ning. Upon seeing Ning Chun, the One-Eyed Wolf forced a smile that seemed almost comical. I have come to apologize for the previous incident. I have prepared a lavish meal for you at the Jinhua Hotel, and I hope you will grant me the opportunity to make amends. The One-Eyed Wolf smiled ingratiatingly. Ning Chun initially hesitated to accept, but reconsidered. He was currently seeking avenues to earn money through his cultivation methods and needed connections to procure aged medicinal herbs. So befriending someone like the One-Eyed Wolf could prove beneficial. Very well, I will come at noon, Ning Chun agreed. After the One-Eyed Wolf departed, Ning Chun ventured out as well, returning with some yellow paper and gold powder. Following the teachings in his mind, he crafted several simple talismans, imbuing them with spiritual energy. He then presented them to Qin Yueshu, advising her to keep them close. Although these were rudimentary talismans, each could withstand impacts comparable to high-speed vehicle collisions and could potentially save lives in dire situations. Unlike the previous bodyguard, these talismans could endure several of his full-strength attacks. With these talismans, Ning Chun felt a sense of relief, knowing that Qin Yueshu would no longer be bullied by He Lin and Wang Mingfeng. Although Qin Yueshu was skeptical of the talismans, she accepted them seriously and told Ning Chun, "Xiao Chun, there's a matter in my hometown, and I must return." Ning Chun intended to accompany her, but Qin Yueshu insisted otherwise, so he agreed to help her purchase a ticket for the following day. Time passed swiftly, and noon arrived as Ning Chun made his way to the Jinhua Hotel. The one-eyed wolf awaited him at the entrance, immediately rushing forward to usher Ning Chun into a private room filled with a sumptuous spread. As soon as they sat down, the one-eyed wolf poured 3 cups of wine for himself, apologizing profusely for the incident outside the herbal shop. The reason the one-eyed wolf had specially invited Ning Chun for a meal was that he had learned about the previous day's events aboard the Elizabeth. Although he had not been present, he had gathered all the details. "Mr. Ning, I truly underestimated the situation that day. But it was that brat He Gang who schemed against me. I quickly brought people to deal with him. And guess what? He Gang, while fleeing, got into a drunken driving accident and killed someone. I heard he was arrested yesterday. Truly, justice prevails." Upon hearing this, Ning Chun finally understood the circumstances surrounding He Gang's drunken driving incident. It was laughable that He Jianping and Jiang Xiuping had wanted him to take the blame for He Gang's actions. However, the phrase "justice prevails" coming from the lips of an underground figure like the one-eyed wolf seemed rather absurd. After the self-poured drinks, the one-eyed wolf began to toast Ning Chun. "Speak plainly. What do you want from me?" Ning Chun set down his cup. The one-eyed wolf also set down his cup, pulling out a bank card from his pocket and presenting it to Ning Chun with both hands. "Mr. Ning, please accept this card as an apology for my previous offenses." Ning Chun narrowed his eyes, regarding the one-eyed wolf with a knowing smile before nodding and accepting the card. "Mr. Ning, I hope you will speak well of me in front of Miss Shan in the future." Upon seeing Ning Chun accept the card, the one-eyed wolf beamed with joy. "Understood." Ning Chun nodded, aware that the one-eyed wolf's generosity was rooted in his connection to Shanro. However, Ning Chun needed the money, so he did not refuse. At the same time, he would not accept the one-eyed wolf's money without offering something in return. He took out a talisman made of yellow paper and handed it to the one-eyed wolf. "Mr. Ning, what is this?" The one-eyed wolf was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the talisman. "This is a talisman I crafted for my mother this morning. I have an extra one, so consider it a token of gratitude for your gift of the card." Ning Chun stated plainly. "Oh, I truly appreciate it, Mr. Ning." The one-eyed wolf expressed his gratitude, though internally he scoffed, thinking, "A flimsy talisman made of yellow paper cannot possibly equate to my bank card. Do you know that the card I gave you has 1 million on it?" Though filled with indignation, the one-eyed wolf dared not voice his thoughts, casually placing the talisman on the table. Ning Chun, noticing this, kindly advised it would be wise to keep that talisman close. It could save your life in times of peril. The one-eyed wolf repeatedly agreed verbally, yet inwardly scoffed, thinking, "Humph, just because you say it, does it make it true? Do you really believe this talisman will protect you?" He further mused, "If you weren't the girlfriend of the young master, I wouldn't even spare this tattered yellow paper a glance. However, to have reached this level of dependency, I must admit I am somewhat impressed." As his thoughts swirled, he picked up the talisman and pretended to solemnly tuck it into his pocket. "By the way, when you have time, could you find out who has aged medicinal herbs for sale? I'm interested in purchasing some, such as 100-year-old ginseng, 50-year-old Hisho Wu, or 50-year-old snow lotus." Ning Chun added, "No problem, Mr. Ning. I'll inquire for you." The one-eyed wolf nodded eagerly. After finishing their meal, Ning Chun returned to his residence. As he approached, he saw a group of strong men barging into the house. His mother, Qin Yueshu, was unable to withstand them and was angrily exclaiming, "What are you doing? You can't just storm into someone's home. I'm calling the police." A middle-aged man with a sharp face, brandishing a large bunch of keys, arrogantly retorted, "You old hag. What do you know? This is my house. If I enter my own property, is it considered trespassing? You're merely a tenant. If I choose not to rent it to you any longer, I can throw you out at any moment." Get all their belongings out. It turned out this middle-aged man was the landlord of the property Ning Chun rented. At his command, the landlord's subordinates immediately began seizing items from inside and tossing them outside. "Don't throw. Please don't." Qin Yueshu cried out in desperation, rushing to block them. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, items from the house were hurled out. Heartbroken, Qin Yueshu frantically attempted to shield them. Fortunately, she had followed Ning Chun's advice and worn the talismans, which protected her from the thrown pots, kettles, and boxes, sparing her from injury. "You can't just throw away our things. Even if you no longer wish to rent to us, you should at least inform us so we can find another place. You can't just come in and throw our belongings. That's illegal. You can't bully us like this. Qin Yueshu was on the verge of tears. You old hag, stop your wailing. The landlord sneered, stepping towards her, raising his hand to slap her across the face. You dare. Ning Chun, not far off, let out a furious roar, stomping his foot and rushing forward like a tempest. Though the talisman on Qin Yueshu could have withstood the slap, Ning Chun could not tolerate anyone striking his foster mother. In an instant, he was before the landlord, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap before the landlord's hand could reach Qin Yueshu. The sound echoed sharply, sending the landlord staggering back 3 steps, spitting blood mixed with 2 teeth. You dare strike me, you bastard? The landlord fumed. Not only did you trespass into my home and throw out my belongings, but you also struck my mother. Why should I hesitate to strike you? Ningchen replied coldly. This house may be yours, but according to the lease agreement, you cannot intrude, touch my belongings, or force me to leave. With that, he tossed the landlord and his men out as if they were refuse. You scoundrel, just wait. You think you can fight? Let me tell you, there are powerful figures backing me in this area. I've paid for protection. I'll call them a deal with you. The landlord spat out a threat before fleeing with his subordinates. Xiaoqing, what are we going to do? Qin Yueshu lamented, distressed over the discarded items and worried about where Ningchen would stay. Mom, don't worry. I was planning to move anyway. We won't be living here anymore. I'll buy a new house this afternoon, Ningchen reassured her. On his way back, he had checked. The card given to him by the one-eyed wolf indeed held 1 million, more than enough to purchase a modest home in Jiangchen. He did not feel guilty about taking advantage of the one-eyed wolf, for the talisman he had given was genuinely life-saving. Qin Yueshu could hardly believe Ning Chen's words, wiping her tears while gathering their belongings. Soon, the landlord returned with a group of men. Wolf brother, it's him. Please help me teach him a lesson and break his limbs, then toss him in the trash. The landlord pointed at Ning Chun, addressing a menacing one-eyed man behind him. Upon seeing who the landlord had brought for backup, Ning Chen couldn't help but smile. One-eyed wolf, you plan to break my limbs? It turned out the intimidating figure supporting the landlord was indeed the one-eyed wolf. You dare call out Wolf Brother's name? Are you seeking death? The landlord shouted at Ning Chun. In the next moment, the one-eyed wolf extended his arm, lifting the landlord as if he were a mere chick, delivering a series of slaps that left the landlord dazed and crying, Wolf Brother, why are you hitting me? You scoundrel, I'm hitting you for that. The one-eyed wolf exclaimed in anger. He had been puzzled on his way over, wondering why this place was where he had invited Mr. Ning for lunch earlier. To learn that the person the landlord sought to deal with was none other than Mr. Ning, who he had just treated to a meal and gifted a 1 million card, left him aghast. The one-eyed wolf unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on the landlord, rendering him a puddle of misery on the floor, before hastening to Ning Chun, offering a sheepish apology. Mr. Ning, I sincerely apologize. This fool underestimated you, and I'll ensure he pays for it. Ning Chun waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's all right. Let us first find out who sent him to provoke me. Having rented this house for some time, Ning Chen knew the landlord, Li Laosi, wouldn't act without reason. Someone must be pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Tell me, who instructed you to provoke Mr. Ning? The one-eyed wolf demanded, kicking Li Laosi in the chest. I'll tell you. It was someone named Wang Mingfeng. He paid me to drive Mr. Ning away and even suggested I bring extra men to give him a beating. Li Laosi, battered and bruised, confessed with a pitiful expression. Now that he realized he had kicked a steel plate, he was all too aware of his predicament. Wang Mingfeng? Mr. Ning, don't worry. I'll take care of him right away. The one-eyed wolf pounded his chest, eager to lead the way to find Wang Mingfeng. Never mind. I can handle Wang Mingfeng myself. Ning Chun waved his hand and continued, Since you're here, it's perfect timing. Help me move my belongings. First, we'll take them to a hotel while I look for a new house. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed wolf's eyes gleamed with interest. Mr. Ning, if you're looking to buy a house, I happen to have a villa that was recently renovated. However, I prefer lively surroundings and find it too quiet there. So I'm looking to sell it. If you're interested, I can let it go for just 100,000. The one-eyed wolf was somewhat gritting his teeth while offering this favor. The villa was a carefully selected property that he had invested much thought and effort into renovating. Worth at least 10 million. Selling it to Ning Chun for a mere 100,000 was a strategic move to establish a connection with Dan Ro. With the previous 1 million and this villa valued at 10 million, he was confident that Ning Chun would assist him. Mr. Ning, shall I take you and Annie to see it in person? The one-eyed wolf proposed. Sure, Ning Chun nodded. The one-eyed wolf drove Ning Chun and Qin Yushu to the villa's neighborhood. On the way, they passed a grocery store, and Ning Chun asked the one-eyed wolf to pull over and wait while he got out to buy some yellow paper and cinnabar. Hey, Ning Chun, what brings you here? A disdainful voice suddenly called out from outside the store. Ning Chun turned to find He Lin and Wang Mingfeng. At that moment, the dejection and gloom that had marked their faces the previous day had vanished, replaced by a smug air of triumph. With the covert support of Xia Yunfei, they no longer feared Dan Ro's influence. Why should it matter where I go? Ning Chun replied coldly. He Lin, reveling in her sense of vengeance, scoffed. Oh, buying yellow paper? Did you get kicked out of your rented place, feeling utterly unfortunate, and now you want to burn some yellow paper to pray to your deceased ancestors for protection? Wang Mingfeng chimed in sarcastically. Ning, you wouldn't really be homeless, would you? Aren't you Dan's boyfriend? Why not stay in her villa? Or are you afraid of being called a freeloader? With no hope of reconciliation with Ning Chun, and emboldened by Xia Yunfei's backing, Wang Mingfeng no longer feared Ning Chun. The previous day, Xia Yunfei had instructed them to deal with Ning Chun and make him appear as pathetic as possible in Dan Ro's eyes. Thus, Wang Mingfeng had bribed Ning Chun's landlord, Li Laosi, to evict him, leaving him without a place to stay. Li Laosi, you're the one they bribed, right? Ning Chun inquired. We didn't bribe him. Maybe he just dislikes you and wants you gone, Wang Mingfeng boasted. How do you know he wants to evict me? What if he suddenly decides not to? Ning Chen kontere deliberately. How could that be? Ning, don't be stubborn. You're a homeless beggar now. I'm curious to see if Dan Ro will still be fooled by your pitiful state and continue to let you be her boyfriend. He Lin laughed loudly. Recalling how her father had nearly forced her to apologize to Ning Chun the day before, she felt sick. Xia Yunfei had promised to help her father, He Gang, out of trouble. Ning Chun, the useless one, would never touch her. Darling, call Li Laosi and ask him to send us some photos of the scene. I really want to see how Ning Chun looks being evicted from that doghouse of his. He Lin maliciously suggested to Wang Mingfeng. All right, I'll ask Li Laosi if he took any photos during the eviction, Wang Mingfeng said with a grin. As he dialed Li Laosi's number, the call connected. But what he heard was a furious rant from Li Laosi. Wang Mingfeng, you scoundrel. You want me to evict Ning Chun? Do you want to send me to my doom? How dare you call me? You've ruined me. Get lost. I swear if I see you again, I'll beat you to a pulp. Having been berated savagely, Wang Mingfeng felt utterly dejected. But recalling Li Laosi's previous boasts, he defiantly told Ning Chun, Don't be smug, Ning. Li Laosi is a coward, but the one behind him, the one-eyed wolf, is not someone you can provoke. That underground boss can have you crippled if I just pay him. Ning Chun couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Wang Mingfeng use the one-eyed wolf's name to intimidate him. Glancing aside, he noticed the one-eyed wolf approaching. Having seen that Ning Chun hadn't returned to the car, is it true that as long as he pays, you would have me crippled? Ning Chun asked the one-eyed wolf with a smile. The one-eyed wolf quickly shook his head vigorously, smiling awkwardly. Mr. Ning, please don't joke like that. Even if I had 100 lives, I wouldn't dare lay a hand on you. Did you hear that? He says he wouldn't dare. Ning Chun said, turning to He Lin and Wang Mingfeng with a smile. Who are you? What gives you the right to speak here? Wang Mingfeng frowned, having no idea who the one-eyed wolf was. He Lin shot a glance at the one-eyed wolf and added, What is it to you? Mind your own business. Just because you look fierce, don't think I'm afraid of you. Suddenly noticing the one-eyed wolf's distinct feature, He Lin's heart sank as an ominous feeling washed over her. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? Wang Mingfeng, too, began to tremble, realizing the gravity of the situation. You are the one-eyed wolf. The one-eyed wolf approached them with a cold smile. What is that? Do you still want me to cripple Mr. Ning? No, please don't. He Lin and Wang Mingfeng exclaimed, their faces turning pale with fear, struggling to articulate their words. The one-eyed wolf's menacing demeanor and the fierce glint in his single eye sent chills down their spines. Just because you say you don't want it, does it mean it's over? The one-eyed wolf sneered, raising his hand to slap Wang Mingfeng across the face, sending him tumbling to the ground. Help! Murder! Help! He Lin screamed as she turned to flee, while Wang Mingfeng scrambled to his feet, not daring to utter a word as he scurried away. Mr. Ning, should I have my men capture them? We could break the man's limbs and, well, you know what to do with the woman, the one-eyed wolf suggested eagerly. Let go. They don't deserve death. Besides, if anything should be done, it ought to be by my own hand, Ning Chen replied, shaking his head as he gathered the yellow paper and cinnabar he had purchased and got back into the car. Soon, they arrived at the villa. Satisfied with the property, Ning Chen nodded in agreement, accepting the one-eyed wolf's generous offer. The one-eyed wolf quickly had his men move Ning Chen's belongings over. While they did so, Qin Yushu wandered around the neighborhood, and Ning Chen used the yellow paper and cinnabar he had just bought to craft around 20 talismans, which he then presented to the one-eyed wolf. Mr. Ning, what is this? The one-eyed wolf stared at the thick stack of talismans in surprise. The villa is undoubtedly worth at least 10 million, yet you offer to sell it to me for just 100,000, effectively gifting it to me. I cannot let you be a loss, so I shall give you these talismans, which can be considered as compensation for the villa. Ning Chen stated casually. These talismans can indeed be life-saving in perilous moments. If one were to assess their true worth, each could fetch an exorbitant price, far surpassing that of the villa itself. The reason Ning Chen bestowed such a multitude of talismans upon the one-eyed wolf was merely a gesture of reciprocity. However, the one-eyed wolf clearly held a different perspective. The thought that such rudimentary talismans, crafted from yellow paper and vermilion, could amount to a villa was preposterous. What's more, he had just witnessed Ning Chen procure the materials from a roadside shop. The entire creation process had merely taken a moment, with Ning Chen casually assembling them. This was nothing short of extortion. Yet, who could challenge Ning Chen's status? The one-eyed wolf cursed Ning Chen's avarice inwardly, but he could only force a smile and respond. Very well, Mr. Ning. Afterward, he obediently accepted the stack of talismans and put them away. Upon returning to his lair after leaving the villa, the one-eyed wolf hurled the 20-plus talismans onto the table, cursing, "That Ning fellow is truly insatiable, his heart as dark as coal. How dare he sell me these worthless yellow papers for 500,000 each?" One of his subordinates immediately sought to placate him. "Wolf brother, that guy actually dared to extort you? Let's take care of him." The one-eyed wolf sighed in exasperation. What nonsense! He is the boyfriend of the esteemed Miss Dan. How could we dare to harm him? One whisper in her ear, and we would be finished. So, we must simply suffer in silence? The subordinate inquired. Suffer? As long as we can connect with Miss Dan, I would not just trade a villa for these talismans. I would willingly buy several more villas to offer him. The one-eyed wolf replied with a cold smirk. After relocating, Qin Yushu felt a mix of disbelief and concern. Xiao Chun, why have we suddenly moved to such a splendid villa? Where did this villa come from? You haven't done anything illegal, have you? She asked anxiously. Rest assured, mother, I would never engage in unlawful activities. This villa is merely a temporary accommodation from a friend. Ning Chen reassured her, fearing that she might struggle to accept the situation. Upon hearing it was just a loan, Qin Yushu felt relieved. Ning Chen intended to persuade her to remain in the villa instead of returning home, but she insisted on visiting the old house. Unable to dissuade her, he took her to the station. Mother, don't worry. I will come back to see you soon, and I promise you a grand life in our hometown. Watching the bus depart, Ning Chen silently vowed. Meanwhile, He Lin and Wang Mingfeng sought out Xia Yunfei. Xia Xiao, it's not that we don't want to deal with Ning Chen, but that scoundrel has somehow allied himself with the one-eyed wolf. With the one-eyed wolf backing him, we are simply no match. Wang Mingfeng lamented. That one-eyed wolf is merely trying to curry favor with Dan Rou. That opportunistic fool. But fret not, Jiangcheng is vast, and there are many underground leaders besides him. I will help you rescue He Gang, and you must work hard to find an opportunity to humiliate that waste Ning Chen in front of Dan Rou. Xia Yunfei sneered. After sending Qin Yushu off, Ning Chen received a call from Dan Rou. You've moved? Her voice held a note of surprise. Yes, it was a sudden decision. I just finished moving. How did you find out? Ning Chen replied. I'm downstairs at your place. How else would I know? Dan Rou retorted playfully. 20 minutes later, her red Maserati arrived at the curb to pick up Ning Chen and head to his new villa. I thought you had been threatened by Xia Yunfei and fled in the night, she remarked, half smiling as she drove. No one can intimidate me. Ning Chen shook his head. Really? What if someone even more formidable than Xia Yunfei were to confront you? She teased. No matter who it is, I will not be frightened. I believe that one day, I will rise to a level where bothersome pests will dare not approach me, Ning Chen declared solemnly, gazing down the road ahead. Soon, they arrived at the new villa. Oh, this villa is quite nice. Dan Ro exclaimed as she toured the premises, nodding in approval. Upon learning that Qin Yushu had returned home, she expressed disappointment. I've been practicing my culinary skills at home these past few days, hoping to showcase my talents. Oh, my dear Ro is learning to cook? I must taste your creations today. A woman's voice chimed from outside. Su Qianxue gracefully entered. It turned out that Dan Ro had shared the villa's address with Su Qianxue, who had come to visit. Once inside, Su Qianxue wasted no time in confronting Ning Chun. This villa looks quite impressive, but it must be worth over 10 million, right? If I recall correctly, you could not possibly have the means to afford such a place. Be honest, are you using Ro as a cover to swindle money? Qianxue, it's really not what you think. Dan Ro interjected hastily. She understood that Su Qianxue would arrive at the same conclusion, but she was unbothered. Ro, this villa is truly trivial for the Dan family, regardless of whether someone gifted Ning Chun 10 million due to you. However, Ning Chen's nonchalant acceptance of this villa without even consulting you, doesn't that matter? Ooh, do you truly wish to be with a man who lives off others? Su Qianxue pressed. The two friends shared a close bond, freely expressing their thoughts without hesitation. I trust Ning Chun. He is not the type to rely on others, Dan Ro asserted, turning her beautiful eyes toward him. Ning Chun replied. This villa was indeed a gift from an underground figure known as the One-Eyed Wolf, who wanted me to speak favorably of him in your presence to establish a connection with the Dan family. However, I have provided him with something of far greater value than this villa. Thus, strictly speaking, this villa cannot be considered a gift, but rather something I purchased from the One-Eyed Wolf. Upon hearing this, Su Qianxue scoffed derisively. A villa worth over 10 million? I am curious what you possess that could surpass such a value. Ning Chun, under the guise of being Ro's boyfriend. Accepting benefits from the One-Eyed Wolf is not inherently wrong, but if you continue to boast, it will truly diminish my regard for you, Su Qianxue remarked, shaking her head. Her previously accumulated goodwill toward Ning Chun rapidly dissipating. Qianxue, do not say that. I believe Ning Chun can indeed offer something worth more than a villa. His medical skills alone, when applied at a critical moment, could be worth far more than a villa. Of course, everyone has their secrets. If Ning Chun is unwilling to divulge them, that is perfectly fine. Dan Ro defended him. There is nothing to keep secret. Soon many will come to know. Ning Chen responded. Ning Chun shook his head and took out 2 talismans made of yellow paper and vermilion from his pocket, handing one to Shan Ro and the other to Su Qianxue. These are talismans I crafted myself. They can save your lives in critical moments. Previously, I provided the One-Eyed Wolf with over 20 of these talismans in exchange for this villa. He added, I gift these 2 to you, of course. I hope you never need to use them. After Ning Chun spoke, Shan Ro and Su Qianxue received the talismans, inspecting them with curiosity. The One-Eyed Wolf gifted you a villa worth tens of millions, and you gave him over 20 of these talismans? Are you implying that each talisman is worth more than 500,000? Su Qianxue looked at Ning Chun incredulously. Indeed, Ning Chun confirmed with a nod. Ooh, do you truly believe this? Su Qianxue turned in frustration to Shan Ro. Yet Shan Ro carefully tucked the talisman into her pocket and responded, Qianxue, I believe there are many things in this world that are beyond our understanding and many miraculous phenomena. For instance, the medicine Ning Chun previously made for me resembled burnt rice, but was genuinely effective in curing ailments that even renowned doctors could not treat. Therefore, I trust Ning Chun. Chapter 36. The Young Lady and the Little Woman. Alas, they say that women in love lack intelligence. Ro, I truly regret giving you that thing back then. Su Qianxue sighed, expressing her helplessness. What thing? Ning Chun instinctively inquired. Just. Su Qianxue contemplated revealing that Shan Ro also had a marriage certificate. In nothing. Qianxue, let us head to the kitchen. I want you to witness my culinary skills. Shan Ro's face flushed as she quickly interrupted Su Qianxue, pulling her toward the kitchen and loudly instructing Ning Chun to drink tea outside and wait for the meal. Ning Chun couldn't help but smile ruefully. It was truly unimaginable that these 2 wealthy young ladies would cook for him. With nothing else to do, he sat cross-legged, beginning to cultivate according to the teachings left by his grandfather. If his cultivation level were high enough, he would have had many ways to prove the efficacy and value of the talismans before Su Qianxue and Shan Ro. However, his current level was still insufficient, merely at the 3rd layer of qi refining, leaving him unable to employ many miraculous methods. Thus, he seized the time to cultivate diligently. In the kitchen, Su Chinchue repeatedly reminded Shan Ro not to act impulsively and to remain clear-headed, warning her not to be inexplicably charmed by Ningchun. Meanwhile, Shan Ro, who usually captivated countless men effortlessly, now appeared shy like a little woman. Su Chinchue, feeling helpless, could only remind herself that she must take responsibility for the trouble she had caused. How much better it would have been had she not given that marriage certificate to Shan Ro. After spending 2 to 3 hours in the kitchen, Shan Ro and Su Chinchue finally emerged with several plates of dark, unrecognizable dishes. Ningchen looked upon them and couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, the two young ladies were not cut out for cooking. He suggested they rest in the courtyard while he took over the kitchen. After a flurry of activity, he quickly prepared 4 dishes and a soup. Delicious. Truly delicious. Ningchen, you are remarkable. I didn't expect your culinary skills to be this exceptional. Shan Ro exclaimed while eating. Su Chinchue, who initially intended to criticize, found it hard to voice any disparaging remarks while savoring the colorful and aromatic dishes. Ningchen chuckled softly. Who says good cooking isn't a skill? The societal standards for evaluating a person are indeed too narrow. In my view, culinary ability, earning potential, medical skills, confidence, and responsibility are all equally valuable. One cannot simply deem one superior to another. Shan Ro earnestly added, indeed, just being good at making money does not make one a good man. Su Chinchue nodded in agreement with Shan Ro's sentiments. Do you both truly believe that? Ningchen asked, somewhat astonished. For the past 3 years, the reason Yi Lin and the He family looked down upon him and labeled him a worthless waste was primarily that he could not earn money. However, Shan Ro's affirmation warmed his heart. What are you daydreaming about? Seeing Ningchen lost in thought, Shan Ro waved her delicate hand before him. Nothing, just eating. Ningchen responded awkwardly. Suddenly, Shan Ro covered her mouth with her hand and let out a gentle burp, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Ooh, don't eat too quickly, mind your image. Su Chinchue began to advise, but she too couldn't help but burp. Hee, Chinchue, you're criticizing me, but it's obviously because the food is too delicious that you couldn't help but eat quickly too. Shan Ro laughed heartily. You're saying? I just mentioned. The two friends giggled and teased each other, filling the house with a warmth that had never been felt before. Chapter 37. Almost killed the wrong person after a cozy dinner. Shan Ro informed Ningchen that there would be an auction the next day, where there might be a century-old ginseng. She would come to pick him up in the afternoon. After Shan Ro and Su Chinchue left, Ningchen sat alone in the villa, cross-legged, and began to cultivate. The surrounding spiritual energy quickly converged toward him. In the deep of night, Ningchen slowly opened his eyes and sighed. Despite having absorbed all the nearby spiritual energy, he still had a long way to go before reaching the 4th layer of qi refining. According to his grandfather's teachings, this predicament was due to the current era being one of diminished spiritual energy, making it nearly impossible to cultivate solely through the energy of heaven and earth. To enhance his cultivation, he could only rely on refining medicine from medicinal materials. He hoped to find an aged herb at tomorrow's auction. Ningchen collected his thoughts and stood up. Suddenly, a shadow leaped through the window and rushed toward him. Swish! The shadow was before Ningchen in an instant, brandishing a dagger and lunging at him. Ningchen turned to face the shadow, preparing to strike. However, as their eyes met for a brief moment, the figure exclaimed, "You're not the one-eyed wolf." The shadow belonged to a woman, agile and poised, gracefully retracting the dagger in a swift arc and gazing coldly at Ningchen. "I am not," Ningchen replied. "Almost killed the wrong person," the woman remarked coldly, turning and leaping out the window, swiftly disappearing into the darkness. Watching the woman's retreating figure, Ningchen quickly pieced together the situation. The one-eyed wolf, immersed in the underworld, undoubtedly had many enemies, and this woman seemed to be seeking revenge against him. However, she was unaware that the one-eyed wolf had gifted this villa to Ningchen, almost causing a misunderstanding. Ningchen considered calling the one-eyed wolf to warn him, but upon checking his phone, he realized he had forgotten to save the one-eyed wolf's number and had to abandon the idea. The next morning, Ningchen recalled the one-eyed wolf mentioning that his hideout was at an entertainment club, so he set out to find it. Given the woman's skills, the one-eyed wolf's underlings were likely no match for her. Yet, Ningchen wasn't acting out of sheer goodwill. He intended to seek the one-eyed wolf's assistance in selling talismans in the future. Before long, Ningchen arrived at the one-eyed wolf's hideout, the Jinhuang Entertainment Club. Coincidentally, The one-eyed wolf was standing at the entrance, reprimanding his subordinates. Spotting Ning Chun from afar, the one-eyed wolf beamed and greeted him loudly. "Mr. Ning, what brings you here? Truly a distinguished guest." Ning Chun nodded, about to approach for a conversation, when, suddenly, a cacophony of engines roared from the nearby street. A taxi sped forward, accelerating recklessly at over 100 miles per hour, heading straight for the one-eyed wolf. Amidst the thunderous roar of the revving engine, the one-eyed wolf was instantly paralyzed with fear, his face paling and his body stiffening as he awaited his doom. Boom! In the next moment, a taxi hurtled towards him, crashing into his body and propelling him several meters forward before colliding violently with a wall, crumpling the front of the vehicle into a heap of twisted metal. Finally coming to a halt. "Brother Wolf! Brother Wolf!" His subordinates cried out in terror, rushing towards him. Ning Chun furrowed his brow, but two details caught his keen eye. First, the figure behind the steering wheel of the taxi was the very woman who had appeared at the villa the previous night. Second, at the moment the taxi struck the one-eyed wolf, a fleeting glimmer of light flickered across his body. Chapter 38. A request for a protective charm. "Brother, are you all right? Brother Wolf, are you hurt?" His subordinates rushed forward, their voices trembling with panic. The taxi's front had embedded itself deeply into the wall, burying the one-eyed wolf beneath the crumbled debris. Logically, he should have been crushed to death. Crack! The taxi door swung open, and a woman clad in black emerged, her eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of vengeance. "Ha ha! One-eyed wolf, did you ever think you would meet your end in my hands?" Just as her words fell, a commotion erupted from the rubble of the collapsed wall. To everyone's astonishment, the one-eyed wolf staggered out, swaying unsteadily. "You're not dead?" the woman exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Brother, wolf brother." His subordinates rushed forward, each filled with disbelief. How could the one-eyed wolf emerge unscathed after being struck by a taxi that had become a wreck? There was not a single mark of injury on him. The one-eyed wolf himself was equally bewildered, inspecting his body. Aside from a bit of dust, he bore no wounds whatsoever. What on earth was happening? "You wretched creature, if I cannot kill you with this, I shall do so with my own hands." The woman in black snarled, brandishing a dagger as she charged at the one-eyed wolf. "Stop her!" he shouted desperately. His subordinates lunged at her, but they were no match for her prowess. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the dagger piercing flesh echoed continuously. Ah, ah, ah. The cries of his men filled the air as one by one they fell before her. In a panic, the one-eyed wolf turned to flee, but the woman swiftly intercepted him, reversing her grip on the dagger, and plunged it into his back. Ah! The one-eyed wolf screamed in terror, disregarding everything as he cried out. Oddly, the dagger pierced his clothing but failed to penetrate his skin, repelled by an unseen force. Huh! The woman hesitated, then kicked him violently, sending him sprawling to the ground, before charging at him once more, dagger raised high. "I refuse to believe you are truly invulnerable," she hissed through gritted teeth. Having survived the car crash and now the dagger, the one-eyed wolf scrambled to his feet, instinctively running towards Ning Chun. Upon seeing the enigmatic expression on Ning Chun's face, a sudden realization struck him. Could it be the protective charm? He quickly reached into his pocket, recalling the yellow paper charm he had carelessly stowed there yesterday, only to find it had disintegrated into dust. Could it truly have shielded me from the collision and the knife? His heart raced with shock. The woman in black pursued him relentlessly, knocking him down again, dagger poised ominously. "Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me?" The one-eyed wolf stammered in fear. "Who am I? Why do I seek your death?" "Huh! It is a matter of avenging my father, a debt that must be settled." "Do you truly question my motives?" She replied coldly. "You're the one-eyed wolf's expression shifted dramatically. My father's name was Zhang Yinhui. He founded the Silver Tiger Gang, and you were merely one of my father's subordinates. Yet, taking advantage of my father's unguarded moments, you grievously injured him, exiled us from Jiangcheng, and seized control of the Silver Tiger Gang, transforming it into your current lone wolf society. After my father was cast out, he soon perished from grief. You, one-eyed wolf, are the murderer of my father. Can you not recall who I am? I am Zhang Moli, the daughter of Zhang Yinhui. Today, I shall send you to the abyss to reunite with my deceased father." Zhang Moli's voice dripped with venom as she raised her dagger high. The one-eyed wolf's face contorted with horror, his single eye reflecting sheer terror. In desperation, he turned to Ning Chun, clutching at the last vestige of hope. Mr. Ning, do you have any protective charms left? May I purchase one? I can offer 1 million, no, 5 million, even 10 million. I implore you, Mr. Ning, whatever the cost. Just give me a protective charm. Chapter 39. It turns out Mr. Ning is a sage. In that moment, the one-eyed wolf was consumed by regret. Just yesterday, Ning Chun had bestowed upon him over 20 protective charms. However, he had dismissed them, carelessly pocketing one and discarding the rest. Had he known the charms could truly save his life, he would have kept them all on his person. But now it was too late. He could see Zhang Moli poised to strike with her dagger, ready to take his life. Mr. Ning, I beseech you, grant me a protective charm. The one-eyed wolf cried out in desperation. If only he had one more charm, it might shield him from the impending blow, granting him a chance to escape and retaliate against Zhang Moli. I already gave you more than 20 charms yesterday. I did not bring any today, Ning Chun replied, shaking his head. What? Despair washed over the one-eyed wolf. Furthermore, if you truly committed such heinous acts in the past, then facing retribution today is hardly unjust, Ning Chun added. The one-eyed wolf was momentarily taken aback by this remark. Then he forced a bitter laugh. Indeed, in this line of work, one must eventually pay the price. But Zhang Yinhui was no saint either. When he saw my accomplishments, he feared I would threaten his position and sought to eliminate me first. I merely fought back and incapacitated him. So, Zhang Moli, are you saying that it is permissible for your father to kill me, but not for me to take his life? Huh. I truly regret showing mercy and sparing your lives. Otherwise, I wouldn't be facing death at your hands now. The one-eyed wolf's words caused Ning Chun to pause momentarily. It seemed those in the underworld were all cut from the same cloth. Zhang Moli's father was, in truth, akin to the one-eyed wolf. Regardless of what you say today, I, Zhang Moli, must avenge my father's death, she proclaimed fiercely, gripping her dagger tightly, ready to strike at the one-eyed wolf's throat. The one-eyed wolf collapsed to the ground, despairingly closing his eyes, awaiting his fate. One-eyed wolf, I can save your life. However, you must pledge to serve me faithfully from this day forward. Do we have an agreement? Ning Chun interjected suddenly. The one-eyed wolf's eyes flew open, as if grasping at a final lifeline. He nodded fervently. Yes, yes. I implore you, Mr. Ning, save me. The one-eyed wolf expected Ning Chun to produce a protective charm, but was taken aback when Ning Chun stepped forward, positioning himself between Zhang Moli and the one-eyed wolf. Young lady, your desire for vengeance is justified. Yet he did not kill you or your father. Moreover, with my presence here, this one-eyed wolf shall not die today, Ning Chun stated calmly. What are you? You dare to obstruct me? I spared your life last night. Yet you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Go die with the one-eyed wolf. Zhang Moli exclaimed coldly, stomping her foot as she brandished a dagger, dashing towards Ning Chun with lightning speed, aiming straight for his throat. Her strike was fierce and resolute. Mr. Ning, quickly use the talisman, cried the one-eyed wolf from the ground. But in the next moment, Ning Chun merely waved his hand dismissively, meeting Zhang Moli head-on. Before her dagger could reach him, his palm struck her. Bang! Zhang Moli was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing against the wall several meters away before sliding down to the ground. Hiss! The one-eyed wolf gasped, staring at Ning Chun in shock, rendered speechless. It turned out that Mr. Ning was not only adept at creating talismans, he was formidable beyond belief. Chapter 40. Apprenticeship. Zhang Moli spat out a mouthful of blood, disbelief etched on her face as she gazed at Ning Chun, a flicker of despair in her eyes. The strength of this man before her was incomprehensibly greater than her own. She could not contend with him. I told you, with me around, the one-eyed wolf will not die. You should leave, Ning Chun said, observing Zhang Moli from a distance. His intention to save the one-eyed wolf was merely to recruit him for his own purposes, not to confront Zhang Moli. Today, I must kill the one-eyed wolf. Yet, Zhang Moli slowly shook her head, rising to her feet. With a fierce stomp, she charged at the one-eyed wolf once more. She knew she could not defeat Ning Chun, who stood in her way, but she had no path of retreat. If she did not kill the one-eyed wolf today, she would never have another chance. Tears streamed down her cheeks, scattering as she ran. Seeing the tears in Zhang Moli's eyes, Ning Chun felt a pang of sympathy and sighed. This Zhang Moli was indeed a pitiful soul. However, regardless of the circumstances, he could not allow her to kill the one-eyed wolf. After all, the villa he currently resided in had been a gift from the one-eyed wolf. Bang! Ning Chun struck out again, his palm meeting Zhang Moli with force, sending her flying once more. She coughed up another mouthful of blood. "Leave now, or you will die if you take another of my strikes," Ning Chen warned, his voice laced with reluctance. "Even if I die at your hands, I will still kill him," Zhang Moli insisted, struggling to her feet, grasping her dagger tightly, her eyes aflame with determination as she charged again. Ning Chen was perplexed. Despite her enmity with the one-eyed wolf, why was she so adamant about killing him now? Could she not retreat and seek another opportunity later? With Ning Chen's strength at the third level of Qi refining, having already repelled Zhang Moli twice, a third strike would surely spell her demise. "You are no match for me. Seek a more formidable master to train under before returning," Ning Chen advised, not wishing to kill Zhang Moli. Before he could finish, Zhang Moli suddenly halted, gazing deeply into Ning Chen's eyes. "What if I were to become your disciple? Would you teach me powerful martial arts?" she proposed. Ning Chen was taken aback, but nodded. "I can accept you as my disciple, but you must not seek vengeance on the one-eyed wolf before your training is complete." Zhang Moli contemplated for a moment. "I have one more condition. You must ensure my safety and protect my life until my training is finished." "Agreed," Ning Chen replied promptly. Though this arrangement was peculiar, it was the only option available that would allow him to save the one-eyed wolf. Upon hearing Ning Chen's acceptance, Zhang Moli knelt before him without hesitation, performing a formal apprenticeship bow. "Master, please accept your disciple's salute." Ning Chen looked at the kneeling Zhang Moli, incredulous. Had he truly just taken on a disciple? Nonetheless, since he was now a master, he had to embody the role. He helped her up and produced a talisman made of yellow paper from his pocket, handing it to her. "I do not have any other gifts for you at the moment, but take this talisman. It will protect you once without harm." Zhang Moli accepted the talisman, examining it closely before suddenly turning to the one-eyed wolf, frowning. "You must have a similar talisman. You were not harmed when I attacked earlier, were you?" Chapter 41. Moli's hidden truth. The one-eyed wolf, fearing Zhang Moli would lash out again, quickly hid behind Ning Chen, though his expression betrayed his anxiety. "Did we not agree that you would not seek revenge on the one-eyed wolf before completing your training?" Ning Chen interjected hastily. Zhang Moli shot a venomous glare at the one-eyed wolf before tucking the talisman away and respectfully standing beside Ning Chen. Ning Chen regarded both Zhang Moli and the one-eyed wolf seriously. "Moli, you must not seek vengeance on the one-eyed wolf before your training is complete. Otherwise, I will strip you of your abilities. And you, one-eyed wolf, are forbidden from retaliating against Moli. If I discover you have harmed her in secret, I will personally end you." Ning Chen's words made both of them shudder, and they lowered their heads in submission, acknowledging his decree. "By the way, Mr. Ning, how many of those talismans do you have left?" "I want them all," the one-eyed wolf eagerly inquired. Now aware of the talisman's efficacy, he lamented the scarcity of the 20 he had acquired the previous day. Ning Chen gave the one-eyed wolf a knowing smile. It seemed that Zhang Moli's pursuit of the one-eyed wolf had not been without its benefits, as it had allowed the one-eyed wolf to experience the talisman's protective power firsthand. "I can produce talismans indefinitely. As I mentioned before, you will help me sell them, and that offer still stands. However, the price will need to increase." Ning Chen stated nonchalantly. "All right, Mr. Ning, I will pay you 1 million per talisman." The one-eyed wolf gritted his teeth in agreement. "Deal." Ning Chen smiled and nodded, instructing the one-eyed wolf to procure yellow paper and red ink. He then found a secluded room in his entertainment venue, crafting 20 talismans on the spot and handing them over to the one-eyed wolf. Without hesitation, the one-eyed wolf transferred 20 million to Ning Chen, spending the money without remorse, fully aware that he could easily earn back much more than that. After all, a life-saving talisman was worth any price. Having received the one-eyed wolf's 20 million, Ning Chen returned to the villa with Zhang Moli. He understood that releasing too many talismans at once would diminish their value. Rarity was key. Back at the villa, Zhang Moli hesitated, and after much contemplation, she finally spoke earnestly to Ning Chen. "Master, there is something I wish to tell you." "Go on," Ning Chen replied. Curiosity piqued. Zhang Moli's expression shifted slightly before she began. "In truth, I had a master before you. However, my previous master practiced a wicked technique in secret. He only accepted female disciples, using his methods to absorb our essence. Those sisters who fell victim to him became mere vessels, ultimately meeting tragic ends. I managed to escape only during his seclusion. But once he awakens, he will surely realize I am gone and will come after me. That is why I urgently sought to kill the one-eyed wolf, to avenge my deceased father. I do not know when he will come for me. I am running out of time. Zhang Moli's confession illuminated Ning Chen's understanding. Now he comprehended why she was so intent on killing the one-eyed wolf today, and why she had so readily chosen to become his disciple. At this juncture, I no longer wish to deceive you. The reason I sought to become your disciple and insisted on you protecting my life is because I hope you will shield me from my malevolent master. If you are still willing to accept me as your disciple and ensure my safety, I will wholeheartedly commit to being your student. If you are unwilling to offend my wicked master, I will leave and do whatever it takes to kill the one-eyed wolf. Zhang Moli declared calmly. Chapter 42. Why I cannot take disciples. What is the strength of your malevolent master? Ning Ten Ninguiret. He is currently in closed-door cultivation, striving to reach the master realm. During the seclusion, he brought 5 senior sisters along to seize their primal yin and break through his limits. If he emerges successfully, he will undoubtedly attain the master level, Zhang Moli explained. Master? Ningchen recalled the teachings in his mind. In a mundane martial arts world, practitioners are categorized into external and internal force warriors. For instance, the bodyguards earlier were merely entry-level external force warriors, while Zhang Moli could be considered at the pinnacle of that category. Above external warriors are the internal force warriors, and the master level surpasses even them, categorizing one as an exceptional powerhouse. Of course, Ning Chan practiced not the mundane martial arts but the path of immortality, rendering their comparison moot. Currently at the 3rd level of Qi refining, he estimated that he could contend with internal force warriors. Yet defeating a master would likely require him to elevate his cultivation by 1 or 2 more tiers. Having come to this conclusion, Ning Chun calmly stated, "Since you have already chosen to be my disciple, there is no reason for you to retract your decision. As long as you uphold your promise, I shall naturally safeguard your life and impart profound cultivation techniques. Once you achieve mastery, your malevolent master will be inconsequential before you." Zhang Moli was instantly elated. Having sparred with Ning Chun, she felt that his current strength was nearly equal to her malevolent master's pre-seclusion power. Coupled with that extraordinary talisman, perhaps he could indeed protect her life. Thereafter, she earnestly performed the disciple's bow and began tidying up the entire villa in silence. In the afternoon, Shan Ro arrived to take Ning Chun to the auction, and Su Qinxue coincidentally wished to attend as well, driving her Beijing-registered Maybach. Upon entering the villa, Shan Ro and Su Qinxue found Ning Chun seated on the sofa, while Zhang Moli donned an apron, diligently cleaning. "Is this your hired maid?" Shan Ro was taken aback. "Haha, Ning Chun, you are quite capable, hiring such a beautiful maid. Is she truly just a maid?" Su Qinxue sneered coldly. Ning Chun rose and introduced, "This is my newly accepted disciple, Zhang Moli." "Moli, these are Miss Su and Miss Shan." Zhang Moli coldly nodded, greeting, "Hello, Miss Su, hello, Miss Shan." Seeing Zhang Moli's demeanor, which did not resemble that of a typical maid, Su Qinxue's expression remained frosty, and she retorted, "A disciple? Have you started taking disciples now? Why can't I take a disciple?" Ning Chun gazed steadily at Su Qinxue. Caught off guard, Su Qinxue fell silent. Indeed, if Ning Chun could defeat her bodyguards with a single move, why could he not take a disciple? "All right, you two, stop glaring at each other. The auction is about to commence. Ning Chun, let us go. Would your disciple Moli like to join?" Shan Ro interjected, noticing the tension between her close friend Su Qinxue and Ning Chun. "If Moli doesn't want to go, we shall leave," Ning Chun replied, shaking his head as he exited with Shan Ro and Su Qinxue. As they departed, Su Qinxue could not resist glancing back at Zhang Moli. For some reason, Zhang Moli made her feel uneasy. Yet, she quickly reminded herself that she was no longer tied to Ning Chun. Their engagement had long been dissolved, and the marriage certificate returned. What difference did it make if Ning Chun had someone new by his side? Nonetheless, she felt compelled to warn Ro. Chapter 43. 20 million at a whim soon. The trio arrived at the Jiangqing auction house. The auction commenced swiftly, with numerous items presented for bidding. However, Ning Chun was uninterested in the antiques, paintings, or rare treasures, eagerly awaiting any aged medicinal herbs. At long last, after what felt like an eternity, the auctioneer brought forth a box, revealing a medicinal herb within. This herb is a wild ginseng from Zhongnanshan, over 100 years old. With a starting bid of 1 million, the auctioneer announced, Ning Chun immediately focused, sensing the rich spiritual energy emanating from the wild ginseng, which was prime material for alchemy. 2 million. Before he could fully gauge the herb's energy, Shan Ro had already called out the bid. Recognizing Shan Ro from their previous encounter on Elizabeth, some attendees immediately acknowledged her. Since she intended to purchase the wild ginseng, they naturally refrained from competing against her. However, an elderly man in the front row suddenly interjected. 3 million. Shan Ro frowned slightly, continuing, 5 million. 6 million. The elderly man responded without hesitation. 10 million. Shan Ro's frown deepened. 11 million. The old man showed no signs of retreating. The crowd began to murmur. Who is this old man? Why does he keep bidding against Miss Shan? Is he deliberately opposing her? This wild ginseng should normally be valued at a maximum of 5 million. Yet Miss Shan has bid 10 million, and he still persists? He must be a shill trying to drive up the price. Shill, quiet down. That old man is not a shill. He is Gu Haichun, known as Master Gu. He is a renowned feng shui master making waves in Jiangxing lately. Be careful not to provoke him. What? A feng shui master? Let us pretend we didn't say anything. In high society, the wealthier individuals tended to believe in feng shui. Thus, when the crowd learned that the old man named Gu Haichun was a prominent feng shui master, they quickly fell silent. After all, feng shui is an enigmatic and elusive matter, and no one wished to offend someone who wielded such mysterious powers. This must be Miss Shan of the Shan family, correct? This ginseng is particularly important to me. I hope Miss Shan can do me a favor and let me have it, Gu Haichun proposed, turning to her. Clearly, the price had soared to 11 million, nearing his financial limits. I apologize, Master Gu, but this wild ginseng is equally significant to me. Let us adhere to the auction's rules. Shan Ro replied with a slight smile, then whispered to Ning Chun, rest assured, Ning Chun, no matter the cost, I will ensure you acquire this ginseng. As Shan Ro was about to call out another bid, Ning Chun interrupted, let me handle this myself. You handle it yourself? Shan Ro was taken aback. In the next moment, Ning Chun stood up and declared nonchalantly, I bid 20 million. For a wild ginseng, even one aged 100 years. 20 million was an astronomical sum. Gu Haichun's expression soured as he realized he could not match that amount, and he fell silent, ceasing his bids. 20 million once. 20 million twice. 20 million thrice. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring the wild ginseng. The auctioneer proclaimed loudly. Ning Chun, here's your card. Shan Ro discreetly handed him a bank card, whispering. Beside them, Su Chinchua scoffed. Ning Chun, is this what you call handling it yourself? Using Ro's money to bid? Does it feel gratifying to toss out 20 million so casually? If you truly intend to handle it yourself, why not use your own funds to settle the bill? Chapter 44. Miss Shan, your fortune looks dim. Chinchua, what are you saying? This money is for my treatment, which Ning Chun provided. I owe him this. Shan Ro quickly defended. Isn't it a choice between a boyfriend and a bank card? Su Chinchua retorted. Shan Ro was momentarily speechless. Miss Su is right. Ning Chun softly spoke to Dan Ro. After I treated you, it was a matter of choice. Since I chose to be your boyfriend, I can no longer use that card. Besides, wasn't it said that the card contained 10 million? Now it requires 20 million. That card simply won't suffice. So, I shall manage on my own. But where will you get that much money? Dan Ro inquired. Honestly, I didn't have it until this morning, Ning Chun replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice as he stood and walked backstage. Oh, did you really not give him any money secretly? How could he possibly have 20 million? He couldn't have slipped away backstage, could he? Su Chinchua furrowed her brows, suspicion evident in her tone. I truly didn't give him any money. Dan Ro's face mirrored her confusion. A few minutes later, Ning Chun returned, having completed the payment and holding a box containing ginseng. The astonishment on Su Chinchua and Dan Ro's faces was palpable. They could hardly believe he had not only stayed, but had actually returned with the ginseng. Ning Chun, where on earth did you acquire such a sum of money? You aren't using Ro's name to swindle others, are you? Su Chinchua questioned, her expression cold after her initial shock. Misu, I've already told you once yesterday that I neither deceive nor swindle, Ning Chun replied with sincerity, his voice tinged with indignation. Chinchua, you shouldn't speak to Ning Chun like that. You have no evidence. Didn't he mention that his talisman is quite valuable? One talisman is worth 500,000. So 20 million is merely 40 talismans. Dan Ro interjected hastily to defend him. I raised the price this morning. Each talisman is now 1 million, Ning Chen added, somewhat sheepishly. What? Are you saying you genuinely used that talisman to swindle money? Su Qianchua's disappointment was unmistakable. A talisman priced at 1 million was hard for even Dan Ro to believe, prompting her to suggest, let's step outside and discuss this further. As the three exited the auction house and prepared to enter their vehicle, a feng shui master named Gu Haichen approached them, striding forward with purpose. Miss Dan, I am Gu Haichen. A pleasure to meet you. Hello, Master Gu. Is there something you need? Dan Ro replied, preemptively stating, I must clarify that the ginseng is very important to my boyfriend, so we cannot part with it. Dan Ro guessed that Gu Haichen's intentions were indeed related to the century-old ginseng. She had heard much about his considerable reputation in Jiangsheng and the seemingly miraculous nature of his feng shui techniques. However, since Ning Chen deeply desired the ginseng, Dan Ro naturally could not relinquish it to Gu Haichen. Moreover, it was purchased with Ning Chen's own funds, reinforcing her refusal. Gu Haichen smiled slightly, adopting a mysterious tone. Miss Dan, I am indeed here for the ginseng, but I am also here to save your life. What? Dan Ro's brows knitted together. Miss Dan, your brow is darkening. If immediate measures are not taken, there could be bloodshed within 3 days. As he spoke, Gu Haichen raised his hand, extending his index finger toward Dan Ro's forehead. Dan Ro was momentarily stunned, frozen in place, and forgetting to move. However, Ning Chen's expression darkened as he noted the green jade ring on Gu Haichen's finger, from which a swirl of black energy emanated ominously. Stop! Ning Chen's hoped it. Chapter 45. The Feng Shui Master's Trick. When Gu Haichen mentioned Dan Ro's darkening brow, Ning Chen felt something was amiss. Although he had not specifically studied Feng Shui, he understood that it was closely related to spiritual energy. Having inherited his grandfather's teachings, he had embarked on the path of cultivation, allowing him to keenly sense and absorb spiritual energy for his use, thus enabling him to see through the so-called Feng Shui techniques. To Ning Chen, Dan Ro exhibited no signs of a darkening brow. Instead, it was Gu Haichen's ring that harbored a potent black energy. As Gu Haichen's finger continued its advance toward Dan Ro, Ning Chen stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her, extending his hand toward Gu Haichen's. You fool! You don't know what you're getting into, Gu Haichen sneered, pressing his finger against Ning Chen's palm, unleashing the black energy. Ning Chen felt the rush of negativity. Anger, madness, hatred, malice, and curses surge forth. If an ordinary person were to encounter such energy, they could expect dire consequences. This must be eradicated, Ning Chen thought, furrowing his brow. The spiritual energy within him swiftly enveloped the black energy, devouring it entirely in moments. Ning Chen, are you all right? Dan Ro asked, sensing something was off. There's no need to worry, I'm fine. In fact, I feel even stronger now, Ning Chen replied with a smile, having absorbed the dark energy and feeling a surge in his own power. Gu Haichen was bewildered as he noticed Ning Chen remained unfazed, unlike others who had previously fallen victim to his schemes. More troubling was the sudden loss of connection to the black energy he had sent forth. Chapter 46. The treasure of you little brat. What on earth did you do? Gu Haichen blurted out in astonishment. I merely thought those energies were undesirable, so I made them vanish. I suggest you refrain from meddling with such harmful things, Ning Chen retorted with a cold smile. Gu Haichen's expression morphed into a mix of shock, anger, and fear. Furthermore, that ring you wear is hardly a benign artifact. Ning Chen coldly uttered a sound, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into the ring on Gu Haichen's finger. Suddenly, a crisp crack echoed as the jade ring shattered. What? You? Gu Haichen's heart ached, causing his lips to tremble. Though the malevolent energy was precious, as long as he possessed this ring, he could gradually gather more. But now, Ning Chen had destroyed the very ring he had. It was a genuine magical artifact he had acquired by sheer luck. With its destruction, he could no longer rely on that trick to conjure illusions. So, do you still believe my brow is dark? Do you wish to decipher me? Ning Chen sneered. You brat, you have guts. Just you wait. Gu Haichen's face darkened, leaving behind a venomous remark before he turned and departed in disarray. Ning Chen, what just happened? Why did that Master Gu leave with such a grim expression? Shan Rou and Su Qianxue exchanged bewildered glances, their delicate faces reflecting confusion. The interaction between Ning Chun and Gu Haicheng had been quite peculiar, especially with Gu Haicheng's ring spontaneously exploding. Ning Chun, do you possess knowledge of feng shui? Shan Rou suddenly exclaimed, her eyes brightening with surprise. Ning Chun pondered for a moment, first shaking his head, then nodding. I lack orthodox feng shui techniques, but I believe I can achieve similar effects. Though feng shui is wondrous, Ning Chun's cultivation in immortal arts naturally surpasses it. He could achieve nearly all the results that feng shui could. Ning Chun, you truly understand feng shui? My goodness, you possess an astonishing array of skills. Medicine, martial arts, feng shui, and even culinary expertise. Shan Rou exclaimed, her excitement evident. Rou, you're exaggerating, calling him a treasure of a man. Su Qianxue furrowed her brow, instinctively wishing to remind Shan Rou of a few points. Yet, upon opening her mouth, she realized Shan Rou was not entirely wrong. A man proficient in medicine, martial arts, feng shui, and culinary arts is indeed a veritable treasure. However, this was odd. When she had first met Ning Chun to annul their engagement, he had not appeared this way at all. After parting with Shan Rou and Su Qianxue, Ning Chun eagerly ventured to the herbal market to procure various medicinal herbs, returning to his villa to concoct elixirs with a century-old ginseng as the main ingredient, supplemented by other herbs. Jasmine looked on in puzzlement, struggling to comprehend how her newly appointed master could master not only martial arts but also medicine and alchemy. With a resounding explosion, the cauldron erupted and 3 round, verdant pills soared into the air. Ning Chun caught them in his palm and slowly opened his hand, releasing a rich aroma of medicinal essence. These pills, named minor essence pills, contain a concentration of spiritual energy far surpassing the previous gathering chi pills. The century-old wild ginseng, purchased for 20 million, had yielded only these 3 pills. Without hesitation, Ning Chun consumed all 3 and sat cross-legged to cultivate. Unbeknownst to him, an entire night slipped away. At dawn, Ning Chun gradually opened his eyes, exhaling a deep breath, and slowly rose, hearing the satisfying crackle of his joints. A far deeper aura expanded around him. Ning Chun had now reached the 4th level of chi refinement. Yesterday, Jasmine had managed to withstand 3 of his strikes. Today, however, she would likely perish from even a single blow. Master, your strength, why has it suddenly surged? Jasmine inquired, her expression filled with uncertainty. She could sense that Ning Chun's power had exceeded that of her wicked master before his seclusion. As the saying goes, without unexpected wealth, one cannot prosper without night grass. A horse cannot thrive. My rapid enhancement stems from the pills I concocted last night, Ning Chun replied with a smile. To reassure Jasmine, he then produced some ordinary herbs and refined several gathering chi pills for her. After consuming them, Jasmine practiced and immediately felt her power increase significantly. Of course, since Ning Chun had yet to teach her the methods of immortal cultivation, her absorption of the pill's effects remained limited. Nonetheless, she felt that her current strength could rival that of her former formidable senior sister. Master, thank you for your generous gift, Jasmine exclaimed, kneeling in gratitude. From that moment on, she was wholly devoted to Ning Chun. Meanwhile, at Su Hai's residence, since returning from Shan Rou's banquet, Su Hai's father, Su Jimin, had fallen mysteriously ill. In just a few days, despite consulting numerous renowned doctors in Jiangcheng, none could diagnose the ailment. The condition worsened rapidly, leading to a state of bed rest and confusion. In desperation, Su Hai heard that the issue might be related to feng shui, prompting him to seek out the most famous feng shui master in Jiangcheng, Gu Haicheng. Although Gu Haicheng had suffered a setback the previous day at the hands of Ning Chun, he still possessed some feng shui knowledge. After a thorough examination, he soon discovered that the jade pendant around Su Jimin's neck harbored malevolent energy. He attempted to dispel it, but quickly realized the intensity of the malevolent energy was formidable. Even if his magical artifact had not been destroyed, it would be impossible to counteract it without facing backlash. How is it, Master Gu? You must save my father, Su Hai implored, noticing Gu Haicheng's troubled expression. Gu Haicheng's demeanor fluctuated, and after a moment, he replied slowly, Young Master Su, your father has fallen victim to malevolent energy. Unfortunately, my abilities are insufficient against such potent forces. What? Even you cannot help? Su Hai etli min det pai. Do not panic, young Master Su. I know of someone who, if willing, could certainly save your father, Gu Haiqing said, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Who is this person? Master Gu, please tell me. Su Hai grasped at this lifeline. His surname is Ning, and he is closely associated with the young lady of the Shan family, Gu Haiqing replied. What? Master Gu, are you referring to Ning Chun? Su Hai asked, his expression turning strange. He recalled how, just days prior at the banquet, Ning Chun had oddly advised him against wearing the jade pendant, uttering disparaging remarks. Indeed, that Ning Chun, if he chooses to intervene, he can undoubtedly save your father. However, I fear he may harbor ill intentions and refuse to assist, Gu Haichang said, his tone sincere, yet laced with subtle provocation, secretly reveling in his scheming. Isn't that Ning fellow quite formidable? Let us see how he handles this malevolent energy. Such ferocity is unlike anything I've seen. He cannot possibly dispel it. Gu Haiqing thought with a smirk. When Ning Chun arrived, he could provoke him into attempting to dispel the energy, resulting in backlash that might render him foolish, thus avenging yesterday as humiliation. With that thought, Gu Haiqing continued to extol Ning Chun. Su Hai, already troubled by Ning Chen's previous comments, no longer hesitated and promptly called Shan Ro. Miss Shan, my father has suddenly fallen gravely ill, possibly due to malevolent forces. I heard your boyfriend is knowledgeable in both medicine and feng shui. Could you please ask him to come treat my father? Hearing this, Shan Ro frowned slightly and replied, Su Xiao, I believe it would be better for you to speak directly with Ning Chun about this matter. After providing Su Hai with Ning Chen's phone number and address, she hung up. Immediately, she dialed Ning Chen's number with utmost urgency. Ning Chun, I am truly in awe of your capabilities, Shan Ro said. What's the matter? Ning Chun found it somewhat peculiar. Do you remember that person named Su Hai from the last banquet on the Elizabeth? At that time, you mentioned him, and he did not believe you. He just called me, saying that his father has fallen ill with a strange ailment, possibly possessed, and wishes to invite you to treat him. Shan Ro added. Ning Chun recalled, saying, the jade pendant he wore indeed seemed problematic. What is his address? I shall go to his residence immediately. However, Shan Ro replied, let him provide you with his address. I've already given him your phone number. Since he seeks your assistance, he should convey it personally rather than have me relay the message. It seems Shan Ro had not forgotten Su Hai's previous disdain for Ning Chun. Ning Chun couldn't help but smile bitterly. Women truly hold grudges. Yet, it was rather pleasant to have someone remember grievances on one's behalf. Ning Chun continued, since you have given Su Hai my number, let us end the call. I shall wait for him to call back. No, I want to enjoy our conversation a little longer. Shan Ro giggled, but if we remain on the line, Su Hai will be unable to reach me. And what if it delays his father's condition? Ning Chun said, if Su Hai genuinely intends to request your help, he should come in person rather than simply make a call, calling out for assistance. Shan Ro retorted, somewhat petty. Ning Chun was at a loss for words. What? Do you value Su Hai more than me? Alas, this is truly disheartening. Shan Ro feigned a sigh. How could that be? Of course, you are more important. Ning Chun blurted out instinctively. Shan Ro refused to hang up, leaving Ning Chun no choice but to continue their conversation. Meanwhile, Su Hai repeatedly dialed Ning Chen's number, only to find it engaged. He then attempted to call Shan Ro, only to discover her line was also busy. In a state of anxiety, Su Hai incessantly dialed both Ning Chun and Shan Ro, while he summoned a subordinate, providing him with Ning Chen's address, instructing him to locate Ning Chun. The subordinate swiftly arrived at Ning Chen's villa, knocking forcefully on the door. While Ning Chun was still conversing with Shan Ro upstairs, the maid, Jasmine, opened the door. Is this Ning Chen's residence? I am from the Su family, and I demand that Ning Chun come out immediately. My young master requires his presence. The subordinate declared without courtesy. Su Hai had hastily briefed him over the phone, unaware of the specifics, mistakenly believing he could treat Ning Chun as he would others. What business does your young master have with my master? Jasmine frowned. My master is gravely ill, and my young master insists that Ning Chun attend to him at once. You must hurry. If my master's condition worsens, you will bear the consequences. The subordinate impatiently insisted. Upon hearing this, Jasmine, realizing that this person had come seeking her master's assistance yet spoke so rudely, grew irate. I apologize, but my master is on a call and cannot accompany you right now. You may leave. Oh, you little girl, why don't you bring Ning Chun out this instant? Let me remind you, Opportunities to curry favor with the Su family do not arise every day. If you miss this chance, you will regret it later. The subordinate exclaimed angrily. What is the Su family to me? Jasmine scoffed, slamming the door shut. The subordinate was infuriated, his nose wrinkled in fury. He was accustomed to being domineering due to the Su family status. He would issue commands not only to Ningchun, but also to the directors of Jiangxing Hospital without hesitation. Yet, he did not expect that Jasmine would show no respect to the Su family whatsoever. You will regret not recognizing the Su family's significance. Just wait. The subordinate stormed off in fury. Meanwhile, Ningchun, still on the phone with Shan Ro, had overheard parts of the conversation below. This Su family, with such an attitude, is not worth my time. Why should I rush to be a doormat for them? Ningchun mused inwardly. On the other hand, Su Hai's father, Su Jiming, was in a more critical condition, frustrated by the inability to reach Ningchun and with his subordinate failing to return. Su Hai had no choice but to drive to Ningchun's villa himself. Upon knocking on the door, Jasmine coldly inquired, "Who are you? What do you want?" "I am Su Hai from the Su family, here to seek Ningchun's assistance for my father's illness," Su Hai replied. Jasmine remained expressionless. "My master is on a call and cannot go to your home." "On a call? My father is in serious condition. And he is still on the phone? Can't he make the call while on his way?" Su Hai said angrily. All of you from the Su family certainly have an attitude. You come here seeking my master's help yet act so high and mighty. Do you think everyone should be at your beck and call? Or perhaps you believe everyone fears the Su family. My master, being such a remarkable person, will not allow you to command him. If you wish to see my master, you must patiently wait until he finishes his call." Jasmine replied, her expression stern and unapologetic. "Step aside. I will find Ningchun myself." Su Hai shouted, both furious and anxious. "What? You intend to force your way in?" Jasmine sneered, her body slightly shifting, revealing a gleaming dagger now firmly grasped in her hand. Chapter 50. Am I not begging you? You ungrateful woman, it was you just now. You are merely a doorkeeper here, barking orders. You better let my young master in at once. No, immediately bring your master out. Our young master is here. You should not turn away a guest. The subordinate who had visited previously stepped forward, pointing a finger at Jasmine, and shouted sternly. Seeking death. Jasmine was not one to show mercy. She seized the subordinate's finger with her left hand, twisting it. With a sharp crack, the subordinate's finger bent at an unnatural angle, breaking instantly. The subordinate screamed in agony. Just as his cry escaped his throat, Jasmine's dagger swiftly cut through the air, landing at his throat. The subordinate's expression turned pale with fear, silencing him entirely. The glint of the dagger made Su Hai suddenly more alert. Reflecting on Jasmine's words, he realized that his subordinate must have also been rude during his earlier visit to Ningchun. Su Hai's expression shifted several times before he reluctantly softened. "Miss, we from the Su family acknowledge our previous disrespect and lack of courtesy. I am willing to apologize to both you and Mr. Ning, but could you kindly ask Mr. Ning to step out? My father's situation is truly dire. He is nearing death. My master will come down once he finishes his call," Jasmine replied coldly. "Could I beg you to allow it?" Su Hai put it. The Su family ranks among the top 3 in Jiangxing, and, as the eldest son, Su Hai had never been so humble and submissive. Yet Jasmine remained icy. "No. Su Hai felt as though he might burst into tears. He wanted to turn and storm away, fearing he would miss the last chance to save his father. He contemplated softening his tone and possibly kneeling to plead, yet his pride held him back. At that moment, Ningchun descended from the second floor, ending his phone call. "All right, Ro, I'm hanging up. Ningchun, you must do your best. This is a splendid opportunity to prove yourself." Shan Ro encouraged from the other end of the line. After hanging up, Ningchun approached the door. "Is this not young Master Su? You have come to see me about something?" "Mr. Ning, I was wrong not to believe you before. I apologize. My father's condition is critical. Please, I implore you to come to my home and save him. I will agree to any terms you set to save my father," Su Hai exclaimed urgently, disregarding everything else. "Very well, let us go see what can be done." Ningchun nodded. Excellent, let us go." Su Hai was instantly filled with joy. The Su family villa. Under Su Hai's guidance, Ningchun entered Su Jiming's room. Inside, Su Jiming lay on the bed, his complexion as pale as paper, devoid of any color, his breathing faint, life flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Gu Haichun stood nearby, and upon seeing Ning Chen enter, he deliberately raised his voice. Master Ning, you've finally arrived. Please save Mr. Su. If you exert your full strength, you will certainly be able to save him. If you do nothing, it would be akin to watching Mr. Su die right before your eyes. He believed that Ning Chen would be unable to dispel the fierce, malevolent energy surrounding Su Jiming. Therefore, as long as Ning Chen was present, he would either take action and be countered by that fierce energy or refrain from acting and witness Su Jiming's demise, incurring the Su family's wrath. In any case, his vendetta would be avenged. Chapter 51. The mysterious mother and child, Jade Pendant, is it you? Ning Chen glanced at Gu Haichun, slightly furrowing his brow. Mr. Ning, please take a look at my father quickly. Su Hai Uet An Si O Li. Ning Chen nodded, turning his gaze to the bedridden Su Jiming, whose face was ashen, appearing lifeless, with barely any breath remaining. Around his neck hung a jade pendant, shrouded in swirling black mist, thick and fierce, far more menacing than the black energy emanating from Gu Haichun's jade ring the previous day. Ning Chen's gaze sharpened, his brow knitting tightly. How is it, Mr. Ning? Su Hai Kasket Hu Di Den. Gu Haichun, upon witnessing Ning Chen's expression, felt a surge of triumph. He had correctly guessed that the malevolent energy surrounding Su Jiming was beyond Ning Chen's capacity to handle. Gu Haichun smirked inwardly, feigning urgency as he exclaimed, Master Ning, you aren't being stingy with your power, are you? You wouldn't want to expend your energy to save Mr. Su, would you? Indeed, upon hearing this, Su Hai's expression changed, and he implored, Please, Mr. Ning, you must save my father. If you deplete your energy, the Su family will certainly reward you generously for your efforts. Ning Chen replied calmly, Since I am here, I will certainly take action. With that, Ning Chen gathered his spiritual energy and reached for the jade pendant around Su Jiming's neck. The black malevolent energy surged violently, attacking Ning Chen. Yet, he made no move to defend himself, allowing the dark energy to flood into his body. Witnessing this, Gu Haichun's face turned pale with fear. He had narrowly escaped the dark energy moments earlier. However, he soon wore a smug grin, thinking to himself, Ning Chen, I knew you were young and impulsive, unable to resist provocation or temptation, and you would undoubtedly take action. Once you do, that fierce energy will surely rebound upon you. It won't just be a matter of expending energy. You might even end up as a simpleton. Suddenly, Gu Haichun's smug smile froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. He saw that after the black malevolent energy entered Ning Chen's body, Ning Chen did not turn ashen as an ordinary person would. Instead, he remained composed. Half a minute later, Ning Chen even let out a long breath. He had mobilized the spiritual energy within him, instantly dispelling the black malevolent energy and refining it, thereby augmenting his own power, just as he had done the previous day with the energy from Gu Haichun's ring. After absorbing the fierce, malevolent energy, Ning Chen exerted a slight force, yanking the jade pendant off Su Jiming's neck and examining it closely. The shape of this jade pendant complemented the one around Su Hai's neck, confirming that they were indeed a pair of mother and child jade pendants. Mr. Ning, Su Hai asked nervously. Holding the mother pendant, Ning Chen addressed Su Hai. I mentioned to you that you should not wear that pendant, but you did not heed my warning. Your father's current condition is entirely due to this mother and child jade pendant. What? Mr. Ning, what does this mean? Su Hai queried anxiously. Ning Chen replied, You said that your father would not harm you. But I must tell you, he certainly would not harm you. He has harmed himself. You mentioned that ever since you wore that child pendant, you felt invigorated, correct? Well, I must inform you that for every benefit you gained, your father paid an equal price. The better your body and spirit feel, the worse your father's condition becomes. This pair of jade pendants can even transfer your father's vitality entirely to you. Chapter 52. Su Hai's gratitude. What? Su Hai's face shifted dramatically, and in a panic, he yanked the jade pendant from his wrist, preparing to throw it away. Don't throw it. Ning Chen took the pendant from Su Hai's hand, his tone serious. Although this mother and child jade pendant is somewhat sinister, if we erase the malevolent energy within it, it could become a fine artifact. What? Mr. Ning, what are you saying? Su Hai asked, confused. Each word Ning Chen spoke was clear, yet together they made no sense to him. Ning Chen waved his hand, stating, Did you not just say that if I save your father, you would reward me? So I will be direct. I would like this mother and child jade pendant. Of course. Mr. Ning, as long as you save my father, anything is negotiable. I would gladly part with this jade pendant, even if it means. Suhai began, but suddenly realized, exclaiming, "What? Mr. Ning, do you mean my father has already been saved?" Ning Chun smiled faintly, saying, "You can feel for yourself. Since you removed that child pendant, hasn't that feeling of invigoration, that almost euphoric sensation in your head, suddenly vanished?" Suhai's eyes widened as he carefully sensed his body. After a moment, he joyfully slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Mr. Ning, it truly is as you said. What is happening?" Ning Chun explained, "The child pendant no longer siphons your father's life essence. It no longer diverts his vitality to you, so you naturally won't feel that heightened state any longer. As for your father, he was never ill, but was merely being drained by the child pendant, leading to his current state. Now that it has been removed, he just needs to rest properly to recover. If you wish for a swift recovery." Ning Chun pondered for a moment, then reached into his belongings, producing a single gathering chi pill he had saved for Jasmine, which he decided to give to Suhai for Su Jiming to take. Although the primary function of the gathering chi pill was to gather a small amount of spiritual energy to enhance the strength of low-level cultivators, it also had restorative properties. Thus, not long after Su Jiming consumed the pill, his pallid complexion transformed into a vibrant hue filled with vitality. "Mr. Ning, my father is truly improving." Suhai et Galim, elated by the remarkable change in Su Jiming's appearance. "Let him sleep well and rest for a couple of days, and he will be completely fine." Ning Chen nodded. Suhai, filled with excitement, grasped Ning Chen's hand, saying, "Mr. Ning, you are truly extraordinary. You have saved my father, and I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude." "I already mentioned that the jade pendant would suffice as my reward," Ning Chun replied nonchalantly. "That's not enough. How can a mere jade pendant repay the debt of life, regardless of the sum?" "Of course, Mr. Ning, you're certainly not short of money. Please, if you have any requests, just let me know, and I will fulfill them to the best of my ability." Suhai Uyet Foventin. He initially considered transferring a large sum of money to Ning Chun, but quickly reconsidered. Since Ning Chun was Shanya's boyfriend, he surely did not lack funds. Seeing Suhai's earnestness, Ning Chun stated, "If you have connections, please help me inquire about anyone possessing aged medicinal herbs." "Aged medicinal herbs? My family has a century-old Hisho Wu. I will fetch it for you right away." Suhai replied without hesitation, heading into the inner room. Beside him, Gu Hai-chun, who had originally anticipated a spectacle from Ning Chun, now wore an expression of disbelief, envy, and profound regret, as if he were lamenting a lost opportunity. Chapter 53. The power of sorcery. The reason Gu Hai-chun had recommended Ning Chun to Suhai was far from benevolent. He had intended for Ning Chun to be harmed by malevolent energy or to incur Su family's resentment. Yet now, Ning Chun effortlessly dispelled that fierce malevolence and was treated by Suhai with utmost respect, who sought ways to repay him, even offering a century-old Hisho Wu. It must be noted that what Gu Hai-chun desired most was indeed such a century-old herb. Otherwise, why would he have competed with Dan Rowe at the auction just days prior? Why would he have attempted to manipulate Dan Rowe? Before long, Suhai presented a century-old Hisho Wu about the size of a sea bowl, which faintly resembled a human form. Ning Chun accepted it without hesitation, storing it away. "Mr. Ning, could you please examine the other jade pendants in my home to see if they harbor any unclean entities?" At this moment, Suhai produced over a dozen jade pendants and placed them before Ning Chun. He was an aficionado of jade, possessing a considerable collection, and now, having been bitten by a snake, he was wary of ropes. Ning Chun smiled, surveying the pendants. Most were of ordinary quality, incapable of harboring malevolent energy, and thus posed no issues. Among them, he selected the finest piece, which still contained a hint of spiritual energy. Recalling the techniques from his inherited knowledge, he infused a strand of spiritual energy into the pendant, forming a simple protective array. He then layered it with a basic gathering array of spiritual energy. "I cannot accept your century-old Hisho Wu without offering something in return. I have already empowered this pendant for you." Ning Chun initially intended to explain the protective and gathering arrays he had established within the jade pendant, but realizing Suhai might not comprehend, he rephrased, "I have consecrated this pendant for you. Carry it with you, and it will help mitigate certain dangers and turn misfortune into fortune." The protective capabilities were roughly equivalent to withstanding 3 impact from a vehicle traveling 100 yards per hour. As for transforming misfortune into fortune, it was likely to counter a certain degree of malevolent energy. Su Hai, upon hearing Ning Chen's words, was both astonished and elated. If what Ning Chen claimed was true, then this pendant had transformed into an invaluable treasure. Moreover, Ning Chen's act of consecration was nothing short of miraculous. In that instant, Su Hai regarded Ning Chen with an expression filled with mystery and respect. Declining Su Hai's offers of accompaniment, Ning Chen strolled leisurely away from the Su family villa. After a short distance, he halted, not turning back, and remarked, "What? Do you intend to follow me indefinitely?" Behind him, Gu Haichun emerged slowly. "He Ning, since you are aware of my presence, I shall no longer hide my intentions. Hand over the century-old ginseng from yesterday and the Hishou Wu from today, and I will let you go. What does that sound?" Ning Chen scoffed. "Let me go? I am genuinely curious as to what gives you such confidence." "Listen, Ning, I have provided you an opportunity. If you fail to seize it, that is beyond my control. Do you think your little tricks can intimidate Su Hai and also me? I assure you, if you do not surrender those 2 century-old herbs today, we shall settle old and new debts together." Gu Haichun sneered, brandishing a piece of red talisman paper. "You wish to confront me? Come forth, I am quite intrigued." Ning Chen was not lying. He was indeed curious. His grandfather's teachings had spoken of the existence of martial and sorcerous powers beyond the mundane world. The essence of martial power was rather comprehensible, as exemplified by the likes of Dajuan and Mo Li, while the nature of sorcery piqued his interest. Chapter 54. Because you are too ignorant, Ning, I advise you to relinquish the herbs. You have become the boyfriend of the Dan family's young lady, and now Su family owes you a favor. If you perish so easily, it would be a grave miscalculation. Do not sacrifice your life for a mere century-old herb, squandering your promising future. Gu Haichun's expression darkened. "I could convey the same sentiment to you," Ning Chen replied, standing calmly before Gu Haichun, an air of expectation subtly evident. If that is the case, I shall send you to your demise and claim the herbs from your lifeless body." With a cold snort, Gu Haichun thrust the red talisman paper into the air. Whoosh! The talisman instantly transformed into a flame, hurtling toward Ning Chen. To prevent Ning Chen from evading, Gu Haichun brandished another piece of red talisman paper, unleashing it similarly. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Each piece of red talisman paper morphed into a flame, converging from all directions, encircling Ning Chen and sealing off every escape route. Facing the flames approaching from all sides, Ning Chen remained unfazed, standing resolutely as he summoned spiritual energy to his hands, then reached out to grasp the oncoming flames. "Ha ha ha! Ning, prepare to be reduced to ashes. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy now, it is too late." Gu Haichun's laughter echoed, only to abruptly cease after mere moments, replaced by a scream of terror. For before him, Ning Chen waved his hands, astonishingly halting the roaring flames, extinguishing them effortlessly. How is this possible? Gu Haichun gasped, unable to comprehend how the flames, which could not even be doused by water, were snuffed out by Ning Chen with a mere grip. "You find it impossible because you are too ignorant." Ning Chen slowly approached Gu Haichun, his hands as white as jade, showing no signs of having been scorched by the flames. Who are you?" Gu Haichun retreated, only to find his back against a wall, with no further escape. "I believe your current concern should not be my identity, but rather whether I will spare your life if you kneel and plead for mercy." Ning Chen chuckled coldly as he advanced, delivering a punch. Boom! With a resounding crash, just a centimeter from Gu Haichun's head, a deep hole was punched into the wall. Thud! Gu Haichun's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. "Ning, Mr. Ning, spare my life. Spare your life I may, but you must provide a valid reason. It is unreasonable for you to target me repeatedly, plotting against me, and even attempting to take my life while expecting me to spare you." Ning Chen's expression remained calm. "Mr. Ning, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. My repeated provocations were solely in pursuit of the century-old herb. I had no choice. If I do not procure a century-old herb by the end of the month, I too shall perish. I beg you, Mr. Ning, spare my life, and I, Gu Haichun, will serve you loyally from this day forth at any cost." Gu Haichun pleaded, his face drawn in despair. "Oh, Are you implying that if you do not find a century-old herb by the end of the month, you will die? Ning Chun furrowed his brow. Indeed, the end of the month marks the time for offering medicinal herbs to the southwestern witch sect. If the emissaries from the witch sect arrive, and I fail to present the herbs, I will be left with no path but death. Gu Haichen's voice trembled with desperation. Chapter 55. The Southwestern Witch Sect. The Southwestern Witch Sect? What is that? And why must you offer them herbs? Ning Chun inquired, frowning. Mr. Ning, you are unaware. Gu Haichun began to explain. Initially, Gu Haichun was merely a fraud masquerading as a feng shui practitioner. However, by a stroke of fortune, he encountered someone from the Southwestern Witch Sect, who imparted to him some genuine low-level sorcery, such as the fire talisman technique he had just employed. The ring that allowed him to manipulate malevolent energy was also bestowed upon him by someone from the Southwestern Witch Sect. Nevertheless, Gu Haichun could not receive such benefits without cost. The price he paid for these advantages was to collect a century-old herb each month for the members of the Southwestern Witch Sect. At the end of each month, individuals from the Southwestern Witch Sect would come to seek him out. If he failed to present a century-old medicinal herb, he would face dire consequences. Gu Haichun had been in Jiangchang for a while, and aside from establishing a reputation as a feng shui master, he had nearly depleted the market of all available century-old herbs. Previously, at the auction and with the Su family, Gu Haichun had also been focused on acquiring century-old herbs. Hearing Gu Haichun's words, Ning Chun furrowed his brow slightly. It was no wonder that finding a century-old medicinal herb had become so arduous. It turned out that the Southwestern Witch Sect had hoarded them all. Ning Chun needed the century-old herb for alchemy in his cultivation. But what was the Southwestern Witch Sect's purpose? Ning Sir, I presume you too are in need of century-old herbs? Please do not harm me. I can assist you in gathering intelligence on the Southwestern Witch Sect. They have amassed so many century-old herbs. If we could procure some from them, it would be effortless, Gu Haichun hastily offered. Ning Ten's nered effortless. It seems you wish to divert trouble my way, either by provoking the Southwestern Witch Sect against me or pitting me against them. And no, I wouldn't dare. Gu Haichun quickly lowered his head, cold sweat trickling down. Ning Chun continued, regardless of your daring or lack thereof, I am indeed intrigued by the Southwestern Witch Sect. Gu Haichun eagerly replied, as long as you spare my life, I will do my utmost to gather information on the Southwestern Witch Sect for you. Ning Chun nodded. Did you not mention that the Southwestern Witch Sect people would come to collect herbs at the end of the month? Have them seek me out. Yes, absolutely, Gu Haichun exclaimed, relieved to escape his predicament. After giving Gu Haichun a lesson, Ning Chun returned to his villa, only to find Shan Ro and Su Qinxue already waiting there, interrogating Mo Li as if checking a household registry. However, Mo Li seemed largely indifferent, leading to an awkward atmosphere among the three women. Ning Chun, you have finally returned. How'd it go? Have you cured Su Hai's father? Shan Ro hurried to greet him. Yes, he is cured, Ning Chun nodded. Wonderful. I knew you could do it, Shan Ro exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement. Suddenly, Su Qinxue interjected. The Su family is one of the most powerful families in Jiangcheng, and Su Hai is a filial son. You save his father. He must be immensely grateful to you, right? Ning Chun replied. Indeed, Su Hai told me to feel free to make any demands. Oh, what did you request? Su Qinxue's interest was piqued. She was curious to see what kind of request Ning Chun would make, as a person's demands could reveal their inner desires, be it wealth, power, status, or connections. In the gaze of Shan Ro and Su Qinxue, Ning Chun stated, the reason Su Hai's father encountered issues was primarily due to a pair of jade pendants. I asked him to give me that pair as my reward. Shan Ro and Su Qinxue were momentarily taken aback. Just that? The Su family, a prestigious family in Jiangcheng, and you save their patriarch. Yet your request is merely for a pair of pendants? Su Qinxue could hardly believe it. To her, regardless of whether Ning Chen's request was for money, power, or status, it would reflect his ambition. Yet, he merely asked for a pair of pendants? Such superficiality could only represent vanity. Oh, not just a pair of pendants. Su Hai also gave me a century-old Hishowu. Ning Chen thought for a moment and added, a medicinal herb? Huh. Su Qinxue chuckled lightly. Even if that herb fetched a sky-high price at yesterday's auction, it would amount to no more than 20 million. You saved the Su family's patriarch and only asked for a pair of pendants and a medicinal herb. It seems you are squandering a golden opportunity. Ning Chun, it appears I have overestimated you. Do you realize what you could have gained by saving the Su family's patriarch? You could have leveraged this opportunity to elevate your status and enter the upper echelons of Jiangcheng society, transforming your image and earning newfound respect. Yet, you traded it for pendants, a sign of vanity, and for a medicinal herb, an act of folly. Su Qianxue sighed heavily, disappointment evident on her face. Ning Chun frowned slightly. Miss Su, whether you have overestimated me or not, I know I do not need to use such so-called opportunities to enter the circles of Jiangcheng's elite. In truth, it is not I who will enter their circles, but soon they will need to look up to me. As for the pendants and the herbs, their true value is not for outsiders to know. Upon hearing this, Su Qianxue did not retort. She simply scoffed repeatedly. Shan Rou, however, chuckled and said, "You two should cease your argument. There is merit in both perspectives. But Ning Chun, what do you mean by not for outsiders to know? You wouldn't regard me as an outsider, would you?" After Shan Rou spoke, her beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Ning Chun. Ning Chun smiled wryly and explained, "This pair of pendants is a mother and child set. Although they previously caused harm to Su Hai's father, if used correctly, they can be remade, in a sense activated, transforming them into superior protective talismans. As for the century-old herb," Ning Chun hesitated, unsure how to explain the matter of the herb to Shan Rou. He could not reveal the legacy of his grandfather. "I know you're a doctor and naturally cherish medicinal herbs, right? Hee. But can that pendant truly be activated? Can you really activate it?" Shan Rou clapped her hands eagerly. "Yes, to some extent, but not all pendants are suitable," Ning Chun nodded. "The so-called activation involves constructing a simple array within the pendant using spiritual energy, which can only be done with pendants of a certain quality." "Fantastic. I will bring a pendant next time for you to activate for me," Shan Rou said, believing him wholeheartedly. "Rou, what am I to do with you? You believed that nonsense about the protective talisman before, and now you are buying into this activation talk? Isn't that just a trick to deceive the gullible?" Su Qianxue's brows furrowed, her face cold. She felt Ning Chun was becoming increasingly outrageous. Did he truly think of her and Shan Rou as fools? Meanwhile, the He family was in high spirits. Xia Yunfei had pulled strings, and He Gang was finally released. "My son, you have suffered these past few days." Jiang Xiuping looked at the significantly thinner He Gang, her heart aching. "It's all that scoundrel Ning Chen's fault. I have uncovered the truth. Xiao Gang was harmed by that one-eyed wolf and his gang, while Ning Chun somehow manipulated the one-eyed wolf to assist him." He Lin gritted her teeth. He Gang voraciously consumed the food on the table, seething, "I will not let this go unpunished. That scoundrel Ning Chun will pay dearly." Xiao Gang, now that Ning Chun has allied himself with the powerful, being the boyfriend of the Shan family's young lady while associating with the one-eyed wolf. "You mustn't act rashly. You cannot afford to provoke him. It would be wiser to lay low for now," Wang Mingfeng suggested provocatively. What if Ning Chun has secured powerful allies? I still have my ways to deal with him." He Gang's eyes gleamed with malice. "Xiao Gang, do you have any ingenious ideas? Speak up, and let us all deliberate together. We absolutely cannot allow that useless Ning Chun to have it easy. Indeed, young Master Xia has already promised us that as long as we can make Ning Chun embarrass himself, even if it means capturing a video of his humiliation, we shall reap substantial rewards." He Lin and Wang Mingfeng eagerly chimed in. "Making him look foolish is not a daunting task, is it? I happen to know someone connected to Ning Chun from my time in the precinct." He Gang sneered. After Shan Rou and Su Qianxue departed, Emoli felt a surge of indignation. "Master, that Su Qianxue is clearly biased against you. Why don't you confront her directly?" Emoli exclaimed with frustration. Ning Chun replied, "What would confronting her achieve? It would merely devolve into a war of words. Even if I render her speechless, she would still harbor resentment in her heart. It is far better to let facts speak for themselves." "Facts? Yes, indeed. Let us use those facts to slap her face hard. Let us see if she dares to look down on you again. That woman struts around arrogantly, constantly speaking ill of you in front of Miss Shan. I truly wish I could kick her out." Emoli was fiercely protective of Ning Chun. "Currently, my strength still needs improvement. It is only natural for her to harbor prejudice against me. However, there will come a day when I will make her realize her grievous error. Her initial decision was indeed profoundly misguided." Ning Chun spoke calmly, yet turmoil stirred within him. When Su Qianxue came to annul their engagement, although she brought the token and the legacy from his grandfather, the act of annulling itself stirred his heart. Ning Chun silently vowed that one day he would make Su Qinxue regret her decision to break off the engagement. As for Shanro, if she could be so easily swayed by Su Qinxue's words, then she would not be the Shanro he knew. Though their interactions had been few, Ning Chun sensed that Shanro was truly unlike any other woman. She was a rare gem in this world. Ultimately, regardless of the circumstances, only by cultivating true strength can one command respect and deter disdain, ensuring others dare not underestimate, belittle, or treat them lightly. Whether it be He Lin, Wang Mingfeng, Su Hai, Gu Haichun, Zhang Mo Li, the One-Eyed Wolf, or Su Qinxue. All people are the same in this regard. Chapter 58. The former boss lady. That evening, Ning Chun received an unexpected phone call. The caller, Zhao Limin, was a former colleague from Ning Chen's previous company. During their time together, Zhao Limin frequently made things difficult for Ning Chun, but after the company went bankrupt, it seemed he had started his own venture. Zhao Limin called to invite Ning Chun to a gathering of former colleagues the following day. "I think I will pass." Ning Chun politely declined and hung up. He then took out the mother and son jade pendant he had received from Su Hai, idly playing with it in his hands. The pendant consisted of two pieces, the sun pendant and a mother pendant. Previously, the malevolent energy within the mother pendant could transfer the vitality and even life force of the wearer to the sun pendant. Though Ning Chun had dispelled the malevolent energy in the mother pendant, the energy within the sun pendant remained. He aligned his fingers, channeling spiritual energy, and prepared to extinguish the malevolent force within the sun pendant. At that moment, a faint plea seemed to emanate from within the sun pendant. Ning Chun paused, surprised. Could it be that this malevolent energy had gained sentience? After a moment's contemplation, Ning Chun changed his course of action, gripping the sun pendant and transferring the malevolent energy into the dragon-shaped pendant around his neck, an heirloom given to him by Su Qinxue, containing his grandfather's legacy. Once the malevolent energy was contained within, there were no apparent anomalies. For now, it would serve as a mere vessel. With the malevolent energy from the mother and son pendant now eradicated, if he were to refine it properly, supplemented with a formation, it could become a rare remote protective talisman, a perfect gift for his mother. Ning Chun murmured, beginning to refine the mother and son pendant. The next morning, Ning Chun received a call from Su Hai. "Mr. Ning, you are truly remarkable. My father has awakened. He is perfectly fine." Su Hai's voice was filled with excitement over the phone. It turned out that Su Hai's father, Su Jiming, had regained consciousness early that morning and was completely well. Upon learning that Ning Chun had saved him, he insisted on inviting Ning Chun to dinner to express his gratitude. Unable to decline, Ning Chun reluctantly agreed. In the afternoon, Ning Chun took a taxi to the agreed-upon hotel. The establishment was extravagantly decorated, the most luxurious high-end hotel in Jiangcheng. Upon entering the lobby and preparing to call Su Hai, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Ning Chun, you said you weren't coming to the gathering last night. What brings you here now?" A man approached Ning Chun, throwing an arm around his shoulder. It was Zhao Limin, the former colleague who had called him to the previous night. "Is the gathering here?" "I'm not here for that. I have another appointment." Ning Chun shook his head. Zhao Limin, still with an arm around Ning Chun's shoulders, added, "Oh, come on, don't be shy. Since you're here, let us have some fun together. I must tell you, our beautiful former boss, Wenlisha, is also here." Wenlisha? Upon hearing her name, Ning Chun's brow furrowed. Wenlisha was the female boss of the company back then, known for her ostentatious appearance. Zhao Limin and the other male employees often whispered about her behind her back. Wenlisha had been particularly harsh towards Ning Chun. Just before announcing the company's closure, she had publicly berated him, proclaiming that he would forever be a beggar, and subsequently terminated his employment. Only after dismissing Ning Chun did she declare the company's bankruptcy. Reflecting on this, Ning Chun reconsidered and nodded, saying, "Very well. Great. Follow me. We have a private room over there," Zhao Limin exclaimed, delighted by Ning Chun's acquiescence, inwardly smirking. His enthusiasm for Ning Chun was anything but sincere. He had just learned of Ning Chun's embarrassing past. Chapter 59. It was the intentional. Zhao Limin led Ning Chun into a private room, where numerous former colleagues turned to greet them warmly. 3 years had passed since the company's collapse, leading to widespread unemployment. Yet, Zhao Limin had managed to leverage connections to start his own company and engage in dubious business practices, thus amassing wealth. The others were eager to curry favor with him, but their demeanor towards Ning Chun was markedly different. By the way, Ning Chun, I forgot to ask, what are you doing now? Which prestigious company are you with? Zhao Limin feigned curiosity. I'm currently unemployed, Ning Chun replied flatly. Unemployed? That's no problem. Zhao, didn't you mention that your company is in need of security personnel? Ning Chun should consider working there, being a security guard. I wonder if that is something Ning Chun would find acceptable. After all, it's all for survival, whether as a security guard or even a janitor. One must endure. The room erupted with derisive laughter. The former boss, Wen Lisha, let out an exaggerated guffaw, saying, ha ha ha, no way. Ning Chun, you can't be serious. Since I fired you 3 years ago, you haven't found work since, have you? Say, I wasn't wrong. Your fate is that of a lifelong beggar. Ning Chun glanced at Wen Lisha, replying coolly, could you refrain from such exaggerated gestures while you speak? The makeup on your face is so thick, it's spraying all over me. You. Wen Lisha was instantly incensed. If I were still your boss, I would fire you again. Too bad the Qing dynasty is long gone, and your company has long since collapsed, Ning Chun retorted coldly. Wen Lisha gritted her teeth in anger as Zhao Limin hurriedly approached her, extending his phone and saying, Boss Lisha, it's not easy for everyone to gather. Could you help us record a video? With a subtle glance, Zhao Limin signaled to Wen Lisha. Understanding his intention, she took the phone, pressed the record button, and aimed it at Ning Chun. At that moment, Zhao Limin's true colors emerged as he maliciously smiled at Ning Chun and remarked, Ning Chun, have you been unemployed for the past 3 years? How have you been making a living? I heard you found a girlfriend 3 years ago. Surely, you aren't relying on her for sustenance, are you? Have you been living off her like a kept man for 3 years? So, you've been pampered by a wealthy lady all this time? No wonder you seem so well-fed. Wen Lisha immediately joined in the laughter, and others followed suit. Zhao Limin stepped closer, playfully patting Ning Chun's head, and continued, but I've heard that you may have lost your meal ticket. Haven't you? It seems your girlfriend has merely seen you as a pet to be fed, right? From the very beginning, she might have been putting you in a compromising position. Would you agree? I also heard that a plumber visiting your girlfriend was caught in a compromising situation with her, leading to your dismissal. Am I wrong? The crowd erupted into raucous laughter, viewing Ning Chun as nothing more than a clown. Zhao Limin then pretended to accidentally spill a glass of wine on Ning Chun's clothes, exclaiming, oh, my apologies, it was unintentional. In the next moment, Ning Chun lifted a full glass of wine and splashed it onto Zhao Limin's face. Zhao Limin screamed, losing his balance and crashing to the floor. I'm sorry, it was intentional. Ning Chun's cold voice cut through the silence of the room. Chapter 60. Until you dare not resist, foolish Ning Chun. I'll make you pay for this, Zhao Limin, supported by a few colleagues, picked himself up and hurled a chair at Ning Chun. However, before the chair could reach him, Ning Chun, with an expressionless face, kicked out fiercely, hitting Zhao Limin squarely in the chest. Thud! Zhao Limin flew back like a cannonball, crashing into the wall. Fortunately, the upscale room had soundproof padding, preventing a fatal impact, but he fell to the floor, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. The onlookers were left in shock, with Wen Lisha trembling as she held her phone. She had intended to record Ning Chun being mocked and humiliated, but ended up capturing Zhao Limin being brutally beaten instead. Ning Chun looked down at Zhao Limin and coldly stated, I believe in an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You splash wine on me, I splash it back. You strike me, I shall respond in kind. Wait for it, Ning Chun. I'll make sure you regret this. Zhao Limin spat blood mixed with teeth onto the floor, cursed, and stormed out. Wen Lisha regained her composure and smirked at Ning Chun. Oh, Ning Chun. Who would have thought that after 3 years, you've turned into an impulsive brute? You dare to hit Zhao Limin? Do you realize you've struck him in the Yanhai Hotel? Zhao Limin is a VIP here, holding a platinum card. By attacking him, you're causing a scene in this establishment. This high-end hotel has plenty of security to deal with unruly trash like you. The others nodded in agreement, shaking their heads at Ning Chun. Some even took a few steps back, distancing themselves from him as if fearing his wrath. Only a colleague named Hu Yuding frowned and said to Wen Lisha, When we all used to work together, you were our boss. Aren't we here to reconnect with old colleagues? This seems a bit excessive. Wen Lisha scoffed, excessive? Where have we gone too far? What Zhao Limin said was the truth. Now that Ning Chun has struck him, just wait. Soon someone will come to teach him a lesson he won't forget. I'll make sure to record it. With that, She raised her phone and activated the camera. Mention my mother again, and I won't hesitate to retaliate. Ning Chun warned coldly, his gaze piercing. When Lisha's expression shifted and she fell silent, Hu Yuting quickly tugged at Ning Chun's sleeve, advising Ning Chun, perhaps you should refrain from further provocation. While Zhao Limin's associates are still absent, it's best to leave. A wise man avoids immediate trouble. Bang! Before Hu Yuting could finish, the door burst open, and Zhao Limin, accompanied by a man in a tailcoat and a group of security personnel, stormed in. Manager Liu, this is the trash. Zhao Limin pointed at Ning Chun. When Lisha swiftly aimed her camera at him, Manager Liu glanced disdainfully at Ning Chun, coldly stating, Kid, do you dare cause a scene in the Yunhai Hotel? Are you tired of living? Who owns the Yunhai Hotel? I truly have no idea, Ning Chun replied, his expression unfazed. Huh, you can't be serious. Let me enlighten you. The Yunhai Hotel is part of the Su family's empire, one of the 3 prominent families in Jiangcheng. Zhao Limin laughed heartily. Let me add this. The name Yunhai comes from the eldest son of the Su family, who established this hotel. This is common knowledge for anyone who has visited here, and yet you're unaware? Truly laughable. When Lisha chimed in mockingly, oh, this hotel belongs to Su Hai. Ning Chun couldn't help but chuckle. How dare you speak Su Xiao's name so casually? Seize him, beat him to a pulp, and throw him out. Manager Liu was enraged, signaling to his security team. You're the hotel manager, correct? I advise you to turn around and leave while you still can. Otherwise, a single call from me will make you regret this encounter, Ning Chun warned, his brows furrowed. Regret? I don't even know how to spell that. Manager Liu sneered. Just then, Ning Chun's phone rang. It was Su Hai. Hello, Mr. Ning, where are you? I'm waiting for you at the entrance of the Yunhai Hotel. Su Hai's voice was cautious. I've been here for a while, in one of your private rooms. Your hotel manager and a group of security are about to beat me senseless and throw me out. It seems I won't be able to enjoy the meal you invited me for. What? Mr. Ning, I'll be right there. Panic surged through Su Hai's voice on the other end. As the call ended, everyone turned to Ning Chun with mocking expressions. Huh, kid. I've seen many who pretend to be impressive, but you take the cake. Pretending to know Su Xiao and even claiming he invited you to dinner? Who do you think you are? Does Su Xiao even know you? Manager Liu scoffed. Manager Liu, this scoundrel has just been cuckolded by his woman, perhaps feeling agitated. He thinks boasting is without consequence. Zhao Limin remarked with a mocking smile. If this worthless Ning Chun were to know young Master Su, when Lisha, would settle the wages we owe you from 3 years ago, when Lisha shamelessly declared. 3 years prior, when the company collapsed. When Lisha had left everyone with substantial unpaid wages, which had been long overdue. Even Hu Yuting shook her head in disappointment. She initially harbored some sympathy for Ning Chun and intended to offer him words of support. But Ning Chun's nonsensical bluster left her at a loss for how to assist him. Enough. I have no time to waste on this trash. All of you, get to work. Manager Liu's expression turned impatient, and he bellowed. The security guards surged forward. Do not lay a hand on him. Suddenly, a furious shout emanated from outside. A young man, resplendently dressed and visibly anxious, rushed in. Did you say not to act? Who the hell do you think you are? Zhao Limin instinctively retorted. Manager Liu, have your men strike this scoundrel down. A resounding slap echoed as the newcomer struck Zhao Limin across the face, causing him to stagger in outrage. Manager Liu, this man just hit me. I am a senior VIP customer of your Yunhai Grand Hotel. I hold your platinum card. How dare he? What does your VIP status amount to? The newcomer retorted. This is our Yunhai Grand Hotel's owner, young Master Su. Manager Liu's face shifted dramatically, a desire to kick Zhao Limin across the room brewing within him. You, Zhao Limin, are you flaunting your power in front of our boss? Chapter 62. The power behind Zhao Limin. Manager Liu, are you joking? Zhao Limin was dumbfounded. He had inadvertently insulted the owner of Yunhai Grand Hotel, young Master Su. I am sorry. Zhao Limin's face turned pale, ready to apologize to Su Hai, but Su Hai swiftly shoved him aside and approached Ning Chun respectfully, exclaiming, Mr. Ning, I apologize. What? Zhao Limin could scarcely believe his eyes. He intended to apologize to young Master Su, yet Su had preemptively apologized to Ning Chun. Could it be that Ning Chun truly knew young Master Su? And Su was treating Ning Chun with such deference? Was it possible that Ning Chun's earlier claim of being invited to dinner by Su was genuine? Zhao Limin's face turned ashen, akin to having consumed something vile. Meanwhile, when Lisha appeared equally ghostly, her phone capturing video of Ning Chun slipping from her grasp and crashing to the ground, completely oblivious. Hu Yuding and the others stood in stunned silence, absorbing the unfolding drama. Young Master Su, I truly had no idea that Mr. Ning was your friend. Manager Liu, trembling with fear, stepped forward, a mournful expression plastered on his face. Your words are futile, Su Hai coldly replied. Manager Liu fell to his knees before Ning Chun, wailing for mercy. Mr. Ning, I implore you, show some grace and forgive me this once. I am no magnate and harbor no fondness for forgiveness, Ning Chun replied coolly. Su Hai immediately shouted, bring him here, beat him, senseless, and strip him before throwing him onto the street. Several security guards rushed forward, swiftly overpowering the once arrogant manager Liu and dragging him away. Witnessing Liu's downfall, Zhao Limin was drenched in cold sweat, terrified as he exclaimed, Young Master Su, I am a hotel guest. You cannot lay a hand on me. Su Hai scoffed, summoning an underling to swiftly gather Zhao Limin's personal information from his VIP card. Genio Trading Company? So you're the owner of this firm? Is that why you flaunted your power before Mr. Ning? Su Hai sneered, dialing a number. 2 minutes later, Zhao Limin's phone rang. Zhao Limin, our company has gone bankrupt. What kind of trouble have you stirred? The call was from the vice president of Zhao Limin's company. What? Zhao Limin collapsed to the ground. Ning Chun, I beg you, spare me. Please speak to young Master Su on my behalf. I cannot lose everything. Desperation seeped into his voice. My entire fortune is tied to the company. If it fails, I will truly be left destitute. Ning Chun's expression remained impassive as he coldly replied, spare you? On what ground should I? If I'm not mistaken, from the very start, when you called me last night, you harbored no good intentions, did you? Zhao Limin, filled with despair, pleaded, Ning Chun, is not I who sought to harm you. But he gang, that scoundrel. He compelled me to target you and even insisted I record humiliating videos of you. All of this is his fault. He gang? Isn't he the one who was imprisoned for drunk driving and causing a death? Ning Chun furrowed his brow. Zhao Limin hastily recounted the events. It turned out he had been incarcerated alongside He Gang for drunk driving. When someone came to bail out He Gang, Zhao Limin had also been released. In return, he was coerced into humiliating Ning Chun and filming it. Chapter 63. A self-inflicted wound. So, He Gang has been released? And he couldn't wait to retaliate against me? Ning Chun scoffed. Ning Chun, all of this is He Gang's doing. I am truly innocent. Please, show me mercy for the sake of our past as colleagues. Zhao Limin, his face a mask of despair, collapsed at Ning Chun's feet, clinging to his legs and pleading desperately, devoid of the previous arrogance he had displayed. Colleagues? I wonder, was your earlier conduct toward me also in the spirit of our former camaraderie? Ning Chun's nated. I. Zhao Limin was rendered speechless. Take him away and relay his information to the Jiangcheng Hotel Association, placing him on the blacklist. Henceforth, he shall be barred from all high-end hotels in Jiangcheng. Su Hai commanded loudly. What? Zhao Limin received another crushing blow. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He was already bankrupt and would never again afford luxury accommodations. Several burly security guards promptly seized Zhao Limin and dragged him away. Among the remaining onlookers, Ning Chun cast a cold glance at Wen Lisha and remarked, I apologize for disappointing you. I did not manage to capture the video of my being assaulted. Wen Lisha, now as pale as a ghost, dared not respond. Earlier, you claimed that if I knew Su Hai, you would settle the wages owed from 3 years ago. Will you honor that promise? Ning Chun inquired. But I truly do not have that much money now. Wen Lisha lamented. 3 years ago, before the company's collapse, she had concocted various excuses to withhold substantial wages from everyone, totaling in the millions. Over the past 3 years, she had earned little, leaving her with no means to repay. Su Hai interjected immediately. If you cannot repay the debt, that is simple enough. You can either sell your house or sell yourself. The choice is yours. He then instructed his subordinates to ensure Wen Lisha repaid her debts and turned to Ning Chun, saying, Mr. Ning, let us depart. Rest assured, I will ensure she keeps her word and repays every last cent very well. Ning Chun nodded, leaving the private room with Su Hai. As for Wen Lisha, she had truly brought this upon herself. Once outside the room, Su Hai added, Mr. Ning, allow me to assist you in dealing with that troublemaker. He Gang, you have done me a great favor, and I cannot let this opportunity to repay you slip away. Please, do not refuse. Su-hai, aware of some of the tensions between Ning Chun and the He family, was eager to seize this chance to repay Ning Chun's kindness. Very well. Ning Chun assented with a nod. Su-hai promptly picked up his phone and made a call. On the other side, at the He family residence, the entire family, along with Wang Mingfeng, were joyfully enjoying hot pot, discussing how Ning Chun was about to be humiliated. As long as we obtain the video of Ning Chun's humiliation and present it to young Master Xia, we shall truly become a part of his inner circle. Young Master Xia will undoubtedly treat us well, and henceforth, we shall genuinely integrate into the upper echelons of Jiang City society. He Gang proclaimed with pride. Xiao Gang. This time, you're the one who deserves the credit. Wang Mifeng replied with a smile. What does it matter if that useless Ning Chun has clung to a wealthy family? The He family will soon become affluent ourselves. He Lin chimed in joyfully. Speaking of which, that trash Ning Chun has truly become our family's lucky star. Ha! He Jianxiang and Jiang Xiuping laughed heartily. At that moment, a sudden loud crash interrupted their merriment. Bang! The He family's door was violently thrust open. A group of fully armed officers stormed in. Fugitive He Gang, raise your hands immediately, or we will shoot on the spot. A commanding voice echoed from the lead officer. What? He Gang, who was busy fishing for meat in the hot pot, was instantly paralyzed with fear. He Gang, you have committed vehicular manslaughter, escaped from prison, and yet you do not surrender at once. The lead officer barked again, waving his hand as several officers surged forward, cuffing He Gang with a loud click before dragging him away. Mom, Dad, sister, brother-in-law, save me. Don't let them take me. I don't want to go back. He Gang shouted in terror, struggling in vain as the officers pulled him out. Comrades, is there some mistake here? He Jianxiang bravely asked. The mistake was letting him escape in the first place. The lead officer sneered. With that, He Gang was taken away, leaving the He family in stunned silence. My poor son, Jiang Xiuping collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Mom, don't worry. I'll contact young Master Xia right away. We'll seek his assistance. There must be some misunderstanding. He Lin and Wang Mingfeng immediately dialed Xia Yunfei's number. Young Master Xia, why has my brother been arrested again? Is there some mistake? He Lin asked with a trembling voice. Xia Yunfei, having just received the news, realized that He Gang's release had somehow been compromised. Not only did he need to have He Gang rearrested, but he also had to address the previous connections. How should I know what went wrong? Your brother must have not known how to behave after getting out and offended someone, leading to his report. Don't bother me with this. I can't help. Xia Yunfei replied impatiently. The situation with He Gang had squandered a valuable connection and yielded no results, only for him to be caught again. What? Young Master Xia, you cannot do this. Please save my brother. He Lin pleaded desperately. Your brother is worthless. You and Wang Mingfeng are worthless too. You've had ample time to deal with Ning Chun, yet there's not a shred of progress. I knew I couldn't rely on you lot. Xia Yunfei slammed the phone down, muttering in anger that to handle Ning Chun or pursue Dan Ro, he needed to be more direct. Meanwhile, He Lin and Wang Mingfeng wore sorrowful faces, realizing their hopes of allying with the Xia family had been dashed. It was all Ning Chun's fault. On the other side, in a luxurious private room at Yinhai Hotel, Su Hai and his father, Su Jiming, were repeatedly toasting to Ning Chun. Mr. Ning, my life was saved by you. And in the future, should you require anything from the Su family, do not hesitate to call upon us. Though our family may not possess the financial clout of the Dan family, perhaps there are matters you would prefer to keep from Miss Dan. Such matters can be discussed with either me or Hai. Su Jiming earnestly stated. You are too kind, Mr. Su, Ning Chun replied, pondering inwardly that Su Jiming was indeed a cunning old fox. His words were impeccable and tapped into the psychology of men, who seldom wish to rely solely on the strength of the female. Afterward, Su Jiming lamented the origins of the jade pendant that had caused all the trouble. According to him, he had stumbled upon it during a trip to the southwest, only to discover it harbored an insidious malevolence. Southwest. Ning Chun furrowed his brow, pondering whether this pendant had any connection to the witch sect mentioned by Gu Haichin. Chapter 65. Enemies meet on a narrow road after dining. As Su Hai escorted Ning Chun out, they encountered Wen Lisha in the lobby. She was surrounded by several individuals, pressing her to sign a property sale agreement. The people under Su Hai were insisting that she fulfill her promise to sell the house, to repay her debts. upon seeing Ning Chun emerge. When Lisha cried out for mercy, but Ning Chun had no interest in even glancing her way. Heaven's punishment can be endured. Self-inflicted punishment cannot, he thought. Mr. Ning, it's still early. If you have no other engagements, I can take you to a delightful place. Su-hai suggested cheerfully after leaving the hotel. I have no interest in such venues, Ning Chun replied, shaking his head. Cough, cough. Su-hai immediately felt awkward. Mr. Ning, you misunderstood. The place I mentioned is an underground fighting arena. He paused mid-sentence, quickly adding, if you wish to visit such a place. I know one that is quite discreet, with high-quality companions, and Miss Dan would certainly not find out. Let us go to the underground fighting arena. Ning Chun shook his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the misunderstanding. Half an hour later, Su-hai led Ning Chun to a prominent underground fighting venue. Mr. Ning, this is the largest underground fighting arena in Jiang City. Numerous matches occur daily, including many life and death battles. Many seek thrills and enjoy watching such events. And there is also betting involved. Would you care to place a wager? Su-hai et lai. I'll pass on the betting, Ning Chun replied, observing the fighting ring in the center where two combatants were engaged in a brutal match, blood flowing freely. Oh, isn't that Su Xiao? Su Xiao? Why are you associating with this freeloader? A young man approached, casting a predatory gaze at Ning Chun. Ning Chun recognized him as Xia Yunfei. Truly, what a twist of fate. What? Have you forgotten the pain from last time? Ning Ten said coldly. During the previous banquet on the Elizabeth, Xia Yunfei had insisted on addressing Dan Ro as Ro, only to receive a sharp slap from Ning Chun in front of everyone. Hey Ning, last time you had Dan Ro protecting you. Today, she cannot shield you here. Xia Yunfei sneered, malice evident in his eyes. Su-hai furrowed his brow and interjected. Xia Yunfei, Mr. Ning is my friend. If you intend to cause him trouble, you must first deal with me. Xia Yunfei's anger flared. Su-hai, are you out of your mind? Do you think by pleasing this Ning Chun, you'll win favor with Dan Ro? Let me tell you, this guy is nothing but a waste, merely a toy for Dan Ro to play with. To put it nicely, he is just a cowherd. Slap. Before Xia Yunfei could finish his sentence, Ning Chun raised his hand and delivered a stinging slap across his face. It seems my previous lesson was insufficient. You still dare to spew nonsense in my presence. I will slap you until you can no longer utter such filth, Ning Chun stated expressionlessly. The sharp crack of the slap drew the attention of the spectators. Even the fighters in the ring paused to look over. What is happening? Someone just hit young Master Xia? Are you kidding? Who dares to strike young Master Xia? This kid is courting death. Murmurs spread among the crowd, filled with disbelief. Xia Yunfei covered his face, his expression dark and filled with malice. Very well, Ning, you have guts. So you enjoy fighting, do you? Do you dare to step into the arena and fight my men? Ning tens milet faintly. Sure, I can fight in the arena. Huh, good, Ning, you said it yourself. You're seeking your own demise. Xia Yunfei exclaimed joyfully, immediately reaching for his phone to summon reinforcements. What are you planning, Xia Yunfei? Su-hai in does it? His voice laced with urgency. Do you enjoy fighting in the arena so much? What do I intend to do? I'm simply finding someone to accompany this Ning fellow to the arena for a little fun. Xia Yunfei retorted with a cold laugh. Xia Yunfei, don't act recklessly. Mister, Ning is an esteemed guest of my family. If you harm him, you are opposing the Su family. Think carefully. Does your Xia family truly wish to stand against us? Su-hai warned, his brows furrowed in concern. Su-hai, others may fear your Su family, but do you really think the Xia family is afraid of you? This Ning fellow has publicly humiliated me, and if you defend him, it means you are opposing the Xia family. Su-hai, I must ask you, does your Su family genuinely wish to confront mine? Xia Yunfei replied, his tone icy. The Xia and Su families are among the three prominent families of Jiangcheng, so the notion of fear is irrelevant. Of course, the Dan family stands apart and does not factor into this. As the conversation unfolded, a group of burly men entered from the underground gambling den, striding toward them. Leading the group was a towering figure known as Black Bear, a notorious figure in Jiangcheng's underground scene, whose reputation surpassed even that of the One-Eyed Wolf. This underground boxing arena was his establishment, and his companions were equally imposing, radiating an aura of ferocity. Young Master Xia, Black Bear, and his men approached, nodding at Xia Yunfei, clearly having been summoned by him. Mr. Ning, we should leave now, Su-hai said, a twinge of regret creeping into his heart. Xia Yunfei seemed well prepared, while he had left his bodyguards behind today. Huh, Ning, Are you thinking of fleeing? What's this? Did you not just say you would fight my men in the arena? Are you backing down so soon? Do you still consider yourself a man? If you were this cowardly, Miss Dan might find it hard to tolerate you. Xia Yunfei provocatively called out to Ning Chun. Ning Ten replied coldly. If you enjoy fighting in the arena so much, why not fight me directly? Haha, you wish to fight me? Of course, if you can defeat my subordinates. I will gladly step into the ring with you. Xia Yunfei laughed heartily. Very well, Ning Chun nodded. Mr. Ning, don't be deceived, Su Hai exclaimed in alarm, unaware of Ning Chen's prowess, believing him to be merely skilled in medicine and feng shui. There's no need for concern. I look forward to defeating his subordinates before battling him in the ring, Ning Chun replied calmly. Mr. Ning, this arena is not a place for jest. Xia Yunfei is clearly targeting you, and he has come prepared. If you step into the ring, he will likely harm you, even at the cost of offending Miss Dan. Su Hai urged anxiously. Relax, I am quite capable, Ning Chun reassured Su Hai. Sigh, Mr. Ning, this is not the time for jest. Su Hai was frantic, turning to Xia Yunfei. Since you insist on opposing the Su family, let us see who has the stronger allies. After speaking, Su Hai picked up his phone to call for help. However, Xia Yunfei exchanged glances with Black Bear, who promptly instructed his men to activate a device. With a buzz, all mobile signals in the underground boxing arena were abruptly cut off, rendering Su Hai unable to make a call. Boom! Suddenly, a loud thud reverberated as the entrance to the underground boxing arena slammed shut. Now, not only could Su Hai not make a call, but he also could not escape to summon aid. Xia Yunfei was determined to settle the score with Ning Chun here. With the doors locked and phone signals jammed, it was a closed-door confrontation. The crowd within the boxing arena buzzed with excitement. Soon, the arena was cleared for combat, and a bald, muscular man from Black Bear's crew stepped onto the platform, pointing at Ning Chun with a sneer. Ning brat, come up here and let your grandfather teach you a lesson. Ning Chun remained expressionless, preparing to ascend the platform, but Su Hai suddenly grabbed his arm, saying, Mr. Ning, let me handle this. Without waiting for Ning Chen's response, he swiftly advanced to face the bald man. What do you mean by this, Su Hai? Xia Yunfei frowned, his expression darkening. Xia Yunfei, if you wish to confront Mr. Ning, you will first have to get past me. If your men can defeat me, then you may challenge Mr. Ning, Su Hai declared loudly. With that, he fixed his gaze on the bald man, his tone icy. You do know who I am, right? If you dare to lay a hand on me, come at me. Su Hai's demeanor was calm, but internally, he was gambling, betting that Xia Yunfei would not dare to truly sever ties with him, and that Black Bear and his crew would not have the audacity to strike him. Only in this way could he protect Mr. Ning. After all, the Su family was one of Jiangxing's 3 prominent clans, and Su Hai was the eldest son. The bald man hesitated, glancing back at Black Bear. Though Black Bear operated in the underworld, he was not foolish enough to offend a top-tier scion like Su Hai and looked to Xia Yunfei for guidance. Xia Yunfei's face darkened as he swiftly grasped Su Hai's intentions, sneering, Su Hai, if you insist on assisting that Ning scoundrel, then let us tear our masks off today. Turning to Black Bear, he commanded, Black Bear, let your men attack. Just don't kill him. I'll take the responsibility. Understood, young Master Xia, Black Bear replied, weighing the implications before bellowing to the bald man on the platform. Did you hear what young Master Xia said? Attack. Just don't kill him. Upon hearing this, Su Hai's face turned pale. He had not anticipated Xia Yunfei would truly dare to confront him, and Black Bear would actually take action against him. At that moment, Ning Chun had approached the edge of the platform and asked, the jade pendant I blessed for you yesterday, are you wearing it? Su Hai was taken aback, confused why Ning Chun would inquire about such a trivial matter at this critical juncture. Nevertheless, he instinctively checked his pocket and replied, I have it on me. Good, then stay on the platform for a while. Ning Chun nodded, feeling reassured. The blessed jade pendant referred to the one Ning Chun had chosen from several jade pieces presented by Su Hai as a token of gratitude for the century-old Hishowu he had gifted. Ning Chun had infused it with spiritual energy to establish a simple protective and gathering array. The protective array could withstand impacts equivalent to 3 blows from a car traveling at 100 yards, ensuring Su Hai's safety on the platform for a time. Su Xiao, I apologize. At that moment, the bald man on the platform ceased his hesitation, bellowing as he charged towards Su Hai, delivering a massive punch aimed directly at him. Su Hai was taken off guard, barely reacting before the fist connected. Suddenly, a faint hum resonated, and an invisible aura flickered around Su Hai's body. The crowd below remained oblivious. Thud! The bald man's fist collided with the invisible barrier, producing a dull thud. In the next instant, Su-hai stood unmoved while the bald man shrieked, retracting his fist in agony, as though he had struck a wall instead of Su-hai. The black bear expressed his displeasure, remarking that his associates seemed to doubt his resolve against Su-hai, fearing that he might not be able to protect him. "If you're going to fake a fight, at least do it convincingly," he exclaimed, his face contorted with frustration. The black bear then directed an angry shout at the bald man in the ring, demanding that he engage Su-hai without hesitation, just as long as he didn't kill him. Both the black bear and Xia Yunfei suspected that the bald man was merely feigning his reluctance to confront Su-hai, a sentiment echoed by nearly everyone present, including Su-hai himself, who believed the bald man was intentionally allowing him to prevail. However, only Ning Chun wore a subtle smile, aware that the enchanted jade pendant was influencing the outcome. The bald man, bewildered, was the only one in the crowd, aside from Ning Chun, who understood that he was not acting. He was genuinely unable to strike Su-hai. With the black bear urging him on, the bald man let out a fierce roar, leaped into the air, and delivered a powerful kick to Su-hai. The impact reverberated like a thunderclap, and it felt as though he had struck an invisible wall, causing him to halt midair and crash heavily to the ground. As he writhed in pain, clutching his injured foot, his face contorted in agony. Both the black bear and Xia Yunfei continued to perceive this as part of the act. Xia Yunfei's expression darkened further, humiliated by the bald man's repeated failures to convincingly perform. "Sango, it's your turn." The black bear barked, his own face grim. Another lean, muscular man leapt into the ring, eagerly charging at Su-hai. To curry favor with the black bear and Xia Yunfei, Sango unleashed a flurry of punches upon Su-hai, each strike echoing like thunder. Yet, despite the ferocity of his assault, Su-hai remained unscathed, an enigma standing steadfast before him. The jade pendant, blessed by Ning Chun, was capable of withstanding tremendous force, akin to a vehicle colliding at high speed multiple times. The black bear thought that Sango was also hesitant to truly engage Su-hai, prompting him to send others into the fray. Yet each one ended up injuring themselves in vain attempts to strike Su-hai. Xia Yunfei, believing that the black bear's men were all unwilling to cross Su-hai, wore an expression as though he had consumed something foul. Gradually, Su-hai began to piece together the situation, recalling Ning Chen's earlier inquiries in yesterday's conversation. The realization dawned upon him. All of this was due to the jade pendant that had been blessed by Ning Chun. He retrieved the pendant from his pocket, astonished as he turned to Ning Chun, who simply nodded in response, intensifying Su-hai's shock. Xia Yunfei, his teeth clenched in anger, spat at Ning Chun, accusing him of hiding behind others. "Why don't you stand in the ring yourself?" he challenged. "Fine," Ning Chun replied calmly, stepping into the arena. "Let me handle this, Xia Yunfei. I wish to settle this myself." Initially, Su-hai intended to intervene, but reconsidered, realizing the pendant's incredible might against numerous attacks suggested that Ning Chun likely possessed even greater abilities. "Be careful, Mr. Ning," he cautioned before stepping down from the ring. "Black Bear, send your strongest man up. No more faking this time," Xia Yunfei demanded through gritted teeth. The black bear complied, pointing to a formidable figure cloaked in menace. "Scarface, it's your turn. Don't come down until you've incapacitated that kid." "Yes, Brother Bear," Scarface snarled, bounding into the ring and launching a full-force punch aimed at Ning Chen's head. After reaching the 4th level of Qi refining, "It's time to test my strength on you," he muttered to himself, throwing a punch at Ning Chun. The two fists collided with a deep thud, followed by a sharp crack as Scarface was sent hurtling back, crashing out of the ring and landing heavily on the ground. To make matters worse, his arm was shattered, blood gushing from the mangled flesh, the sight chilling everyone present. Gasps filled the air, and Xia Yunfei's complexion turned ghostly pale, while the black bear's eyes widened in disbelief. Su-hai stood in stunned silence, never having anticipated Ning Chen's formidable prowess. "Do not worry, Xia Xiao, I will personally deal with him," the black bear declared, striding purposefully toward the ring, his imposing stature reminiscent of a true bear. The crowd erupted in excitement at the sight of the black bear preparing to fight, and Xia Yunfei felt a glimmer of hope. Surely, Ning Chun could not match the black bear's strength. "Break his arms and legs. Make him suffer," Xia Yunfei commanded with malice. The black bear nodded, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he charged toward Ning Chun, each step shaking the ring. As the black bear leapt into the air, aiming to crush Ning Chun with his weight, Ning Chun remained composed, hands clasped behind his back. At the critical moment, he swiftly raised his foot. With a velocity that was almost blinding, Ning Chun's kick met the descending black bear. The impact sent the black bear crashing into the ceiling, then plummeting to the ground. Unconscious, the crowd was left in stunned silence, unable to process the event. Ning Chun approached the edge of the ring, addressing Xia Yunfei with an unwavering gaze. Now that I have defeated all your subordinates, it is time for us to engage. Xia Yunfei, trembling with fear, turned ashen, unwilling to ascend the ring. We shall see. Ning, he retorted defiantly, attempting to retreat. But Su Hai blocked his path, smirking. Xia Yunfei, you must honor your word. Mr. Ning awaits you in the ring. Su Hai, are you truly prepared to sever our alliance? Xia Yunfei asked darkly. Oh, have we not already severed ties? Su Hai feigned surprise. You. Xia Yunfei glared at Su Hai, then shot a venomous look at Ning Chun. You want me to fight you? I refuse to stoop to your level. Should you desire a fight, I will ensure that dozens, if not hundreds, of martial artists are at your disposal to exhaust you to your limits. Ning Chun approached Xia Yunfei, his demeanor calm. Are you certain you will not step into the ring with me? Xia Yunfei scoffed. What if I choose not to? You may think yourself impressive, but you best keep your distance from Dan Ro. Otherwise, I assure you, there are countless ways to deal with someone like you in this world. No matter how formidable you are, can you truly contend with a firearm? With a mere few million, I could easily hire an assassin to take your life. Are you threatening me? The words of Xia Yunfei caused Ning Chun's gaze to turn icy. Two beams of cold light shot straight into Xia Yunfei's eyes, making him shiver uncontrollably. What do you intend to do? Ning Chun raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Xia Yunfei's face, spinning him around before he collapsed to the ground. I detest being threatened. Thus, I shall make you fear to threaten me again. Ning Chun took a step forward, coldly declaring. Then he stepped down on Xia Yunfei's arm. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Xia Yunfei's arm broke at an unnatural angle. The pain is unbearable. Damn it! Xia Yunfei immediately let out a wretched scream. Did you not say earlier that you would have someone break my limbs? Now, allow me to let you experience the agony of shattered limbs. Ning Chun's tone was frigid as he unhesitatingly raised his foot to stomp down once more. Crack! 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 After a series of sharp sounds, both Xia Yunfei's hands and feet were completely crushed. Damn it! It hurts so much. My hands, my feet. Aya! The pain is excruciating. Xia Yunfei screamed madly, then rolled his eyes and fainted. With his hands and feet shattered, Xia Yunfei was left truly crippled. The onlookers gazed at Ning Chun in horror. No one had anticipated that Ning Chun would dare to publicly maim Xia Yunfei. After all, he was the young master of the Xia family, one of the three prominent families in Jiangxing. Even if Ning Chun was merely Shan Ro's boyfriend, he was still not truly a member of the Shan family. By incapacitating Xia Yunfei like this, how could the Xia family possibly let you off the hook? Mr. Ning, we must leave this place at once. Su Hai's expression shifted as he realized the gravity of the situation, pulling Ning Chun towards the exit. But at that moment, the previously unconscious black bear stirred awake. Upon seeing Xia Yunfei incapacitated on his turf, his expression changed dramatically, instantly sobering him. If he allowed Ning Chun to escape, the Xia family would undoubtedly direct their wrath at him. No one is allowed to leave. Bring everyone here. Black Bear bellowed. Suddenly, the underground fighting arena was filled with his men, numbering in the hundreds, surrounding Ning Chun and Su Hai. Chapter 71. The One-Eyed Wolf Saves the Master Black Bear. Do you dare to block my path? Su Hai spoke in a low tone. Su Xiao, I do not dare to obstruct you, but I must stop this Ning fellow. Otherwise, I, Black Bear, shall face the fury of the Xia family. Su Xiao, you may not fear the Xia family, but I certainly do. Black Bear's face darkened. Black Bear, if you fear the Xia family, then do you not fear the Su family? Su Hai Vito Anvili. Su Xiao, if I do not harm you, then naturally I shall not fear the Su family. However, with young Master Xia crippled by this Ning fellow, do you think this is the same situation? Black Bear replied. Ning Chun glanced at the 100-strong men before him, silently calculating. Although these fighters appeared robust, they were mostly ordinary individuals. If he unleashed his full strength, how long would it take to defeat them all? Boom! Just as Ning Chun was deep in thought, the entrance of the underground fighting arena was suddenly burst open. The one-eyed wolf charged in with dozens of his subordinates. "Mr. Ning, Su Xiao, I have come to rescue you." The one-eyed wolf strode forward, placing himself protectively in front of Ning Chun and Su Hai. The one-eyed wolf? Ning Chun and Su Hai exchanged glances, both surprised by his sudden arrival. "Mr. Ning, Su Xiao, I received word that Black Bear intends to harm you both. So I hurriedly brought my men here. Thankfully, I arrived in time." The one-eyed wolf quickly boasted to Ning Chun and Su Hai, then turned a fierce gaze towards Black Bear, declaring, "Black Bear, as long as I, the one-eyed wolf, am present today, you shall not lay a single finger on Mr. Ning or Su Xiao." Though both Black Bear and the one-eyed wolf were powerful figures in Jiangqing's underworld, they had long been adversaries. The one-eyed wolf had secretly planted spies within Black Bear's ranks. Thus, even though Black Bear had blocked phone signals and shut the doors, the one-eyed wolf's informants had managed to relay the situation at the underground arena. The one-eyed wolf had already intended to curry favor with Ning Chun, and now he could also ingratiate himself with Su Hai. This was a double boon for him. Hence, he hastily brought his men to the scene. Moreover, having witnessed Ning Chun's prowess, the one-eyed wolf hoped that by collaborating with him, they could decisively eliminate Black Bear. "Damn it, one-eyed wolf. You think you can stand against me with such a meager force? Charge! Everyone, attack!" Black Bear bellowed upon seeing the one-eyed wolf's small contingent. "Everyone, protect Mr. Ning and Su Xiao. Bring your talismans." The one-eyed wolf shouted urgently. "Talismans?" Su Hai paused at the mention of this term, instinctively looking at Ning Chun. "You will see for yourself." Ning Chun smiled slightly. Whoosh! Boom! The one-eyed wolf's 40 or 50 men clashed with Black Bear's over 100 fighters. The two factions immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Strangely, the one-eyed wolf's men appeared remarkably resilient. Even when struck by blades, they did not bleed. Even when battered by iron rods, they did not fall. Each man grew more valiant in battle, quickly turning the tide and forcing Black Bear's men to retreat in disarray. "Mr. Ning, this." Su Hai turned sharply to Ning Chun, his eyes filled with uncertainty. "Mr. Ning, I did not sell a single one of those talismans. I used them all for my brothers." The one-eyed wolf sheepishly admitted. Although his expression betrayed embarrassment, his heart was racing with exhilaration. With these talismans, didn't his men become an invincible army? Wasn't the unification of Jiangqing's underworld now within reach? Chapter 72. The Zhongyuan Festival Gathering Yet, as the chaos continued. The one-eyed wolf soon realized that his dreams were crumbling. The talismans worn by his subordinates initially provided protection against the enemy's attacks, but as time passed, their efficacy began to wane. This principle was straightforward. The talismans crafted by Ning Chun were inherently disposable, designed to withstand damage equivalent to a single car crash. While a single blow from an ordinary person's fists or weapons could not breach the talisman's defenses, repeated assaults would inevitably deplete their protective capabilities. Fortunately, as the talismans began to falter, Black Bear's 100-strong men were already being felled to the ground. "Ning, today you are fortunate. And you, one-eyed wolf, you may be ruthless, but wait until the Zhongyuan Festival Gathering in a week. Prepare yourself, for I shall ensure you understand true power." Black Bear, realizing he could not retain Ning Chun, had no choice but to issue a fierce warning. He could only watch as Ning Chun, Su Hai, and the one-eyed wolf departed. "Bring me my phone. I need to call Mr. Xia." Black Bear glanced once more at the unconscious Xia Yunfei, his limbs shattered, and gritted his teeth. "Mr. Ning, is there any way to make those talismans sturdier? Perhaps they could endure more, or be more affordable." Once outside the underground fighting arena, the one-eyed wolf immediately lamented. Despite emerging victorious from the confrontation with Black Bear, he was dismayed to find that nearly half of the talismans had exhausted their protective power, turning into mere scraps of paper. Those talismans were priced at $1 million each. This battle had indeed inflicted considerable pain on his finances. Even though he was a powerful figure in the underworld, he could not withstand such a depletion. These talismans were originally intended for emergencies. Who knew you would utilize them as shields? With such extravagant usage, do you perhaps have a mountain of gold at home? Ning Chun spoke with evident annoyance. He had not anticipated that he would instruct the one-eyed wolf to sell talismans, only for the latter to utilize all of them in a skirmish against the Black Bear. However, considering that the one-eyed wolf's confrontation with the Black Bear was partly due to his own influence, Ning Chun remarked, The talismans consumed this time shall not be counted as a loss. I will prepare new ones for you tomorrow. But if you continue to use them in such a manner, I shall not bear the cost. The talismans, priced at 1 million each, were already quite economical. If they were deemed too expensive, their prior agreement would be nullified. Furthermore, there were indeed more resilient options available, but they were not mass-producible like talismans. Upon hearing that the consumed talismans would not incur any charges, the one-eyed wolf's expression improved somewhat. He pondered for a moment before addressing Ning Chun. Mr. Ning, there is another matter I must implore you about. Oh, what is it? Ning Ten inquired. The one-eyed wolf explained when we departed. The black bear mentioned the upcoming Zhong Yuan festival. After a thorough explanation from the one-eyed wolf, Ning Chun finally understood. The Zhong Yuan festival, also known as the Ulambana festival, was an annual grand event in the underground world of Jiang City. During this festival, various underground overlords would engage in contests to determine their standings, subsequently deciding the allocation of territories for the following year. This year's Zhong Yuan festival was merely a week away. Initially, the one-eyed wolf believed that with the talismans at his disposal, he would surely prevail in the upcoming festival. However, following his intense battle with the black bear, he realized that relying solely on the talismans might not suffice to dominate the Zhong Yuan festival and potentially unify the underground world of Jiang City. He would need Ning Chen's assistance. Very well, I shall accompany you to the festival. Ning Chun nodded in agreement. According to the one-eyed wolf, the conflicts among the major underground factions during the Zhong Yuan festival were not mere brawls among underlings, but rather involved the elite fighters of each faction competing to establish their hierarchy. These elite fighters were not exclusively from the respective factions. Many were formidable warriors hired from outside. If that were the case, Ning Chun found himself intrigued by the prospect of witnessing the extent of these so-called powerful warriors. Having received his grandfather's legacy, he harbored a nascent interest in martial arts and techniques that had once been foreign to him. Upon hearing Ning Chen's agreement to represent him at the Zhong Yuan festival, the one-eyed wolf's face lit up with excitement, trembling with anticipation as he envisioned himself conquering the underground world of Jiang City. Su Hai, standing nearby, shared in the exhilaration, thrilled by the prospect of talismans, the consecrated jade pendants, and Ning Chen's true prowess, each element igniting his enthusiasm. He felt an immense sense of gratitude for having befriended Ning Chun rather than opposing him like Xia Yunfei. By the way, Su Hai, aside from the talismans, I am contemplating the initiation of a jade pendant consecration service. Please investigate if there is a demand for such a service. If there are interested parties, they can entrust the jade pendants to you for consecration. I shall charge you 5 million per piece, regardless of what you charge others. However, do not disclose my identity for the time being, Ning Chun instructed Su Hai. The talisman paper and jade pendant consecration represented two lucrative business ventures he envisioned, appropriately delegated to the one-eyed wolf and Su Hai. In the future, he needed to find a way to acquire more aged medicinal materials, making financial resources indispensable. In the realm of cultivation, there is a notion of wealth, companions, methods, and land, signifying that there are 4 essential components for cultivation: money, a companion, techniques, and a favorable environment. Among these, money holds the utmost significance. The following day, at the Shan family villa, news of the previous day's events at the underground boxing arena had already spread within a small circle in Jiang City. Su Qianxue, having learned of the incident, hurried to see Shan Ro. Ro, look at this. Ning Chun is being utterly reckless. Who does he think he is? Or does he genuinely believe he can act with impunity because of your backing? Su Qianxue exclaimed in frustration. Qianxue, what are you talking about? Shan Ro responded in confusion. Are you not aware? Ning Chun shattered Xia Yunfei's arms and legs yesterday, completely pulverized them. Xia Yunfei is practically incapacitated. Do you think the Xia family will let this slide? Will they spare Ning Chun? Su Qianxue retorted. Huh? What? It seems I was too ostentatious at the Elizabethan gala. The pressure on Ning Chun is immense, and the responsibility for this incident lies with me. Shan Ro's brow furrowed slightly, her face instinctively revealing concern. Ro, Ning Chun acted without thinking. This was clearly his impulsiveness. This matter cannot be blamed on you. Just as Su Qianxue was about to continue, a knock echoed from the door. A middle-aged man then entered the room slowly. Miss Shan, I hope you will not take offense at my uninvited presence, he said. The man was none other than Xia Yunfei's father, the head of the Xia family in Jiang City, Xia Guodong. Uncle Xia, have you come here for something? If it's regarding my boyfriend Ning Chun injuring your son, there is no need for further discussion. I stand firmly with my boyfriend. Anyone who dares to harm him is opposing the Shan family. Shan Ro declared resolutely. Miss Shan, even if that Ning fellow had a dispute with my son, must he resort to such brutality? My son's arms and legs are shattered, and his life is effectively ruined. Xia Guodong's face flushed with anger and sorrow. I do not wish to delve into the specifics of this matter. What I want to make clear is that anyone who lays a hand on my boyfriend, I shall consider it an attack on my Shan family. Shan Ro's demeanor turned icy as she declared with authority. Miss Shan, I originally came to seek an explanation. But since you are so unreasonable, I shall have to approach the provincial city to find Mr. Shan. Xia Guodong's expression darkened as he coldly stated, turning to leave. Drive me to the provincial city. I demand an explanation. After Xia Guodong departed, Shan Ro's previously cold face now bore a furrowed brow. Experience often proves invaluable. Xia Guodong had evidently discerned Shan Ro's vulnerability. Although Shan Ro had publicly declared Ning Chun as her boyfriend at the Elizabethan gala, no other members of the Shan family were present during the event. Days had passed since the gala, and none from the Shan family in the provincial city had spoken on the matter, as if Shan Ro's declaration had never occurred. This silence was sufficient for a cunning fox like Xia Guodong to sense an opportunity. Qinxue, what should we do? I had initially intended to cultivate Ning Chun gradually, allowing him to develop into someone my father would approve of, but everything is happening too quickly. If Xia Guodong seeks out my father now, he certainly will not support Ning Chun. He will never acknowledge our relationship. Shan Ro expressed her anxiety to Su Qinxue. She could envision that if her father were to inform Xia Guodong of his refusal to recognize her relationship with Ning Chun, Xia Guodong would undoubtedly employ ruthless measures against Ning Chun. At that point, no matter how skilled Ning Chun was, he would still be in peril. In response to her friend's plea, Su Qinxue suggested, Ro, perhaps you might consider the situation from a different perspective. This incident may prove beneficial for both Ning Chun and yourself. What do you mean? Shan Ro furrowed her brow. Su Qinxue smiled. Ro, consider this. The Xia family is merely a relatively strong family within Jiang City. If Ning Chun cannot handle even the Xia family, what right does he have to be your true boyfriend? It is important to recognize that your admirers are not limited to the mere confines of Jiang City. In the provincial capital, do you not have numerous suitors? They are undoubtedly far more formidable than the modest Xia family. However, Dan Ro bit her lip tightly. Although Su Qinxue's words seemed to hold much truth, she remained uncertain. Very well, Ro, let the Xia family, particularly Xia Yunfei and Xia Guodong, serve as a touchstone for Ning Chun. Allow them to test whether the Ning Chun you have chosen is merely a man who hides behind your fame and lives off your generosity, or indeed your true match. This approach might prove more beneficial than relying on the Su family's influence to shield him, Su Qinxue remarked with a smile. In her heart, however, Su Qinxue held an unspoken thought. If Ning Chun cannot even handle the modest Xia family of Jiang City, it would affirm that her decision to disengage from him was entirely justified. Chapter 75. A blow to start regardless of Su Qinxue's persuasion. Dan Ro remained anxious. After Xia Guodong's departure, she promptly sought out Ning Chun. Su Qinxue, feeling helpless, followed suit. Upon entering, Dan Ro addressed Ning Chun earnestly. I am aware of yesterday's events. Xia Yunfei's father, Xia Guodong, may mobilize the Xia family's forces against you. We currently have a few strategies to consider. First, you could accompany me to the provincial capital. Although my father has yet to acknowledge our relationship, as long as you are with me in the provincial capital, the Xia family lacks any influence there and would not dare to act against you. Second, I could accompany you to seek the head of the Su family, Su Jiming. You have previously saved him, and last night's incident involved his son, Su Hai. With my intervention, I believe Su Jiming would take action, even if it means completely severing ties with the Xia family. Third, you could stay at my place for a while. Even if Xia Guodong possesses immense audacity, he would not dare to act against you in my presence. At this point, Dan Ro's cheeks flushed slightly. After all, as a young woman, inviting Ning Chun to stay at her home was not without its shyness, despite the exceptional circumstances. So, Ning Chun, which of these three strategies will you choose? Dan Ro inquired, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. Su Qinxue, too, looked unexpectedly, curious about Ning Chun's choice. yet in the gaze of both women. Ning Chun shook his head, stating, "I do not wish to choose any of these options." "Not all? Do you possess a more effective method to evade the Xia family?" Dan Ro questioned, puzzled. "Ning Chun, you can't possibly be considering having Ro move in with you for protection, can you?" Su Qianxue asked, her brows furrowing. "Well, if Ro's intention is to protect me by moving in, then I believe that would be unnecessary. However, if she simply wishes to stay over, then I would be most welcoming," Ning Chun replied, his face slightly reddening. Such a naive thought. Su Qianxue scoffed. "If you choose none of these methods, are you planning to leave Jiang City?" Dan Ro's disappointment was evident. "I shall not leave Jiang City," Ning Chun quickly refuted, continuing, "Xia Yunfei has brought this upon himself. If the Xia family chooses to let this matter rest, then it will be forgotten. But should they persist, they must not blame me for my lack of mercy. Moreover, if I were to concede to the Xia family, what would happen when I encounter an even more formidable opponent in the future? A single blow to commence, to prevent 100 strikes from following." Ning Chen's words ignited a spark in Dan Ro's eyes. A man unafraid in the face of formidable foes, willing to shoulder the burden. Perhaps he was truly worthy of her regard. Anyone can boast, but the Xia family is, after all, a prominent power in Jiang City. The forces they can mobilize are not something you can contend with unless. Su Qianxue remarked, her brow furrowing with a cold smile, shaking her head as she seemed to deem such possibilities entirely implausible. "Qianxue, what do you mean unless?" Dan Ro pressed eagerly. After a moment of hesitation, Su Qianxue responded, "While he may appear to possess considerable skills, medicine, martial arts, feng shui, there are many who share these abilities. To confront a powerful family single-handedly, one must excel in a particular domain, reaching the pinnacle, becoming a rarity among the many. In medicine, one must achieve the ability to resurrect the dead. In feng shui, to reverse yin and yang, achieving harmony with nature. In martial arts, to reach the realm of a master, akin to a dragon soaring in the heavens. Only then can one stand against a powerful family alone. Otherwise, even if he manages to fend off the Xia family, there are far stronger families waiting beyond. Relying solely on cunning and grandiose claims will not suffice. It would be wiser to recognize the situation early, understand when to advance or retreat, grasp gains and losses. Learn to leverage circumstances and cultivate connections." Su Qianxue shook her head repeatedly, her disappointment growing with each word. Chapter 76. Confronting Reality to be Candid. Regardless of which method Ning Chun chose from Dan Ro's offerings, Su Qianxue believed he still had potential for development. Yet, Ning Chun had made such grand declarations, asserting his intent to single-handedly confront the Xia family. This left Su Qianxue feeling profoundly disheartened. His approach to challenges exhibited significant flaws. "Very well, let the Xia family teach you a harsh lesson. Sometimes, facing reality is far more impactful than 1,000 words of caution." Su Qianxue mused silently, choosing not to speak further, and forcibly led Dan Ro away. After their departure, Jasmine expressed her discontent. "Master, their proposed strategies are too timid. I knew you were not one to shy away." Ever since Jasmine learned of the underground boxing event, she had felt a sense of regret for not being present. Had she been there, she would have been the first to leap onto the stage and challenge the likes of Black Bear. "Their suggestions are not timid, merely strategies," Ning Chun replied, shaking his head, then muttered to himself, "However, I tend to be somewhat straightforward, preferring to avoid convoluted tactics. As long as my strength is sufficient, facing someone like Xia Yunfei should be resolved with a single blow." Meanwhile, Xia Guodong swiftly arrived at the provincial capital, heading straight to the Dan family residence. "Mr. Dan, the situation is as follows. My son's limbs have been shattered beyond repair by that scoundrel Ning Chun. The doctors have indicated he may never walk again. I implore you to take a stand for my son." Xia Guodong gritted his teeth as he spoke to Dan Changcheng, Dan Ro's father. Dan Changcheng glanced at Xia Guodong, raising an eyebrow, and calmly replied, "In this matter, I shall remain neutral." With that, he dismissed Xia Guodong's presence entirely. "Thank you, Mr. Dan." Xia Guodong's expression brightened momentarily. Upon returning to Jiang City, he rushed to the hospital. Xia Yunfei had already been taken into surgery, with the Xia family spending exorbitant sums to summon several medical experts in hopes of preserving Xia Yunfei's limbs and preventing him from becoming incapacitated. Watching the surgery lights above the operating room, Xia Guodong fiercely instructed his subordinates, while Yunfei is undergoing surgery. Go and capture Ningchen for me. I want him to kneel before Yunfei and beg for forgiveness when he emerges from the operating room. A group of Xia family subordinates soon stormed into Ningchen's residence. Ningchen, Mr. Xia demands your immediate presence at the hospital, where you are to kneel before the operating room and apologize to young Master Xia. The Xia family subordinates spoke with arrogance, clearly dismissing Ningchen. Master, allow me to handle this, Jasmine exclaimed excitedly, having regretted not being present at the underground boxing match. She saw this as an opportunity to act. Very well, go ahead, Ningchen replied nonchalantly. Ha! Jasmine laughed gleefully, pouncing on the Xia family subordinates like a hungry tiger. You little girl, are you seeking death? Help! Those under Xia's command were no match for Jasmine, who swiftly brought them to the ground with ease. How dare you, a mere bunch of weaklings, show disrespect to my master? This is truly a death wish. Jasmine clapped her hands, still relishing the moment. Is that so? If those individuals are weak, then why don't you take a look at the ones I brought? A chilling voice interrupted. Soon after, Xia Guodong appeared at the villa entrance with a large entourage. Among them were several bodyguards clad in black, wielding electric batons, along with Black Bear and several martial artists who were clearly not ordinary fighters. Chapter 77. Xia Guodong's Fury. Xia Guodong was no fool. Knowing Ningchen's prowess in the underground fighting arena, he had no illusions that his previous subordinates could capture him. Those subordinates were merely a distraction. While he had brought in skilled fighters, he had paid handsomely to confront Ningchen. Mr. Xia, this is Ningchen, Black Bear pointed out. Xia Guodong's gaze turned venomous as he glared at Ningchen, coldly stating, So you are Ningchen? I truly admire your audacity in crippling my son. Ningchen frowned and replied, I suggest you ask your son why I did that to him. Xia Guodong retorted angrily, I don't care why. Since you have harmed my son, you must pay the price. No one can hurt my son without facing consequences. Oh, and what price do you intend for me to pay? Ningchen asked nonchalantly. It seems you are beginning to feel fear. Good. Kneel down now. Break your own legs, crawl to the hospital, bow to my son 100 times, and pray for his successful surgery. Once the operation is over, I will break your hands, and you shall spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. This way, you may preserve your life. What do you say? Xia Guodong, believing Ningchen would beg for mercy, coldly concluded, tossing an iron rod at his feet. Ningchen chuckled, glancing at Jasmine. Jasmine, didn't you want to continue fighting? Do you still wish to? Jasmine's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. Master, let me handle this. I want to take them all on. All right, give it a try. But don't overexert yourself. If you can't manage, call out for your master, Ningchen said with a slight smile. Go. Make sure to incapacitate them. Xia Guodong bellowed. In an instant, dozens of imposing bodyguards armed with electric batons surged towards Jasmine, the crackling sound of electricity filling the air. Master, let me handle this, Jasmine exclaimed eagerly, rushing forward. Despite her petite stature, she was agile, swiftly disarming one of the bodyguards and taking down one after another without mercy. It had been a long time since she had fought with such fervor, executing her moves with precision as the bodyguards fell like dominoes. Meanwhile, Black Bear and the other skilled fighters began to encircle Ningchen, their eyes filled with malice. However, those attacking Ningchen fared far worse than those who faced Jasmine. Now, at the 4th level of Qi refining, Ningchen easily dispatched Xia Guodong's so-called experts with a single blow. The burly Black Bear was knocked down with a powerful punch, curling up like a boiled shrimp. Another expert charged at him, only to be sent flying by a kick to the face. An assailant attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Ningchen countered with a swift palm strike, shattering both of his arms. In mere moments, Black Bear and the other skilled fighters were sent sprawling across the ground, incapacitated. Chapter 78. I am my own backing. Within 2 to 3 minutes, the elite bodyguards and the skilled fighters lay defeated on the ground. Ningchen remained unscathed. While Jasmine had received several shocks from the batons, her hair standing on end in a fierce manner. Damn it, they're all useless trash. Xia Guodong cursed furiously at his defeated subordinates. Ningchen kicked an electric baton towards Xia Guodong, coldly stating, Now, do you still want me to break my own arms and legs? You don't be so smug. What do you want? Xia Guodong stammered, his face pale. Forget about breaking your own limbs. Instead, take this baton and punish yourself as a form of retribution, Ningchen declared. Xia Guodong, don't push your luck, he retorted angrily. Oh, you refuse? That is perfectly fine. Let me assist you. Jasmine shouted, brandishing an electric baton, ready to strike Xia Guodong. Xia Guodong's face turned ghostly pale as he feebly protested. Ning, let me tell you, no matter how strong you think you are, I can always find someone stronger. There are always greater martial artists out there. Is that so? Feel free to search. I shall be waiting, Ningchen replied indifferently. Xia Guodong continued. Don't think that because Dan Ro declared your boyfriend, you can truly become a son-in-law of the Dan family. I've already consulted Mr. Dan, and he has not agreed. Stop dreaming about entering the Dan family. Ning Chun chuckled derisively. You believe the Dan family is my backing? Allow me to enlighten you. I am my own backing. Xia Guodong, if you apologize now and obediently punish yourself with that baton, I may let this go. If you refuse, Ning Chun's words were cut off as Xia Guodong sneered. Little Ning Chun, how dare you threaten me? What if you refuse? I assure you, if you dare to lay a finger on me today, you will deeply regret it. I will make you wish you had never been born. Before Xia Guodong could finish, Jasmine, growing impatient, thrust the electric baton into him, causing him to collapse, convulsing on the ground, howling in agony. Ning, and you woman, wait and see. I, Xia Guodong, vow to make you pay. I will exhaust the Xia family's resources to take revenge. In 2 days, I will have you kneeling before me. Xia Guodong screamed in frustration. In 2 days, I should kneel before you? Those are your words. Within 2 days. If you wish to live, kneel and plead with me, Ning Chun replied calmly. With a flick of his finger, he touched the dragon-shaped jade pendant on his chest, channeling a fierce energy into Xia Guodong's body, an action invisible to the naked eye. Now be gone, Ning Chun concluded coldly. Having injected the energy, Xia Guodong wasted no time in fleeing with his subordinates in a state of disarray. Master, are you really letting him go just like that? What if Xia seeks revenge against you later? Perhaps I should sneak into the Xia residence tonight and eliminate him. Jasmine could not help but exclaim after their departure. Chapter 79. Master and Mistress Ning Chun was taken aback by his impetuous disciple Jasmine's concern, explaining, though Su Qianque's words were harsh, they held a grain of truth. To contend against a powerful family single-handedly, one must ascend to the pinnacle in a particular domain. Otherwise, despite one's strength, one will inevitably be consumed by the might of the elite and ultimately fall short. If facing a formidable family is such a challenge, then should I choose to eliminate Xia Guodong, I would be opposing the very fabric of the rules. To defy the rules necessitates even greater strength. For instance, as Su Qianque articulated, one requires the prowess of a martial arts grandmaster. Molly furrowed her brow and inquired, Master, are you not a grandmaster already? Yet, I cannot help but feel that your strength, even if not officially recognized as grandmaster, is indistinguishable from that of one. Ning Chun shook his head. I am uncertain, primarily, is due to my lack of encounter with a true grandmaster. Once I meet one, I shall ascertain the true extent of my capabilities. However, Master, to let Xia Guodong go like this leaves me feeling quite discontent. Molly lamented. Ning Chun smiled. Who said I'm letting him off? There are numerous methods to deal with him besides killing him on the spot. Oh, Master, what methods do you speak of? Molly asked, her curiosity piqued. Just wait. Within 2 days, Xia Guodong will come begging on his knees, Ning Chun replied nonchalantly. He was acutely aware of the formidable aura he had previously unleashed, which had nearly drained Su Jiming's life force through the remote connection of the jade pendant. Now, by directly infusing that aura into Xia Guodong's body, it was only a matter of time before Xia Guodong found himself in a desperate plight. After leaving Ning Chen's villa, Xia Guodong seethed with rage and immediately began contemplating hiring genuine martial arts experts to deal with Ning Chen. He Xiong and others were also continuously brainstorming. However, not long after, Xia Guodong suddenly felt dizzy, attributing it to the shock of the day. I shall first check on Yun Fei's surgery at the hospital. As for Ning Chun, I'll deal with him later. News of Xia Guodong's intent to confront Ning Chun spread swiftly. Danro hurried back. How are you? Are you injured? It's all my fault. I never anticipated Xia Guodong would be so ruthless as to come at you directly. Miss Dan, worry not. Those miscreants are no match for me. How could they possibly stand against my master? Molly declared boldly. Molly, if your master acts so recklessly again, you must dissuade him. If necessary, call me, Dan Ro admonished. Ning Chun chuckled, clearly aware that Dan Ro underestimated Molly's impulsiveness. She was far more reckless than he. Enough of that. Since I have just exercised, I find myself rather hungry. I shall prepare a meal, and Ro, why don't you join me? Very well, I shall assist you in the kitchen. Dan Ro smiled as she followed him. Under normal circumstances, it should be me cooking and then calling master and mistress to dine, Molly muttered to herself. Dan Ro's cheeks flushed, embarrassed. Molly, what nonsense are you spouting? What master and mistress? I have yet to pursue anything with your master. Ning Chun gave Molly a thumbs up. Laughing, it's only a matter of time, haha. Chapter 80, Brother-in-Law. I wish to find you the events surrounding the underground fighting arena, along with Xia Guodong's vendetta against Ning Chun, reached not only Dan Ro's ears, but also many others. At the He family, Wang Mingfeng rushed in, brimming with excitement as he conveyed the good news to everyone. Good news. Good news. That scoundrel Ning Chun has finally run into a brick wall and landed himself in serious trouble. My dear, quickly tell us what mischief Ning Chun has gotten himself into. Let's rejoice. He Lin urged. Pray, share the details. We wish to celebrate. He Jianxiang and Jiang Xioping chimed in eagerly. After He Gang was imprisoned once more, the pair had blamed Ning Chun for everything, berating him countless times behind his back. However, due to Ning Chun being publicly recognized as Dan Ro's boyfriend, they had refrained from confronting him. Now, hearing of Ning Chun's predicament, their excitement surged. At that moment, Wang Mingfeng grinned and said, Last night, that dog Ning Chun broke Xia Xiao's limbs in the underground fight. Consequently, Mr. Xia was furious. Isn't Ning Chun relying on Miss Dan for protection? Yet Mr. Xia directly approached Miss Dan's father in the provincial city. And guess what? Mr. Dan outright denied Ning Chun as Miss Dan's boyfriend. This means that Ning Chun will not receive any protection from the Dan family at all. Mr. Xia has declared that within the coming days, he will thoroughly deal with Ning Chun. I suspect Mr. Xia intends to break Ning Chun's limbs, rendering him a cripple. Wang Mingfeng's words sent the He family into a frenzy of delight. Excellent, excellent. That despicable Ning Chun. He previously brought us such humiliation and caused He Gang's imprisonment. Now he dares to provoke the Xia family. He deserves retribution. Ha ha ha. Ning Chun thought he could cling to the Dan family as support, acting like a mad dog. But it seems the heavens will not let him go unpunished. He is utterly incapable of securing the Dan family's protection. Ha ha ha. He Lin, He Jianxiang, and Jiang Xioping laughed uproariously. Only He Qing frowned and quietly remarked, Father, mother, sister, isn't this a bit excessive? Silence. You know nothing. The He family members chastised her sharply. Meanwhile, Xia Guodong had just arrived at the hospital, yet to see Xia Yunfei emerge from the operating room. When he felt something was terribly amiss, a dark aura began to envelop him, spreading from his chest to his head and limbs. Simultaneously, an unbearable pain radiated from his chest throughout his body. As the agony intensified, his strength waned, breathing became labored, and his heart raced as if it would burst from his chest. Xia Guodong was swiftly admitted to the ICU. Strangely, despite a consultation of numerous medical experts, they were utterly baffled, unable to diagnose the ailment or provide any means of intervention. They could only helplessly watch as Xia Guodong's vitality ebbed away slowly. The following day, He Qing, seizing the opportunity while heading out, called Ning Chun. Brother-in-law, where are you? I wish to seek your counsel. He Qing was the only member of the He family who treated Ning Chun well. Upon receiving the call, Ning Chun arranged to meet her. Chapter 81. If you do not wish to perish, come plead with me, brother-in-law. I heard from Wang Mingfeng that the Xia family is now fully intent on targeting you. You should leave Jiang City promptly. Wise heroes avoid immediate peril, and the Xia family is formidable. What if? He Qing expressed her concern as soon as she met Ning Chun. Do not fret, Xiao Qing. The Xia family is but a trifling concern. I no longer regard them as a threat. Though they may seem powerful, they are merely stepping stones on my path, Ning Chun assured her. Is that truly so? I sense you have changed. If you were like this before, my sister would not have separated from you. He Qing mused. Ning Chun paused, then replied. Xiao Qing, from now on, please call me by my name. Refrain from referring to me as brother-in-law. But I'm accustomed to it. And is there truly no possibility of reconciliation with my sister? What if she were to break up with that detestable Wang Mingfeng? He Qing asked hopefully. Ning Chun shook his head. Xiao Qing, I believe you can sense it. There is no longer any chance for me and your sister. He Qing's expression fell, her voice laced with sadness. Then, Will you no longer keep in touch with me? Ning Chun chuckled softly. Xiaoqing, just because I have parted ways with your sister does not mean I will disregard you. We each have our own paths to tread, and I have always regarded you as my sister. Upon hearing Ning Chen's words, He Qing's sorrow eased somewhat, and she inquired whether Ning Chun truly possessed a means to confront the Xia family. After receiving a confident and affirmative response from Ning Chun, He Qing continued, Very well. I shall henceforth call you Qingge. Qingge, allow me to treat you to coffee. I have an employee discount at Starbucks. An employee discount? Ning Chun was taken aback. After some inquiries, he learned that He Qing had taken a job at a Starbucks CAF in Jiang City during her final year, when her schedule was light. The so-called employee discount was approximately 30% off. Although Ning Chun was not in need of the money, he could not refuse He Qing's kind offer, and thus he nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the hospital, in just a single night, Xia Guodong had been ravaged by a sinister force, rendering him gaunt and haggard. His face was as dark as coal, with his flesh shriveled and drawn tight. Excruciating pain coursed through his body, tormenting his nerves and allowing him to truly experience a fate worse than death. Director Zhang, what affliction do I suffer from? What is happening to me? Xia Guodong grasped the hand of the director of Jiang City First Hospital. Mr. Xia, your condition is quite peculiar. Last night, we consulted with experts from the provincial capital, but I regret to inform you that, given our current medical capabilities, we are unable to determine the cause of your ailment, let alone alleviate your suffering, the director replied solemnly, shaking his head. What? Director Zhang, please, you must save me, Xia Guodong exclaimed in terror. Mr. Xia, your condition. It may be necessary to seek treatment at the best hospital in the capital, or perhaps even contact specialists in the United States. However, I fear your body may not withstand the long journey. Your bodily functions are deteriorating rapidly. At this rate, you may only have half a day's time left. The director said helplessly. What? I have only half a day left? Xia Guodong felt darkness closing in on him, despair overtaking him. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Xia. We have done all we can, the director said, bowing his head in shame. At that moment, Xia Guodong felt as though the world was crumbling around him. His limited time left seemed trivial compared to his son Xia Yunfei's fate at the hands of Ning Chun. Suddenly, a thought struck him, recalling Ning Chen's words. In 2 days, if you wish to live, come seek me. Chapter 82. Seeking Ning Chun for salvation. Quick, help me up, Xia Guodong shouted. The pain coursing through his body left him disoriented, but in that haze, clarity struck him. This strange affliction must be the work of Ning Chun. Mr. Xia, given your current condition, it would be best if you did not attempt to rise, the director urged as Xia Guodong struggled to stand. Get out of my way. Xia Guodong pushed the director aside, seething, You incompetent doctors, leave me be. The director, feeling ashamed, suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, Mr. Xia, I just remembered. Your condition resembles that of Mr. Su from the Su family. Although his illness did not progress as rapidly or severely, the symptoms were quite similar. Mr. Su? You mean? Su Ziming? Xia Guodong inquired. Indeed, the director nodded. Bring me to the Su family. Xia Guodong gritted his teeth. Despite the previous conflict between his son and Su Ziming's son, he could no longer afford to dwell on such matters. Half an hour later, Xia Guodong arrived at the Su family villa. You are Xia Guodong? How have you come to look like this? Su Ziming nearly failed to recognize him. The sight of Xia Guodong, with his face resembling mere skin stretched over bone, and the agonizing pain distorting his features, was almost unrecognizable. Old Su, I need to ask you something. Please tell me, did you suffer from similar illness? Xia Guodong struggled to articulate. Su Ziming scrutinized him closely, as though recalling his own near-fatal experience just days prior, and nodded in fear. Xia Guodong's eyes brightened, as if grasping a lifeline. Old Su, please tell me, how did you recover? Who cured your ailment? He implored. Su Ziming regarded Xia Guodong with a strange expression, remaining silent. Xia Guodong, feeling anxious, pressed, Old Su. I know my son had a conflict with your son recently, and I apologize for that. They are just children, and we should not stoop to their level. Our families have always been on good terms. I offer you the plot of land in the southern city worth 20 billion. What do you say? Su Ziming shook his head. Xia Guodong, I did indeed suffer from a similar affliction, and I did have a remarkable individual cure me. I can provide you with their name. Old Su, please tell me, who is this person? Xia Guodong urged anxiously. Su Ziming's expression turned peculiar. The individual who cured me is named Ning Chun. What? Ning Chun? The very same Ning Chun? Xia Guodong gasped in disbelief. Indeed, the very Ning Chun that your family has vowed to confront, Su Jiming replied nonchalantly. He had received word of the Xia family's intentions against Ning Chun and had planned to announce his protection of Ning Chun in gratitude for his own salvation. 5 minutes later, Xia Guodong emerged from the Su family home, despondent. He realized that Su Jiming had not deceived him. Coupled with Ning Chen's words from the previous night, the path ahead became clear. If he wished to survive, he must seek out Ning Chun. Chapter 83. What a coincidence! At Ning Chen's villa, Jasmine was practicing alone when a commotion outside interrupted her. Upon opening the door, she found Xia Guodong being supported by his subordinates at the entrance. Where is Ning Chun? Bring him out to treat Mr. Xia. If he can heal Mr. Xia, then Mr. Xia will no longer pursue the matter regarding the injury to young Master Xia. One of the subordinates approached Jasmine arrogantly. Step aside. Jasmine raised her hand and sent the subordinate flying with a single slap. Miss, please let your master know. There has been a misunderstanding. Xia Guodong forced a smile, attempting to placate her. Do you not understand human language? I said get lost. Jasmine replied coldly. You. Xia Guodong's anger flared. Yet before he could finish, Jasmine had already slammed the door shut. Damn it. Let's go. Find Miss Shan. Xia Guodong suppressed his fury, feeling utterly humiliated. At the mountaintop villa, on the second-floor terrace, Shan Ro expressed her concerns to Su Qianxue. Qianxue, the Xia family is about to take action. You should leverage the Su family's influence to assist Ning Chun. Su Qianxue shook her head. Ro, it is time to ascertain whether Ning Chun is genuine or a mere facade. You must remain composed. But if Ning Chun were to be harmed? Shan Ro began. Very well. I promise you, should the situation escalate to that point, if Ning Chen's life is truly in danger, I will use the Su family's resources to ensure his safety. Is that sufficient for you? Su Qianxue concluded, secretly contemplating that after saving Ning Chun from the Xia family, her entanglement with him would finally come to an end, and she would return to the capital. Just as the two were deep in conversation, a sudden roar of engines echoed outside the villa, followed by the screech of tires. With the assistance of his two subordinates, Xia Guodong anxiously exited the vehicle and made his way to the villa's courtyard. Xia Guodong, what has happened to you? What brings you here? On the second-floor terrace, Shan Ro observed Xia Guodong in the yard below, her brow furrowed. Miss Shan, I have suddenly contracted a strange illness akin to Su Jiming's. This ailment can only be treated by Mr. Ning. I have come to seek reconciliation with Mr. Ning, and I wonder if I might ask you to act as an intermediary and request his assistance for me in treating my condition. Xia Guodong abandoned all pretense and directly pleaded for help. So, you wish to ask Ning Chun for medical aid? I'm afraid I cannot assist you with that. Shan Ro replied with a smile. Miss Shan, I implore you, for the sake of our past connections. Xia Guodong attempted to continue, but Shan Ro's smile vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor. I have never had any connection with your Xia family. Therefore, I must ask you to leave. Of course, if you feel I am being disrespectful, you are welcome to seek out my father in the provincial capital. Xia Guodong was left speechless, departing as if bereaved. Hee, Qianxue. Look, Ning Chun is even more formidable than we anticipated. Before things have even begun, Xia Guodong is already at his mercy. Once Xia Guodong had gone, the icy facade of Shan Ro melted away, replaced by a triumphant smile. Su Qianxue, her face marked by confusion, murmured, what is happening? Why is it so coincidental that Xia Guodong suddenly develops an illness similar to Su Jiming's at this moment? And this illness can only be cured by Ning Chun? Ro, don't you find this suspicious? I believe you are merely biased against Ning Chun. Qianxue, allow me to dispel your misconceptions. Shan Ro laughed as she approached Su Qianxue from behind, playfully launching an attack typical of close friends. No. Su Qianxue immediately cried out in surrender. Quick, spread the word. Find Ning Chun. Mobilize all the Xia family's resources. Locate Ning Chun. Hurry. In the vehicle, Xia Guodong weakly commanded his subordinates. In just a brief time, he felt as though he were being drained of all vitality, beads of cold sweat cascading down him. Tormented by pain akin to gnawing insects, this only intensified his desperation to find Ning Chun. Quickly, mobilize all forces to locate Ning Chun. Utilize every connection to uncover his whereabouts. expedite this search. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground, we will find Ning Chun. The Xia family swiftly unleashed their full might, scouring the entirety of Jiang City for Ning Chun. In no time, nearly everyone in the city was aware of the search. Naturally, they all assumed the Xia family sought to confront Ning Chun, unaware that they were actually seeking his assistance. Word has spread throughout Jiang City that the Xia family is furious, mobilizing all their power to find that useless Ning Chun, even if it means digging deep. Ning Chun is doomed. Good. So, that useless Ning Chun has finally met his match? I can hardly wait to see him found by the Xia family and beaten to a pulp. At the Xing Bake CAF, He Qing ordered a discounted coffee for Ning Chun, allowing him to sit and enjoy it while she busied herself with work. Ning Chun observed He Qing's industriousness, pondering the stark contrast between her and He Lin, his own sister. Unbeknownst to him, nearly everyone in the city was searching for him. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing glasses entered, ordering a cup of coffee. He Qing prepared the coffee and served it to the man, who scrutinized her with a lecherous grin. Pretending to accidentally grasp her hand while receiving the coffee, he remarked, "Oh, miss, your skin is so smooth. What skincare products do you use?" He Qing immediately recoiled her hand forcefully, replying, "Sir, please conduct yourself appropriately." "Conduct myself appropriately? What does that mean?" The middle-aged man inquired with a smirk. "It means, please show some respect for me and yourself," He Qing retorted, her face flushed. "You're just a waitress, poor and overworked. What is there to gain? Why not be my girlfriend? I'll pay you 20,000 a month for simply dining and sleeping with me. Much better than slaving away here." "Apologies, but you have mistaken me. I am not that kind of woman," He Qing stated firmly, preparing to leave. "Hey, don't go." The man suddenly seized her arm, yanking her towards him, which caused the coffee cup to spill onto his suit. "Now you've done it. You've ruined my suit, which cost 20,000. You need to compensate me, or else you'll have to repay with your body." "What? You shameless creep," He Qing exclaimed, horrified. The other employees, fearing trouble, refrained from intervening. "What are you pretending for? A woman like you must have excuses to justify herself. Come on, be my girlfriend, and I'll not only waive the compensation, but even pay you." With a lewd grin, the middle-aged man attempted to grope He Qing. "Oh, Brother Chun, help me," He Qing cried out in terror. In the next moment, Ning Chun stood and swiftly grasped the man's wrist. "Let go. I'm having a disagreement with my girlfriend. What business is it of yours?" The man glared at Ning Chun, fabricating lies. "She's your girlfriend? Since when?" Ning Chun scoffed, flicking his wrist and sending the man stumbling back into his chair. "Brother Chun, let us leave," He Qing urged quietly, anxious about the situation escalating. Just as the middle-aged man was about to hurl more insults at Ning Chun, he took a good look at his face and suddenly froze. He quickly pulled out his phone, comparing a photo, and then burst into laughter. "What coincidence! You're the Ning Chun that Xia Zong is looking for? Excellent. You're not leaving today." The man, filled with glee, tightened his grip on Ning Chun's clothing and began dialing. "Xia Zong, I've located Ning Chun." "Yes." He asked at the Starbucks on Shuefu Road. It turned out that in his haste to find Ning Chun, Xia Guodong had not only mobilized all resources, but had also circulated Ning Chun's photo among all employees of the Xia family's affiliated companies. The middle-aged man worked for one such subsidiary and, unaware that Xia Guodong was seeking Ning Chun's assistance, mistakenly believed he had captured his enemy. Igniting a fit of laughter, he envisioned himself earning accolades, promotions, and the position of general manager. "Is the Xia Zong you speak of Xia Guodong?" Ning Ten Desit. Noticing the man's excitement. "How dare you call him by his first name? When Xia Zong arrives, you will regret it. You didn't recognize me at first, but now you want to meddle in my affairs? Looks like you've brought this upon yourself. Indeed, this is the consequence of your own making." Ning Chun agreed with a smile. "Brother Chun, I'm so sorry for dragging you into this. You should leave quickly." He Qing finally realized, feeling immense guilt. "It's nothing," Ning Chun replied, shaking his head lightly. Soon, a luxurious car screeched to a halt at the entrance of Starbucks, and 2 subordinates, one on each side, hurriedly supported Xia Guodong inside. "President Xia, this is the damned Ning Chun. I've captured him for you." President Xia, what has happened to you?" The middle-aged man boasted loudly, but was struck dumb by Xia Guodong's ghastly appearance. "Quick, help me." To Ning Chun, Xia Guodong, utterly weak, ignored the middle-aged man and insisted on being supported toward Ning Chun. "Xia Guodong, do you have business with me?" Ning Chun said indifferently, observing Xia Guodong's tortured and contorted visage. Before Xia Guodong could speak, the eager middle-aged man pointed at Ning Chun and yelled, "Damn Ning Chun! How dare you call President Xia by his name? Such disrespect! Kneel down and apologize to President Xia immediately." Xia Guodong had been about to plead with Ning Chun, but the interruption from the middle-aged man filled him with rage. "What the hell? Who the hell are you? Do you want to kill me?" With the last of his strength, Xia Guodong slapped the middle-aged man fiercely across the face. Chapter 86. "Mr. Ning, I was wrong. President Xia, why are you hitting me?" The middle-aged man complained, holding his face. "Hitting you? I swear I'll kill you." Xia Guodong, utterly drained, shouted, his voice hoarse, his eyes nearly bulging out. A bodyguard from the Xia family rushed forward and kicked the middle-aged man to the ground. "Ning Chun, can you save me? Can you save my life?" Xia Guodong, no longer wishing to waste time on the middle-aged man, trembled as he grasped Ning Chun's clothing, filled with hope. "I thought you could last 2 days. I didn't expect you to be in this state after just one." Ning Chun glanced at Xia Guodong's ghastly appearance and remarked coolly. With a thud, Xia Guodong suddenly knelt before Ning Chun, disregarding everything else. After all, nothing was more important than life. "Ning, Ning, Bekyo, please save my life. I was wrong, I was so wrong. Just save me, and I will agree to anything." Xia Guodong pleaded, kneeling at Ning Chun's feet, tears streaming down his face. "Why are you kneeling? Just a moment ago, your subordinate insisted that I kneel and apologize to you." Ning Chun coldly smiled at the middle-aged man. "You fool, imbecile, get down and apologize to Mr. Ning." Xia Guodong's forehead bulged with veins as he shouted with all his might. The middle-aged man was left dumbfounded, cold sweat pouring down his back. Hadn't Xia Guodong threatened to dig 3 feet into the ground to find Ning Chun and kill him? How had the situation flipped to Xia Guodong begging for mercy from Ning Chun? Without further thought, the middle-aged man followed suit and knelt before Ning Chun. Trembling as he pleaded, "Mr. Ning, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please forgive me." Ning Chun coldly regarded him. "What good does your apology do? You were just harassing me." The middle-aged man quickly turned to He Qing beside him, begging, "Miss, I'm sorry. I was momentarily blinded and acted rudely. I was wrong. Please forgive me." He Qing, already taken aback by the sudden turn of events, could not respond. Seeing her silence, the middle-aged man turned back to Ning Chun, begging for mercy once more. Ning Chun's voice was icy. "What did you say earlier? You reap what you sow. Do you think you can still live? Fool! You're fired. Someone, teach this dog a lesson and drag him out." Xia Guodong bellowed. 2 bodyguards immediately stepped forward, delivering several hard slaps to the middle-aged man, leaving him dazed. "Please, President Xia, don't fire me. Mr. Ning, spare me." The middle-aged man wailed in terror as he was roughly dragged out. "Mr. Ning, I beg you, save me. I can't delay any longer. If this continues, I'll truly lose my life. I was blind to your greatness. I was too arrogant. Please just save me once. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Have mercy on me." Xia Guodong clung to Ning Chun's legs, continuously crying and pleading. Chapter 87. "You want to hold it against me?" Ning Chun looked at the kneeling Xia Guodong and said indifferently, "You want to hold me accountable for the fact that I crippled your son? That was his own doing. He provoked Mr. Ning and brought this upon himself. You merely gave him a minor punishment," Xia Guodong hurriedly explained. "Whereunto you going to find martial arts experts to deal with me?" Ning Chun continued. "And no, I wouldn't dare. I was blinded by ignorance. Please, Mr. Ning, forgive me this once." Xia Guodong quickly replied. "Now you realize that I don't need the sure family's power to handle you?" Ning Chun stated. I understand. I know." Xia Guodong's voice trembled, on the verge of bowing to Ning Chun. "All right, since you were so sincere in your plea, I shall spare you this time," Ning Chun remarked, extending his hand to lightly touch Xia Guodong's forehead. In an instant, spiritual energy surged in, forcefully expelling the malevolent energy within Xia Guodong, before retracting his hand and sealing that energy back into the dragon-shaped jade pendant on his chest. "All done." "What?" Xia Guodong was momentarily stunned. He had been tormented by this strange affliction to the brink of death, and now, after such a humiliating plea for help, Ning Chun merely touched his forehead and declared him cured? Was this some sort of joke? Xia Guodong, filled with fury, suddenly stood up, ready to explode. But suddenly, he realized he felt an unexpected surge of strength. The excruciating pain that had gnawed at him vanished without a trace. The sense of utter weakness, as if he were about to die, had dissipated entirely. He felt invigorated, remarkably well. "What's this? Are you about to make a move against me?" Ning Ten coldly ayet Xiaguodong. Xiaguodong, now feeling as light as a feather, was suddenly gripped by fear, cold sweat pouring down his face. "No, I wouldn't dare." Xiaguodong bowed, smiling, no longer daring to offend Ning Chun in the slightest. He now understood that his strange illness was surely the result of Ning Chen's machinations, and only Ning Chun could cure him. "Mr. Ning, if you have any orders, please let me know. I won't disturb you further." Xiaguodong, in a panic, spoke hastily before leaving with his entourage. However, as soon as he stepped outside, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by a deep scowl. When He Qing returned home, she found He Lin, Wang Mingfeng, Jiang Xioping, and He Jinxiang engrossed in lively discussion, imagining Ning Chun's desperate plight at the hands of the Xia family. Unable to contain herself, she interjected, "Dad, Mom, sister, you're all mistaken. Brother Chen is not afraid of the Xia family. In fact, the Xia family dares not act against him. On the contrary, they seek his assistance." Continuing, He Qing recounted everything he had personally witnessed. "What? You say that the esteemed head of the Xia family, Xia Guodong, actually knelt before that worthless Ning Chun? You claim that Xia Guodong desperately pleaded with Ning Chun to save his life? What nonsense! He Qing, I understand your sympathy for that good-for-nothing Ning Chun, but your fabrications are utterly laughable." He Jinxiang, Jiang Xioping, and He Lin scoffed loudly. In Chapter 88, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Regardless of what He Qing said, He Lin and Wang Mingfeng remained unconvinced. He Jinxiang and Jiang Xioping sternly ordered He Qing never to seek out Ning Chun again. "Dad, Mom, sister, you will surely regret this in the future." He Qing could not refute them and could only express his anger. Wang Mingfeng feigned wisdom, saying, "Little Qing, you are still young. Don't let that worthless Ning Chun deceive you. That guy's all talk, and no substance. Don't speak ill of Brother Chen here. In my eyes, you don't even compare to 1/10,000th of him. When it comes to deception, you are the real deceiver. My sister was deceived by you." He Qing, already lacking any fondness for Wang Mingfeng, retorted angrily. Upon hearing this, He Jinxiang, Jiang Xioping, and He Lin immediately reprimanded in unison. "He Qing, what nonsense are you spouting? How can you compare that worthless Ning Chun to your brother-in-law? Apologize to your brother-in-law at once." "I will never call him brother-in-law," He Qing declared before running into his room, leaving He Lin and the others seething with anger. "That scoundrel Ning Chun, after I cast him aside, actually had the audacity to secretly pursue He Qing. He must have ulterior motives and wished to take revenge on me." He Lin fumed. "Next time I see Ning Chun, I will definitely break his legs." "I understand. That scoundrel Ning Chun must have been driven to desperation by the Xia family and is seeking our He family's assistance to plead with the Xia family, which is why he is getting close to He Qing. Bah, let him dream on." He Jinxiang and Jiang Xioping spat, their words filled with disdain. "In any case, Ning Chun has already been abandoned by the Shan family, so dealing with him will be as easy as handling a stray dog. We shall sit back and enjoy the show." Wang Mingfeng chuckled. "Dear, if we were to enjoy the show, why don't we find a good place to watch? Let us visit the hospital and see how young Master Xia is doing. It would be a perfect opportunity to strengthen our ties with the Xia family," He Lin suggested. "All right, let us do that. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Mr. Xia will surely be pleased to see us. Let us go buy some gifts and head to the hospital to visit young Master Xia." Wang Mingfeng nodded enthusiastically, finding He Lin's idea splendid. On the other side, after ensuring his own well-being, Xia Guodong finally remembered his son, Xia Yunfei, and hurried to the hospital. The operation on Xia Yunfei had been completed, and Ding Zhang shook his head gravely, saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Xia. The operation on young Master Xia has failed. His limbs are shattered, and with current medical technology, we have no means to help him. You cannot cure my illness, nor can you treat my son's injuries. What use are you incompetent doctors? The Xia family donates so much to your hospital every year. And for what?" Xia Guodong erupted in fury. Ding Zhang's face turned red with shame, and he could only suggest, "Mr. Xia, why not seek that miraculous doctor who helped you? Perhaps he can help young Master Xia Guodong's heart stirred. Indeed, regardless of whether Ning Chun employed any tricks, he did cure my strange ailment. The incident with Yunfei's limbs also occurred under his care. Perhaps he truly has the means to heal Yunfei. With this thought, Xia Guodong proceeded to check on the unconscious Xia Yunfei before leaving the hospital to seek out Ning Chun once more. In Chapter 89, Ning Chun's conditions. When Ning Chun returned, Shan Rou and Su Qianxue were already waiting for him. Oh, isn't this the illustrious Dr. Ning returning? It's truly impressive how quickly you cured Xia Guodong's ailment. Prompting him to seek your help, Su Qianxue remarked knowingly. Ning Chun did not shy away, stating plainly, Xia Guodong's condition was not a strange ailment. It was merely a trick of mine. Oh, so you can employ tricks as well? I thought your mind was singularly focused on physical confrontations. Su Qianxue raised an eyebrow slightly. There are times when physical action is necessary. I act appropriately. Ning Chun replied with composed dignity. All right, you too. Why must you argue every time you meet? Regardless, Ning Chun has, through his own abilities, compelled the Xia family to bow their heads. Once this news spreads, no one will dare to underestimate Ning Chun again. Shan Rou smiled at Ning Chun. As the three conversed, a commotion outside announced Xia Guodong's arrival once more. Xia Guodong, what brings you here again? Ning Chun frowned slightly. Mr. Ning, your medical skills are extraordinary. I wish to ask if you can heal my son's hands and feet? Xia Guodong inquired with anticipation. Yes, Ning Chun nodded. Xia Guodong's eyes brightened as he hurriedly said, Mr. Ning, I implore you to heal my son's hands and feet. Ning Chun regarded Xia Guodong with a peculiar expression. Your son's limbs were broken by me, and now you come to implore me to heal him? Do you think I would agree? Xia Guodong replied anxiously, Mr. Ning, if you can heal my son's hands and feet, I assure you that the Xia family will comply with any of your requests in the future. Ning Chun contemplated before responding, Very well. I can heal your son's limbs, but I have but one condition. What condition? Please speak, Mr. Ning. Xia Guodong urged. Ensure your son keeps his distance from Rou and never harass her again. Ning Chun stated calmly. Agreed. Mr. Ning, no problem. Xia Guodong had not anticipated such a simple condition and immediately consented without hesitation, fearing that delays might complicate matters. Xia Guodong urged Ning Chun to hasten to the hospital to treat Xia Yunfei. Ning Chun exchanged a few words with Shan Rou and Su Qianxue before leaving with Xia Guodong for the hospital. Watching Ning Chun's retreating figure, Su Qianxue sighed. Rou, I initially thought Ning Chun had finally come to understand the importance of employing strategy, but it seems he remains as naive as ever. Xia Guodong is imploring him to save Xia Yunfei, and he could have leveraged this opportunity to gain significant benefits from the Xia family. Yet he merely puts forth such a request. Understand that after teaching Xia Guodong a lesson, even without this request, Xia Yunfei would never dare to trouble you again. Ning Chun's actions are superfluous, a waste of a tremendous opportunity, perhaps hoping to endear himself to you. Such tactics might work on naive young girls. But he fails to realize that his intentions are transparent before us. After Su Qianxue finished speaking, she turned to look at Shan Rou, who smiled gently. However, Qianxue, I am indeed touched by his thoughtfulness. Su Qianxue was momentarily speechless. Rou, they say that a woman in love has an IQ of 0. I see that your current state is not merely 0, but has already dipped into the negatives. In Chapter 90, I dislike this person at Jiangxing Hospital. Xia Yunfei had just regained consciousness, immersed in the agony of his incapacitated limbs. Young master, we come to see you. He Lin and Wang Mingfeng enter the ward, carrying gifts, eager to please. You two useless fools. Upon seeing them, Xia Yunfei erupted in a tirade. If it weren't for your incompetence, I would not have had to personally deal with Ning Chun. Had I not taken matters into my own hands, would I have ended up in this predicament? Everything is the fault of that scoundrel Ning Chun. Indeed, Xia Xiao, it is all that wretched Ning Chun's fault. We must devise a plan to exact a thorough revenge upon him. He Lin and Wang Mingfeng quickly expressed their grievances, seeking to curry favor. Xia Yunfei wore a sinister expression as he conferred with He Lin and Wang Mingfeng. Just then, Ning Chun entered the room. Ning Chen, you wretched scoundrel. How dare you show your face here? Are you courting death? He Lin exclaimed venomously. Xia Xiao, you must have someone seize this trash Ning Chun. Do not let him escape. Wang Mingfeng shouted in agreement. Xia Yunfei, confined to his hospital bed, glared at Ning Chun, his eyes blazing with fury. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, Xia Guodong strode in behind Ning Chun. Father? Xia Yunfei was momentarily taken aback, then quickly grasped the situation, his face lighting up with joy. Father, have you brought Ning Chun here to kneel and apologize to me? Ning Chun regarded Xia Yunfei with an expression of disdain and turned to Xia Guodong. Xia Guodong, it seems your son still wishes for me to kneel and beg for forgiveness? Ning Chun, how dare you address Mr. Xia so casually? Your audacity knows no bounds. Mr. Xia, you must not show mercy to this scoundrel. Wang Mingfeng immediately chimed in, eager to please. Xia Xiao, Mr. Xia, let me tell you, this rascal Ning Chun is akin to a dog. To command his obedience, he must be taught a severe lesson. He Lin added, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Xia Guodong's face darkened instantly as he shoved Wang Mingfeng and He Lin aside. Who the hell do you two think you are? Guards, give him a slap. As soon as Xia Guodong's words fell, several bodyguards from the Xia family advanced, delivering sharp slaps to Wang Mingfeng and He Lin. Both were left bruised and bewildered, crying out, Mr. Xia, why are you hitting us? Xia Guodong replied coldly, you two rubbish, attempting to sow discord between me and Mr. Ning? Not a chance. What? What are you saying? Wang Mingfeng and He Lin were utterly confused. Xia Guodong then turned his ire towards Xia Yunfei. Yunfei, and you as well, immediately apologized to Mr. Ning. You must vow never to approach Miss Dan again or harass her. What? Father, what are you talking about? Wasn't it you who urged me to pursue Dan Ro? Xia Yunfei protested, bewildered. Slap. Xia Guodong interrupted, striking him across the face. You insolent fool, still spouting nonsense? Do as I say. Do you wish to remain crippled? Dazed from the blow, Xia Yunfei instinctively apologized to Ning Chun and vowed to cease his harassment of Dan Ro. Mr. Ning, can you now assist my son with his injuries? Xia Guodong looked hopefully at Ning Chun. Ning Chun shook his head, pointing at Wang Mingfeng, and coldly stated, I dislike this person. Without hesitation, Xia Guodong retorted, that can be easily resolved. Since you dislike him, I shall have him expelled. No, I will not only expel him, but I will also ensure that his entire family goes bankrupt. Wang Mingfeng's expression shifted dramatically. Mr. Xia, are you being deceived by Ning Chun's sweet words? He stammered in fear. Xia Guodong sneered, you have repeatedly insulted Mr. Ning and attempted to incite discord between the Xia family and him. I have long wished to deal with you. Your name is Wang Mingfeng, correct? Your father, Wang Go-tu, belongs to a second-rate family. How dare you act so brazenly before Mr. Ning? With that, Xia Guodong made a phone call. Mobilize all resources of the Xia family against the Wang family. Ensure their bankruptcy. The sooner, the better. Wang Mingfeng, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt his legs weaken. The Xia family was one of the three prominent families in Jiangxing. Orchestrating the Wang family's downfall was a matter of moments. Soon, Wang Mingfeng's phone rang. You bastard! What have you done? How did you offend the Xia family? You wretched fool! Do you not realize we are finished? The Wang family is doomed. The frantic voice of his father, Wang Defa, echoed through the phone. With a clatter, Wang Mingfeng dropped his phone, collapsing at Xia Guodong's feet, pleading, Mr. Xia, please spare the Wang family. Just this once. We do not wish to go bankrupt. I beg you. Xia Guodong kicked Wang Mingfeng aside, sneering, spare you? You are mistaken. You are begging the wrong person. Though Wang Mingfeng was reluctant to accept the truth, he knew he had to turn to Ning Chun. He was baffled by how Ning Chun had managed to shift the Xia family's stance so dramatically, yet he realized that if he did not implore Ning Chun, the Wang family would indeed face ruin. Ning Ten. Wang Mingfeng barely uttered before Ning Chun interrupted coldly. I do not wish to hear your voice. Guards, take him away. Xia Guodong commanded loudly. Several bodyguards roughly dragged Wang Mingfeng out. Mr. Xia, He Lin attempted to plead once more. Xia Guodong glanced at Ning Chun's expression, then waved his hand. The bodyguards promptly ejected He Lin from the hospital room. Ning Chun, I will not let this go. One day, you will kneel and beg me. Her angry shouts faded as she was cast outside. Mr. Ning, can you assist my son in healing now? I beg you, Xia Guodong implored after He Lin and Wang Mingfeng had been expelled. Under Xia Guodong's fierce gaze, Xia Yunfei, though reluctant, was compelled to beseech, Mr. Ning, I was in the wrong. I should not have provoked you. My condition is a consequence of my own actions. I implore your mercy. Please heal me. To Ning Chun, Xia Yunfei was merely a minor character, and Ning Chun chose not to hold a grudge. Drawing upon the healing arts of his inheritance, he channeled unseen energy into Xia Yunfei's limbs, swiftly mending the broken bones. Truly it is healed. My hands and feet are well. Xia Yunfei exclaimed, standing in exhilaration, joyfully moving his restored limbs as if reborn. Thank you, Mr. Ning. Thank you. Should you ever require assistance, please do not hesitate to call upon the Xia family. We shall respond with all our might. Xia Guodong added, equally ecstatic. Ning Chun merely cast a dispassionate glance at the Xia father and son, saying, I have no requests, but let me remind you, should you harass me or row again, next time it will not be as simple as breaking limbs. Having spoken, Ning Chun disregarded the Xia family and departed. Father, are we truly allowing this to end? Xia Yunfei lamented as he watched Ning Chen's retreating figure. Xia Guodong's previous air of respect faded, his posture straightening as he spoke darkly. Allow this to end? Impossible. The Xia family's reputation has been tarnished. If we let this slide, how can we maintain our standing among Jiangxing's three great families? Father, do you mean we will still take action against Ning Chun? Xia Yunfei's eyes brightened. Xia Guodong replied coldly, of course we will act against Ning Chun. However, we must be strategic. The Midyuan festival is approaching. Is it not said that Ning Chun is capable? He associates with the Cyclops, does he not? Surely, he will attend the Midyuan festival. We shall confront him there. Let that surname Ning enjoy a few more days of happiness. Xia Yunfei's face contorted with malice. No matter how formidable that Ning is, he cannot be an invincible Iron Man, can he? When the Ghost Festival arrives, let the Black Bear contact other underground overlords to gather more skilled fighters. Even if we have to overwhelm him with sheer numbers, we will ensure Ning Chen's demise, Xia Guodong declared, his eyes gleaming with sinister intent. The He family, He Lin and Wang Mingfeng returned, dejected and in a state of utter disarray. So how did it go? Did you manage to forge a closer bond with the Xia family? Did they mention when they would help us step into high society? Jiang Xioping eagerly inquired. Forge a bond? What a joke. Damn, our Wang family has been driven to bankruptcy by the Xia family. I can hardly bear to return. Wang Mingfeng cursed bitterly. He truly feared going back. If he did, his father Wang Defa would surely beat him to a pulp. What on earth happened? Lin, weren't you supposed to be establishing relations with young Master Xia? Why would the Xia family turn against the Wang family? He Jinxiang questioned in confusion. He Lin gritted her teeth in anger. It's all that damned Ning Chen's fault. Somehow, he ingratiated himself with the head of the Xia family, Xia Guodong, and told him he disliked Mingfeng. As a result, Xia Guodong had Mingfeng's family ruined. Xia Guodong is truly despicable. The most infuriating is that damned Ning Chun. I will not let him off lightly. Shut your mouth. Are you still cursing Ning Chun? Do you dare to insult Xia Guodong? Let me tell you, if we hadn't provoked Ning Chun, our Wang family would still be thriving, not facing bankruptcy. Wang Mingfeng glared at He Lin. What do you mean? Are you blaming me? He Lin retorted angrily. Wang Mingfeng suddenly felt a pang of doubt about being with He Lin. Had he known Ning Chun would rise to such prominence, he would never have gotten involved with her. But it was too late now. They were already entangled. Thankfully, they hadn't yet registered for marriage, and their wedding had been disrupted by Ning Chun and Danro. With that thought, Wang Mingfeng suddenly grasped He Lin's arm and said, Lin, at this point, there's only one way to save the Wang family, and it requires your intervention. What way? He Lin asked, puzzled. You must seek out Ning Chun. Everything he has done must stem from his lingering feelings for you. Therefore, Lin, if you approach Ning Chun, he will surely speak to Xia Guodong and persuade him to spare the Wang family. Wang Mingfeng urged anxiously. What do you mean, Wang Mingfeng? You want me to plead with that useless Ning Chun? He Lin fumed. Wang Mingfeng quickly replied. Lin, you can't put it that way. First of all, Ning Chun is no longer just a useless person. He has ties with both Danro and Xia Guodong now. Secondly, seeking out Ning Chun wouldn't be pleading, at most. It would simply make him willingly play the role of a sycophant once more. Just think, why is Ning Chun so intent on targeting me? Why does he oppose the Wang family? Isn't it because he still harbors feelings for you and is envious of me? If that is the case, why not leverage his feelings? Allow him to continue being your devoted admirer. Wouldn't that be even better? Chapter 93. I am pregnant with Ning Chen's child. He Lin hesitated upon hearing Wang Mingfeng's words. Wang Mingfeng continued to persuade her. Lin, haven't you always wanted my father to accept you? Now that my family has fallen victim to the Xia family's scheming, if you can convince Ning Chun to intervene, our Wang family could rise from the ashes, and my father would surely accept you. Then you could proudly marry into the Wang family and become a proper daughter-in-law. Wang Mingfeng spoke, but he felt a strange sensation in his heart. Was he really placing a green hat upon his own head? Yet, for the sake of the Wang family, he was willing to don this metaphorical cap himself. I actually have an idea that would spare you from wearing a green hat while still aiding the Wang family. He Lin's eyes darted as she suddenly exclaimed. What idea? Wang Mingfeng asked eagerly. You all keep insisting I should plead with Ning Chun to persuade him to urge the Xia family to relent. Why not go directly to Dan Ro? If I can secure her cooperation, how can I not deal with Ning Chun? He Lin smirked. Secure Dan Ro? Are you joking? She is the eldest daughter of the Dan family. How could you possibly deal with her? Wang Mingfeng questioned in disbelief. No matter how formidable Dan Ro is, she is still a woman. Only a woman can outmaneuver another woman. I will go find Dan Ro. I will win her over. Hey, come with me. And let me change into something else first. He Lin confidently declared as she entered her room. 10 minutes later, she emerged in an exceedingly loose nightgown. Lin, your belly. Wang Mingfeng observed He Lin's abdomen with a puzzled expression. It seemed to him that her belly was not this pronounced. An hour later, He Lin and Jiang Xiuping arrived at the entrance of the Dan family villa. Dan Ro opened the door and was taken aback by the sight of He Lin in a nightgown. What could He Lin possibly want? Moreover, it appeared she was wearing a maternity dress. Indeed, He Lin's nightgown resembled a maternity dress. Standing before Dan Ro, He Lin felt a twinge of self-doubt but held her head high and declared boldly, Miss Dan, I have come to speak with you today. Oh, and what gives you the right to speak with me? Dan Ro asked. Just the child in my belly. He Lin proclaimed loudly. What? The child in your belly? Dan Rao was momentarily stunned. That's right, Miss Dan. I must confess that although I have broken up with Ning Chun, I am now pregnant with his child. Miss Dan, don't you adore Ning Chun? Didn't you make him your boyfriend? If your boyfriend has a child with me, I can only imagine how uncomfortable that must make you feel, right? You will undoubtedly have a lingering sense of unease as long as you are with Ning Chun. But you need not worry. If you agree to one condition of mine, I will terminate this pregnancy and relieve you of any concerns. Of course, I won't inform Ning Chun, allowing him to remain blissfully unaware. This matter will stay between us. If you don't speak of it, and I don't speak of it, Ning Chun will never find out. He Lin spoke in one breath. Dan Ro scrutinized He Lin from head to toe and said, Go on, what is your condition? Seeing this, He Lin assumed she had succeeded and replied with a tone of triumph. All I ask is that you command Ning Chun to ensure the Xia family ceases its oppression of the Wang family. Or better yet, that you take direct action to prevent the Xia family from continuing to suppress us. Are you saying, as long as I agree to your condition, Ning Chun will never find out, and you won't disclose anything either? Dan Ro fixed her gaze on He Lin. Exactly. He Lin nodded. In the next moment, Dan Ro pulled out her phone, dialed Ning Chun's number, and asked, Ning Chun, is there any chance your ex-girlfriend could be pregnant with your child? Chapter 94. I believe in Ning Chun. What? You mean He Lin? That's impossible. I have never been involved with her. We have never had that kind of relationship. The voice of Ning Chun rang out immediately through the phone. Is that so? Dan Ro's eyes lit up with intrigue. Absolutely true. Ro, did He Lin come to see you? What did she say? Ning Chun inquired again. Nothing much. I just suddenly thought of it and asked casually. Dan Ro replied, before hanging up. Dan Ro had been on speakerphone, and He Lin heard everything clearly. Initially, He Lin had been confident that Dan Ro would not inform Ning Chun of this matter, which is why she dared to confront her. To her surprise, Dan Ro had directly called Ning Chun to reveal it. She stuttered, say, Miss Dan, don't believe Ning Chun. He is just spouting nonsense. He made me pregnant and still denies it. He is nothing but a scoundrel. Oh, really? Do you think I would believe you over Ning Chun? Dan Ro gazed at He Lin with a mocking expression. Miss Dan, I assure you, we are all women here. I'm truly not deceiving you. Please do not place your trust in Ning Chun. He Lin attempted to persuade Dan Ro once more, but Dan Ro's expression had already turned frosty. In a chilling tone, she declared, Firstly, regardless of what you say, I choose to believe in Ning Chun. Secondly, the pillow marks stuffed in your clothes are painfully obvious. Do you truly think everyone is as foolish as you? With that, Dan Ro turned on her heel and left. Lin and Jiang Xiaoping attempted to follow her inside. But immediately, a servant from the Dan family confronted them, forcibly ejecting the mother and daughter duo. Upon returning home, He Jinxiang and Wang Mingfeng quickly approached. "So, how'd it go? Did you manage to convince Miss Dan to instruct Ning Chun to speak with the Xia family?" Wang Mingfeng asked anxiously. "No," He Lin replied tersely. "What do you mean no? Weren't you quite confident before? How could you not have secured anything?" Wang Mingfeng pressed, his anxiety escalating. "Are you even a man, Wang Mingfeng? If you want something from that scoundrel Ning Chun, go ask him yourself. If you want something from Dan Ro, then you should approach her directly. You useless man." He Lin, already simmering with frustration, lashed out, particularly since the Wang family was now bankrupt. "That wretched woman Dan Ro, she is so arrogant. One day, I will make her kneel before me and beg." Jiang Xiaoping added, equally irate. "Sure, don't speak ill of Miss Dan," Wang Mingfeng exclaimed, growing alarmed at Jiang Xiaoping's words. If the Xia family could easily bring the Wang family to ruin, provoking the Dan family would truly spell disaster for them. "Perhaps we could send Shaoqing to approach Ningxin? Isn't she on good terms with him?" Wang Mingfeng suggested. He Lin, Jiang Xiaoping, and He Jinxiang exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement. Subsequently, Jiang Xiaoping called He Qing back. "Shaoqing, didn't you meet Ningxin a few days ago? Aren't you on good terms with him? Why not approach him and ask him to speak on behalf of your brother-in-law with the Xia family?" Jiang Xiaoping said with a forced smile. Wang Mingfeng and He Lin, along with He Jinxiang, looked at He Qing expectantly. "Father, mother, sister, didn't you all tell me last time that I was never to seek out Ningxin again? Also, let me reiterate, I have never acknowledged Wang Mingfeng as my brother-in-law. If you wish to plead with Ningchun, you may do so yourselves. I will not go," He Qing stated firmly before turning to leave. Chapter 95. Division of Proceeds. He Qing's refusal to approach Ningchun left He Lin and the others frustrated yet powerless. With no options left, Wang Mingfeng returned to the Wang family. Upon arriving home, he was pleasantly surprised to find that after the Xia family had pressured the Wang family, they suddenly ceased their onslaught for reasons unknown. Thus, the Wang family remained on the brink of bankruptcy. "Minfeng, for some reason, the Xia family has inexplicably chosen to spare us. We must seize this opportunity to mend our relationship with them," Wang Defa, Wang Mingfeng's father, declared, now too preoccupied to continue scolding his son. "Repair our relationship with the Xia family? How do we achieve that?" "Father, I bought numerous gifts to visit young Master Xia in the hospital, but it was all for naught against Ning Chun's 2 words. Xia Guodong immediately sought to deal with us." Wang Mingfeng lamented with a sullen expression. "I have heard of a talisman made from special paper that possesses miraculous qualities. It is currently being sold on the black market for 2 million each, with many eager buyers unable to procure it. If we could acquire one and present it to Mr. Xia, it would surely alter his perception of our family," Wang Defa urged, gripping Wang Mingfeng's arm anxiously. "A talisman? 2 million each?" Wang Mingfeng pondered, feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to recall where he had heard of such a thing. "All right, father, I will investigate where we might obtain such a talisman. If it can repair our ties with the Xia family, we will go to any lengths to secure it," Wang Mingfeng affirmed before departing once more. Meanwhile, at Ning Chen's villa, shortly after He Lin and Jiang Xiaoping left, Su Hai and the One-Eyed Wolf arrived. "Mr. Ning, I have released 50 talismans into the black market, and they're now selling for 2 million each, netting a total of 100 million. I believe I previously allocated too little to you. Therefore, I propose a new arrangement, a 30-70 split, where I take 30 and you take 70. What do you think?" The One-Eyed Wolf suggested eagerly, trying to ingratiate himself. If the price remained fixed at 1 million each, Ningchun would receive 50 million for the 50 talismans. However, under the new arrangement proposed by the One-Eyed Wolf, he would receive 70 million. "Oh, you are willing to relinquish 2 million to me for free? Speak your terms," Ningchun replied with a smile. The One-Eyed Wolf, a prominent figure in the underworld, had been subdued by Ningchun but would not part with the 2 million without a reason. As anticipated, the One-Eyed Wolf awkwardly chuckled and said, "Mr. Ning, I have no other demands. I simply wish to be the exclusive agent for this talisman business." So that was his intention. "Very well, I shall grant you exclusive rights to this talisman business, and you may even develop sub-agents and utilize distribution methods." Ningchun agreed after a brief consideration. "Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Ning. It is settled then," the One-Eyed Wolf exclaimed joyfully. Ning Chen nodded, adding coolly, however, "This arrangement comes with a condition. Should you betray me or harm my interests, I will not only revoke your rights, but will also take your life." Ning Chen's tone remained even, yet it exuded an icy chill that caused the one-eyed wolf to shudder involuntarily, his legs giving way as he fell to his knees. Chapter 96. True interest. Rest assured, Mr. Ning, no matter how foolish I may be, I will never betray you. The one-eyed wolf promised fervently before shakily rising to his feet. He quickly withdrew his phone and transferred 2 million to Ning Chun. "Mr. Ning, regarding the jade pendant blessing you mentioned, I have found 2 interested parties. I initially quoted them 10 million each, but I believe you were charging too little at 5 million. How about we also arrange a 30 to 70 split for this as well?" Su Hai chimed in, presenting 2 small jade pendants. Ning Chun accepted the pendants and nodded. "If you're willing to offer me a better rate, then I will grant you the agency rights for the jade pendant blessing business as well." "Thank you, Mr. Ning." Su Hai beamed, promptly transferring 14 million to Ning Chun. Ning Chun then harnessed his inner energy to inscribe protective and spirit-gathering formations onto the pendants before returning them to Su Hai. "The talismans and jade pendant blessings are merely means of profit. My true interest lies in utilizing the funds to acquire medicinal herbs, particularly those of age and quality. Therefore, should you encounter individuals possessing ancient herbs, do not hesitate to negotiate a favorable deal." Ning Chun advised, now in possession of nearly 100 million in funds. While this amount was not insignificant, it was far from overwhelming. However, acquiring ancient herbs would yield substantial benefits. "Understood, Mr. Ning. Rest assured, collecting ancient herbs is our top priority," Su Hai and the one-eyed wolf affirmed vigorously. With their objectives achieved, they refrained from further disturbing Ning Chun and left, exhilarated. At the Xia family villa, Xia Guodong, Xia Yunfei, and Black Bear convened, their expressions grim as they deliberated. "Black Bear, how have you fared in contacting the other underground bosses in Jiangcheng?" Xia Guodong inquired solemnly. "Mr. Xia, I have spoken with Shan Pao, Dao Pian, Qin Hu, and Yo Hao. They have all agreed to confront the one-eyed wolf together at the Zhongyuan festival. As for skilled fighters, I have sought out several, but I am somewhat concerned about Ning Chun, as he possesses an unsettling aura." Black Bear recalled the events of that night in the underground boxing arena. Still feeling a twinge of fear, weighing over 200 pounds, he had been sent flying to the ceiling by a single kick from Ning Chun, leaving him with a psychological shadow. As for skilled fighters, do your utmost to find them. If you cannot, it is of no consequence. I have already established contact with the people from the Southwest Witch sect. They will dispatch true experts to deal with Ning Chun, so we need not resort to a strategy of sheer numbers. Xia Guodong sneered repeatedly. "The Southwest Witch sect? Mr. Xia, you managed to enlist their aid? How wonderful!" Black Bear's pupils contracted, and his expression changed as he exclaimed, It seems to be a stroke of luck. Fortune favors those who are prepared. The people from the Southwest Witch sect are notoriously difficult to persuade, but it appears something unexpected has occurred this time," Xia Guodong remarked. "Regardless, we must ensure that damn Ning Chun pays dearly. We must have the experts from the Southwest Witch sect break both his hands and feet. Let him experience the taste of becoming a cripple." Xia Yunfei's expression also turned sinister. "In any case, before the Zhongyuan festival, we must avoid provoking Ning Chun. Everything will be settled at the festival. When the time comes, grievances will be avenged, and enmities will be repaid." Xia Guodong's countenance was exceptionally grim. Chapter 97. "Miss Su, why should I explain myself to you?" That evening, Ning Chun sat cross-legged on the second floor of the villa, toying with 2 jade pendants. While enlightening Su Hai's pendant earlier, he suddenly gained insights that linked these 2 pendants to his own dragon-shaped pendant. "Master, Miss Su is looking for you." At that moment, Jasmine appeared on the staircase. Ning Chun descended, finding Su Qinxue standing alone in the middle of the living room on the first floor. Today, Su Qinxue wore a long dress, exuding an aura of elegance and coolness, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. However, Ning Chun felt little admiration and instead asked with curiosity, "Miss Su, did you not come with Ro? Su Qinxue had come alone. Except for their initial meeting when she sought to annul their engagement, she had always visited Ning Chun alongside Dan Ro. Hence, her solo visit today puzzled him. Su Qinxue spoke with an expressionless face. "Yes, I have something I wish to discuss with you privately." "Did Ro send you?" Ning Chen queried, perplexed. No. But the matter I wish to discuss concerns Ro. Su Qianxue's beautiful eyes locked onto Ning Chen's gaze, as if attempting to peer into his soul. Ning Chen, I hope you will distance yourself from Ro. She is a good girl. Although she sometimes acts passionately, her heart is truly innocent. If you do not wish for her to be harmed, I urge you to keep your distance. Ning Chen frowned slightly, regarding Su Qianxue with coldness. You wish for me to leave Ro? Indeed, I do wish for you to part ways with her. Su Qianxue's tone was frigid, unwavering as she maintained eye contact. As Ro's close friend, I am grateful to you for curing her ailment. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that she has developed feelings for you. However, this affection is merely a sense of gratitude. It is not genuine romantic love. Ro is simply momentarily enchanted and has yet to realize this. But that does not mean she will remain oblivious forever. The day she awakens will be the day you part ways. Rather than waiting for that painful moment, why not cut ties swiftly? In any case, Ning Chen, I admit your recent actions have surprised me, but they are merely surprising. Even if you manage to shed your past as a pitiful wretch, the heights you can reach are limited to this small Jiangcheng. As for Ro, her future will not be confined to this place. She will thrive in the provincial capital of Chuzhou or even in the capital city. Tell me, do you truly believe you are worthy of her? How can you provide her happiness? Su Qianxue spoke with righteous fervor. Ning Chen, having absorbed her words, suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Su Qianxue inquired. Her gaze icy. Ning Chen retorted with a sneer. Miss Su, I find it amusing that you overestimate yourself, underestimate me, and presume to dictate my path. Miss Su, I am aware that you're the daughter of a prominent family in the capital. Your status may indeed overshadow many, instilling fear and obedience in some. Yet, that does not extend to me. Miss Su, you do not possess the authority to dictate my actions. Ning Chen's demeanor shifted, growing cold and indifferent as he spoke. Miss Su, my previous forbearance towards you is solely due to your connection with Ro. Were it not for her, if I recall correctly, our engagement has long been annulled. What gives you the right to dictate my choices? Whether I am worthy of Ro or whether I can bring her happiness is not something I need to explain to you. Ning Chen coldly concluded, turning on his heel to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, his voice echoed down like a celestial decree. Jasmine, see our guest out. Chapter 98. Dan Ro's birthday. Su Qianxue stood rooted in place, and after a considerable time, she regained her senses under Jasmine's urging. Miss Su, please. Jasmine was indifferent to Su Qianxue's status as a daughter of a prestigious family. She would adhere strictly to Ning Chen's commands. Since Ning Chen instructed her to escort the guest out, she did so without mercy. Silently, Su Qianxue turned, exiting the door. She glanced back, looking towards Ning Chen on the staircase from the villa entrance, and coldly remarked, Ning Chen, regardless of how eloquently you speak, it is of no use. You must understand that 1,000 grandiose words cannot compare to a single tangible action. Since your acquaintance with Ro, aside from your luck in curing her ailment, what have you truly done for her? On the contrary, it is Ro who has tirelessly supported and protected you, using her family name to facilitate your acceptance among Jiangxing's elite. You profess that you wish to be worthy of Ro to protect her. Yet I genuinely question from where you derive such confidence. Is it from your mere luck in medicine? Or the vague, nebulous art of feng shui? Perhaps your ability to defeat my security team? I concede that your medical skills, feng shui, and combat prowess are commendable, but in this insignificant Jiangcheng, they are merely adequate. You have yet to witness a broader world. You have not encountered truly exceptional individuals, let alone those of genius. You cannot even begin to imagine. To put it bluntly, you're nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. Su Qianxue's gaze remained steady. Having spoken her piece, she turned to leave. Bang! Behind her, the villa door slammed shut. Ding, ding, ding. On the second floor of the villa, scarcely had Su Qianxue departed when Ning Chen received a call from Dan Ro. Ning Chen, I have something to tell you. Tomorrow is my birthday. Please come to my house for dinner. My family should be present. Dan Ro's voice carried a hint of shyness over the phone. There won't be any outsiders. It will just be you and Qianxue, unless my parents and brother are available. Regardless, it will be family. So you must come. Having finished speaking, Dan Ro shyly hung up. Ning Chen put away his phone, suddenly recalling Su Qianxue's earlier words. Since your acquaintance with Ro, aside from your luck in curing her ailment, what have you truly done for her? Once, I indeed failed to do anything meaningful for Ro. This time, having recently crafted something special, I shall present it as her birthday gift. Ning Chun took out the 2 jade pendants, employing the forging techniques passed down in his mind to infuse them with spiritual energy. These 2 pendants, originally capable of mutual sensing, were transformed by Ning Chun into child pendants, while the dragon-shaped pendant around his neck became the mother pendant. Through the dragon-shaped mother pendant, he could perceive the general condition and safety of the child pendant. Furthermore, the child pendant contained both a protective formation and a spirit-gathering formation. The strength of these formations surpassed those that Su Hai had enlightened. As long as the child pendants were worn close to the body, they not only ensured safety, but also enhanced physical strength and improved health, with prolonged exposure to the spirit-gathering formation's energy. The wearer might even embark on the path of cultivation. One pendant would serve as a birthday gift for Ro, while the other would be taken home for his mother. After a night passed, just as the first light of dawn appeared, Ning Chun gradually concluded his work, gazing at the 2 completed jade pendants and murmuring to himself. Chapter 99. Visitors from the Witch Sect at 5 in the morning. The sky was faintly bright over the western border of Jiang Province. The western part of Jiang Province bordered several northwestern provinces, and at the junction lay a vast desert. At this moment, Xia Guodong, Xia Yunfei, and He Xiong stood at the edge of the desert, surveying their surroundings. Father, why haven't the people from the southwest Witch Sect arrived yet? Xia Yunfei inquired impatiently. I warn you, if the Witch Sect masters arrive and you show them disrespect, I cannot save you, Xia Guodong solemnly cautioned. Yet he too felt a twinge of irritation. They had agreed to meet at dawn, and now that it was bright, there was still no sign of anyone. Moreover, it was peculiar that the designated meeting place was at the edge of this desert. The Witch Sect was supposed to be west of Jiang Province, yet here they were, surrounded by vast sands. How would the Witch Sect masters traverse such a desert? Mister, Xia, look in the desert, He Xiong suddenly exclaimed. Xia Guodong and Xia Yunfei immediately turned their attention to the desert, spotting a figure appearing in the distance. It seemed that this figure was indeed the anticipated master from the southwest Witch Sect. Trouble. The Witch Sect master must have accidentally wandered into the desert and lost their way. We can only find a vehicle capable of driving in the desert to retrieve them, Xia Guodong exclaimed, slapping his forehead in frustration. The desert spanned a considerable area with no preparations made. Where would they find a suitable vehicle? Just as Xia Guodong was about to pull out his phone to call for help, Xia Yunfei suddenly shouted, Father, look over there. I've told you countless times not to be so dramatic. What the? Xia Guodong scolded, only to gasp in astonishment as he looked toward the desert. The figure had suddenly moved, sprinting swiftly toward them. The speed was so remarkable that a long, illusionary trail formed on the sandy surface. Strangely, the person seemed to hover above the ground, not directly stepping on the sand, as if they were flying. Is someone actually running on the sand? The sand in this desert was incredibly fine. Even a child would sink into it, let alone an adult running at such speed. Surely even a 100-meter champion could not achieve such velocity on solid ground. Did you see that? There are no footprints where he has run. In an instant, everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief. How could someone run on sand without leaving a trace? Just minutes later, the figure reached the edge of the desert. With a powerful stomp on the sand, he leapt into the air, landing gracefully outside the desert, directly in front of Xia Guodong and the others. The sand where he had just stepped was as smooth as new. Not a single footprint remained. The atmosphere fell silent, the only sound being the gentle breeze. As no one dared to utter a word. Why, you are a master of the Witch Sect? Xia Guodong mustered the courage to inquire. I am Ouyang Tai. You must be Xia Guodong, the man replied, his gaze sweeping over Xia Guodong and He Xiong, his tone cool and dismissive. In the presence of Mr. Ouyang, we are indeed weak. Mr. Ouyang, shall we proceed to our lodging? Xia Guodong hurriedly suggested. Exchanging glances, He Xiong and Xia Yunfei saw the surprise mirrored in each other's eyes. Initially, they had worried whether the so-called master from the Witch Sect invited by Xia Guodong was indeed a match for Ning Chun. However, having witnessed Ouyang Tai's astonishing abilities firsthand, they felt confident that Ning Chun was doomed. Let's go. Ouyang Tai nodded, then added, by the way, please investigate a person named Gu Haichun for me. Is Gu Haichun the esteemed Master Gu? Xia Guodong inquired, taken aback. Master? That insignificant talent. And he dares to call himself a master? Oof. He is merely a dog of my witch sect. Oyantoe skokvit. Xiaguodong's heart raced with both surprise and excitement. The renowned Gu Haichun of Jiang City was so casually dismissed by Ouyang Tai. Did that not imply that Ouyang Tai's abilities were beyond imagination? Huh. Ning Ten. At the upcoming Zhongyuan Festival, you shall face the consequences. Chapter 100. Birthday Wish at Noon. Ning Chun arrived at Dan Ro's mountaintop villa. Ning Ten. You've come. Dan Ro exclaimed joyfully upon spotting him. Today, she looked stunning, her long hair cascading elegantly, her light makeup enhancing her beauty, and the fitted princess dress imparting an air of grace and nobility. Happy birthday, Ro Ro, Ning Chun said, approaching her and presenting the jade pendant he had prepared. This pendant was imbued with an enhanced protective formation and spirit-gathering formation, also linked to the dragon-shaped pendant he wore, enabling him to sense any breach of the formation instantly. Thank you for your gift. Dan Ro delightedly accepted the pendant. The jade pendant was already adorned with a red thread by Ning Chun, and without hesitation, she donned it around her neck. Meanwhile, Su Qinxue observed Ning Chun with a cold gaze, and upon seeing the pendant he gifted to Dan Ro, she involuntarily recalled the dragon-shaped pendant she had returned to him. It was that very pendant that had facilitated her reclaiming her marriage certificate, which also revealed Dan Ro's marriage certificate. A wave of complexity washed over Su Qinxue. Had she known events would unfold in such a manner, she would never have handed that marriage certificate to Dan Ro. Noticing the tension between them, Ning Chun remained unfazed, choosing to ignore her. All right, let us head inside. But first, I must insist that today is my birthday, and you two must not quarrel. Dan Ro interjected, sensing the atmosphere, and cheerfully took one of each of their hands as they entered the villa. The villa was already festooned with decorations, radiating a joyful birthday ambience. For this celebration, Dan Ro had invited no outsiders, only Ning Chun and Su Qinxue, making it an exceedingly private affair. After some light-hearted conversation at noon, the servant wheeled out a grand birthday cake adorned with candles. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Ning Chun and Su Qinxue sang in unison around Dan Ro. Then, with her hands clasped together, Dan Ro closed her eyes and made a wish. With a breath, she blew out the candles. What did you wish for, Ro Ro? Su Qinxue asked playfully. I want to tell you, if I reveal my wish, it want to come true. Dan Ro giggled, sneaking a glance at Ning Chun. Seeing the look in Dan Ro's eyes, Su Qinxue suddenly felt regret for asking that question. Ro Ro, all of this is because of me. I hope I haven't caused you any harm. She sighed deeply within. After making a wish and blowing out the candles, the three were about to cut the cake when a sudden commotion arose from outside. Momins latte. A young man strode in confidently, followed by two others, a young man of similar age and an elderly man with white hair. Sister, why did you cut the cake without waiting for me? The young man approached Dan Ro with a smile. Dunjian, what brings you here? Dan Ro exclaimed with surprise upon recognizing him. Sister, our parents couldn't make it. So, as your brother, how could I possibly miss your birthday? Dunjian Chuklet Heartili. It turned out that the newcomer was Dan Ro's younger brother, Danjian. He then gestured for the young man behind him to step forward and continued, Sister, allow me to introduce this gentleman. This is Du Wensi, the son of the Du family from the provincial capital. He has come specifically to celebrate your birthday. Hello, Miss Dan. I am Du Wensi. I have admired you for quite some time, and it is truly an honor to celebrate your birthday today. Here is a humble gift. I hope you will accept it, Du Wensi said, tall and handsome, stepping forward with a courteous smile. Dan Ro's expression shifted slightly. Her gaze filled with confusion as she looked at Danjian. Her birthday had always been a private affair, and she had never invited outsiders. Why had Danjian suddenly brought Du Wensi along? It seems I've come quite unexpectedly. I apologize, Miss Dan. Perhaps I should visit another day, Du Wensi said, displaying an elegant, apologetic demeanor. Du, what are you saying? A guest is always welcome. Danjian quickly interjected, holding him back and smiling at Dan Ro. Sister, you wouldn't deny me this small courtesy, would you? Dan Ro sighed in resignation and replied to Du Wensi. Since you are here, let us share the cake. However, I must decline the gift. I have never accepted birthday presents. After speaking, Dan Ro couldn't help but glance at Ning Chun. This jade pendant was the first birthday gift she had accepted apart from her family and Su Qinxue. Thank you, Miss Dan, for not treating me as an outsider. Since you do not wish to accept this gift, I will seek out a more suitable one for you another day. Du Wency nodded, retrieving the gift while maintaining his poised smile. As the gathering continued, Dan Ro was about to introduce Ning Chun to Dan Jian. But Dan Jian and Du Wency had already begun a lively conversation with Su Qianxue, evidently aware of her status. At that moment, Ning Chen's attention was drawn to the elderly man behind Dan Jian. Though frail in appearance, the old man's eyes sparkled with a keen intelligence, exuding an air of danger. This is our family's elder, Qin Lao, Dan Ro whispered to Ning Chun, nodding respectfully to the elder. Miss, Qin Lao acknowledged with a slight nod, then glanced disdainfully at Ning Chun, perceiving him as inconsequential due to the absence of any inner energy fluctuation. After exchanging pleasantries with Su Qianxue for a while, Dan Jian slowly turned his gaze to Ning Chun. Just as Dan Ro was about to introduce him, Dan Jian spoke first. You're Ning Chun? His tone was cold, and a hint of confrontation lingered in his eyes. Yes, I am Ning Chun, he replied calmly, maintaining his composure. Good. I am Dan Jian. I have heard your name in the provincial capital, and I hope you will tread carefully in the future, Dan Jian stated coolly. Upon hearing the underlying threat in Dan Jian's words, Dan Ro's expression changed, and she interjected, Dan Jian, Ning Chun is my boyfriend. Are you looking for trouble with him? Or with me? Dan Jian laughed lightly. Sister, I'm not causing trouble for anyone. I have merely heard of his name several times in the provincial capital and was curious. As for the title of boyfriend, I suggest you reconsider, as gaining entry into the Dan family is not so simple. Not to mention my father. Even I doubt he could pass my scrutiny. Well, today is your birthday, so let us avoid such discussions and enjoy the cake instead. I haven't eaten breakfast yet and am quite hungry, Dan Jian said, picking up a knife and plate to begin slicing the cake. Dan Ro cast a regretful glance at Ning Chun, wishing to argue back. But Ning Chun subtly shook his head, indicating she need not concern herself with it. As the group indulged in cake and conversation, Dan Jian suddenly brought up an intriguing topic. I heard there is a skilled individual in Jiangsheng who can consecrate jade pendants and similar items. Objects that have been consecrated possess protective qualities, ensuring safety even when struck by a vehicle at high speed. Consecrate? Su Qianxue paused, taken aback by the term. She racked her memory, recalling someone mentioning it. Perhaps it was Ning Chun? Dan Ro also glanced at Ning Chun, her mind vaguely recalling that he had helped Su Hai consecrate a jade pendant upon returning from the Su family. A smile spread across Dan Ro's face as she prepared to praise Ning Chun, but Du Wency had already seized the opportunity to boast. Speaking of this matter, I have gathered some information. It is said that this skilled individual is willing to charge for their services, with a fee of 10 million for consecrating an item, and can only consecrate 2 items at a time. Many are eager to seek this person, but they prefer to remain low profile, using Su Hai as an intermediary. Just yesterday, Su Hai helped someone consecrate 2 jade pendants for 10 million each. Some say this skilled individual is a wise monk, while others claim he is actually Master Gu, a feng shui expert. But I believe the likelihood of him being a wise monk is higher. In any case, I have already contacted Su Hai and secured a spot. I am preparing a fine jade pendant to present to him for consecration. Miss Dan, since you do not fancy the previous gift, I will offer this consecrated jade pendant to you instead. I am certain you will be pleased, Du Wency said, producing a jade pendant he intended to give to Su Hai for consecration. Dan Ro did not even glance at the pendant, and simply smiled. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Du, but I already possess a jade pendant, so I will not trouble you. As she spoke, Dan Ro subtly adjusted the pendant around her neck, revealing it to the group to indicate her honesty, and could not help but steal a glance at Ning Chun. Even Du Wency, despite his cultivated demeanor, felt a surge of irritation as he followed Dan Ro's gaze to Ning Chun, his expression darkening. Sister, that is not how it is. If the young master Du can truly have the wise monk consecrate a pendant, it would far surpass an ordinary piece, Dan Jian quickly interjected. Is that so? I believe no pendant could possibly compare to the one I wear, Dan Ro replied with a smile. Really? Sister, why have I never seen this extraordinary pendant before? Where did you acquire it? Dan Jian asked, puzzled. Dan Ro hesitated, concerned that revealing the pendant was a gift from Ning Chun might jeopardize him, especially since Dan Jian appeared to harbor a bias against him. As Dan Ro deliberated, Ning Chun suddenly spoke up. This pendant was not bought by Ro. It was my birthday gift to her. The moment those words left his lips, Both Dan Jian and Du Wenxi's expressions shifted dramatically. Dan Jian frowned deeply, taken aback that Ning Chun referred to Dan Ro as Ro, while Du Wenxi felt as though he had been publicly humiliated. He had intended to pursue Dan Ro, and it had taken considerable effort to persuade Dan Jian to bring him to her private birthday gathering. As a result, Shan Ro declined his birthday gift but accepted Ning Chen's instead. Previously, he had heard rumors that Shan Ro had announced a boyfriend in Jiangcheng. However, he did not believe it to be true. He thought that Shan Ro must have found a fake boyfriend merely as a shield to fend off those pesky suitors. Yet now, it seemed, this Ning Chun could very well be genuine with Shan Ro. What a joke. Shan Ro was the woman Du Wenxi had set his sights on. How could he allow this scoundrel named Ning Chun to get ahead of him? In the midst of the gathering, Su Qinshu sighed internally. Ning Chun, you fool. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. At that moment, Shan Ro sensed the tension and quickly suggested, all right, let us stop standing around chatting. The barbecue should be ready now. Let us head to the rooftop. With Shan Ro mediating, the conflict did not erupt on the spot. Subsequently, Du Wenxi, perhaps wishing to appear graceful in front of Shan Ro, refrained from further confrontation with Ning Chun, while Shan Jian treated Ning Chun as if he were invisible. Yet, Shan Ro continued to engage Ning Chun in conversation, causing Du Wenxi's jealousy to manifest visibly. During their discussions, Shan Jian divulged a piece of information. He had come to Jiangcheng not only to celebrate Shan Ro's birthday, but also for an important matter, to attend the Zhong Yuan festival. The Shan family held a prominent status in Jiangcheng. Thus, despite the Zhong Yuan festival being a grand event in the underground world, it required the Shan family's endorsement. Shan Jian had brought along the family elder, Qin Lao, to serve as a witness for the festival. The private birthday celebration continued until evening before concluding. As Ning Chen departed, he chose not to accept a ride from Su Qinshu and instead walked down the mountain. Upon reaching the hillside, a black sedan pulled over. A figure emerged from the car, obstructing Ning Chen's path. It was Shan Jian. Are you looking for me? Ning Chen halted. Shan Jian wore an expression of cold indifference. Devoid of the smile he had shown in front of Shan Ro, his gaze directed toward the city below. Ning Chen, what do you see when you look down at the foot of the mountain? Before Ning Chun could respond, Shan Jian continued. You might say you see Jiangcheng, right? Indeed, from this hillside, you could see a good portion of Jiangcheng. If you ascend to the summit, you could even see the entire city. This mountain stands proudly over Jiangcheng. But what lies beyond Jiangcheng? In Jiang province, this mountain is merely an insignificant rise. Jiangcheng may seem vast to you, but have you ever seen the provincial capital, Chuzhou? Have you ever set foot in the imperial capital, Shangjing? Jiangcheng is far too small. It can only sustain small fish and shrimp, unable to accommodate large fish or dragons. Hence, our Shan family is preparing to leave Jiangcheng entirely. By then, my sister will also not remain in Jiangcheng. Do you understand my meaning? After delivering his words, Shan Jian's eyes gleamed fiercely, piercing through Ning Chun. Speak your mind, Ning Chun replied calmly. Shan Jian's tone grew colder as he continued. Ning Chun, you are akin to this small mountain. In Jiangcheng, you might achieve a semblance of excellence. Yet, when viewed against the entire Jiang province or the provincial capital, Chuzhou, you fall woefully short. Allow me to speak frankly. To truly enter my Shan family, to be worthy of my sister, even Du Wenxi may not suffice, let alone you. I have looked into your background. Just half a month ago, you were nothing but a good-for-nothing, even having been cuckolded by an inconsequential ex-girlfriend. Then, inexplicably, you acquired some medical and feng shui skills, along with some rudimentary martial arts. However, if your abilities are limited to such, I regret to inform you that you do not measure up to my sister. Leave her be. Wishing to be my sister's boyfriend? I am sorry. You are not qualified. Shan Jian declared this with an air of arrogance, standing tall against the wind. Not qualified? Then who, in your opinion, is? Ning Shan replied with a hint of disdain. Shan Jian retorted, Du Wenxi has merely passed my scrutiny. To truly be my sister's boyfriend, he must also pass my father's test. To succeed there, he must either excel in business and rise to prominence in the provincial capital's commercial realm, join the military and enter the Dragon Tooth Special Forces, or master martial arts to the level of an internal energy master. Otherwise, even with the Du family's backing, he could never marry my sister. As for you, I must be blunt. I see no potential for you to meet any of those criteria. After finishing his statement, Shan Jian fixed his gaze on Ning Chun, as if trying to intimidate him. Yet, Ning Chun did not flinch. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, Shan Jian, I can understand your desire to protect your sister. But you underestimate me greatly. How can you be so certain that what you claim I cannot achieve is true? You think you have me all figured out. Is that truly the case? The cards I hold, why must I reveal them to outsiders? Seeing that his earnest counsel was falling on deaf ears and that Ning Chun remained obstinate, Shan Jian's anger flared. Ning Chun, I can empathize with your feelings. Having been a failure for so long and betrayed by a lackluster ex-girlfriend, it's natural for you to grasp at the chance to approach someone of my sister's stature. But you must understand, you and my sister exist in entirely different worlds. With the passage of time, regardless of your reluctance or unwillingness, you will ultimately have to let go. Otherwise, you will be torn apart by the immense chasm separating your worlds. Enough of this. You won't understand no matter how much I say. When you find yourself torn and crushed, you will grasp the truth, but by then, it will be too late. After delivering his final words, Shan Jian turned and entered his car. The engine roared to life as the vehicle sped away. Inside the car, Shan Jian's expression was grim. He had anticipated that a few words would suffice to dismiss Ning Chun. Yet he found Ning Chun stubborn as stone. Master, do not be troubled. After the Zhongyuan festival, the Shan family will complete its withdrawal from Jiangcheng, and the young lady will return to the provincial capital. By then, this Ning Chun will naturally vanish. Qin Lao offered a word of consolation. Shan Jian nodded. Let us not dwell on him. Let us discuss the upcoming Zhongyuan festival. Qin Lao, I've heard that Black Bear seems to have allied with several underground bigwigs. Additionally, many influential figures have invited numerous experts. Though the Shan family was soon to depart from Jiangcheng, it did not imply that they would allow the local underground forces to act recklessly. After their departure, who would have the final say in Jiangcheng must still be determined by the Shan family. There is no need for concern, Master. While I wouldn't dare make such bold claims in the provincial capital, in this small Jiangcheng, I truly do not believe there are any experts I cannot handle. Qin Lao's gulp. Shan Jian nodded, reassured by Qin Lao's words. At the hillside, after Shan Jian's car had driven away, Ning Chen's expression remained impassive as he lifted his gaze towards the distant horizon. You, or those you deem exceptional, are merely aware of Jiangcheng, the provincial capital, and the Great Xia. Yet, you are oblivious to the existence of an entirely different world beyond this one. Throughout your life, you may never come to know of that world's existence. However, as long as I fully comprehend the inheritance within my mind, I shall undoubtedly step into that realm. Chapter 105. 3 days of seclusion upon returning to his villa, Ning Chun retrieved the century-old Hishowu he had obtained from Su Hai. He had refrained from refining it into a pill earlier, as he had recently ascended to the 4th level of Qi refinement and wished to stabilize his realm. After some time had passed, his foundation was now solid, allowing him to once again consume the herb to strive for the next level. Ning Chun spent an entire night refining the century-old Hishowu into small Pei Yuan Dan. The potency of this herb surpassed that of the previous century-old ginseng, yielding 5 small Pei Yuan Dan. He swiftly consumed all 5 pills, feeling their effects rapidly permeate his being. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes and began his meditative practice. When Ning Chun finally opened his eyes 3 days later, he exhaled a breath of turbid air, a joyful expression gracing his face as he murmured to himself. He had successfully reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. After his promotion, he could distinctly sense a significant increase in both his internal strength and the quantity of spiritual energy within him. Previously, he had felt evenly matched with the elder Qin brought by Dan Jian, but now, with his ascension, he was confident he could easily defeat him. Master, you have finally emerged from your seclusion. Miss Dan has called you several times. I told her you were unavailable at that moment. Jasmine approached. Having grown accustomed to her former malevolent master's long periods of meditation, she wasn't surprised by Ning Chun's 3-day retreat. However, Dan Ro had not witnessed such a phenomenon. Ning Chen's sudden disappearance for 3 days had led her to make countless phone calls and visit several times. Jasmine, concerned that Dan Ro's presence might disturb Ning Chun's training and lead him astray, had kept her at bay, simply stating that Ning Chun was not present. Ning Chun took the phone from Jasmine and saw dozens of missed calls, most of which were from Dan Ro, with a few from Su Qinxue, Su Hai, and a few from the One-Eyed Wolf. He called Dan Ro back, and upon hearing his voice, she expressed her grievances, confusion, and delight, saying, "Where have you been these past 3 days? Why did you suddenly vanish? I thought Dan Jian had frightened you away. Dan Jian could never scare me off. No one, be it Dan Jian or anyone else, has the power to frighten me. Ning Chun replied firmly over the phone. After a brief exchange, he hung up, only to receive another call from the one-eyed wolf. Mr. Ning, the Mid-Autumn Festival event is about to commence moments later. The one-eyed wolf arrived to pick up Ning Chun. Initially intending to bring Jasmine along to witness the event, he reconsidered due to the enmity between Jasmine and the one-eyed wolf. Instead, he used the leftover medicinal residue from the century-old He Shou Wu to refine several gathering chi pills for Jasmine, advising her to practice at home. The Mid-Autumn Festival event was held at the outskirts of Jiang City, specifically in a location known as Baiyang Town. The one-eyed wolf brought along 6 or 7 vehicles and around 30 of his most capable subordinates. Additionally, he had invited a martial artist named Wu Liuyi for protection. Mr. Ning, I assure you, I did not underestimate your strength. I invited Master Wu to prevent anyone from challenging you indiscriminately. It would only serve to vex you. With Master Wu in front of you, it should make things easier, the one-eyed wolf explained discreetly to Ning Chun. It's of no concern, Ning Chun replied, dismissing the matter. In truth, the so-called experts invited to the Mid-Autumn Festival were merely minor players. True martial arts masters were at least of the inner strength master rank. On the way, Wu Liuyi elaborated, an inner strength master? What level of prowess does that entail? Ning Chun inquired, recalling that Dan Jian had mentioned the term inner strength master 3 days prior. Martial artists are classified into external and internal strength practitioners, as you are aware, correct? Wu Liuyi glanced at Ning Chun, uncertain of his abilities, presuming him to be merely an ally of the one-eyed wolf. Chapter 106. A master like a deity, external strength practitioners solely cultivate their bodies, whereas internal strength practitioners develop inner power, far surpassing their external counterparts. Among internal strength practitioners, there are 4 levels: entry-level, minor mastery, major mastery, and peak mastery. Generally, only those who have achieved major mastery can be considered inner strength masters. Wu Liuyi clarified, as if conducting a lesson. I see. So there is still the peak mastery level between an inner strength master and a grandmaster? Ning Ten was it. A grandmaster? My friend, it is not for the likes of you and me to casually comment upon. Those who manage to attain the grandmaster level are all prodigies among prodigies. True dragons and phoenixes. Such remarks would be a profound disrespect to the grandmasters. Wu Liuyi insisted, waving his hands vigorously. Ning Chun found this amusing. Wu Liuyi spoke of grandmasters as if they were deities. Were grandmasters truly so divine? He yearned to witness one. After over 2 hours of travel, they finally arrived at Baiyang Town. The Mid-Autumn Festival event would be lengthy, beginning with various prominent figures settling past debts before the actual competition for territory commenced later in the afternoon. The one-eyed wolf and Wu Liuyi proceeded to the venue while Ning Chun wandered around Baiyang Town. Aside from being the event's location, Baiyang Town was also a renowned tourist spot, rich with local customs and culture. After a few moments of strolling, Ning Chun encountered a group approaching him. Among them, at the center, was Dan Jian, flanked by the revered Elder Qin. Upon spotting Ning Chun, Dan Jian furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "What brings you to Baiyang Town?" "I am here for the Mid-Autumn Festival event," Ning Chun replied. "The Mid-Autumn Festival event? You wish to involve yourself in this?" Dan Jian's expression grew even colder. "Why should I not?" Ning Chun replied, his demeanor unruffled. Dan Jian, displeased continued for 3 days. "I thought you might have understood my words and chosen to distance yourself. It appears you have not given up." During those 3 days, Dan Jian had observed Dan Ro's relentless search for Ning Chun and had hoped his words had deterred Ning Chun from appearing before her again. However, encountering him in Baiyang Town and hearing that he intended to participate in the Mid-Autumn Festival made it clear that Ning Chun had disregarded his advice. "Take my advice. If you wish to live, do not meddle in the Mid-Autumn Festival. While you may have the strength to defeat my family's bodyguards, your meager skills will be nothing but a joke in this event," Dan Jian coldly stated before leading Qin and the others away. "Young man, not everything is worth your reckless interference. If you insist on meddling, it could cost you your life. In the end, it might even bring tears to Miss Dan's eyes. Is it worth it?" Elder Qin remarked as he brushed past Ning Chun, half in disdain, half in genuine concern. Ning Chun shook his head, ignoring the comment, and walked away. In recent years, he had been entirely focused on Yilin, hardly venturing out for leisure. This visit to Bayang town was, after all, a chance for tourism. As he strolled, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Chingu. Turning around, he saw a lively, youthful girl, charming yet alluring, enthusiastically waving at him. It was none other than He Qing. Xiao Qing, what brings you here? Ningchen was taken aback. Was He Qing also attending the Mid-Autumn Festival event? Chingu, our company organized a team-building trip here. What about you? He Qing quickly explained. After the recent events at Xingbeige, she had resigned from her job there and joined a new company as an intern. Today, coincidentally, her department manager had brought the entire team to Bayang town for a team-building outing, which essentially meant a day of fun to foster camaraderie. He Qing, who is this? Ningchen and He Qing exchanged a few words when a group of men and women approached. A tall, middle-aged man stepped forward and said, Manager Zhang, this is my brother Chun. His name is Ningchen. He Qing hurriedly added that Ningchen had assisted her in signing a contract with the Xia Group, but he had asked her not to mention it to anyone at the company. Oh, hello. I am He Qing's manager. Manager Zhang nodded arrogantly at Ningchen, flaunting his status with a hint of hostility. He was currently pursuing He Qing, and this so-called team-building event was merely a pretext for him to seek a closer connection with her. Upon observing He Qing's demeanor towards Ningchen, he immediately regarded Ningchen as a rival. Hello. Ningchen dismissed Manager Zhang with a nod and greeted He Qing, intending to leave. However, He Qing quickly grabbed his arm and said, Brother Chun, are you here alone? Why don't we explore together? After speaking, she covertly signaled Ningchen with her eyes, clearly aware of Manager Zhang's intentions and the pressure from their colleagues to pair her with him. She was desperate for an escape and had found her opportunity in Ningchen. Help me. He Qing mouthed silently to him. All right. Ningchen reluctantly agreed. Following this, he accompanied He Qing and her colleagues around Bayang town. He Qing deliberately engaged in conversation with Ningchen, infuriating Manager Zhang, who then pulled a few colleagues to deliberately provoke Ningchen or engage him in banter. Unbeknownst to them, the afternoon slipped away as they wandered. The atmosphere in Bayang town had noticeably shifted. A high platform had been erected in the central square, surrounded by sturdy barriers that completely isolated the inside from the outside. Numerous robust guards stood at the entrance, and people began to enter. What is this for? Let's go take a look. Manager Zhang and the others approached curiously. Do you have an invitation? The guard asked coldly. Invitation? What is that? Manager Zhang and the others replied. Get lost. The guard ordered them away without hesitation. Ningchen recognized this as the crucial arena battle of the Zhongyuan festival and said to He Qing, I must see what is happening inside. You should return. But I don't want to be with Manager Zhang. Can I stay with you? He Qing instinctively replied. After considering the potential dangers inside, Ningchen nodded, all right. They proceeded towards the entrance together. Manager Zhang initially anticipated watching Ningchen being turned away, but was taken aback when Ningchen presented an invitation to the guard, who promptly allowed them entry. Seeing Ningchen and He Qing heading in alone, Manager Zhang panicked and shouted, Hey, He Qing, Ningchen, you two can't go in alone. This place looks dangerous. We should all enter together for safety. Ningchen turned back, smiling at Manager Zhang and the others. Are you all sure you want to come in? Of course we want to go in together. He Qing is my subordinate. If I don't enter and something happens to her, who will take responsibility? Manager Zhang proclaimed earnestly, and the other colleagues echoed his sentiment. Fine, then you all can come in. Ningchen smiled and greeted the guard. His invitation permitted him to bring as many people as he wanted. The group swiftly entered the vast venue filled with people, settling in a corner at the back. Presently, all the underground leaders of Jiangcheng, including the One-Eyed Wolf, Black Bear, Mountain Cannon, Blade, Qin Hu, and Niu Hao, had arrived and taken their seats in the front row. The upcoming arena battle was the highlight of the Zhongyuan festival, determining past grievances and future power dynamics. After a brief wait, a final group entered, led by a tall, cold-faced man, Shan Jian, whom Ningchen had encountered before. Mr. Shan has arrived. The leaders greeted him, rising to pay their respects. This demonstrated the prominence of the Shan family. Even though their main forces had long since departed Jiangcheng, they still presided over the Zhongyuan festival's distribution of underground power. Only a second-generation member like Shan Jian was needed to represent them. Shan Jian took his place at the center, with Qin Lao standing beside him. Today marks a grand gathering of Jiangxing's underground world. Each of you may settle scores, but it must be done according to the rules in the arena. Everything will be resolved there. Once the arena concludes, no further disputes shall arise. Otherwise, it will reflect poorly on the Shan family. Shan Jian declared coldly. After a moment of silence, some could no longer contain their emotions. Mountain Cannon, you encroached on my territory last time. I'm here to seek justice. Niu Hao, you sabotaged my business last month. Today, you will repay me with interest. One by one, challengers leaped onto the platform, representing their respective leaders. The arena battles commenced, and the stakes were high. Losing meant not only a loss of face, but also a payment of 30 million in cash and a territory. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement. The one-eyed wolf faced several challenges, but his hired fighter, Wu Liuqi, proved formidable, winning 3 consecutive matches and earning 90 million along with 3 territories. Elated, the one-eyed wolf mockingly taunted Black Bear. I heard you had the Xia family as support and hired an expert. Where is he? Surely he isn't too cowardly to show up? The Zhongyuan festival served as a gathering for Jiangxing's underground leaders. While each had powerful backers, those figures remained in the shadows, with only Shan Jian attending as the neutral host. Thus, Xia Guodong and Xia Yunfei were absent. Black Bear, initially resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide upon hearing the one-eyed wolf's jeer and grinned viciously. One-eyed wolf, I intended to let you live a little longer. But since you've asked for death, allow me to oblige. He then rose abruptly, adopting a respectful demeanor, gazing upward as he shouted, Please welcome Mr. Ouyang. Please welcome Mr. Ouyang. Black Bear's followers echoed his call, and the crowd, puzzled, looked up. However, there was merely a heavy oilcloth ceiling above them. Only Ning Chun, seated in the corner, smirked slightly to himself, murmuring, Interesting. In the next instant, as curiosity and skepticism filled the air, the thick oilcloth above was suddenly torn apart with a resounding rip by an unseen force. A figure descended rapidly, crashing onto the arena with a thunderous impact, creating a massive crater in the granite surface. Dust billowed into the air before settling, revealing the figure to be Ouyang Tai, the master from the Wu sect who had arrived that fateful night. The underground leaders gasped in astonishment at Ouyang Tai's entrance, while the experts they had brought varied in their reactions. Some disdainful, some amused, and others solemn. All eyes were on Mr. Ouyang, as the fate of the tournament now rested in his hands. The Black Bear respectfully clasped his hands toward the arena. Ouyang Tai stood at the center, pointing at the one-eyed wolf, coldly declaring, Let your strongest subordinate come forth to meet his doom. Ouyang Tai intended to challenge Ning Chun, yet he couldn't be bothered to remember Ning Chen's name, only recalling that he was the most formidable fighter under the one-eyed wolf. At that moment, the one-eyed wolf, anxiously searching for Ning Chan in the back row, sent him a text message and quietly inquired of Wu Liuqi, Master Wu, how confident are you in dealing with him? Wu Liuqi replied solemnly, about 50%. After saying this, he ascended the platform, cupping his hands toward Ouyang Tai and introducing himself. I am Wu Liuqi. You are too weak to speak in my presence. Ouyang Tai interrupted coldly. Wu Liuqi's face flushed with anger, but before he could respond, Ouyang Tai had already stomped his foot and charged forward like a speeding train, delivering a powerful punch. Wu Liuqi, not daring to underestimate the attack, met with both fists. Boom! In the next instant, Wu Liuqi was sent flying from the stage like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. After struggling several times, he managed to rise, but he clutched his hand in agony. It was broken. I lost, he murmured, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Feeling utterly humiliated for having thought he had a chance against Ouyang Tai. Ha ha ha, one-eyed wolf. This fellow Wu you brought is useless. What about that Ning? Is he too afraid to show up? The Black Bear laughed heartily. The one-eyed wolf's face grew dark as he sent another text to Ning Chun. Don't get too smug. Black Bear, when Mr. Ning arrives, you won't escape unscathed. Though he spoke bravely, the one-eyed wolf felt a pang of insecurity. The expert the Black Bear had summoned had made such a dramatic entrance and knocked Wu Liuqi out with a single punch. If Ning Chen arrived, could he truly contend with such an opponent? Ouyang, since that Ning hasn't come, let's proceed to the next step, the Black Bear declared triumphantly toward the arena. Ouyang Tai's gaze slowly swept across the faces of the other prominent figures, and he remarked coolly, Before coming here, I had some interest in your Jiangxing's Zhongyuan festival. But now that I've arrived, I am sorely disappointed. It is utterly trashy. Before Ouyang Tai could finish, another prominent figure, Niu Hao, interrupted him angrily. What do you mean? Who are you calling trash? Yang Tai cast a blank stare at Niu Hao before stating, "Do not misunderstand. I am not saying you are trash. I mean," he pointed at everyone present, declaring, "All of you are trash." At his words, the prominent figures erupted in fury, their respective experts glaring at the stage, ready to rush forth and retaliate. "And you two are trash." Yang Tai pointed at the lone sword in the center, chillingly asserting his disdain. Chapter 110. A change is coming to Jiangcheng. The atmosphere ignited with Yang Tai's proclamation. All eyes shifted between Yang Tai, the Black Bear, and the Lone Sword. Prior to the Zhongyuan festival, the Black Bear had secretly allied with several prominent figures, initially suggesting a united front against the One-Eyed Wolf. Yet now, the One-Eyed Wolf had proven to be feeble, and the Black Bear's summoned expert had openly challenged the Lone Sword. How dare a mere underground figure like the Black Bear challenge the single family? Such audacity to disrespect young Master Dan. Bold. Do you think Jiangcheng is devoid of capable individuals? Several underground figures aimed to curry favor with the single family, loudly rebuking Yang Tai and urging their experts to take the stage and confront him. Yang Tai sneered, unyielding, as he dispatched several of the attacking experts with a mere few strikes. He was determined to establish his authority, and his ruthless blows resulted in several fatalities, blood staining the arena. After slaying multiple experts on the spot, the remaining prominent figures fell silent, their gazes shifting back to the Lone Sword. In the center, seated in a grand chair, the Lone Sword's expression was icy. Representing the single family at the Zhongyuan festival was not a first for him. Yet he never anticipated that someone would dare challenge the single family today. If he could not swiftly quell this audacity, the single family would have no grounds to claim they were leaving Jiangcheng due to its insignificance. They would be forced to retreat in disgrace. "Old Qin, I must trouble you," the Lone Sword quietly addressed the elder beside him. "Young master, please be cautious." Unexpectedly, the usually confident Old Qin spoke gravely, his demeanor turning serious as he slowly ascended the stage. "I am Qin Jinyao. May I ask for your esteemed name? You're not bad. The only one here not deemed trash, deserving of knowing my name. Remember, it is the Southwest Witch sect, Yang Tai, who will defeat you," Yang Tai declared proudly. As his words fell, everyone present trembled. All were underground figures, familiar with the notorious reputation of the Southwest Witch sect, mystical, powerful, and ruthless. Until now, they had only heard of the sect, but never witnessed its might firsthand. Yet here it was, directly intervening in Jiangcheng, standing on the very stage of the Zhongyuan festival. What did this signify? The Lone Sword felt a weight in his heart. Even the single family was insignificant before the Southwest Witch sect. If they intervened in the Zhongyuan festival, how could he possibly stop them? Amidst the astonishment, Old Qin engaged Yang Tai in combat. "Your strength is commendable, reaching the pinnacle of inner strength, surpassing those so-called masters. However, it is unfortunate that you have suffered injuries in the past. As you age, your strength is increasingly burdened by these wounds. Your current level is merely that of a seasoned practitioner. Against me, you shall be afforded but 5 moves." Old Qin unleashed his full power, yet Yang Tai navigated the fight effortlessly, commenting leisurely as he struck. True to his words, after 5 exchanges, Old Qin could no longer withstand the assault and was struck in the chest, breaking several ribs. A spray of blood erupted from his mouth as he staggered back, ultimately falling from the stage, his complexion pale with defeat. "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me?" Yang Tai proclaimed, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor haughty. The prominent figures lowered their heads in silence. Even an expert like Old Qin from the single family had fallen. How could they not submit? As they all bowed their heads, Yang Tai turned his cold gaze toward the Lone Sword, stating, "From this day forth, the single family shall vacate Jiangcheng. The underground realm of Jiangcheng shall henceforth submit to the Southwest Witch sect. Do you have any objections?" The Lone Sword's face darkened, his eyelids twitching, hands clenched in reluctance, veins bulging on his forehead. Ultimately, he could only concede. The single family surrenders. As he bowed his head, the other prominent figures sighed in astonishment. The single family had dominated Jiangcheng for many years, yet now, was a change finally upon them? Ha ha ha! Excellent! Jiangcheng is changing. One-Eyed Wolf, why do you not come forth and kneel before me, revealing the whereabouts of that name? Perhaps I may spare your life. The Black Bear laughed triumphantly, roaring with excitement. Chapter 111. You which sect are the true rodents in that moment? The entire venue fell silent. No one dared to breathe audibly. Only the black bear's arrogant laughter reverberated. Amidst his boisterous cries and Ouyang Tai's icy glare, the prominent figures shrank back like startled quails, heads bowed, fearful to make a move. The one-eyed wolf's expression was as dark as water, his singular eye fixated on the ground. Deep down, he regretted not having given Wu Liuqi a protective talisman earlier. However, upon reflection, considering the force with which Ouyang Tai dispatched Master Wu and Old Qin, it was likely comparable to the impact of a vehicle colliding at 100 miles per hour. Even though Master Wu had previously donned a protective talisman, it would merely afford him an additional moment of resistance, ultimately altering nothing in the face of fate. Shan Jian's countenance was ashen, deeply vexed. The Shan family was indeed no match for the Southwest Witch sect. Yet, the fact that the entire Jiangsheng had fallen under their control left him profoundly unsettled. In the arena, Ouyang Tai's gaze swept over the one-eyed wolf and Shan Jian. Seeing their reluctance to resist, he nodded with satisfaction and stated, in truth, the Southwest Witch sect has never regarded your diminutive Jiangsheng with any seriousness. Your only obligation was to periodically present us with your century-old medicinal herbs. However, just a few days ago, someone from Jiangsheng audaciously dared to steal the century-old herbs meant for our sect. Such an act warrants death. If any of you can capture the scoundrel responsible for this theft, that would suffice. Otherwise, Jiangsheng shall henceforth be required to double the tribute of century-old herbs. Failure to comply shall result in the heads of your esteemed leaders being offered as recompense. Ouyang Tai's voice sent a chill through the crowd, illuminating the purpose of the Southwest Witch sect's presence in Jiangsheng and their interference in the Zhongyuan festival. Who could it be that dared to abscond with the century-old herbs? Damn it, this thief has forced us all to bear the consequences. If I find out who they are, I shall ensure they suffer for their transgressions. The powerful figures began to murmur amongst themselves, their expressions a mix of shock and fear. Only the one-eyed wolf's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he pondered. Could it be that Mr. Ning, who had previously sought assistance in locating the century-old herbs, is the very thief in question? On the stage, Ouyang Tai, hearing the murmurs, nodded in satisfaction and continued. I initially believed that the one capable of stealing my sect's century-old herbs would be a master of considerable skill, likely to appear at this Zhongyuan festival. To my surprise, I find that they are nothing more than a common rat. I wonder if this rat is hiding among us today? His piercing gaze scanned the crowd, making everyone hold their breath as if they were lambs awaiting slaughter. At that moment, a voice rang out from the back row. I have yet to see the name of the Southwest Witch sect inscribed upon those century-old herbs. If you call others rats, perhaps it is your sect that truly embodies that title, lurking in the shadows and covertly employing various means to gather herbs from all corners. Does that not exemplify rodent behavior? Then, to the disbelief of the onlookers, Ning Chun stood up. All eyes swiftly converged upon him. Brother Chun, what are you doing? Don't speak recklessly. He Qing exclaimed, her face drained of color. Are you out of your mind? We're merely here to observe. Don't draw trouble onto us. Manager Zhang and the others echoed in panic. Chapter 112. I want your sect to be my dog. During the intense underground arena battles, Manager Zhang and the others had already felt their nerves fraying, overwhelmed by the brutality of the fights where blood was spilled and lives were lost. Had the entrance not been sealed, they would have fled in terror. Now, with Ning Chun suddenly standing up and making a scene, the powerful figure from the witch sect turned to look at him, sending chills down their spines. They instinctively retreated, quickly distancing themselves from Ning Chun by 10 meters. The others who had been seated nearby also dispersed rapidly. In an instant, only He Qing remained by Ning Chun's side within a 10-meter radius. Brother Chun, please stop. This isn't a place for reckless speech. People can die here. He Qing stammered, tugging at Ning Chen's sleeve, her voice quivering with fear. Fear not. Nothing will happen, Ning Chen replied with a gentle smile, secretly marveling at the stark contrast between He Qing and her sister Helin. After comforting He Qing, Ning Chun stepped forward, slowly making his way toward the arena. Before him, the crowd parted like the Red Sea, creating a clear path to the stage. Ahead, Shan Jian finally recognized Ning Chen's face and, panicking, called out, Ning Chun, what are you meddling in? This is not your affair. Hurry and get out. Though Shan Jian harbored disdain for Ning Chun, Believing him unworthy of his sister Shan Ro, he could not bear to witness Ning Chen's demise. If Ning Chen were to perish here, how could he face Shan Ro? Ning Chen glanced at Shan Jian, noting that despite his brashness, he was not entirely ill-hearted, and replied, "How can this not concern me? What that witch sect fellow said is directly related to me." With that, he continued toward the arena. "What? You? Could it be you who stole the witch sect's herbs?" Shan Jian exclaimed, his face draining of color. If the thief were truly Ning Chen, he would certainly be unable to protect him. Shan Jian's mind raced with thoughts of how to explain Ning Chen's death to Shan Ro. Alas, youth and impulsiveness often come at the cost of life. Old Qin, still bleeding from the mouth, watched Ning Chen and sighed repeatedly. With his peak internal strength, he could easily discern that Ning Chen possessed no internal energy whatsoever, at best being a peak external strength martial artist. A single blow from Ouyang Tai could easily end him. "Mr. Ning, you've arrived." The one-eyed wolf, seated in the front row, stood up excitedly and rushed to Ning Chen, lowering his voice. "Mr. Ning, that Ouyang Tai is formidable. You should take extra protective talismans." "Huh, I might as well keep the talismans for selling," Ning Chen chuckled. "Ouyang, this lad is the one named Ning Chen." Black Bear rushed to the edge of the stage, pointing at Ning Chen and loudly declaring to Ouyang Tai, "Is that so?" Ouyang Tai's eyes narrowed as he glared at Ning Chen, bellowing, "So you are the one we seek, Ning Chen. Hand over the herbs you stole from Gu Haichen. Kneel and beg for mercy, and swear to be my sex dog. Only then will I spare your life. Otherwise, today marks your end, and the dignity of the witch sect shall be upheld with your blood." As Ouyang Tai's furious proclamation echoed, Ning Chen slowly ascended the stage, indifferently stating, "You want me to be the dog of your sect? I, in turn, wish for your sect to be my dog." Chapter 113. A single palm to subdue arrogant wretch. To insult the witch sect. Even if you kneel and plead for mercy today, I cannot spare your life. Ouyang Tai's expression darkened. Initially, he had harbored thoughts of recruiting this capable individual who could defeat Gu Haichun to serve the witch sect. However, this fool had proven to be ungrateful, uttering reckless words. To maintain the witch sect's reputation, you would have no choice but to eliminate him. "You dare to insult the witch sect. Those who insult us shall be slain without mercy." Ouyang Tai thundered, stamping his foot as he surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, determined to deliver a lethal strike to Ning Chen. Since he had resolved to kill Ning Chen, he would not hesitate. He aimed to end the young man's life in one swift blow, using his brutal force to suppress the powerful figures of Jiangxing. With a swift motion, Ouyang Tai unleashed a punch aimed at Ning Chen's chest, intent on obliterating him with a single blow. Ning Chen did not evade. Instead, he braced himself, eager to test the attack. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as Ouyang Tai's fist collided with Ning Chen's chest. Just as Ouyang Tai was about to smirk wickedly, he suddenly felt as though he had struck a mountain. Instead of sending the young man flying or incapacitating him, a tremendous recoil surged back, threatening to shatter his hand. How is this possible? Ouyang Tai gazed at Ning Chen in astonishment, only to find a serene expression on his face. Based on your earlier assessment of Elder Qin, your strength should be at least at the so-called peak of internal energy, correct? Is the peak of internal energy truly this feeble? Ning Chen, somewhat disappointed, shook his head. Just as Ouyang Tai was about to retort angrily, Ning Chen lightly swung a fist, stating, "If you strike me once, I shall return the favor." Ouyang Tai felt a sudden shock and instinctively prepared to dodge, but Ning Chen's punch, deceptively slow, landed squarely on his chest. With a resounding thud, Ouyang Tai's body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into the crowd and sending 7 or 8 people tumbling before finally coming to a halt, sprawled on the ground in sheer terror. His chest had caved in profoundly, while his back grotesquely bulged outward. It was evident that several ribs were broken, and his sternum had been deformed. Blood erupted from his mouth, accompanied by fragments of internal organs. Just a single punch had left Ouyang Tai grievously injured. How could this be possible? If another punch lands, I could die. Ouyang Tai's mind blanked, consumed by profound fear. Flee, for my life. Driven by the instinct for survival, his eyes reddened, and he bit down on his tongue, igniting every ounce of potential within him as he bolted toward the exit. I never expected Ning Chen to be this formidable. My only option is to escape. Once I return to the witch sect, I shall summon powerful allies to subdue this Ning Chen scoundrel. As Ouyang Tai fled, he had just reached the entrance when he heard Ning Chen's cold voice from the arena. You just attempted to take my life. If I allow you to leave alive, would that not be truly foolish and cowardly? With that, Ning Chen raised his hand, gathering formless energy, and gently struck Ouyang Tai's back. Thud! The invisible force flattened Ouyang Tai's previously grotesque bulge, causing him to stiffen, and another torrent of blood gushed forth, the color draining from his face at an alarming rate. From a distance, murder. So you are a master. My demise is not in vain. Ouyang Tai murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear before collapsing to the ground, motionless. In the southwest which sect, Ouyang Tai met his end. Chapter 114. Half-Step Master? On the stage, Ning Chen maintained an impassive demeanor, though turmoil brewed within. This was his first experience of taking a life. As he inherited his grandfather's legacy and acquired unimaginable power, he found himself increasingly exposed to realms previously beyond his reach. He would no longer remain the timid individual he once was. If one seeks to harm me, I shall retaliate in kind. Below the stage, all the powerful figures, as well as those minor subordinates and individuals like He Qing and Manager Zhang, watched in stunned silence, not daring to utter a sound. Ning Chen had executed only 2 moves since ascending the stage. One punch, one palm. The very Ouyang Tai, who had just exuded an aura of menace and dispatched several skilled fighters with ease, had been vanquished in an instant before their eyes. He Qing covered her mouth tightly. Manager Zhang wished he could bury his head in his trousers, realizing he had dared to compete with a killer like Ning Chen. The influential figures of Jiangcheng trembled, while Black Bear felt his legs weaken, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair and terror. Only the one-eyed wolf laughed maniacally, his single eye wide with excitement. In the midst of the powerful figures, Dan Jian stared blankly at Ning Chen on stage. Recalling the words he had previously spoken to Ning Chen, each felt like a slap across his face. He had claimed Ning Chen was unworthy of pursuing Dan Rou and had compared him to Du Wenxi. Could it be that Ning Chen truly lacked the qualifications? Elder Qin was at the peak of internal energy. Even if weakened, he was still formidable. Ouyang Tai had defeated Elder Qin in a single strike, indicating he was at least at that pinnacle. Yet, Ning Chen had effortlessly dispatched Ouyang Tai with a mere punch and palm strike. His strength must surpass that of Ouyang Tai. The hierarchy of internal energy martial artists consists of entry-level, minor mastery, major mastery, and peak mastery. Above the peak mastery, just below the master level, lies the elusive half-step master. Ning Chen is in fact a half-step master. Dan Jian's expression fluctuated, leaving only a bitter smile. If Ning Chen were indeed a half-step master, then his prior words were nothing but foolish jests. At that moment, Black Bear, gazing at Ouyang Tai's lifeless body, managed a grim smile and said, Ning Chen, if I claim we've misunderstood each other, would that be acceptable? Ning Chen slowly descended from the stage, coldly regarding Black Bear. I could kill you and then explain that it was a misunderstanding. What do you think of that? Black Bear's muscles twitched in a grotesque manner as he suddenly drew a gun, aiming it at Ning Chen. Don't push me, Ning Chen. If you force my hand, I'll pull the trigger. Ning Chen's expression remained unchanged as he continued to advance toward Black Bear. Black Bear, initially I considered you a man, but now I realize you are unworthy of the name. You are less than a mere bear. Step by step, Ning Chen cornered Black Bear against a pillar, leaving him with nowhere to escape. You really think I won't shoot? Black Bear snarled through gritted teeth. Go ahead, Ning Chen shouted, his voice louder than Black Bear's. He was now merely half a meter away. Bang! Black Bear's face contorted as he pulled the trigger, the bullet hurtling toward Ning Chen's forehead. Tian Yi. He Qing gasped, her face paling in horror. Mr. Ning, the one-eyed wolf shouted anxiously. Damn it, Ning Chen, how could you be so reckless? Dan Jian exclaimed, his face paling. Chapter 115. Jiangqing respects Mr. Ning. Dan Jian and Elder Qin both sighed inwardly, lamenting Ning Chen's youth, impulsiveness, and arrogance. Even if he were a half-step master, he was still flesh and blood. At such close range, a bullet could only lead to certain death. In the next moment, as the bullet was about to strike Ning Chen, a hum resonated. An invisible shield suddenly appeared before his forehead, and the bullet collided with the barrier, causing it to manifest. With a series of vibrations, the shield quivered but did not shatter. The bullet, having expended its energy, fell to the ground with a thud. This scene left everyone present gasping in shock. The protective energy could withstand bullets, transcending the realm of ordinary martial artists. This was the realm of a master. Could it be that Ning Chun was a martial arts master, akin to a divine dragon? Elder Qin's eyes sparkled with admiration and longing as he gazed upon Ning Chun. Dan Jian, on the other hand, felt his heart sink, his expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. He had tried to elevate Ning Chun's status in his mind, only to find that Ning Chun continued to surpass all expectations. At that moment, Black Bear was paralyzed by fear. If Ning Chun was unafraid of bullets, what courage did he possess? Without hesitation, Black Bear turned to flee. Flee? Was that even possible? Ning Chun's voice echoed ominously behind him. With a swift stomp, he sent the fallen bullet soaring into the air, then flicked it with his finger. Whoosh! The bullet shot forth, catching up to Black Bear and piercing through his skull, exiting from his forehead. Thud! Black Bear collapsed silently to the ground, motionless, blood seeping from beneath him. The underground overlord of Jiangcheng, Black Bear, had quietly met his demise. Witnessing their leader's death, Black Bear's subordinates crumbled in fear, trembling and falling to their knees, pleading with Ning Chun, "Please spare us. Mr. Ning, please spare us." The other prominent figures gazed at the fallen Black Bear, their hearts heavy with sympathy. While they turned their eyes to Ning Chun, a profound respect emanated from their gazes. Mr. Ning, the usually close ally of the Black Bear, Shan Pao, stammered, "I, Shan Pao, am not well acquainted with Black Bear. From now on, I shall heed your commands, Mr. Ning." The others, including Dao Piao, Qin Hu, and Niu Hao, quickly responded, each vying to express their allegiance. "Mr. Ning, whatever you command, I, Dao Piao, shall comply without hesitation. From now on, I, Qin Hu, shall listen only to you, Mr. Ning. Mr. Ning, you shall be my guiding star, Niu Hao." As they proclaimed their loyalty, it seemed that anyone who hesitated might suffer the same fate as the Black Bear. From this moment on, Ning Chun was revered as the sovereign of Jiang City. Seizing the moment, the one-eyed wolf shouted, and the other prominent figures exchanged glances, then unified in their declaration. From now on, Jiang City is under the esteemed rule of Mr. Ning. In the crowd, Dan Jian had already retreated 2 steps, his expression a tumultuous blend of emotions, dark and foreboding. He could not bear to meet Ning Chun's gaze, nor could he face the others after his earlier arrogance. He understood that the Dan family had suffered a tremendous humiliation at this mid-autumn festival gathering. The proclamation from the one-eyed wolf and others was a clear signal to distance themselves from the Dan family. Jiang City, once under their control, had now fallen into the hands of Ning Chun. Chapter 116. The greatest victor at this moment. Ning Chun suddenly appeared to recall something. He pulled out a yellow talisman from his pocket and smiled at the one-eyed wolf, saying, "This talisman of yours is quite impressive. It can even withstand bullets." Huh? The one-eyed wolf was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the opportunity, realizing this was a perfect moment to promote his talismans. "Mr. Ning, thankfully, you brought the talisman. I previously focused on telling others that it could withstand a car crash, but I forgot to mention that it can even stop bullets," he exclaimed with excitement. The crowd, stunned initially, soon comprehended the implications. They had heard rumors of the one-eyed wolf selling talismans in the black market, claiming they could withstand impact from cars traveling at high speeds. Many had doubted his credibility, but it seemed there was truth to his claims. It was well known that while the force of a bullet may not surpass a car's impact, the concentrated force delivered through a small contact area could yield even greater destructive power. It became clear that Ning Chun had warned the one-eyed wolf as talisman, allowing him to fend off the Black Bear's bullets. It appeared that Ning Chun had not yet reached the true pinnacle of martial arts mastery, but was rather a half-step master. Nevertheless, even as a half-step master, combined with the protection of the talisman, Ning Chun was formidable enough to rival any true master. No one dared to challenge the notion of Ning Chun leading Jiang City's underworld. After his departure, the prominent figures swiftly surrounded the one-eyed wolf. "How much are you selling this talisman for?" 2 million each, right? I'll take 10. Brother Wolf, sell me 10 first. I'll pay 2. 5 million. 3 million. The urgency among them to acquire the bulletproof talismans was palpable. No price seemed too steep. "Please, everyone be patient. I currently have no stock. I must place a new order with the talisman master. However, I can accept prepayments, though the price will likely increase." The one-eyed wolf was nearly beside himself with joy, unhesitatingly deciding to raise the price on the spot. He admired Ning Chun immensely at the Mid-Autumn Festival. Ning Chun had not only established his authority, but also inadvertently provided a live advertisement for the talismans. Truly, Ning Chun was the greatest victor here, and the one-eyed wolf resolved to cling to his coattails moving forward. After leaving the arena, Ning Chun and He Qing walked ahead, while Manager Zhang and his companions trailed nervously, unsure how to proceed. Each felt a mix of anxiety and dread, particularly Manager Zhang. The memory of previously treating Ning Chun as a rival, laden with scornful remarks, made him break into a cold sweat. Not long after, Ning Chun halted, prompting the others to do the same, standing anxiously in wait. Ning Chun surveyed the group and calmly stated, "I do not wish to elaborate further. I simply want to convey one thing. He Qing is my sister, and I do not want her to face any injustice at your company." A collective sigh of relief escaped Manager Zhang and the others as they fervently nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Mr. Ning, we would never allow He Qing to suffer any unfair treatment." Ning Chun nodded and prepared to leave. "You should remain with your colleagues. They will no longer dare to mistreat you," he advised He Qing. As he turned to depart, He Qing murmured, "Brother." Watching him walk away, she pondered, "Sister, do you realize what you have missed?" Chapter 117. Dan Rou triumphed over Su Qinxue at the Dan family's mountain villa. Dan Jian returned, wounded and downtrodden. With the injured Qin Lao, "Sister, let us return to the provincial city. Jiang City is no longer under the Dan family's control. It is unsafe for you to remain here." "What do you mean?" Danro inquiret frowening. Dan Jian recounted the events of the Mid-Autumn Festival gathering. "Are you suggesting that Ning Chun has risen to prominence, becoming the foremost figure in Jiang City's underworld?" Dan Rou's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Dan Jian replied solemnly, "Sister, I admit I underestimated Ning Chun. He does possess considerable talent in martial arts, but his arrogance is excessive. He believes that mere half-step mastery, alongside the one-eyed wolf, is sufficient to dominate Jiang City. He is gravely mistaken. Our family's past control over Jiang City was not solely reliant on brute force. The true power lies above ground, where influence holds sway. If Ning Chun thinks he can maintain his position unchallenged in the underworld, he is sorely mistaken. Those in power are not inclined to submit to him willingly. Moreover, the Black Bear's downfall is but a shadow of the Xia family's influence. If they seek to undermine Ning Chun, they have countless means at their disposal. In short, Ning Chun's ascendance has disrupted the status quo of Jiang City, jeopardizing our family's standing. Not to mention, by killing individuals from the Southwest Sorcery Sect, he has made a foolish enemy. I worry that if you remain here, you may get caught in the crossfire of those opposed to Ning Chun. Sister, you could become collateral damage. Furthermore, our family's strategic focus has shifted to the provincial city. Jiang City is merely a place we intend to abandon. Please, return with me." Dan Jian pleaded earnestly, but Dan Rou barely absorbed his words. Her mind was consumed with joy at the unexpected rise of Ning Chun as the leader of Jiang City's underworld. She could hardly wait to see him and share in the exhilaration. "Xiao Jian, enough. I will not return to the provincial city for now. You go ahead. I have matters to attend to." With that, she dashed out, climbing into her fiery red Maserati and speeding away. Behind her, Dan Jian let out a bitter smile. "Sister, your current demeanor is that of a woman irrationally in love." Sighing, he thought he could only inform their father. On the way, Dan Rou called Su Qinxue, urging her to rush to Ning Chen's villa immediately. Assuming something was amiss, Su Qinxue hurried over, arriving simultaneously with Dan Rou. "Ning Chun, we are here to celebrate you," Dan Rou exclaimed cheerfully as soon as he opened the door. "Celebrate? What is there to celebrate?" Ning Chen questioned, yet before he could elaborate, Su Qinxue inquired curiously. Qinxue, do you remember the bet we made before?" Dan Rou's eyes glinted mischievously as she scrutinized Su Qinxue. "Bet? What do we bet on?" "Oh." Su Qinxue initially appeared puzzled, but after a moment's reflection, her cheeks flushed with realization. She recalled that shortly after handing the marriage certificate to Dan Rou, she had urged Dan Rou to break off the engagement with Ning Chun, and they had made a wager. It was quite simple. If Ning Chun achieved prominence in Jiang City within a month, then she would win, and Dan Rou would have to marry him. Dan Rou's voice echoed in Su Qinxue's mind. Chapter 118. Will you fulfill the bet? Seeing her friend blush, Dan Rou chuckled. "Qinxue, you must have heard about the Mid-Autumn Festival gathering, right? So, does our wager count as me winning? Are you going to fulfill your end of the deal and join me in? Don't say it. Su Qianxue instinctively interrupted, but after stopping Dan Ro, she found herself puzzled. Su Qianxue, were you just shy? Why feel embarrassed about such an obviously impossible jest? What is the harm in saying it? With this thought, Su Qianxue regained her composure, deliberately adopting a serious expression. Ro, do you really think I took that playful remark seriously? Huh? Qianxue, how could you possibly renege? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Dan Ro was relentless, extending her hand to playfully tease her friend. Ahem, Ro, don't be ridiculous. Su Qianxue quickly coughed, reminding Dan Ro that Ningchun was still watching. Only then did Dan Ro retract her hand. Ro, what are you two whispering about? Ningchun asked, perplexed. It's nothing really. Anyway, we are here to celebrate you. What shall we have for dinner tonight? Hot pot or barbecue? Perhaps some beer as well? Come on, let's head to the kitchen. I'll help you. Dan Ro giggled, dragging Ningchun toward the kitchen. In truth, she had no intention of making Su Qianxue fulfill the wager and marry Ningchun. Behind them, Su Qianxue watched the exuberant Dan Ro and sighed helplessly. Of course, she was aware of Ning Chen's exploits at the Mid-Autumn Festival gathering. The Su family had their own intelligence network. While the underground world of Jiang City might not hold much significance in the eyes of the Su family, it could be considered a form of prominence. At that moment, Su Qianxue regretted having made such a hasty bet with Dan Ro, setting the conditions far too leniently. Achieving mere prominence in Jiang City was hardly sufficient. Next time, I shall wager with Dan Ro again, but let us make it about Ning Chun gaining prominence in Jiang province instead. With that decision made, Su Qianxue felt her spirits lift as she thought to chat with Mo Li nearby, inquiring about Ning Chen's situation to better understand her circumstances. However, Mo Li merely remarked, "You say you're here to celebrate the master, but you're clearly just here to mooch off a meal." After saying this, Mo Li left Su Qianxue behind and entered the kitchen to assist. That little girl, considering you're here as a third wheel, I won't hold it against you. Watching Mo Li's retreating figure, Su Qianxue chuckled softly. Meanwhile, Manager Zhang and his companions drove cautiously, escorting He Qing back home. Along the way, Manager Zhang, wanting to avoid any implications, dared not look He Qing in the eye and had even brought along 2 female colleagues to prove his innocence. Every time he closed his eyes, memories of Ning Chen's 2 killings flashed in his mind, one with a single palm strike from a distance, the other with a mere snap of his fingers. What terrified Manager Zhang even more was that such a monumental incident of public murder had seemingly stirred no ripples in the outside world, as if it had never happened at all. There were no reports, no investigations by the authorities. After dropping He Qing off, a local news alert on his phone sent cold sweat down his back. Earlier today, an incident occurred in Baiyang Town where 2 tourists met with an accident, resulting in their deaths due to falls from heights. Upon closer inspection, the 2 photographs of the deceased tourist displayed on his screen were none other than Ouyang Tai and Heixiong. Chapter 119. You will regret leaving Brother Chun. When He Qing returned home, she found He Lin, Wang Mingfeng, He Jinxiang, and Jiang Xiuping gathered in the living room. They were all waiting for good news, as Ning Chun had offended the Xia family, who had enlisted a formidable martial arts expert to accompany Heixiong to the Mid-Autumn Festival gathering. That kid Ning Chun is allied with the One-Eyed Wolf, right? If he attends the gathering today, he will undoubtedly not return alive. Wang Mingfeng said excitedly. Darling, is that true? How do you know? He Lin asked. Yesterday, I leveraged numerous connections and managed to purchase a highly sought-after talisman. I gifted it to young Master Xia, who then spoke favorably of me to Mr. Xia. The Xia family has ceased pressuring our Wang family, and I've regained young Master Xia's trust. Wang Mingfeng boasted proudly. Darling, you're amazing. Does this mean we have another chance to align ourselves with the Xia family? He Lin exclaimed, kissing Wang Mingfeng. Haha, once Ningchun is dead, how could young Master Xia not reward me for my loyalty? Wang Mingfeng responded with confidence. That good-for-nothing Ning Chun truly believes he is something special. He somehow threatened the Xia family, but now they've come to their senses and can crush him with a single step. He Lin scorned loudly. As if the louder she spoke, the more she could wash away the humiliation of her previous failed attempt to seduce Ning Chun. That scoundrel Ning Chun has caused my son to still be locked up. He deserves to be beaten to death. He Jinxiang sneered coldly. Exactly. Last time, He dare to look down on me and Lin Lin. Does he really think he is significant? The Xia family is merely pretending to appease him on the surface, while secretly mobilizing forces to eliminate him. Jiang Xiaoping added with malevolence. He Qing, listening to their conversation, wanted to turn and leave, but couldn't help herself and spoke up, Dad, Mom, Sister, please don't say such things. Brother Chen is doing just fine. Fine? Is it not true that Ning Chen is hiding like a mouse and didn't he attend that mid-autumn festival gathering? He Lin frowned in dismay. He Qing replied, Sister, Brother Chen did attend the gathering. Our company happened to be team building in Baiyang Town today, and I saw him with my own eyes. Before He Qing could finish, Wang Mingfeng's eyes lit up as he rushed forward. Interrupting, Xiao Qing, you saw Ning Chen at the gathering? Did you see him get killed by the martial arts expert that He Xiong brought? He Qing shot Wang Mingfeng an annoyed glance, and then turned to He Lin, Sister, if you had come with me to Baiyang Town today, if you had seen Brother Chen with your own eyes, you would definitely regret leaving him. Compared to Brother Chen, this Wang Mingfeng is nothing but trash. Enough. He Qing, you must not speak ill of your brother-in-law. He Lin, Jiang Xiaoping, and He Jianxiang shouted in unison. He Qing, quickly tell us what happened to Ning Chen at the Mid-Autumn Festival gathering. Wang Mingfeng pressed eagerly. He Qing took a deep breath and then said, at the Zhongyuan Festival, Brother Chen first defeated that so-called expert with a single strike, and then with one slap, he killed him. Following this, Black Bear fired at Brother Chen. But Chen was unafraid of bullets and instead killed Black Bear. In the end, all the bigwigs of the underground world of Jiangcheng submitted to Brother Chen, who became the foremost figure in the underground realm. After He Qing finished speaking, He Lin, Wang Mingfeng, He Jianxiang, and Jiang Xiaoping were all left dumbfounded. Chapter 120. The Limit of Ning Chen. Ha ha ha. You've truly made me laugh to death. After a brief silence, the He family erupted into a chorus of laughter. He Qing, I understand you have grievances against me, and I know you wish to assist Ning Chen, but fabricating such a tall tale is utterly pointless. Wang Mingfeng said with a helpless shake of his head, speaking in a tone akin to a kindly elder addressing a mischievous junior. He Qing, you are a university student. Surely you can concoct a more believable story? That good-for-nothing Ning Chen, does he dare to kill? I doubt he would even have the guts to slaughter a chicken. He Lin sneered sarcastically. By your logic, not only has Ning Chen become a martial arts master, but he is also unafraid of bullets. Little Qing, have you been watching too many movies? If Ning Chen were truly as formidable as you claim, I would have long since ascended to the position of President of the United States. The notion of him being the foremost figure in the underground world is simply absurd. Jiang Xiaoping and He Jianxiang joined in the laughter. At that moment, the television in the living room suddenly interrupted with a local news report. Our reporter reports that today, in Baiyang Town, an unfortunate incident occurred where 2 tourists fell from a height while enjoying their visit and died on the spot. It has been confirmed that one of the deceased is a local resident while the other is from out of town. Subsequently, the television displayed the photographs of the 2 deceased individuals. Wang Mingfeng, who had just raised his teacup to drink, dropped it upon seeing the images, shattering it to pieces. Mifeng, what are you doing? He Lin frowned. Black Bear. Wang Mingfeng stuttered, pointing at the television, his face ashen. What do you mean by black? He Lin questioned. Black Bear. The deceased person is Black Bear. Wang Mingfeng shouted in horror. While he did not know Ouyang Tai, he recognized Black Bear. One of the tourists who tragically fell to their deaths on the screen was indeed the notorious underground lord, Black Bear. The identity of the other deceased was not hard to imagine. Could it be? Wang Mingfeng stiffly turned his head towards He Qing. Could it be that everything He Qing just said is true? Did Ning Chen truly display extraordinary prowess at the Zhongyuan Festival, killing Black Bear and the martial arts expert hired by the Xia family? Has he become the foremost figure in Jiangqing's underground world? My dear, you can't be mistaking identities, can you? Isn't Black Bear an underground lord? How did he end up as a tourist? He Lin asked, perplexed. Mingfeng, why are you in a daze? How does this Black Bear compare to the one-eyed wolf in terms of strength? Does Black Bear not have subordinates? Is he not an underground lord? How would he have died so easily? This is impossible. He Jianxiang and Jiang Xiaoping pressed on. Everyone please, silence. Wang Mingfeng shouted. His mind blank. When he turned to question He Qing again, he found that He Qing had already retreated to his room, locking the door behind him. No matter how hard he knocked, it remained shut. In a 5-star hotel in Jiangcheng, in the presidential suite, Du Wenxi sneered while being attended to by two stunning beauties. The news of the Zhongyuan festival had undoubtedly reached his ears. Huh, the foremost figure in Jiangxing's underground world? How amusing. In such a diminutive place, even achieving the status of the top man above ground is trivial. Your identity has already dictated your limitations, but it is confined to this mere Jiangsheng. Talents like Long Yun, who can transcend their identity constraints, appear only once in several centuries. Ning Chun. You should resign yourself to your fate. If it comes to dealing with you, there are numerous ways to do so. Chapter 121. You are just a dog of your master in the following days, thanks to Ning Chen's inadvertent advertisement at the Zhongyuan festival. The talismans from the one-eyed wolf sold out instantaneously. Ning Chun worked through the night to produce hundreds of them, and with the one-eyed wolf raising prices. Nearly 300 million was made, with Ning Chun receiving a tidy sum of 200 million. Naturally, in accordance with Ning Chen's instructions, the one-eyed wolf did not disclose that Ning Chun was the creator of the talismans. Without access to the necessary materials, no amount of profit would hold much significance. Ning Chun shook his head, halting the production of new talismans, and instructed the one-eyed wolf to release a message stating that anyone possessing a century-old medicinal herb could directly approach the one-eyed wolf to exchange for multiple talismans. This effectively ceased the increase of talismans in the market, causing prices to rise immediately. The one-eyed wolf, seeing Ning Chun pass up such easy money, felt quite dissatisfied and approached Ning Chun with a suggestion. Mr. Ning, why have you stopped making talismans? Each one now yields several million in profit. If you are weary or bored, why not teach me how to make them? I can handle the production, and you would still receive your share without lifting a finger. The one-eyed wolf boldly proposed, though a subtle glint of ulterior motives flickered in his eyes. If he were to truly master the art of crafting these talismans, then he could dictate how many talismans to produce, how much to sell them for, and how much to share with Ning Chun. That would be entirely within his control. Before Ning Chun could respond, Jasmine coldly intervened, grabbing the one-eyed wolf by the collar and lifting him off the ground. One-eyed wolf, what are you scheming? Do not think for a moment that Master is unaware. I'll have you know that the money you earn is all granted to you by Master. You are merely a dog of Master. Those benefits are bestowed upon you by Master. Without his permission, you would have nothing. Do you understand? Jasmine tightened her grip on the one-eyed wolf's neck, rendering his face pale and breathless. He gasped, I understand. Please, let me go. Only then did Jasmine coldly huff and release him, letting him drop to the ground. Mr. Ning, the one-eyed wolf whimpered, casting a pleading glance at Ning Chun. Jasmine is right. Her words reflect my thoughts as well. To his surprise, Ning Chun merely replied coldly, indeed. Yes, Mr. Ning, I was audacious. I will never dare to scheme again. The one-eyed wolf, terrified, hurriedly left with his tail between his legs. Jasmine seems to have enhanced her strength. She wasn't this formidable last time. Now, when she strikes, I find myself utterly unable to resist. Has Mr. Ning truly imparted some secret technique to her? The one-eyed wolf pondered nervously as he fled. In these same days, Dan Jian returned to the provincial capital of Chuzhou with Elder Qin, while Dan Rose stubbornly stayed behind, yet remained busy. The subordinates of Black Bear had divulged the collusion between Black Bear and the Xia family, hiring Ouyang Tai to eliminate the one-eyed wolf and deal with Ning Chun, along with challenging the Dan family's authority. In a fit of rage, Dan Rou mobilized all the resources of the Dan family in Jiangsheng to strike against the Xia family. Although the main force of the Dan family had long been withdrawn and they had lost face at the Zhongyuan festival, the resources they could muster still far surpassed those of the Xia family. In a matter of days, the once mighty Xia family, one of the three prominent families in Jiangsheng, found itself on the brink of bankruptcy. Chapter 122. What is Ning Chen's weakness? At the Xia family residence, Xia Yunfei clenched his fists in anger. Father, the Dan family is clearly on the verge of leaving Jiangsheng entirely, yet they still deliberately target us. This is simply outrageous. Outrageous? What can we do? The Dan family may be a withered camel, but it is still larger than our Xia family. In just a few days, our Xia family has been driven to the brink of ruin, on the verge of bankruptcy. Xia Guodong's face was clouded with despair. It's all that damn Ning Chen's fault. If it weren't for that wretched Ning Chun, I might have already won over Dan Rou and harnessed the power of the Dan family for our own benefit. Instead, we find ourselves at the mercy of the Dan family. Xia Yunfei bitterly lamented. The root of all this misfortune lay in Ning Chen's audacity to pursue Dan Ro before him, becoming her boyfriend. Alas, what use is there in lamenting now? That Ning Chen is truly peculiar. Not only did he manage to captivate Dan Ro by some means, but he also displayed extraordinary prowess at the Mid-Autumn Festival, defeating Ouyang Tai and Black Bear on the spot. Xia Guodong despaired. That damn Ning Chen. I refuse to believe I cannot handle him. Everyone has weaknesses. Once I seize upon his, I shall make him kneel before me, begging for mercy like a dog. Xia Yunfei clenched his teeth, darkly resolute. Enough, son. The Dan family is formidable. We must bow our heads when necessary. I will seek out Old Su and Old Zhao, asking them to act as intermediaries to negotiate with Dan Ro and Ning Chen. Xia Guodong sighed heavily. The Old Su and Old Zhao he referred to were Su Jiming, the head of the Su family, and Zhao Qingshan, the head of the Zhao family, both of whom were also part of Jiangxing's three prominent families. If we can persuade Su Jiming and Zhao Qingshan to intercede together, surely Dan Ro would grant us some consideration. As Xia Guodong busied himself contacting Su Jiming and Zhao Qingshan, Xia Yunfei stormed out, his mind racing with thoughts of Ning Chen's weakness. After a moment, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Eureka! I have it! Ning Chen's weakness is none other than Dan Ro. While Dan Ro is indeed his support, she is, after all, just a woman. I've heard that Ning Chen initially garnered her affection merely by fortuitously curing her ailment. If I could replicate that process and heal Dan Ro, wouldn't I capture her heart as well? However, Dan Ro seems to be in perfect health at present. If she has no illness, how can I treat her? Moreover, I'm not skilled in medicine. Wait, since Dan Ro is healthy, I shall use poison in place of an illness. I may lack medical knowledge, but I can use an antidote in lieu of treatment. If I can have Dan Ro ingest a certain poison, causing her distress, then at the opportune moment, I shall appear, feigning medical expertise, and present the antidote, thus playing the hero and winning her heart, usurping Ning Chen's position as her boyfriend. This is a splendid twofold victory. Once I become Dan Ro's boyfriend, I will ensure to consummate our relationship swiftly, making her bear my child. At that point, I shall stand proudly as the son-in-law of the Dan family. Ha ha ha! The more Xia Yunfei contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, unable to restrain his laughter. However, plotting to poison Dan Ro is no trifling matter. I cannot undertake this myself. I must find someone else to carry it out. Who will be suitable? Xia Yunfei furrowed his brows in thought. Just then his phone rang. Upon answering, a sycophantic male voice greeted him. Hello, is this young Master Xia? This is Wang Mingfeng. I wanted to inquire whether that scoundrel Ning Chen was truly killed at the Mid-Autumn Festival. The caller was Wang Mingfeng, clinging to a final glimmer of hope that Xia Yunfei would assure him that He Qing's claims were false and that Ning Chen had indeed perished at the festival. You are the one. Xia Yunfei thought with a sly grin, then addressed the phone. Wang Mingfeng, Ning Chen is not dead yet, but would you like him to be? Chapter 123. Wealth and Danger Indeed. Yes, if I could see Ning Chen dead, I might even laugh in my dreams. Wang Mingfeng replied without hesitation. Initially, he had looked down upon Ning Chen, finding amusement in the scandal of Ning Chen being cuckolded by He Lin. However, when Ning Chen broke up with He Lin and transformed into Dan Ro's boyfriend, it struck a blow to Wang Mingfeng's pride, inciting wild jealousy. Subsequently, constant news about Ning Chen and the One-Eyed Wolf, Ning Chen and Su Hai, Ning Chen and the Xia family, Ning Chen at the Mid-Autumn Festival. Now, Ning Chen had become a source of profound pressure, humiliation, and hatred for Wang Mingfeng, especially after the last incident, when Ning Chen's mere words prompted Xia Guodong to act, nearly leading to the downfall of the Wang family. If you truly desire Ning Chen's demise, follow my instructions, and he will undoubtedly meet his end. Xia Yunfei said coldly, I will provide you with a certain drug. Find an opportunity to have Dan Ro ingest it. What? Young Master Xia, how could I dare to do that? Miss Dan is a member of the Dan family. If I were to do such a thing, they would surely kill me. Before Xia Yunfei could finish, Wang Mingfeng began to panic. Look at you, trembling with fear, with such cowardice. How do you expect to see Ning Chen dead? Fool, I'm merely asking you to drug Dan Ro. What are you so afraid of? Besides, after administering the drug, I never said you had to harm her. Once you do so, I will be right there to rescue her. Let me put it this way. If you help me with this, I can guarantee Ning Chen's demise. From now on, The Wang family will become one of our Xia family's most capable allies. In summary, I've offered you an opportunity. Should you refuse, do not seek me out again. Make your decision quickly. Will you do it or not? Xia Yunfei deliberately spoke coldly. The line fell silent for a moment, before Wang Mingfeng's teeth-gritted voice finally replied. Fine. Young Master Xia, fortune favors the bold. I will do it. Ha! Excellent. I await your good news. Once you have the drug administered to Dan Ro, be sure to send me the address immediately so I can rush over with the antidote. Xia Yunfei reiterated his instructions before hanging up. Ha ha ha. Ning Ten, your demise is assured. Dan Ro, come willingly into my embrace. A sinister and lustful smile spread across Xia Yunfei's face. He had already devised a plan. Once Wang Mingfeng poisoned Dan Ro, he would not only play the hero by saving her with the antidote, winning her heart, but he would also mix a potion that incites passion into the antidote, ensuring that once Dan Ro ingests it, they would consummate their relationship. As for Ning Chun, he would be left to watch helplessly as he became Dan Ro's boyfriend, husband, and the favored son-in-law of the Dan family. Perfection. Meanwhile, as Xia Yunfei reveled in his triumph, his father, Xia Guodong, made a breakthrough. After contacting Su Jiming and Zhao Qingshan, he learned astonishing news. Su Qiansui, the heiress of the prestigious Su family from the capital, was actually Dan Ro's close friend, having attended her birthday party before and currently staying in Jiangqing. With this revelation, matters could be simplified. If he could persuade the esteemed Miss Su to act as an intermediary and mediate with Ning Chun, Dan Ro would have no reason to oppose the Xia family. The Xia family would undoubtedly be saved. Chapter 124. Su Qianxue's good intentions the next day. Ning Chun received an unexpected call from Su Qianxue. Ning Chun, are you free at noon? Someone has asked me to act as a mediator and would like to invite you to lunch. Invite me to lunch? Very well. Ning Chun frowned slightly, pondering that if Su Qianxue intended to discuss matters concerning his relationship with Dan Ro, he would no longer be polite. At noon, Ning Chun arrived at the prearranged five-star hotel restaurant. In the private room, besides Su Qianxue, sat three middle-aged men, who promptly rose to greet him upon his entrance. Su had met Mr. Ning, who now commands great respect in Jiangqing. If there are any matters where the Su family can be of assistance, Su hopes they will be informed, allowing him to repay the life-saving grace bestowed upon him by Mr. Ning. Su Jiming was the first to rise, expressing his respect and politeness. Initially, he was reluctant to act as an intermediary at the behest of Xia Guodong, but the prospect of strengthening his ties with Ning Chun, not to mention the opportunity to engage with Su Qianxue, ultimately swayed his decision. By being the first to speak, he aimed to clarify his stance. He was not allied with Xia Guodong. Zhao, having met Mr. Ning, remarked on his impressive demeanor, calling him a remarkable young talent. Zhao Qingshan, the head of the Zhao family among Jiangqing's three prominent clans, stood up with a smile, acknowledging Ning Chun. Zhao Qingshan shared a cordial relationship with Xia Guodong, and witnessing Dan Ro's treatment of the Xia family evoked a sense of solidarity among the families, prompting him to accompany Xia Guodong. Finally, Xia Guodong stood up, clasping his hands towards Ning Chun, stating that the Xia family had committed numerous wrongs in the past and now felt profound regret. He had invited Miss Su to act as a mediator as a means of conveying an apology to Mr. Ning. Ning Chun nodded at Su Jiming and Zhao Qingshan before casting a cold glance at Xia Guodong, declaring, regarding the Mid-Yuan festival incident, "You cannot possibly think I am unaware that the Black Bear is backed by your Xia family? You sought assistance from the Black Bear to deal with me, and now you come to apologize? Xia Guodong, your audacity knows no bounds. Or perhaps you've forgotten the lessons of the past and believe I am an easy target for provocation." Ning Chun's words were blunt and left no room for Xia Guodong's dignity, making his face flush with embarrassment. Xia Guodong momentarily found himself at a loss for words and turned to Su Qianxue for help. Su Lianu furuit herbruth. As her agreement to mediate stemmed from a desire to help Ning Chun. Ning Chun had risen to prominence in Jiangqing's underground world, yet it remained a realm shrouded in secrecy. Beyond the Dan family, the Su, Zhao, and Xia families were pivotal players in the upper echelons of Jiangqing society. She was aware that the Xia family was behind the schemes against Ning Chun at the Mid-Yuan festival. But if Ning Chun could leverage this opportunity for reconciliation to win over the three families, he could secure a foothold in Jiangqing's legitimate society and potentially rise to its pinnacle. With this in mind, Su Qinxue spoke up, Ning Chun. While the Xia family has indeed erred, perhaps this is a fortuitous circumstance for you. Since the Xia family seeks reconciliation, why not transform conflict into harmony? It is important to recognize that in this world, there are no absolute enemies or friends, only absolute interests. Su Qianxue's words carried a hint of profundity and gentle admonition. Seeing her come to his defense, Xia Guodong eagerly added, "Yes, Mr. Ning, you possess great magnanimity. Let's not dwell on past grievances with the Xia family. Please convey to Miss Dan that she may spare the Xia family, and we will fully support you moving forward. If there are any other conditions, feel free to state them." Chapter 125. Dan Ro's Trap. Meanwhile, in a villa atop a mountain, Dan Ro received an unexpected phone call. "Miss Dan, hello. I am a friend of Ning Chen. I have something important to discuss with you regarding him. May I speak with you privately?" A stranger's voice came through the line. "You're a friend of Ning Chen? You want to talk privately? About him?" "Sure, when and where?" Dan Ro replied. "Let us say in half an hour. I will send you the location shortly. Please, do not mention this to Ning Chen, as it concerns his privacy." "Understood." After hanging up, Dan Ro drove her red Maserati down from the mountaintop villa, following the coordinates sent to her phone. She arrived at a secluded alley where a CAF named Pink Lady awaited her. This was the agreed-upon meeting place. Could this person be a scammer? But aren't scammers typically after men? She mused, rolling her eyes internally before stepping inside. After a considerable wait, the stranger failed to arrive. The CAF was heavily air-conditioned, and feeling both hot and thirsty, Dan Ro ordered a cup of coffee. Shortly, the server brought it to her. "This coffee isn't overpriced, is it?" She joked. "Not all, miss. Our coffee is fairly priced at 20 yuan a cup," the server replied promptly. For some reason, despite the reasonable price, the server's eyes betrayed a hint of panic, although Dan Ro was oblivious to it as she sipped her coffee. Meanwhile, in the CAF's kitchen, Wang Mingfeng watched through the surveillance camera, excitement radiating from him as he observed Dan Ro consume the drink, which had been laced with a drug he received from Xia Yunfei. Suddenly, his phone rang. Xia Yunfei was calling. "How'd it go? Did she drink the drug? Where are you? Tell me, and I'll bring the antidote right away." Prior to this, Xia Yunfei had bombarded Wang Mingfeng with calls about the location, but he had withheld the information. "Hello? Hello? What did you say, Xia? I can't hear you." Wang Mingfeng feigned a poor signal, abruptly ending the call and turning off his phone. "Ah, Xia Yunfei, did you really think I would be foolish? Why would I let such a golden opportunity for heroism go to you? If I save Dan Ro today, I shall be your savior, the second Ning Chun. I will rise to greatness." He laughed maniacally, unaware of the betrayal brewing under his very nose. Meanwhile, in the CAF, Dan Ro finished her coffee and contemplated calling the unfamiliar number to inquire about the delay when suddenly she felt dizzy and severe abdominal pain, causing her to spit out blood. "This is bad," she thought, mustering her remaining strength to dial Ning Chen's number. "Ning Chen, please come help me. I feel terrible." Chapter 126. Where is Dan Ro? Elsewhere, in a private dining room at a 5-star hotel, upon hearing Su Qinxue defend him, Xia Guodong hastily interjected, "Indeed, Mr. Ning, you are magnanimous. Let's not hold past transgressions against the Xia family. Please inform Miss Dan to spare us, and we will offer our unwavering support moving forward. Should you have any other conditions, do not hesitate to express them." Ning Ten coldly replied, "Xia Guodong, you have uttered similar words before when I cured your mysterious ailment and treated your son's injuries. You feigned humility while secretly harboring malice. Do you expect me to trust the words of someone so vile? You are merely cornered by Dan Ro's pressure, seeking mercy. But I can imagine that once you recover, you will surely turn on me like a feral dog. Xia Guodong, do you truly believe others are fools?" Ning Chen's words left Xia Guodong feeling a mix of embarrassment and rage, rendering him momentarily speechless. He contemplated confronting Ning Chen, but the precarious situation of the Xia family compelled him to suppress his indignation and force a smile, saying, "Mr. Ning, I admit my past mistakes. I was blinded by foolishness. Please grant me another chance." "Grant you a chance? On what grounds?" Ning Chen replied icily. Thud. Xia Guodong, a man of stature, was willing to bend. He knelt before Ning Chen, pleading, "Mr. Ning, I am begging you. Un movet, Ning Ten's fait. This isn't the first time you've knelt before me, is it?" Xia Guodong's face flushed crimson with humiliation. unlike his previous solitary act of supplication to Ning Chun. This time he knelt in front of Su Jiming, Zhao Qingshan, and Su Qianxue, fully exposing his disgrace. In a private room, Su Qianxue furrowed her brow, while Zhao Qingshan's expression remained frosty. Su Hai felt a pang of dread, grateful that his son had befriended Ning Chun early on. Just then, Ning Chun's phone rang. "Master, something terrible has happened. Miss Dan just called, saying she feels unwell and needs your help." The call cut off midway, and I think she may have lost consciousness. The voice belonged to Jasmine, tinged with urgency. Ro wants me to save her." Ning Chun's countenance shifted dramatically as he hung up and rushed outside. "Ning Chun, wait for me." Su Qianxue quickly followed suit. While en route to the Dan family villa, Ning Chun and Su Qianxue incessantly dialed Dan Ro's number, only to discover it was turned off. The car sped recklessly through several red lights, and after 20 minutes, they arrived at the villa, only to find Dan Ro missing. "Where's Ro? Where has she gone?" Ning Chun anxiously questioned the household staff. "I don't know. Miss Dan received a call an hour ago and left." The maid replied, bewildered. Ning Chun immediately called Jasmine again. "Jasmine, when Miss Dan called you, did she mention where she was?" "She didn't say anything specific. She seemed disoriented. I believe she intended to call you, but dialed the wrong number." "She was calling your name, not mine," Jasmine explained. After hanging up, Ning Chun's expression turned grave, his face dark with concern. Jasmine's words indicated that Dan Ro was in dire straits, potentially in danger. On her birthday, Ning Chun had gifted her a protective jade pendant. If she were attacked, the pendant would automatically shield her, allowing him to locate her. However, he could not sense the pendant's location now. Chapter 127. Prepare for the worst. The inability to sense the pendant indicated two possibilities. Either Dan Ro was not wearing it, or the danger she faced was not due to physical trauma. The protective array he inscribed on the pendant could withstand impacts akin to a car crash at high speed multiple times, yet it was ineffective against other forms of harm. The pendant could shield her from severe collisions, but could not prevent sudden illnesses or poisoning. "Ning Chun, don't panic. It's likely that Ro suddenly fell ill. She must be in a hospital. I'll have someone check all the hospitals in Jiangcheng for any recent emergency admissions," Su Qianxue suggested, regaining her composure. "Let us go to the nearest hospital and inquire along the way." Ning Chun insisted as he jumped into the car. Meanwhile, Wang Mingfeng was driving. With the unconscious Dan Ro slumped in the back seat, the car screeched to a halt outside a hospital. Wang Mingfeng opened the rear door, intending to assist Dan Ro, only to be horrified to see her spitting blood, motionless. "Miss Dan?" Wang Mingfeng reached out, checking her pulse and relieved to find a faint heartbeat. He immediately scooped her up and dashed toward the emergency room, shouting, "Help! Someone has food poisoning." Wang Mingfeng had poisoned Dan Ro, but he lacked the antidote, which was in Xia Yunfei's possession. However, he was willing to take a gamble. He hoped the hospital could save her. If they succeeded, he would still be regarded as her savior. A team of doctors rushed in, swiftly wheeling Dan Ro into the emergency room. "What is the condition of the patient?" The attending physician inquired urgently. "Food poisoning, possibly due to spoiled food. I found her in this state and brought her here," Wang Mingfeng stammered. "Prepare for gastric lavage. Draw blood for analysis. Identify the toxic substances," the attending physician commanded as he entered the emergency room. Wang Mingfeng waited anxiously outside, even pulling out his phone to adjust his hair, eager to make a good impression when Dan Ro was revived. After all, Ning Chun, that worthless fool, had gained her favor merely by saving her. "Now, it's my turn to rescue her and ascend to greatness," he mused, unable to suppress a chuckle. That idiot Xia Yunfei thought I would risk everything to fulfill his ambitions? Not a chance. Lost in his fantasies, Wang Mingfeng awaited the outcome. After what felt like an eternity, the emergency room door swung open. The attending physician emerged, and Wang Mingfeng rushed forward, impatience etched on his face. "How is she, doctor? Is my friend all right? Has she regained consciousness?" "I'm sorry. The level of poisoning is too severe. We did our utmost. Please inform the patient's family to prepare for the worst," the physician said gravely. What? Wang Mingfeng's heart plummeted, his lips trembling. This can't be. Chapter 128. Even a celestial being cannot save her. Save her. You must save her. Wang Mingfeng grasped the physician's collar, his voice rising in desperation. "I understand your feelings, but the level of poisoning is critical, and time has elapsed," the physician replied, shaking his head. "Is there any chance the antidote could still help?" Wang Mingfeng blurted out. Antidote? What antidote? From a medical perspective, the physician attempted to explain. Wang Mingfeng barely comprehended the physician's words. Only grasping that time was crucial. Even if he retrieved the antidote from Xia Yunfei now, it would be too late. No wonder Xia Yunfei had insisted he inform him immediately after the poisoning. Wang Mingfeng's face turned ashen as the gravity of his actions sank in. Sir, you should promptly notify the family. They may still have a chance to say goodbye, the physician gently advised. I'll go right away. Wang Mingfeng turned and fled. Miss Su, we just received news that the emergency room at Jiangcheng 3rd Hospital has admitted a young woman with food poisoning. As Su Qinxue and Ning Chun exited Jiangcheng 1st Hospital, Su Qinxue received call. Let us go. To 3rd Hospital. After hanging up, Su Qinxue and Ning Chun hurriedly drove toward the 3rd Hospital. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the emergency room. Row. They rushed to the bedside, panic-stricken as they beheld the unconscious Dan Rowe. On the hospital bed, Shan Rowe lay motionless, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion darkening, with blood continuously oozing from the corners of her mouth. Are you two the patient's family? The attending physician spoke gravely. The patient must have ingested some form of highly toxic substance, and due to the severity of the poisoning and the delay in getting her to the hospital, it seems there is no hope left. What? You say there is no way to save her? Do you even know who she is? She is the young lady of the Shan family. If you cannot save her today, then your hospital might as well close its doors. Su Qinxue exclaimed, her eyes reddening with urgency. What? She's the Shan family's young lady? The doctor's face turned pale with fear. I will immediately seek assistance from our brother hospital and organize a city-wide expert consultation. That won't be necessary. I will handle it. Ning Chen commanded in a low voice. Prepare me an empty ward, set up the equipment for concocting medicine, and gather these herbs as swiftly as possible. He hastily scribbled a prescription and handed it to the doctor. Why are you still standing there? Go. The doctor, wanted to say something, was cut off by Su Qinxue's authoritative voice, and he dashed off with the prescription. Meanwhile, news of Shan Rowe's poisoning spread like wildfire throughout Jiang City. Upon returning home, Xia Guodong immediately summoned Xia Yunfei. Yunfei, I have significant news, but you must keep it confidential. What news, Dad? Xia Yunfei asked. Shan Rowe has somehow been poisoned. I heard she is currently in the emergency room at the 3rd Hospital. Xia Guodong replied gravely. What? That scoundrel Wang Mingfeng dares to betray me? Xia Yunfei seethed with anger. What do you mean? Xia Guodong frowned. And nothing, Dad. When did this happen? Xia Yunfei stammered. Feeling uneasy, Xia Guodong replied solemnly. Probably about 1 or 2 hours ago. The news from the hospital suggests it may be dire. 1 or 2 hours ago. Xia Yunfei's face turned ashen. He recalled the seller's warning when he acquired that poison. If you take the antidote within half an hour after ingestion, you can be saved. After half an hour, even a deity cannot save you. Chapter 129. A brush with death. Yunfei, what is the matter? Xia Guodong noticed his son's pallor and asked. And nothing at all. Xia Yunfei was too frightened to admit that the poison had come from him, shaking his head vigorously. All right, you should rest. Shan Rowe's inexplicable poisoning could actually benefit our Xia family. If she dies, the Shan family will cease to suppress us, and that wretched Ning Chun will lose his backing. Huh? Xia Guodong sneered, exiting the room. On the other side, in the emergency room of the 3rd Hospital, Shan Rowe experienced a strange dream. In her dream, she wandered near the gates of the underworld. She had reached the Naiha Bridge and was about to drink the Mengpa soup when a figure appeared before her, snatching the bowl from her hands and leading her back. She strained to see the person's face but could not make it out. Thinking it was because her eyes were still closed, she attempted to open them. The figure's features gradually became clearer. At the same time, a chorus of sounds filled her ears. Heart rate normal. Blood pressure normal. Breathing normal. Ooh. Wake up, Ro. Please wake up. Finally, amidst the calls, Shan Rowe opened her eyes. Before her stood Ning Chun, calling her name loudly. Ning Chun, she shouted, realizing it was he who had saved her, pulling her back from the brink of death. Overcome with emotion, she reached out to embrace him tightly, crying out in relief. Everything is all right now, Ning Chun soothed, holding her gently. Shan Rowe gazed at him, feeling an unprecedented sense of safety. In that moment, she felt as though Ning Chun was a true prince and she, the princess he had rescued. Watching from the side, Su Qinxue felt her anxious heart finally ease. The doctors outside the ward were left in awe, having witnessed the miraculous recovery of a deeply poisoned patient at the hands of a young miracle worker. These doctors had come from various hospitals for a consultation, yet they could not comprehend the process through which this miracle was achieved. Once Shan Ro released Ning Chun, Su Qinxue stepped forward. Ro, are you all right? She embraced Shan Ro, worry etched on her face. Thankfully, Ning Chun arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble, Shan Ro replied with a smile. Now fully recovered. That was far too dangerous. You must always have a bodyguard with you from now on. You cannot go out alone. Su Qiansui insisted. With Ning Chen around, I'm not afraid, Shan Ro replied with a playful smile, her affection for Ning Chen evident in her eyes. Su Qinxue opened her mouth to retort, but held back, considering that Shan Ro had just escaped danger. Just then, Ning Chen's phone rang. Upon answering, a furious male voice erupted from the other end. Ning Chen, what has happened to my sister? I swear, if anything happens to her, I will not spare you. My father is personally coming to Jiang City, so you better pray she is safe. Otherwise, he will kill you. The caller was Shan Jian, his voice booming, and Shan Ro, standing beside Ning Chun, heard every word clearly. Upon hearing that their father was coming, Shan Ro's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 130. Power exceeding the Shan and Xia family. Shan Ro seized the phone from Ning Chen's hand and urgently said, Shan Jian, I'm fine now. Tell Dad he doesn't need to come. Sis, are you really okay? That's wonderful. Dad is furious after hearing you were poisoned. I haven't seen him this angry in a long time. Sis, I told you before, Jiang City is no longer safe. Since Dad is coming, you should return with him. Shan Jian babbled excitedly over the phone. Shan Ro felt a sense of helplessness wash over her. It seemed her father's arrival was inevitable. She understood that once he arrived in Jiang City, there would be no telling how he would treat Ning Chun. Moreover, she was well aware of the Shan family's plans to withdraw from Jiang City. Her father would undoubtedly attempt to force her back to the provincial city. After the call ended, Shan Ro appeared distressed and fatigued. Having just recovered from her ordeal, she still felt weak and needed to stay in the hospital for a while longer. Before long, she drifted off to sleep. Ning Chun, come out for a moment. I need to speak with you. Su Qinxue called to Ning Chun as Shan Ro fell asleep, beckoning him outside the ward. Given the Shan family's status in Jiang City, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to target Shan Ro unless there was a deep-seated vendetta. Yet, someone had audaciously poisoned her. Ning Chun, do you think this incident is related to you? Su Qinxue began slowly. It is very likely connected, Ning Chun acknowledged. Good, you understand. I can assure you that Shan Ro's peril is absolutely due to your actions. You drew attention to yourself at the Mid-Autumn Festival, inciting jealousy and animosity, which has now endangered Shan Ro. Su Qinxue admonished without reservation. Indeed, it is my fault, Ning Chun admitted, although I managed to save Shan Ro this time. What about next time? You mustn't forget that among the people you've provoked are those from the southwestern witch sect. If they decide to target Shan Ro next time, will you be able to find her in time to save her? Su Qinxue questioned with a tone of accusation. I shall transform myself at the swiftest pace, becoming formidable enough that no one dares to provoke those around me. Ning Chen spoke solemnly. After this experience, he realized that relying solely on talismans or the jade pendants inscribed with protective formations was insufficient to safeguard his loved ones. The true and effective means of protection lay in his own strength. Only by becoming immensely powerful could he deter those with ulterior motives from harming those he cherished. Is it so? You wish to grow sufficiently powerful? To what extent must you ascend to ensure that no one dares to afflict those dear to you? Su Qiansui replied coldly. Let me tell you, merely being recognized as the foremost figure in the underground world of Jiangcheng is far from sufficient. Ning Chen remained silent for a moment, then met Su Qinxue's gaze directly. I intend to surpass the Dan family. Thus, when someone contemplates harming Ro, they will not only fear the Dan family's power, but also mine. I must also grow stronger than your Su family. So you, Su Qinxue, will no longer be able to preach down to me from your lofty pedestal. I aspire to achieve such prominence that the world takes notice, making all aware of my name. Ning Chen's spirit soared, a rare display of ambition filling him with vigor. Su Qinxue sensed a compelling aura emanating from him, involuntarily narrowing her eyes. Chapter 131. The prodigy Long Yun Ning Chun Do you believe that you can surpass the Dan and Su families single-handedly? Command the world's attention? Huh? Do you think you're Long Yin? Su Qian Swiskoft. Long Yin? Ning Ten Frognet. Su Qianxue spoke with pride. Long Yun, an unparalleled genius, emerged from this humble Jiangsheng a decade ago, rising like a comet with extraordinary talent, bursting forth from Jiangsheng and Jiang province, all the way to the imperial capital. He single-handedly repelled 100,000 enemies from the northern frontier. He claimed the head of an enemy chieftain amidst a myriad of foes. He battled the top 10 masters overseas, earning a reputation as the 9th major power beyond the 8 illustrious families of the imperial capital, a singular pinnacle of strength. Only someone like Long Yun can be deemed sufficiently powerful. I hope you refrain from entangling Ro until you attain that strength. Su Qianxue's words were frigid. Ning Chan gazed deeply into her eyes, asserting, "That day shall arrive swiftly. In the meantime, you should attend to Ro in the hospital. I have matters to attend to." With that, Ning Chan departed the hospital, his figure fading into the distance. Ah, Ning Chen, you ought to realize that there exists but one Long Yun in this world. No matter how much you resist, you can never become the second Long Yun. Watching Ning Chen's retreating silhouette, Su Qianxue shook her head slowly, speaking to herself. On the highway, Wang Mingfeng was driving frantically, fleeing along the road out of the city. He understood that he had landed himself in grave trouble. If he did not escape now, his life would truly be forfeit. Neither Ning Chun nor the Dan family would spare him. Damn it, Xia Yunfei, why didn't you clarify matters with me? That poison was lethal. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Wang Mingfeng cursed as he drove, attributing all his misfortunes to Xia Yunfei. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Lin calling. "Darling, where are you? Why haven't you returned? Did you take the car? And why has $1 million disappeared from my bank account?" Lin bombarded him with questions upon answering. "Wang Mingfeng, I have to go on a business trip for a few days. I'll return soon. By the way, could you find out more about the Dan family situation and Ning Chen's as well?" He replied, using the phone speaker while driving. Though they were supposed to be partners in life, when calamity struck, each would fend for themselves, especially since he and Lin had yet to formalize their relationship. Now, with his life on the line, he could hardly concern himself with her. Just as he was about to end the call, he noticed a figure standing in the middle of the road 100 meters ahead. Instinctively, he slammed on the brakes but then recognized the face. It was none other than Ning Chun. "Ning Chun, you seek death." Wang Mingfeng's face contorted with rage, instead of braking. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, barreling straight toward Ning Chun. "Damn Ning Chun, my downfall is all due to you. Today, I will run you down." Wang Mingfeng shouted furiously, gripping the steering wheel as the vehicle sped toward Ning Chun at 100 miles per hour. Meanwhile, Ning Chun stood resolutely, unmoving, gazing at Wang Mingfeng with an indifferent demeanor, as if observing a corpse. From the hospital's surveillance footage, he had already deduced that Wang Mingfeng was the one who brought Dan Ro to the hospital. Therefore, Wang Mingfeng was undoubtedly implicated in her poisoning. 2 seconds later, a thunderous crash resounded as the car collided with Ning Chun at high speed. Chapter 132. The dragon's reverse scale in that instant of impact. A resonant hum echoed as an invisible barrier enveloped Ning Chun, absorbing the tremendous force of the collision. Simultaneously, a protective talisman on his person disintegrated into dust. The vehicle crumpled upon impact, coming to a halt, and the airbags deployed, leaving Wang Mingfeng dizzy and disoriented. Ning Chun approached the car, yanked Wang Mingfeng from the wreckage, and stated coldly, "I have come specifically to find you." Ning Chun, is it really you? Quick, I'm injured. Call an ambulance." Wang Mingfeng feigned composure. "You poisoned Dan Ro. I am here to end you," Ning Chun declared. "The dragon has a reverse scale. To touch it is to court death. Dan Ro is Ning Chen's reverse scale, and Wang Mingfeng has touched it. He is doomed. Don't say such nonsense. If you accuse me unjustly, I will sue you for defamation." Wang Mingfeng stammered, his guilt palpable. "Ning Ten tuklet koldli. Your calls to Dan Ro from a disposable phone have already revealed everything. You fool. Swim, go ahead. You can take that complaint to hell." Ning Chun had traced the phone number used to invite Dan Ro out through her call records. Given that all phone numbers were registered, it was easy to ascertain that Wang Mingfeng was the owner of the card. With a swift punch, Ning Chun struck Wang Mingfeng's shoulder, creating a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. "Ah, help! That phone number doesn't prove anything." I didn't poison her. You have no evidence. I said nothing on the call, and you have no witnesses. Wang Mingfeng screamed in agony. Ningchen replied coldly, You've misunderstood. I am not a judge, and I require no evidence to discuss with you. From that number, combined with the hospital surveillance footage, Ning Chun had already concluded that Wang Mingfeng was undeniably the culprit. I came to kill you. Tell me how you poisoned Dan Ro. Ning Chun lifted Wang Mingfeng and slammed him against the crumpled car hood. Please, no. Don't, Wang Mingfeng begged. With another powerful punch, Ning Chun shattered Wang Mingfeng's other shoulder. Ning Chun, I am not to blame. Really, it was Xia Yunfei who forced my hand. Think about it. I could never muster the courage to poison Miss Dan. Wang Mingfeng pleaded desperately, his face pale from pain. Xia Yunfei? Excellent. After I kill you, I shall hunt him down as well, Ning Chun said, his voice icy, as he struck the car hood with a resounding crash, reducing it to a heap of twisted metal. Ning Chun, I beg you, do not kill me. I will never dare to harm Miss Dan again. I will sever ties with Yilin. I will abandon that wretched woman. Wang Mingfeng cried out in desperation, daring to commit such acts against Dan Ro. I shall not spare you. Perish. Ning Chen's expression remained impassive as he delivered a powerful punch to Wang Mingfeng's chest. A dull thud resonated, and Wang Mingfeng's chest instantly caved in. Blood gushed from his mouth. In the driver's seat, Yilin, still on the phone, let out an uncontrollable shriek. The color drained rapidly from Wang Mingfeng's face, life visibly fading from him. He struggled, using his last ounce of strength to glance at the phone in the car. He heard Yilin scream. His heart was filled with boundless regret. Had he known this day would come, he would never have entangled himself with that vile woman. Yilin, Chapter 133, Wang Mingfeng's Last Moments. In his dying moments, Wang Mingfeng was consumed by regret. If it weren't for that wretched woman. Yilin, how could he have become enemies with Ning Chun? How could he have been bewitched into following Xia Yunfei's words and poisoning Dan Ro? Alas, it was all too late. Wang Mingfeng opened his mouth, blood continuously spilling forth. Yilin, you wretched woman, it's all your fault. I want to kill you. I regret it so much. Wang Mingfeng's curses grew fainter, laced with his endless remorse as he breathed his last. Through the phone, upon hearing that Wang Mingfeng had died at Ning Chen's hands, Yilin screamed in terror. Ning Chun, you madman. You've killed someone. You're finished. You're doomed. You've killed Wang Mingfeng, and you won to survive. Ning Chun picked up the phone, coldly addressing Yilin. Do you share any responsibility in this matter? Yilin, who had been screaming, felt her heart sink upon hearing those words. Ning Chun, what do you intend to do? Do you mean to kill me? Yilin was so frightened that she stumbled over her words. Only then did she realize that if Ning Chun dared to kill Wang Mingfeng, he might not hesitate to do the same to her. Answer me. Did you also have a hand in poisoning Dan Ro? Ning Chen's voice rang out sharply. No. Ning Chun, I had no knowledge of this. It was all Wang Mingfeng's doing. I swear I knew nothing. Please don't kill me. I beg you. Yilin, trembling and terrified, pleaded. Even through the phone, she could sense the intense murderous intent emanating from Ning Chun. You truly had no knowledge? Ning Chun asked coldly. Truly, I had no idea. Ning Chun, please don't kill me. Look, for the sake of our past 3 years together, I beg you, spare my life. You haven't even had me yet. I'll give you anything, just don't kill me. Yilin, desperate to save her own life, spoke without thinking. Your current demeanor makes me feel utterly disgusted. Ning Chun retorted with disdain. Ning Chun, please don't kill me. I really had no part in poisoning Dan Ro. I implore you. I was your girlfriend for 3 years. Just then, Ning Chun's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Dan Ro's slightly anxious voice. Ning Chun, my father has arrived at the hospital. He wants to see you. Ro, I have some unfinished business to attend to and may be delayed. Ning Chun replied before hanging up. Then, turning to Yilin on the other phone, he declared, Yilin, I shall spare your life this time, but if there's a next time, your fate will mirror Wang Mingfeng's. I swear. With that, Ning Chun crushed his phone and turned to leave. Dan Ro's father wanted to see him, but Ning Chun felt he could not face him without first avenging Dan Ro by eliminating Xia Yunfei. Before meeting Dan Ro's father, he must exact revenge for her. On the other end of the line, Yilin collapsed to the floor, trembling uncontrollably. The echoes of Wang Mingfeng's cries and Ning Chun's voice haunted her. She felt as though she had just experienced a nightmare and longed to awaken. She wished to return to reality, where Ning Chun was still her devoted servant, obedient to her every whim, enduring her insults without retaliation. Chapter 134. Are you prepared to face death? At the Xia family's villa. Ever since Xia Yunfei learned of Dan Ro's poisoning, he had remained hidden at home, too afraid to venture out. However, many things cannot be avoided simply by hiding. Xia Yunfei, I have come to kill you. With a calm voice, Ning Chen's figure gradually materialized behind Xia Yunfei. Startled, Xia Yunfei spun around, staring at Ning Chun as if he had seen a ghost. How? How did you get into my house? That is unimportant. What matters is that I have come to kill you, Ning Chun replied coldly. Don't joke, Ning Chun. Although we have had grievances, they have long been settled. Why would you want to kill me? Xia Yunfei forced a smile, reaching behind him to unlock his phone and call for bodyguards. Ning Chun coldly gazed at Xia Yunfei. I just heard a dead man say that you orchestrated the poisoning of Dan Ro, and thus, I've come to kill you. Heard from a dead man? Which dead man speaks? Ning Chun, are you joking? The matter of Dan Ro's poisoning has nothing to do with me. Xia Yunfei repeatedly denied. That dead man is named Wang Mingfeng, and I killed him. Before he died, he implicated you as the true mastermind behind the poisoning of Dan Ro. Ning Chun stated coldly. What? You killed Wang Mingfeng? You're slandering me. What evidence do you have? Xia Yunfei panicked. Ning Chun took out his phone, pressed a button, and a recording played. Ning Chun, this is not my fault, truly not. Xia Yunfei forced me. Think about it. How could I dare to poison Dan Ro? It was all that damn Xia Yunfei's coercion. This was the recording Ning Chun had made during Wang Mingfeng's confession. This isn't real. Yes, lying. It's not me. I didn't Xia Yunfei's face turned pale as he desperately tried to argue. Xia Yunfei, whether you admit it or not, is no longer of consequence. I came here solely to kill you, not to reason with you, Ning Chun said coldly. At that moment, several bodyguards summoned by Xia Yunfei burst into the room. Quick, kill him. He is here to kill me, Xia Yunfei shouted, pointing at Ning Chun. Kid, die. The bodyguards immediately charged at Ning Chun. You are the ones courting death. At that moment, Ning Chun was in a particularly foul mood. With a few swift movements, he effortlessly dispatched the bodyguards, sending them flying with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. Are you ready to face death? After dealing with the Xia family's bodyguards, Ning Chun slowly approached Xia Yunfei. Please, don't kill me. Xia Yunfei, seeing that Ning Chun was truly intent on murder, turned pale and began to retreat. Thud. Backed into a corner with nowhere to escape, Xia Yunfei dropped to his knees, trembling and pleading, Please, don't kill me. If you spare my life, I can give you the antidote for the poison affecting Dan Ro. You can take it back and surely save her. Xia Yunfei clung to his last hope. Little did he know, Dan Ro had already been cured by Ning Chun. Oh, are you saying that if I kill you, I won't obtain the antidote? Ning Chun replied dispassionately. That is correct, Ning. If you wish to save Dan Ro, then leave immediately. Otherwise, I will never give you the antidote. Xia Yunfei believed his threat had some effect and regained a bit of courage, shouting loudly. Chapter 135. Don't ever cross me again in your next life. Understood? Then you shall die, Ning Chun coldly declared, delivering a kick to Xia Yunfei's chest. Thud. Xia Yunfei's chest instantly caved in, leaving a deep imprint. You dare to kill me? Summer Yunfei's face still bore traces of terror as he pointed a trembling finger at Ning Chun, uttering a disbelieving and muffled sound with his last breath. Then, with a thud, he collapsed lifeless. I hope you don't provoke me in your next life. Ning Chun glanced at Summer Yunfei's corpse, then propelled himself off the villa balcony, leaping into the void. Murder! Murder! Young Master Summer is dead. 5 minutes later, a piercing scream erupted from the Summer family villa. Half an hour later, Summer Guodong rushed back in haste. Upon seeing his son's lifeless body, he let out a frenzied roar. Bring everyone here. We're going to kill. We must slay Ning Chun. Grab your guns. At the hospital, Ning Chun arrived to find Su Qianxue standing at the entrance, uncertain if she was waiting for him. You finally made it. Go in, but don't say anything reckless when you meet Ro's father, Su Qianxue instructed. Thank you, Ning Chun nodded. Despite the anxiety gnawing at him, he endeavored to remain composed. Shan Ro's ward had been transformed into a lavish suite, and seated beside the bed was a middle-aged man radiating authority, Shan Longcheng, the head of the Shan family. Dad, Ning Chun is here, Shan Ro, already awake, whispered. her delicate face betraying her apprehension about her father's stance towards Ning Chun. Uncle Shan, Ning Chun greeted with calm respect. Shan Longcheng merely cast a cursory glance at Ning Chun, noncommittally nodding. After that, silence enveloped the room, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Ning Chun, where did you just go? Shan Ro broke the silence. I went to kill Wang Mingfeng and Summer Yunfei. They were the ones who poisoned you, Ning Chun replied. What? It was them? Shan Ro gasped in shock. Hearing Ning Chen's revelation, Shan Longcheng turned slightly to regard him. The Shan family's intelligence network had only just uncovered the culprits mere moments before, and he hadn't anticipated Ning Chun's swift action in eliminating them. As the tension hung in the air, Shan Ro was about to speak again when a young man entered, announcing, Dad, Summer Guodong has arrived with his men. The newcomer was Shan Jian. Before Shan Longcheng, he dared not show any insolence. Let him in, Shan Longcheng commanded coldly. Soon, Summer Guodong strode in, his eyes bloodshot as he bellowed at Ning Chun. Ning Chun, you vile creature, I will kill you today. He then turned to Shan Longcheng, pleading, Mr. Shan, this Ning Chun has killed my son without reason. I implore you to deliver justice. Shan Ro, fearing that her father might believe Summer Guodong, was about to interject, but Shan Longcheng gestured for her to remain silent. He then coldly regarded Summer Guodong, saying, have you ever heard the saying, a tiger does not show its might? Does not mean I'm a sick cat. Summer Guodong felt a chill run down his spine. Mr. Shan, what do you mean? I don't understand. Don't understand? Fine, let me clarify. Summer Guodong, how dare your son poison my daughter? Did he truly think I, Shan Longcheng, would refrain from retribution? Even if Ning Chun had not killed your son, I would have. Shan Longcheng declared with a thunderous voice. Mr. Shan, no, my son wouldn't dare. Summer Guodong stammered, his cold sweat pouring down. You should know my methods. I want to discuss evidence with you, but I want to wrongfully accuse your son either. You have two choices. First, leave. Second, let your people charge in. You Shan family are too overbearing. Ning Chun has killed my son. I will avenge him today. If you insist on protecting Ning Chun, then die alongside him. Conveniently, you are all gathered here. If you all perish, the Summer family will reign supreme in Jiangcheng. Summer Guodong's face twisted into a malevolent snarl, and with a fierce bite of his teeth, he shouted, everyone, come in. At his command, dozens of men in black surged in, each brandishing firearms. Summer Guodong had come prepared for the worst, knowing Ning Chun was formidable, but how could he compete with guns? Shan Longcheng, you've been away from Jiangcheng for too long. Do you still think you hold authority here? I tell you, Jiangcheng is no longer what it used to be. Today we will settle this once and for all and kill you, Shan Longcheng. As for your daughter, I will ensure she is well taken care of in my son's absence. And you, Ning Chun, I will break your limbs, torment you 1,000 times before ending your life. Summer Guodong's frenzied shouts echoed, excitement glowing on his face. With a swift motion, the armed men took aim at Shan Longcheng, Shan Jian, Shan Ro, and Ning Chun. Ro, be careful. Ning Chun instinctively shielded Shan Ro. Yet, Shan Longcheng remained unperturbed, merely chuckling coldly. Wei Lao, make your move. Yes, Mr. Shan. From a corner of the ward, an elder clad in a blue robe responded calmly, then swiftly stepped forward, appearing before the black-clad men like a bolt of lightning. This elder, like the one Shan Jian had previously brought, was also a guardian of the Shan family. With a resounding smash, he struck down a Summer family bodyguard, splattering blood everywhere. Open fire. Kill them. Kill them. Summer Guodong's expression turned frantic as he screamed. Ning Chen's eyes turned icy, ready to act, but the elder had already taken the initiative, moving like a phantom, his hand striking swiftly at the heads and chests of the armed men. In less than 5 seconds, the dozen gunmen either had their heads shattered or their chests exploded, all lifeless. Summer Guodong, witnessing the carnage, could only emit a meaningless croak, paralyzed by fear. He had not anticipated that his hired guns would be reduced to mere paper against the Shan family's protector. With trembling legs, Summer Guodong sank to his knees, pleading desperately. Please, Mr. Shan, spare me. Shan Longcheng cast a cold glance at Summer Guodong and indifferently commanded, kill. In a flash, Wei Lao appeared before Summer Guodong, delivering a lethal blow to his head. With a sickening pop, Summer Guodong's skull burst like a ripe watermelon. The head of the Summer family, one of Jiangcheng's 3 great clans, was thus extinguished. Clean this up, Shan Longcheng instructed Shan Jian nonchalantly. Yes, father. Shan Jian nodded eagerly, summoning a few people to tend to the grim task of clearing the bodies. Shan Longcheng then turned to Ning Chun, saying, "Let us speak outside." As he exited the ward, Ning Chun surveyed the scene, his heart stirred by the sight of the lifeless bodies and the swift execution by Wei Lao. He was no longer the same Ning Chun. He had inherited a legacy and taken lives. Yet witnessing Wei Lao's cold efficiency in dispatching 10 men without hesitation left him in awe. Wei Lao's strength surpasses that of the previous elder, Qin Lao. He must be a master of martial arts. Ning Chun pondered, feeling a surge of desire to test his prowess against Wei Lao. Ning Chun, let us go. My father is waiting outside, Shan Ro announced, rising from her bed, having regained much of her strength and unwilling to linger in the blood-soaked room any longer. Chapter 137. The attitude of Shan. Chongqing Ning Chun quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought of competing with old Wei, and assisted Shan Ro as they stepped outside. Arriving at the ward, immediately, someone brought a wheelchair for Shan Ro to sit in. I am aware of your relationship with my daughter, Shan Chongqing stated bluntly as Ning Chun approached him. Uncle Shan, I will. Ning Chun began, but Shan Chongqing interrupted him. I have no interest in grandiose declarations or oaths. I only believe in actions. If you wish to pursue my daughter, it is not impossible. But you must prove yourself through your actions and demonstrate that you are worthy of her. Until you do so, I will not permit you to continue your relationship with her. Tomorrow, I will take my daughter back to the provincial capital. Shan Chongqing's words were succinct and left no room for debate. Hearing this, Shan Ro grew anxious. Dad, how can you do this? I do not want to return to the provincial capital. I want to stay in Jiangcheng. If you still recognize me as your father, you will come back with me. Shan Chongqing replied coldly. Shan Ro's eyes turned red with urgency, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Surely, she cannot truly deny Shan Chongqing as her father? Very well. If there is nothing further, you may leave, Shan Chongqing said dismissively to Ning Chun. After a moment of silence, Ning Chun nodded to Shan Chongqing and then said to Shan Ro, I will take my leave now. He turned and walked away, understanding that Shan Chongqing was right. Words were meaningless without action to back them up. Father, your attitude towards Ning Chun is too harsh. Why do you harbor such prejudice against him? Shan Ro exclaimed after Ning Chun departed. It is not prejudice, it is a test. Anyone wishing to pursue my daughter must prove themselves through deeds. Be it Ning Chun or Du Wenxi or any other man, they will all be treated equally, Shan Chongqing stated coolly. Upon returning home, Ning Chun immersed himself in training. The medicinal pill crafted from the century-old Hisho had long been consumed, and unable to find new ancient herbs, he could only absorb the spiritual energy in the air. While the spiritual energy in the atmosphere was exceedingly sparse, it was better than nothing. Meanwhile, at the He residence, He Lin stumbled in, appearing disoriented. Daughter, what is wrong? Why have you returned alone? Where is Mingfeng? Jiang Xioping inquired, puzzled. He is dead. It's all over, He Lin muttered, her gaze vacant, her body trembling uncontrollably. What do you mean? Who is dead? What is finished? Jiang Xioping frowned. Wang Meifeng is dead. Ning Chun killed him. He Lin cried, her voice heavy with despair. What? That detestable Ning Chun actually dared to kill? Quick, report this. We must have Ning Chun arrested. Jiang Xioping and He Jianxiang exclaimed in horror. No, if we report this, Ning Chun might come after us. He Lin shouted, trembling in fear. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xioping's face turned pale. Then what do we do? Are we to let that vile Ning Chun roam free? It's over, given how we treated Ning Chun in the past. What if he returns to take revenge and kills us all? He Jianxiang said, cold sweat beading on his forehead. That wretched Ning Chun, who knew he would turn into a murderer. We should have acted first. Jiang Xioping added, both frightened and angry. What about the Xia family? Didn't you have contact with Xia Gongzi before? Contact him immediately and seek protection from the Xia family, He Jianxiang suggested. Upon hearing this, He Lin's face brightened slightly as she took out her phone to call Xia Yunfei. However, after several attempts, no one answered. Xia Xiao is not picking up. He must be busy. I need to go to the Xia family and find Xia Xiao, He Lin declared, hastily changing into revealing attire and applying perfume. If it meant securing the Xia family's protection, she would gladly offer herself to Xia Yunfei. Half an hour later, after finishing her preparations, He Lin stepped out of her room, just as an urgent news segment played on the television in the living room. Our reporter reports that the renowned entrepreneur Xia Guodong and his son Xia Yunfei were involved in a serious car accident on the Ring Road at 3:15 p.m. today. Both Xia Guodong and Xia Yunfei were pronounced dead at the scene. The cause of the accident is still under investigation. Additionally, another car accident occurred on the highway, resulting in one fatality. The deceased is named Wang Mingfeng. With a thud, Lin dropped her bag, her face a mask of shock and despair. How could this be? Is it possible? Could Ningchen have dared to kill Xia Xiao as well? The He family, Lin, He Jianxiang, and Jiang Xiuping, collapsed in fear as they watched the news. Chapter 138. Xiaoqing, please save us. Jiang Xiuping sprang to her feet, quickly dialing He Qing's number, urging her to return. Mom, what is the emergency? Why do I need to come back immediately? Upon her return, He Qing was met with the sight of her parents and sister, all wearing expressions of utter despair. Xiaoqing, we have no way out. You must help us. Jiang Xiuping pleaded, her face a mask of sorrow. Mom, what are you talking about? He Qing asked, bewildered. Xiaoqing, it's like this. Ningchen has become a murderer. He not only killed Wang Mingfeng, but also Xia Xiao and Mr. Xia. No one can control him now. Just think, he harbors a grudge against our family. He could burst in at any moment and kill us all. He Jianxiang said, his face pale. Ningchen killed someone? He Qing was about to dismiss the notion, but then recalled the events at the arena during the Mid-Autumn Festival and fell silent. Xiaoqing, you are the only one who has a decent relationship with Ningchen. Why don't you seek him out and ask him to spare our family? Jiang Xiuping suggested. But he might not listen to me. He Qing replied, shaking her head. You don't understand, Xiaoqing. I have always seen the way Ningchen looks at you. He cares for you more than he does for Lin Lin. He must secretly like you. If you go to him, he won't ignore you. Jiang Xiuping insisted. Mom, what are you talking about? He Qing exclaimed, her cheeks flushing. Xiaoqing, I have already broken up with Ningchen. Even if he likes you, it doesn't matter. If you don't seek him out, we might really be killed. You didn't see the murderous look in his eyes. Lin gripped He Qing's hand, a mixture of shamelessness and trepidation on her face. He Qing, blushing, pondered for a moment before shaking her head again. Sister, Mom, and Dad, even if Ningchen is capable of murder, he only targets bad people. He wouldn't indiscriminately harm good people. You've treated him poorly in the past, but if he truly intended to harm you, he would have done so long ago. I believe that as long as you stop antagonizing him and causing him trouble, he will not turn against you. He Qing spoke with conviction, though young. She possessed her own thoughts and perspectives. She would not acquiesce to her mother and sister's attempts to manipulate her into confronting Ningchen. He Qing, if you do not go find Ningchen today, you may as well never set foot in this house again. Are you truly willing to watch our family perish before your eyes? Do you expect us to kneel before you in order to seek out Ningchen? He Lin, He Jianxiang, and Jiang Xiuping, filled with urgency, began to scold loudly, rendering the scene utterly ridiculous. At that moment, a tall and handsome young man, exuding charm, suddenly pushed open the door of the He family. You, who are you? He Lin turned to the entrance and inquired. My surname is Du, and my given name is Wensi, the young man replied with a smile. If Ningchen were present, he would certainly recognize that this young man was none other than Du Wensi, brought by Dan Jian last time. Chapter 139. Du Wensi's scheme. Du Wensi? What brings you to seek me? He Lin frowned. Before Du Wensi could respond, He Jianxiang, puzzled, interjected. Your surname Du? Are you associated with the Du group from the provincial city? Due to certain past circumstances, He Jianxiang was aware that the Du group was a powerful family enterprise in the provincial city, larger than the combined assets of the three prominent families in Jiang City. Du Wensi smiled slightly and said elegantly, the Du group is indeed my father's enterprise. I am the second son of the Du family. What? So you are the second young master of the Du family in the provincial city? He Jianxiang exclaimed in astonishment. You must be Uncle He. It is a pleasure to meet you. Du Wensi extended his hand to shake hands with He Jianxiang. Greetings, young Master Du. Greetings, young Master Du. Jiang Xiuping hurriedly approached, wiping her hands on her clothes before extending them to shake hands with Du Wensi. It was only at this moment that He Lin regained her composure, gazing at Du Wensi in disbelief. If this were true, then Du Wensi was a young master of an affluent family, far surpassing Wang Mingfeng and Xia Yunfei. Young Master Du, what is it that you seek from me? He Lin subtly adjusted her posture, hoping to enhance her allure before extending her hand to shake with Du Wensi. Upon withdrawing her hand, She deliberately grazed her fingernail lightly against his palm. For her, such flirtatious tactics were second nature. Du Wincy observed everything with a knowing smile and remarked, "I wish to inquire about Ningchen." "What? You seek information about that useless Ningchen?" Lin was taken aback, instinctively covering her mouth, her heart racing with anxiety. What if Du Wincy is in cahoots with Ningchen? Wouldn't I be doomed? In the next moment, Du Wincy smiled slightly and said, "Indeed, I wish to learn about that useless Ningchen. I am eager to hear everything regarding him." Lin, He Jianxiang, and Jiang Xiaoping's eyes widened in unison, sparkling with intensity. Only He Qing furrowed her brow slightly. So, Ningchen had been a mere lapdog for the past 3 years, and then suddenly, he underwent a transformation. His strength increased, and his character changed. Ningchen has a mother living in the county. Lin, He Jianxiang, and Jiang Xiaoping eagerly shared all they knew about Ningchen, while Du Wincy nodded thoughtfully. Following Dan Ro's birthday, Du Wincy had remained in Jiang City, intending to make a bold advance towards Dan Ro, but he found her indifferent to his advances, unable to arrange a meeting, and was met with a closed door at the mountain villa. With the news of the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival gathering, Du Wincy finally realized that Ningchen was not merely a shield pushed forward by Dan Ro, but his genuine rival in pursuing her. Adhering to the principle of knowing oneself and one's enemy to secure victory in every battle, Du Wincy sought out information about Ningchen. Upon learning that Lin was Ningchen's ex-girlfriend, he rushed over. Listening to the He family's revelations about Ningchen, Du Wincy smiled with satisfaction. This visit was indeed worthwhile. He now understood how to deal with Ningchen. Chapter 140. Dan Ro's last day. Thank you, Miss He, and to you, Uncle and Aunt, for the information. I shall take my leave now. After obtaining the desired information from Lin and her family, Du Wincy graciously took his leave and turned to depart. Lin, why are you still in a daze? Hurry and chase after him. With Wang Mingfeng and young Master Xia both out of the picture, do you not seek a new pillar of support? He Jianxiang urged hurriedly. Yes, daughter, this young Master Du is a genuine heir of a prominent family, incomparable to Wang Mingfeng or that Xia Yunfei. Seize this opportunity. Jiang Xiaoping hinted blatantly. Lin's eyes sparkled. After a moment's hesitation, she made her decision. She quickly adjusted her neckline and strode out. Young Master Du. As Du Wincy entered his car, Lin bravely opened the passenger door and took a seat beside him. Does Missy have anything further to discuss? Du Wincy inquired. Well, I have said what I needed to, but there are other matters that can be pursued. I wonder if young Master Du has any interest. Lin responded provocatively. Oh, what matters? Du Wincy raised an eyebrow, fully aware of her intentions. Do relax a bit. Lin giggled, inching closer to Du Wincy. The next morning, Ningchen slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. Despite a night of cultivation, relying solely on the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, his progress was exceedingly slow. He truly needed to find a century-old medicinal herb to refine into pills for enhancing his cultivation speed. Suddenly, the phone rang, breaking the silence. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was He Qing calling. He Qing, what is it? Ningchen answered. Brother Chun, I must tell you something. A man named Du Wincy came to our house today, inquiring about you from my sister and my parents. He asked about everything related to you. He Qing relayed over the phone. Du Wincy? Ningchen furrowed his brow, letting out a cold snort. Brother Chun, my sister and my parents disclosed everything about you to Du Wincy, including matters regarding Aunt. I worry that Du Wincy may pose a threat to her. He Qing expressed her unease. This concern was why He Qing had called Ningchen early in the morning. I understand. Thank you, Xiao Qing, Ningchen acknowledged, hanging up. Du Wincy, should you dare to harm my mother, I will not hesitate to kill you. Ningchen muttered to himself. He had long intended to return the protective jade pendant he crafted for his mother. Perhaps today was the day to do so. With this thought, Ningchen rose, calling for Jasmine, ready to return to his hometown. However, just as they opened the door, they were met with a striking red Ferrari parked outside. The door swung open, and the stunning Dan Rose stepped out. Oh? Ningchen was momentarily entranced by her beauty, puzzled as to why Dan Changsheng had mentioned taking her back to the provincial city yesterday. Was she here to bid him farewell? This thought darkened his heart. In the next moment, Dan Rose smiled and said, Ningchen, I convinced my father that I could spend one last day in Jiang City with you before returning to the provincial city. Today, we could do anything you wish. What? Ningchen exclaimed in delight. Chapter 141. Is this the power of a master? before Ning Chun could fully revel in his joy. From the other side of the red Ferrari, an elderly man slowly emerged and approached Dan Ro. It was none other than Wei Lao, the elder who had effortlessly defeated several bodyguards the day before. Upon witnessing the situation, Shan Ro let out a bitter laugh and remarked, "My father is worried about my safety, insisting that Old Wei accompany me for protection." After saying this, she turned to Old Wei and added, "In truth, you need not follow me. I am quite safe in Ning Chun's company." Following this, Shan Ro winked at Ning Chun and said, "Ning Chun, you can protect me, can't you?" Ning Chun immediately nodded, affirming, "Yes, I can protect you." Old Wei glanced at Ning Chun, shaking his head in disdain. "You are too weak. You cannot safeguard the young lady. I am capable of protecting her." Ning Chun responded solemnly. With a cold laugh, Old Wei challenged, "If you can withstand a punch from me, I will concede that you can protect the young lady." "Fine," Ning Chun replied without hesitation, even looking at Old Wei with a hint of anticipation. After witnessing Old Wei's prowess yesterday, he felt an innate desire to test himself against him, not merely out of competitiveness, but also to gauge the strength of a formidable opponent and to validate his own cultivation. In the next moment, Old Wei launched a direct punch at Ning Chun. "Old Wei, do not harm Ning Chun," Shan Ro instinctively cried out. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Old Wei's fist had already struck before Ning Chun, who met it with his own punch. A resounding thud echoed as their fists collided, generating a tremendous force that sent Ning Chun stumbling back 3 steps while Old Wei retreated only 1. "Ning Chun, are you all right?" Shan Ro hurriedly approached, her concern evident. "I am fine." Ning Chun took a couple of deep breaths, quickly regaining his composure, shaking his head at Shan Ro before eagerly glancing back at Old Wei. Although Yin-Ti exerted his full strength, he was astonished that Old Wei could force him back 3 steps. Old Wei was the strongest martial artist he had encountered since receiving his inheritance, far surpassing Ouyang Tai from the southwest witch sect. He was eager to unleash his full strength for a rematch. However, Old Wei showed no intention of continuing the fight, merely nodding slightly and stating, "Young man, being able to receive my punch and only retreat 3 steps indicates some skill. I hope you take good care of the young lady. Otherwise, I will shatter every bone in your body." With that, Old Wei turned and departed. "Ning Chun, that is fantastic. You were remarkable. Even Old Wei acknowledged your strength." Shan Ro exclaimed in delight after Old Wei's exit. Ning Chun shook his head. "Although I did not use my full strength, I could feel that Old Wei also held back. Is this the power of a master? Truly exhilarating. All right, Ning Chun, I can accompany you for the entire day. What would you like to do?" Shan Ro, wishing to savor every moment with Ning Chun, did not want to continue discussing martial arts. I initially planned to return to my hometown today to give my mother a jade pendant." Ning Chun hesitated. "That is easily arranged. I will accompany you to the county, and I can visit Annie as well. Let us take my car." Shan Ro stated without hesitation. Having taken her Maserati for repairs, she had driven a Ferrari today. "Alright, Ning Chun noted. Master, shall we depart now? Is this the Ferrari?" "Yay, I have never been in a Ferrari." At that moment, Emoli excitedly approached the door and opened the Ferrari's door. "Oh, why are there only 2 seats?" she exclaimed. Master's wife, I shall not go. You both should go. Since every moment is precious, perhaps you should elope." Emoli chuckled mischievously before dashing back into the villa. Chapter 142. The considerate female disciple. "You are quite a thoughtful disciple," Shan Ro said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she climbed into the car. Ning Chun followed suit, commenting, "She suggested we elope, and you still call her thoughtful?" Shan Ro's face turned even redder as she retorted, "I would never elope with you." Ning Chun replied earnestly, Ro, I would never allow you to feel wronged. Rest assured, I will elevate my strength with utmost speed and prove to your father that I am worthy of you, that I can truly protect you. Now, we are heading to the county, not back to the provincial city. We will return to the provincial city tomorrow." Shan Ro blushed as she started the car and drove toward the county. Several hours later, they arrived at Ning Chun's hometown. "Mom, Ro and I are back to see you," Ning Chun called out as he knocked on the door of their old home. "Xiao Chun, Miss Shan, you have returned," Qin Yushu exclaimed with surprise upon seeing them, immediately rushing to prepare a meal for them. "Mom, let us go together," Ning Chun suggested, and the trio headed towards the supermarket. During their walk, Ning Chun conversed with Qin Yushu while introducing Shan Ro to the nuances of his hometown. As he reflected on his childhood, he felt nostalgic, realizing he had returned home so infrequently over the years. After being entrusted to his adoptive mother, Qin Yushu, by his grandfather, she had raised him as her own son, enduring countless hardships. He vowed to repay her kindness for nurturing him. After finishing their shopping, the three exited the supermarket, and while Ningchen was recounting tales of his former middle school across the street to Shanro, Qin Yushu was suddenly knocked into by a young man passing by. Ouch! Qin Yushu stumbled and fell to the ground. Mom! Ningchen rushed to help her up, cursing himself internally for not having brought the jade pendant sooner. Mom, wear this jade pendant and never take it off. Ningchen quickly produced a second jade pendant and handed it to Qin Yushu. This pendant was one of the two he had previously obtained from Su Hai, which he had reforged, incorporating spiritual energy formations and connecting it to the dragon-shaped pendant on his chest. The pendant, enhanced with protective and gathering formations, emitted a soft glow. Clearly not an ordinary item. The young man who had bumped into Qin Yushu noticed the pendant's exquisite quality, his eyes gleaming with greed as he cursed. You old hag, you bumped into me and dirted my shoes. This jade pendant will suffice as compensation. With that, he reached out to snatch the pendant from Qin Yushu's hand. Slap! Ningchen swiftly swatted the young man's hand away, coldly stating, not only do you fail to apologize for injuring someone, but you also extend your filthy hand to rob her. Have your parents not taught you any manners? Damn, you little brat. Who do you think you are to insult me? The young man retorted angrily. Isn't someone who speaks without thought akin to a dog? Ningchen replied icily. I curse your entire family. The young man shouted, enraged, as he raised his hand to strike Ningchen. Ningchen caught the young man's wrist midair and squeezed firmly. The sound of cracking bones resonated. It hurts. Let go. The young man cried out in pain. Drenched in cold sweat. Apologize to my mother, then leave, Ningchen commanded coldly. I want to apologize to you. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? The young man defiantly yelled. Oh, who are you? Who is your father? Ningchen asked. I am Yurue, and my father is the secretary of the county chief in Feng County, Yu Gang, the young man declared arrogantly. I do not care who your father is. You must apologize to my mother today, Ningchen replied coldly. Chapter 143. Dare to search? At that moment, a middle-aged woman emerged from the supermarket. Upon seeing Yurue, she immediately began to ingratiate herself. What is happening, young master Yu? Who dares to upset you? This woman, named Tian Yongmei, was the owner of the supermarket and clearly recognized Yurue and his status. Yurue smirked, his eyes glinting as he pointed at Ningchen and the others. Boss Tian, you arrived just in time. These three thieves stole from your supermarket. Hurry, have your security apprehend them. What? Dare to steal? Someone arrest these three. Tian Yongmei was well aware that Ningchen and his companions were incapable of theft. Otherwise, the surveillance would have alerted them long ago. However, in order to assist Yurue, she called out without hesitation. In an instant, 5 or 6 burly supermarket security guards rushed over. We didn't steal anything. We purchased these vegetables, and the receipt is right here. Qin Yushu exclaimed anxiously, quickly pulling the receipt from her plastic bag. Who knows whether you have hidden stolen goods on you? Search them, strip them of their clothes, and search their bodies. Yurue waved his hand arrogantly, then coldly looked at Ningchen and said, Kid, weren't you quite arrogant just now? I now want to see if you can still be so bold after we strip your mother and your woman's clothes to search them. Search us? No, please don't. We truly didn't steal anything. Check the surveillance. Qin Yushu paled in fear, realizing that if they were stripped in public, they would have no face left to meet anyone again. Mom, it's fine. Don't worry. No one dares to search us. Ningchen quickly reassured her. Shanro also frowned slightly and coldly remarked, for no reason. How dare you search us? Is there no law? In Feng County, what you says is the law. Come, search them. Tian Yongmei barked. Several security guards immediately surged forward, ready to strip the three of them. Seeking death, Ningchen coldly declared, stepping forward and knocking the guards to the ground with a few punches and kicks. Dare to hit someone? Good. I'm afraid you one team make a move. Yurue laughed mockingly as he picked up his phone and called, Dad, someone is stealing in the supermarket, cursing you on the street, and has assaulted me. He is so strong that he knocked down the supermarket security guards. Send someone to arrest him. What? Someone has such audacity? I will send the enforcement team over immediately. Yurue's father, Yu Gang, roared on the phone. After hanging up, Yu Rui smugly told Ning Chun, "There are surveillance cameras everywhere. The video of you hitting someone was just recorded, with both witnesses and evidence. The enforcement team is on their way to arrest you and lock you up for a few months. Haha, let's see if you dare to be arrogant now." Yu Rui's arrogant demeanor finally pushed Shan Ro over the edge, and she coldly said, "A mere son of the county secretary. How dare you be so arrogant?" "Very well." Saying this, Shan Ro took out her phone and called someone, requesting a number to be sent to her. Soon, a message arrived. "Phone County Chief, Li Chun phone. 139 XXXXXXX. Shan Ro dialed that number. "Li Chun phone, this is Shan Ro." Shan Ro got straight to the point. "Miss Shan? Hello, what can I do for you?" The voice on the other end, Li Chun phone, was startled and spoke cautiously. Phone County is a subordinate county of Jiangchen, and he naturally knew the status of the Shan family in Jiangchen. "You have a secretary named Yu Gang, right? My boyfriend, my future mother-in-law, and I are in your Phone County, and we have been falsely accused of stealing by his son in collusion with a supermarket owner. They even want to search our bodies and have called the enforcement team to arrest us. You can handle this as you see fit." After finishing, Shan Ro hung up. Chapter 144. "I don't mind killing a dog, ha ha ha." "Little girl, I really want to ask you, are you an actress? You're quite convincing in your performance. Daring to call out the county chief's name and even my father's name? You really are something. Seeing how beautiful you are, how about this? If you accompany me for a meal and a movie, I will let them not search you and stop the enforcement team from arresting you. What do you say? And you, kid, if you let me put a green hat on you, I'll one-tea touch your mother. How about that?" Yu Rui laughed arrogantly, leering at Shan Ro. Slap. Before Yu Rui could finish his sentence, Ning Chun stepped forward and slapped him hard across the face, declaring coldly, "A mad dog yelps once, and it gets hit. Yelps twice, I don't mind killing a dog." Ning Chun's voice was icy, filled with murderous intent. "You, just wait." The killing intent radiating from Ning Chun made Yu Rui tremble, wanting to retaliate, but knowing he couldn't, he could only leave with a harsh remark. Just then, an enforcement vehicle pulled up to the roadside, followed by several team members striding over. "Captain Wong, you arrived just in time. Did my dad send you? Hurry. Arrest this damned kid. And these two women, arrest them all." Yu Rui exclaimed with relief upon seeing them. Captain Wong was about to give the order to apprehend them when suddenly his phone rang. After answering the call, Captain Wong's expression changed, and he kept repeating, Yes, I understand." Then, hanging up, he waved his hand to his team members and shouted, "Arrest them! Arrest them!" Yu Rui arrogantly shouted, pointing at Ning Chun. However, in the next second, Captain Wong and his team members rushed to Yu Rui's side, swiftly twisting his arms behind his back. "What? Captain Wong, what are you doing? Why are you arresting me?" Yu Rui exclaimed in shock and anger as he was pinned down. "I'm arresting you. You falsely accused good people and abused your power. Who should I arrest if not you?" Captain Wong sneered. Then, Captain Wong quickly walked to Shan Ro and respectfully said, "Miss Shan, I apologize for the fright. County Chief Li is on his way to apologize to you." "What? What's going on?" The supermarket owner, Tian Yongmei, was equally bewildered. "Arrest her too." Captain Wong pointed at Tian Yongmei. Two team members immediately rushed to Tian Yongmei, twisting her arms behind her and cuffing her. "Why are you arresting me? You shall save me." Tian Yongmei cried out in terror. "Captain Wong, are you crazy? How dare you arrest me? My father is Yu Gang. My father is the county secretary. Let me go." Yu Rui realized he was in deep trouble and struggled desperately. Captain Wong sneered. "Yu Rui, let me tell you the truth. This order just came directly from County Chief Li. As for your father..." Ring, ring, ring. Just then, Yu Rui's phone suddenly rang. Captain Wong stepped forward, pulled the phone from Yu Rui, glanced at the caller ID, and saw it was his father, Yu Gang. He answered the call, pressed the speakerphone, and held it up to Yu Rui. Coldly, he said, "You can ask your father yourself." Dad, what is going on? Please tell Captain Wong." Yu Rui shouted into the phone. From the phone, Yu Gang's voice came through, filled with rage. "Yu Rui, you wretch. I've been removed by County Chief Li. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. What kind of big shot did you provoke? You idiot. How'd I not get rid of you back then? You brainless fool." Chapter 145. Understanding Shan Ro. Yu Gang's furious curses echoed, and Captain Wong abruptly hung up the phone. At this moment, Yu Rui stiffly turned his head to look at Shan Ro, and Ning Chun suddenly jolted awake. Could it be that he had offended them? This girl just said her surname was Shan. Could it be the Shan family of Jiangchen? A flash of realization struck Yu Rui's mind, and he understood who he had provoked, his face paling in despair. It must be the Shan family of Jiangcheng. Otherwise, how could his father, the secretary of Feng County, be dismissed so easily? If his father was dismissed, his own good days were over. With this thought, Yu Rui began to plead with a quivering voice. Mississippi. Miss Shan, I was wrong. I beg you to spare me. I apologize and seek your forgiveness. Please, don't have my father removed. After saying this, he fell to his knees with a thud. The one who should apologize is not me. Shan Ro replied coldly. Yu Rui managed to free himself from several team members. Kneeling on the ground and crawling toward Ning Chun, his face contorted in despair. Big brother, I was wrong. I beg you, I was just momentarily misguided to speak nonsense. I truly regret it. Please forgive me. Annie, I was wrong, truly wrong. I implore you to spare me, and my father as well. If it is at all possible. Yu Rui once again clung to Qin Yueshu's feet, pleading desperately. Do not let your filthy hands touch my mother. Ning Chun forcefully kicked Yu Rui down, and several team members promptly advanced to twist Yu Rui's arms behind his back and affix handcuffs upon him. Miss Shan, and this gentleman, I shall escort them away now and won't intrude any further. Captain Wang respectfully bowed to Ning Chun and Shan Ro, then dragged Yu Rui and Tian Yongmei towards the enforcement vehicle. Even as the vehicle slowly departed, the faint sounds of their wails could still be heard. Ooh, I promised to protect you. Yet it seems you still had to rely on the power of the Shan family. Ning Chun sighed bitterly after the enforcement vehicle had left. Your strength can certainly protect me, but the circumstances here are not suitable, and moreover, my aunt will continue to live here, making it unwise to resort to violence. Shan Ro empathetically replied. Ning Chun nodded in gratitude, offering some words of comfort to Qin Yueshu, and personally adorned her with a jade pendant before the three of them returned home, carrying the groceries they had purchased. Upon returning, Ning Chun began to prepare dinner, while Shan Ro and Qin Yueshu engaged in conversation in the living room. The more Qin Yueshu conversed with Shan Ro, the more she grew fond of her, feeling immensely satisfied with her prospective daughter-in-law. Yet, she was also acutely aware of Shan Ro's distinguished background, and her greatest concern was that their family circumstances might not measure up to the Shan family standards. She understood that the Shan family was affluent, and if Ning Chun were to marry Shan Ro, he might very well become a son-in-law. Thus, amidst her joy, Qin Yueshu could not help but be deeply worried. Ning Chun soon prepared a sumptuous meal, and the three of them enjoyed a harmonious dinner, resembling a true family of three. Shortly after finishing their meal, a sudden knock echoed from the door. When Qin Yueshu opened it, she was met with a composed middle-aged man. May I ask whom you are looking for? Qin Yueshu inquired, regarding the unfamiliar man with curiosity, feeling he bore a resemblance to someone she knew. You must be Ms. Qin, right? Hello. I am here to find Miss Shan and Mr. Ning. My name is Li Chunfeng. The middle-aged man politely introduced himself. Li Chunfeng? Qin Yueshu suddenly realized where she recognized him from. He was a familiar face from the local television channel. Indeed, he was the county magistrate of Feng County. Chapter 146. Accompanying medicinal herbs, Qin Yueshu quickly ushered Li Chunfeng inside. Miss Shan, Mr. Ning, I have come to apologize for the troubles caused. It was my failure to properly restrain my secretary Yu Gang and his son. It is entirely my fault. Li Chunfeng began to apologize profusely as soon as he entered. On his way here, he had gathered all the necessary information. He had not anticipated that the young lady of the Shan family had recently announced her boyfriend's family to be from Feng County. It was even more alarming that the future mother-in-law of the Shan family's eldest daughter had been falsely accused by his secretary's son, nearly leading to an unwarranted search and possible arrest. This revelation had left him utterly terrified. Li Chunfeng understood that with the Shan family's influence, it would be a simple matter to eliminate him if they so desired. Thus, after swiftly dealing with Yu Gang and Yu Rui, he hurried over. Let bygones be bygones. But I kindly ask you, Uncle Li, to look after Aunt Qin in the future, Shan Ro suggested, considering that Qin Yueshu would continue to live in Feng County. She addressed Li Chunfeng as uncle out of respect for her elder. I couldn't possibly accept such an honor, Li Chunfeng replied, waving his hands. Rest assured, Miss Shan, I will ensure that no one bothers Miss Qin again. Then, he extended his hands to shake Ning Chen's, saying, Mr. Ning, you truly are a remarkable individual. A dragon among men. The next time you return to Feng County, please do let me know, and I will host a welcoming banquet for you. Ning Chen responded candidly. If my mother receives your assistance in Phone County, I will be grateful. Conversely, if she encounters any grievances, I will undoubtedly hold you accountable. Please rest assured, Mr. Ning, a situation like this will not arise again, Li Chunfeng said, perspiration beading on his forehead. Following this, he flattered them further, and, seeing that neither Ning Chun nor Shan Ro bore any grudges, he finally felt at ease. He then retrieved a small box from his pocket, opened it, and presented it to them. Miss Shan, Mr. Ning, as a token of my apology, I have brought along half a century-old medicinal herb, which I hope you will accept. Li Chunfeng had learned that Ning Chun was seemingly collecting aged medicinal herbs, and, fortuitously, he had half a specimen to offer. Your kindness is appreciated. Shan Ro nodded, accepting the herb and passing it to Ning Chun. 100-year-old Fu Ling? Ning Chun exclaimed with delight upon examining it. This half-sample of Fu Ling was undoubtedly over a century old, allowing him to concoct several small Pei Yuan pills. After scrutinizing the herb closely, he curiously remarked, "Why does the cut on this century-old Fu Ling appear so fresh? Was it recently divided? Do you happen to know where the other half is? I would be willing to purchase it at a premium, even at twice the market price." Ning Chun spoke earnestly, and Li Chunfeng quickly replied, "Mr. Ning, if I had the other half, I would have brought it directly to you." This half of Fu Ling was unearthed by a villager in the mountains not long ago. At that time, he did not even recognize the herb. When he struck it with his hoe, it split in two, and the other half has since been sold on the black market. I am uncertain of its whereabouts. Oh, this century-old Fu Ling was only recently discovered? Ning Chen's expression brightened, his breath quickening. Do you know where the Fu Ling was found? Could you take me there? Ning Chen's excitement was not without reason. While the century-old Fu Ling was precious, there existed another herb that grew in symbiosis with it, known as Qian Songzi, which was even more valuable. Its medicinal properties surpassed those of the century-old Fu Ling. Given that this particular Fu Ling had only recently been unearthed, it was highly likely that Qian Songzi remained undiscovered in the vicinity. If he could locate Qian Songzi where the century-old Fu Ling was found, Ning Chun might even be able to concoct a more potent Zia pill. This pill could not only enhance his cultivation, but also prolong the lifespan of ordinary individuals. Chapter 147. A daughter should not stay several hours later. Li Chunfeng personally guided Ning Chun and Shan Ro to the rural outskirts of Phone County, where they met the villager who had unearthed the century-old Fu Ling, a young girl of 17 or 18 named Yang Yan. "Are you looking for the place where I found the Fu Ling?" Yang Yan understood their intentions and nodded, agreeing to serve as their guide as they headed toward the nearby mountain. The spot where she had found the Fu Ling was deep within a valley in a mountain range, and she was unaware of its century-old status. She had sold it for several hundred yuan at the market, which was her sole reward. Subsequently, half of it found its way to Li Chunfeng, who then gifted it to Ning Chun and Shan Ro. "Miss Shan, Mr. Ning, the day is almost over, and the deep mountains can be quite perilous. Shall we perhaps return tomorrow with more people and equipment?" Li Chunfeng expressed his concerns. They had scarcely entered the mountains when it was already 6 or 7 in the evening. Given the difficult terrain, it would likely take several more hours to find the spot where the Fu Ling had been unearthed. Ning Chun realized this as well. Shan Ro needed to return to Jiangshang that evening, and she would be leaving for the provincial city with Shan Changsheng early the next day. Reluctantly, Ning Chun suggested, "Ro, why don't I escort you back first? Otherwise, your father might start to worry." "No, since we have come this far, let us find a location first. As for my father, I will give him a call," Shan Ro replied, shaking her head. She took out her phone, intending to call Shan Changsheng, but after a moment of contemplation, she opted to send him a text instead. "Dad, I have some matters to attend to with Ning Chun tonight and may not return, but rest assured I am safe. I will definitely be back early tomorrow morning." After sending the message, Shan Ro promptly turned off her phone. She even seized Ning Chen's phone and switched it off as well. Meanwhile, Shan Changsheng received the message and immediately attempted to call Shan Ro, only to be met with a mechanical voice. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently switched off." He dialed Ning Chen's number once more, only to hear the same shut-down tone. "Ning, if you have abducted my daughter or caused her any harm, even if you were betrothed to her, I will certainly not spare you." Dan Changsheng exclaimed angrily. If he doesn't encounter formidable enemies, Ning Chun should be able to protect the young lady. "His strength is not to be underestimated," Wei Lao remarked. Hearing this, Dan Changsheng felt somewhat reassured, but a moment later, he sighed helplessly Ah, truly. A daughter grows up too quickly. Meanwhile, darkness enveloped the sky. The group trudged through the mountains, unaware of how many hours had passed, until they finally approached the valley where the precious Fu Ling was rumored to be found. However, upon reaching the valley's entrance, they were unexpectedly confronted by two imposing men clad in suits, brandishing torches. As soon as they spotted Ning Chun and his companions, they frowned and shouted in a crude Mandarin, "Who are you? What brings you here?" "We are here to search for wild medicinal herbs," Yang Yin replied. "Searching for herbs?" The two men's expressions soured immediately. "Sorry, but my lady has exclusive rights to the herbs in this valley. If you wish to live, you better leave now. Those wild herbs do not belong to your lady. By what right does she claim them?" Ning Chen frowned, realizing that others had indeed followed the trace of the century-old Fu Ling to this very spot. The two men exchanged glances, smirking coldly, then drew pistols from their jackets, aiming them at Ning Chun and the others. "By this right, if you don't want to die, scram." Chapter 148. The Fire Python Gentleman. "I am the County Princess Li Chunfeng of Feng County. Please do not act recklessly." Li Chunfeng's face turned pale with fright as she hurriedly revealed her identity. "I care not for your title. Leave." The two men showed no regard for her status. "Help, help!" At that moment, a series of anguished screams echoed from within the valley, accompanied by the sounds of gunfire and a woman's shrill cries. "Oh no! The young lady is calling for help." The two men's expressions changed instantly. They could no longer afford to hinder Ning Chun and his companions and dashed into the valley. Inside the valley, a young woman dressed in luxurious attire was staring in terror at the unfolding scene. Her name was Liang Chowie, the heiress of the affluent Liang family from Aodao. She had come upon hearing rumors of a herb that could prolong life and had brought her bodyguards along. She sought a herb known as Qiansons to present as a birthday gift for her grandfather's upcoming celebration. Yet, upon locating the place, she was confronted by a terrifying fire python. This python was over 10 meters long and thicker than a person. Half of its body coiled on the ground while the other half stood upright, spewing flames from its mouth. Many of her bodyguards had perished, either scorched by the python's flames or crushed by its tail. Even her most formidable family protector had met his end, trying to shield her from the beast. "Miss!" Two bodyguards stationed at the valley's entrance rushed in, firing their weapons at the fire python, but its thick scales rendered their bullets ineffective. As the two bodyguards attempted to pull Yang Chowie to safety, the fire python, like a flash of red lightning, lunged and swiftly killed them both. At that moment, all of Liang Chowie's companions lay dead. In the next instant, the fire python reared up, its massive jaws gaping wide, ready to devour Liang Chowie in one bite. "Help, help me!" Liang Chowie was paralyzed with fear, her heart filled with despair and regret. Suddenly, a stone soared through the air, striking the fire python's body. Remarkably, it pierced through the seemingly impenetrable scales, causing the python to writhe in pain and glare angrily in the direction from which the stone had come. It was Ning Chun. "Help me, please. I beg you to save me. I will agree to any condition." Liang Chowie spotted Ning Chun, clinging to him like a drowning person grasping for their last straw of hope, and began to plead desperately. "Ruru, everyone retreat." Ning Chen commanded, then without hesitation charged at the fire python. The creature sensed the impending danger from Ning Chun and abandoned Liang Chowie in favor of him. With a roar, the fire python unleashed a torrent of flames towards Ning Chun. Startled, he dodged just in time. This was his first encounter with such a colossal python capable of breathing fire. If someone had told him about this a fortnight ago, he would have dismissed it as a mere fantasy. Yet considering he had already inherited his grandfather's cultivation legacy, the existence of this python seemed trivial in comparison. Ning Chun moved with remarkable speed. The flames could not reach him. Instead, he hurled stone after stone, penetrating the python's scales and creating gaping wounds. The stones were infused with spiritual energy, boasting greater penetrating power than bullets. In its fury, the fire python lashed out with its colossal tail, which Ning Chun did not evade. With a thunderous crash, the python's tail struck him down. Chapter 149. Slaying the fire python. Ning Chen's dragon-shaped jade pendant was peculiar. He could not set up a protective formation using spiritual energy. However, he possessed two protective talismans. As the massive tail descended, two invisible shields of light enveloped him, only for them to shatter in an instant, reducing the talismans to dust. The force behind the python's strike was terrifying. Taking advantage of the moment when the protective talismans absorbed the tail's blow, Ningchen concentrated his spiritual energy into his fists and relentlessly struck the fire python. Boom! Boom! Each punch shattered a portion of the python's scales, eliciting pained roars from the creature as it retaliated with flames, lunges, and tail sweeps. Ningchen endured several strikes, his body numbed by the python's immense power. The flames kept coming, forcing him into a desperate evasive dance. Fortunately, after several fiery assaults, the python seemed to tire, reducing the frequency of its flames and resorting to using its head and tail for attack. Once again, the fire python reared up 10 meters high, its triangular eyes glinting ominously as its massive jaws opened wide, preparing to strike down at Ningchen. Come on! Ningchen did not flinch this time. Coldly, he faced the descending jaws, channeling all his spiritual energy into his palms, and thrust his hand forward. With a blinding flash, a beam of white light erupted from Ningchen's right hand, like a sword unsheathed, piercing straight into the fire python's gaping maw, instantly penetrating its head. Countless streams of golden python blood sprayed into the air, creating a rain of crimson droplets. The fire python howled in agony, thrashing helplessly before finally collapsing, lifeless. The fire python had perished. Dan Ruru, Yang Yin, and Li Chunfeng stood frozen in astonishment. At that moment, Ningchen was enveloped in a faint halo, a radiant sword soaring from his hand, resembling a celestial sword immortal from ancient legends. Ningchen, are you all right? Dan Ruru snapped back to reality, rushing towards him. Mr. Ning. Li Chunfeng and Yang Yin cautiously approached, gazing fearfully at the lifeless python. I'm fine, Ningchen replied, shaking his head as the radiant sword dissipated. This sword was a manifestation of all his spiritual energy, and while it had slain the fire python, he himself was on the verge of exhaustion, his legs trembling with fatigue. Gazing at the fallen python, he felt a pang of fear. Had his final attack not succeeded, they would have surely become the python's next meal. It appears that my capabilities are still insufficient. I must enhance them swiftly. After a few minutes, Ningchen finally regained some composure. Yang Yin pointed to an ancient pine tree behind the fire python, stating that she had discovered the precious fungus near that very tree. Ningchen hurriedly approached to investigate. The venerable pine was undoubtedly centuries old, likely a millennium-old specimen. The previously found century-old fungus must have thrived in proximity to this ancient pine's roots. Hence, the legendary Qiansanga must also be nestled near the roots of this 1,000-year-old pine. With diligence, Ningchen began to excavate by hand, and, as expected, shortly unearthed several Qiansongzi the size of a fingernail. These Qiansongzi congregated into a cluster, totaling over 100. Excellent. This expedition was indeed fruitful. Ningchen was elated, ready to collect the Qiansongzi in the pouch he had brought. However, just then, Liang Chaoyi, who had been stunned, regained her senses, rushed forward, pointed at Ningchen, and imperiously demanded, "Those Qiansongzi were found by me first. How can you claim them as your own? Hand them over." Upon hearing Liang Chaoyi's words, Ningchen blocked her path, frowning as he replied, "These Qiansongzi are wild. Indeed, they belong to whoever finds them first. But you didn't discover them. I just unearthed them from the soil." Liang Chaoyi, disregarding his words, retorted, "I was the first to locate this valley. My subordinates perished in pursuit of these Qiansongzi. I have sacrificed greatly, and yet you wish to seize my find?" Ningchen regarded Liang Chaoyi with a look of disbelief and could not help but retort, "So, your claim is that since you arrived first in this valley, everything within it belongs to you? Who do you think you are? An emperor from ancient times? That which you see is not inherently yours." Shanro could not restrain herself either, stating, "Miss, that logic seems flawed." Yang Yin bluntly added, "If we follow your reasoning, having visited this valley a month ago, everything here would belong to me. It's quite fortunate that Ninggu saved your life. You are not only unreasonable, but also ungrateful. Perhaps it would have been better if he had allowed you to become the fire python's meal." The collective words of the group caused Liang Chaoyi's face to flush with indignation. She asserted haughtily, "I am not seeking these Qiansongzi for free. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liang Chaoyi, from the Liang family of Aodao, granddaughter of Aodao's gambling king." Upon hearing her introduction, Li Chunfeng gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "So, you are from the Liang family of Aodao?" The Liang family was the wealthiest in Aodao, monopolizing the gambling industry there, thus holding a status that eclipsed even the top families in provincial capitals. If you relinquish the Qian Songzi to me, I can represent the Liang family and owe you a favor. As Liang Chaoyi sensed recognition of her family name, her pride swelled. Apologies, but I have no need for your family's favor. I am aware that these Qian Songzi are mine by right of discovery. If you wish to obtain them, you may offer other rare herbs in exchange, Ning Chen replied, showing no regard for Liang Chaoyi's status. Liang Chaoyi was taken aback, despite revealing her lineage. Ning Chen remained unmoved, causing her to seethe with anger. The Liang family was the wealthiest in Aodao, and, as the third-generation princess, she was accustomed to being treated like a goddess, the center of adoration. Yet now, after traversing far and enduring the loss of her subordinates, the Qian Songzi she had sought was coldly rejected by this unremarkable man. Consumed by frustration, she hesitated, recognizing Ning Chen's formidable prowess, and reluctantly stepped back, contemplating alternative strategies. Ning Chen stored the Qian Songzi and approached the corpse of the fire python, slicing it open to extract the snake's gallbladder, which he believed contained its essence. He intended to take the gallbladder back for further study. Subsequently, Li Chunfeng remained behind to summon assistance for the aftermath, while Ning Chen, Shan Rou, and Yang Yan made their way back. Liang Chaoyi, determined to acquire the Qian Songzi, persistently followed Ning Chen. Upon returning to Yang Yan's village, it was already past midnight. After a brief respite at Yang Yan's home, Ning Chen and Shan Rou prepared to leave, prompting Liang Chaoyi to grasp Ning Chen's arm urgently, pleading, Ning Chen, my grandfather's 80th birthday is imminent. I heard Qian Songzi can promote longevity, so I specifically sought them as a gift for him. I am grateful for your earlier rescue and apologize for my previous rudeness. I implore you, could you sell me the Qian Songzi you possess? I am willing to pay any price. Please consider my filial piety toward my grandfather. Grandfather? Ning Chen, hearing Liang Chaoyi's words, was reminded of his own grandfather. Ning, Mr. Ning, I beseech you, will you sell me your Qian Songzi? Name your price. I understand their rarity. Please, name it. Liang Chaoyi pressed on. After a moment of silence, Ning Chen turned to Yang Yan and inquired, may I borrow your pot? Huh? Ninggu, are you hungry? Shall I prepare a meal? Yang Yan assumed he was in need of sustenance. However, Shan Rou recalled the first time Ning Chen had visited her home, utilizing the kitchen pot for alchemical purposes, and her beautiful eyes turned towards him, asking, are you? Let's refine the Qian Songzi into elixirs. Ning Chen smiled at Shan Rou and followed Yang Yan to the kitchen. Thereafter, adhering to the alchemical methods passed down to him, he spent 2 to 3 hours transforming all the Qian Songzi into small essence pills. With a loud explosion, the clay pot shattered, and dozens of pills soared into the air, releasing an aromatic scent. Ning Chen swiftly waved his hands to catch all the pills, placing them into a small vial he had prepared in advance. These were the small essence pills. For Ning Chen, a single pill's efficacy equated to that of 4 or 5 previous pills. Having successfully refined over a dozen pills, Ning Chen felt a surge of confidence. Once he absorbed their effects, he would become sufficiently powerful. Mr. Ning, what is this? Liang Chaoyi queried, her anxiety palpable as she witnessed Ning Chen converting the Qian Songzi into elixirs. Ning Chen poured a small essence pill from the vial onto the table before Liang Chaoyi and calmly stated, while Qian Songzi possesses longevity-enhancing properties, if not refined, its effects are minimal. Now that I have transformed it into a small essence pill, 1 pill is sufficient to extend the life of an ordinary person by a year. What? A year of extended life? Is this true? Liang Chaoyi reacted with astonishment and delight, her breath quickening. Ning Chen, is this for real? Ninggu, is this true? Shan Rou and Yang Yan gasped in unison, equally astonished. A single pill extending life by a year would indeed be miraculous. It is true, 1 year of life. And that is merely the most conservative estimate, Ning Chen replied nonchalantly. Then, can you sell me all the small essence pills you have? Liang Chaoyi inquired without hesitation. I can part with 1, Ning Chen nodded. Excellent. How much? I will transfer the funds immediately, Liang Chaoyi exclaimed, retrieving her phone. 1 pill for 10 billion. Ning Chen stated calmly. What? 10 billion? Are you joking? Liang Chaoyi gasped, her hand holding the phone frozen in disbelief. Ist not. 10 billion for a year of life. Does that seem exorbitant? Ning Chun replied with indifference. But, Liang Chaoyi was at a loss for words. Life is invaluable, especially for someone like her grandfather. Having established the Grand Liang family and accumulated immense wealth, he now faces the twilight of his years. His lifespan nearly depleted. It is not merely a matter of 10 billion. Even if it were 20 or 30 billion, if it could genuinely extend his life, it would be utterly worthwhile. What if you deceive me? Liang Chaoyi inquired. You are the one requesting to purchase. I am not inclined to sell. In fact, if it were not for your intention to present it as a longevity gift for your grandfather, I would not part with even a single one. Ning Chun replied nonchalantly. A single small essence pill is equivalent to 4 or 5 small cultivation pills, sufficient to elevate his cultivation realm by a level. Truth be told, Ning Chun was not particularly eager to sell. After much hesitation, Liang Chaoyi finally gritted her teeth and declared, "All right, I shall spend 10 billion to buy a single pill from you. However, I do not have that amount of money on hand. Would it be acceptable if I wrote you an IOU? You can come to the Isle of Australia later with a note, and I will provide you with the 10 billion. Very well. Ning Chun nodded, retrieving a small essence pill from a vial and handing it to Liang Chaoyi. She accepted the pill, wrote an IOU, signed it, and pressed her seal onto it before presenting it back to Ning Chun. Subsequently, she made a phone call, and soon a helicopter arrived to take her away. Before boarding, she gazed deeply at Ning Chun and murmured, "I hope you are not deceiving me." The helicopter swiftly ascended into the sky. At Yang Yan's residence, Ning Chun again extracted a small essence pill from a vial and offered it to her, stating, "Thanks to your guidance in locating Qian Songzi and refining this small essence pill, I present this to you as a token of gratitude." Just moments ago, Liang Chaoyi had written an IOU for 10 billion to obtain a single small essence pill, and Yang Yan had witnessed it all. Now, she dared not accept it. Shaking her head repeatedly and timidly insisting, "Ninga, no, this pill is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Ning Ten Tuklet. Whether you accept it or not is entirely up to you. I shall leave it here. If no one in your family requires it, you may consider auctioning it." With that, he left the small essence pill behind and departed with Shanro. Watching their retreating figures and glancing at the 10 billion yuan worth of essence pill on the table, Yang Yan muttered to herself, "Could it be that I have encountered a bodhisattva?" On the road back to Feng County, Ning Chun divided the several small essence pills into 2 vials, handing one to Shanro. "Here, Ro, take this vial back to your father as my gift for him." Shanro was taken aback and then inquired, "Does one small essence pill truly extend one's life by a year?" Ning Chun explained, "The term extend life by a year actually refers to replenishing the equivalent of a year's worth of vitality. Under normal circumstances, as long as one does not suffer a fatal injury, a single pill can indeed prolong life by a year. So if one had enough small essence pills, could one not achieve immortality?" Shanro pondered. Ning Chun smiled wryly. "Achieving immortality is not so simple. The efficacy of any pill is greatest when first consumed. Subsequent doses yield diminishing returns until, ultimately, they become ineffective." "I see," Shanro responded, enlightened. Yet, in the next moment, she returned the vial to Ning Chun, saying, "Then I shall not take it." "Oh, you don't want it? Why not?" Ning Chun questioned, perplexed by her refusal. "You should save some good things for future use when you come to propose to my family." Shanro stammered, her voice barely audible. "Proposal?" Ning Chun's heart surged with warmth at the thought. The two hastened back, finally arriving at the mountaintop villa the following morning. At the entrance stood Shan Changsheng, Shan Jian, and Old Wei waiting. Shan Changsheng cast a cold glance at Ning Chun and then ignored him. "Roer, let us go." He beckoned to Shanro. "Father, wait a moment. I have something to hand over to Ning Chun." After a brief hesitation, Shanro dashed into the villa. 2 minutes later, she emerged holding a piece of yellowed parchment. If Su Qianxue were present, she would instantly recognize it as the marriage certificate she had given to Shanro. Ning Chun and Shanro's marriage certificate. Slowly walking up to Ning Chun, her face flushed. Shanro offered him the certificate. "This is." Ning Chun accepted the marriage certificate and opened it, momentarily stunned. A union of 2 families, a covenant established. A lasting bond matched in name. With this vow of eternal companionship, may we inscribe our hearts on this red leaf, affirming our union. From this day forward, may we be bound in this connection, becoming a perfect couple, sharing a lifetime together, as harmonious as flowers and moons. Ning Ten, Shanro, this certificate. Reciting the words inscribed on the certificate, Ning Chun felt as though he had seen a ghost. This was a marriage certificate. Did he not only possess one with Su Qinxue? Had he not returned that certificate to her? How could another one with Shan Ro suddenly appear? What is the meaning of this? Ning Chun gazed at Shan Ro, bewildered. I am unsure how it came to be. It simply exists, Shan Ro replied, her cheeks reddening, yet attempting to maintain her composure. And where did it come from? He pressed. Well, after I leave, you can ask Qinxue. She knows more about it. Shan Ro giggled, extending her delicate hands to adjust Ning Chun's collar. Ning Chun, I am leaving now, she stated. Ning Chun set aside thoughts of the marriage certificate, reluctantly gazing at Shan Ro, about to speak, but she continued, I return this marriage certificate to you. When you feel it is the right time, take it and come propose to my family. With that, Shan Ro's face was as red as an apple as she cast a lingering glance at Ning Chun before turning to enter the car. The engine roared to life as the vehicle began to move away. Inside, Shan Ro looked back at Ning Chun through the rearview mirror, her heart heavy. Little Ro, this brief separation may either become a source of motivation for his progress or a final farewell. It all depends on him, Shan Chongqing observed with a gentle gaze. Father, I have faith in him, Shan Ro replied resolutely. Is that so? This world is fraught with challenges, numerous traps, and countless temptations. I hope your judgment proves correct, Shan Chongqing murmured, closing his eyes. When Shan Ro turned to glance at Ning Chun once more through the rearview mirror, he had already vanished from sight. In front of the mountaintop villa, Ning Chun stood alone for a while, gazing at the marriage certificate in his hand and then looking down at the city below, murmuring, Ro, wait for me. I will soon take this marriage certificate to find you in the provincial capital. With that, he began his descent down the mountain. Although Shan Ro had suggested he come with the certificate when the time was right, he pondered when that would truly be. Only when he possessed sufficient strength to stand equally before the formidable Shan family, or even to look down upon them, would he be qualified to present this marriage certificate to Shan Ro. Until then, even if he went, it would be in vain. Without power, all words are futile. Ringing, just as he reached the foot of the mountain, his phone rang. Ning Chun, let us meet somewhere. The caller was Su Qinxue. Alricht, Ning Ten noted. Even if Su Qinxue had not reached out, he was eager to see her. He sought to clarify with Su Qinxue the matter regarding the marriage certificate that Dan Ro had entrusted to him. Why did Dan Ro suggest that he inquire with Su Qinxue? Chapter 154, 10 Marriage Certificates, half an hour later. In the nearest CAF at the foot of the mountain, Ning Chun sat across from Su Qinxue. Miss Su, what is going on? Why do I have a marriage certificate with Dan Ro? Why did she ask me to come and ask you? Ning Chun could no longer contain his curiosity as he faced Su Qinxue. With a bitter smile, she retrieved a small wooden box from her bag and placed it before them. Isn't this what you gave me? Ning Chun furrowed his brow. Indeed, this is the box you gave me, containing the marriage certificate between you and me, Su Qinxue explained slowly. The marriage certificate with Dan Ro was also found in this box. What? Ning Chun's expression shifted to one of shock. This box was left to me by my grandfather, and the marriage certificate inside, it pertains to the agreement between my grandfather and Su Qinxue's grandfather. If Dan Ro's certificate was also discovered within, does that imply that I have long been betrothed to Dan Ro as well? Was it arranged by my grandfather? Observing Ning Chun's reaction, Su Qinxue could only imagine his turmoil and remarked, You've kept this box by your side for so many years without ever opening it? My grandfather passed when I was only 5. It was already a feat to remember this box's existence. Ning Chun replied with a wry smile. Su Qinxue nodded and continued. Then you may open it now and take another look. Ning Chun, puzzled, glanced at Su Qinxue before. At her prompting, he opened the box. In the next moment, he was left speechless, frozen in place. Inside the small wooden box lay a stack of marriage certificates, all inscribed on yellowed parchment, identical to the one he held from Dan Ro. Intermarriage of 2 clans, an agreement made in one hall, a vow for a lifetime, inscribed upon a red note. Henceforth, a bond is formed and a couple is established. This certifies Ning Ten, Ye Yan, Ning Ten, Lu Rui, Ning Ten, Lin Shui. Ning Chun struggled to articulate his feelings at that moment. In short, disbelief overwhelmed him. There were a total of 10 marriage certificates in the box, including those of Su Qinxue and Dan Ro. How deeply concerned was his grandfather about the continuation of the Ning family line to silently arrange 10 betrothals for him. This is the situation. When I retrieved my marriage certificate from you, I discovered that this box contained 9 additional certificates, while the others have no bearing on me. I found Dan Rowe's certificate and could not disregard it. Thus, I took out her certificate, intending for her to approach you to annul the engagement. However, it seems serendipity led her to become infatuated with you instead. On the bright side, Uncle Dan intervened in time and took Dan Rowe away, so you should no longer have the opportunity to harm her. By the way, Dan Rowe is unaware of the existence of the other certificates. I chose not to inform her to spare her feelings. Now, the rightful owner returns. Here are the 8 marriage certificates, and I shall take my leave. After concluding her words, Su Chinchue rose and exited the CF. Ning Chun sat alone for a moment, contemplating how to return Dan Rowe's certificate along with the other 8 when he noticed a small hidden compartment at the bottom of the box. Upon opening the secret compartment, he found a letter and a silver stone. Upon unfolding the letter, Ning Chen's expression changed dramatically. It was a message from his grandfather. Little Chun, I am your grandfather. By the time you read this letter, you should have received my legacy. Chapter 155. Ning Chen's origins. The letter detailed the legacy and the significance of the 10 marriage certificates. It also unveiled Ning Chen's lineage. Years ago, due to enmity, shortly after your mother gave birth to you, she was taken away by her family. Your mother's family disdained your father, believing he was unworthy of her, and imposed numerous unreasonable demands upon him. To save both your mother and you, your father had no choice but to leave you behind. Your father and I both carry our burdens, bound by our missions. Thus, the only one who can rescue your mother is you. If you can fully comprehend my legacy, cultivate to a sufficient level, and possess adequate strength, you will naturally be able to rescue your mother, find your father, and even locate me. Remember, your grandfather's name is Ning Xianyuan, your father's name is Ning Podien, and your mother's name is Su Shu. Your mother is likely still imprisoned within the Su family in the capital, but until you possess sufficient strength, you must not step foot in the capital. Upon finishing the letter, tears streamed down Ning Chen's face. His grandfather was named Ning Xianyuan, his father Ning Podien, and his mother Su Shu. Su family of the capital, how dare you abduct my mother and imprison her? Just wait. I will come to the capital and ensure you learn the error of your ways. Ning Chen clenched his fists, vowing silently. After leaving the CAF, Ning Chen returned to his villa. After a brief exchange with Jasmine, he isolated himself. He intended to enter seclusion. Before him lay a row of several small essence pills. Ning Chun sat cross-legged, swallowed one, closed his eyes, and directed his energy upwards, commencing his cultivation. The potent medicinal properties of the small essence pills were extraordinary. Merely a day later, Ning Chun made a breakthrough, advancing to the 6th level of qi refining. After 2 more days, he achieved another breakthrough, reaching the 7th level of qi refining. 3 days later, he once again broke through, attaining the 8th level of qi refining. Ning Chen slowly opened his eyes, standing upright, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. In just 6 days, he had ascended 3 levels, progressing from the 5th to the 8th level of qi refining. His strength had surged remarkably. The numerous small essence pills had dwindled to just 2 remaining, having consumed an excess of the pills at once. Further consumption would yield diminished effects. Ning Chan decided to give 1 small essence pill to Jasmine. Although Jasmine recognized him as her master, he had yet to formally present her with a gift of apprenticeship. Take this small essence pill. I will assist you in refining its medicinal properties. The benefits you derive will depend on your own fortune, Ning Chen instructed. Yes, master. Jasmine, perceiving Ning Chen's serious demeanor, did not dare to be negligent. After swallowing the essence pill, she immediately followed Ning Chen's guidance, sitting cross-legged to refine it. Half a day later, Jasmine suddenly let out a loud exclamation, expelling a breath of turbid air, and leapt up in excitement. Master, I feel an unprecedented surge of power within me. Is this internal energy? Have I become an internal energy warrior? Jasmine exclaimed in joy. Ning Chun smiled gently. This is not the inferior internal energy. What you feel is spiritual power. You are not merely an internal energy warrior, but a cultivator. Your current level should be the 2nd level of qi refining. With the aid of a single essence pill, Jasmine had stepped into the realm of cultivation, attaining the 2nd level of qi refining. While she might not necessarily defeat formidable internal energy warriors based solely on strength, the distinction in realms was akin to heaven and earth, a remarkable disparity. Chapter 156, Gathering Spirit Array Master. I will forever be grateful for your immense kindness. I will remain your disciple for this lifetime, the next and beyond, always following you. Jasmine, feeling the extraordinary power within her, was deeply moved and knelt before Ningchun, bowing 3 times. Rise, I'm a simple person. If you are sincere with me, I shall be equally sincere with you. Ningchun smiled. Yes, master. A day as a teacher is a lifetime as a father. If you have any requests in the future, please do not hesitate to command. Jasmine stood, her excitement palpable. Jasmine has endured a past marred by misfortune, yet she considers herself fortunate to have encountered Ningchun, and thus she cherishes their bond immensely. Subsequently, Ningchun delved into the study of the silver stone he discovered within the hidden compartment of a wooden box. He sensed that this silver stone was far from ordinary, as it likely contained unimaginable spiritual energy. However, upon attempting to directly absorb the energy within, he found himself unable to do so. Why not utilize this silver stone as the focal point to establish a grand gathering formation for spiritual energy? A sudden epiphany illuminated Ning Chen's mind. Previously, the gathering formations he had laid out using spiritual energy from those jade pendants could only be deemed as miniature versions, their effective range limited to merely a few meters. And the amount of spiritual energy they could gather was exceedingly scarce. This limitation stemmed, on one hand, from the inferior material of the jade pendants, and on the other, from Ning Chen's own insufficient prowess. Yet the most significant factor was the absence of a focal point. The efficacy of a formation varies exponentially based on the presence or absence of a focal point. Resolute, Ningchun proceeded to the rooftop of the villa, channeling the spiritual energy within himself, using the silver stone as the focal point. After an arduous half-day, he finally succeeded in establishing a grand gathering formation. This formation could draw in spiritual energy from a radius of 10 miles, nearly enveloping the entirety of Jiang City. Soon, the spiritual energy from all around Jiang City began converging towards the villa's rooftop, forming a vast swirling vortex in the air. The atmosphere quickly became saturated with spiritual energy. As the concentration of energy increased, the air grew increasingly humid, and droplets of transparent liquid began to form on the silver stone, serving as the focal point. Ningchun attempted to collect these droplets, only to discover they were imbued with rich spiritual energy. I see now. These droplets are the result of spiritual energy condensing from the moisture in the air under the influence of the formation. Henceforth, let us call this spiritual liquid. Ningchun mused, enlightened. Although the spiritual energy contained within the spiritual liquid paled in comparison to that of a century-old herb, its ability to manifest from nothing and to accumulate in abundance rendered it a valuable treasure. Overjoyed, Ningchun promptly summoned Jasmine and entrusted her with the task of collecting the spiritual liquid. Meanwhile, the external discussions regarding Ningchun had reached a fever pitch. Shan Rou had departed, leaving Jiang City for the provincial capital, yet she did not take Ningchun with her. The Shan family's influence had completely withdrawn from Jiang City. To many observers, Ningchun now resembled a once mighty eagle with clipped wings, a tiger with severed legs, or a pitiful creature stripped of its support. In the Wang family, Wang Defa wore a dark expression. His son, Wang Mingfeng, had fallen victim to Ningchun, a fact widely recognized throughout Jiang City, though no one dare voice it, primarily due to the Shan family's prior influence. However, with the Shan family gone, would he not seek vengeance? Chapter 157. Is Ningchun a paper tiger? Mr. Zhao, previously, Ningchun had Shan Rou as his backing. But now that she has been forcibly taken away by Shan Changsheng and the Shan family's power has fully receded from Jiang City, can you truly tolerate Ning Chen's brazen display as he divides the spoils here? Wang Defa approached Zhao Qingshan, the head of the Zhao family, one of Jiang City's 3 prominent families, attempting to persuade him. Wang Defa, you bear a grudge against Ningchun, yet I have no such animosity towards him. Why should I assist you in your vendetta? Zhao Qingshan retorted with a cold smile. Wang Defa's expression shifted immediately as he hurriedly explained, Mr. Zhao, you misunderstand. My intentions are solely for your benefit. Consider this. Originally, the power dynamics in Jiang City were dominated by the Shan family, with the Su, Xia, and your Zhao family as the three strong contenders. Now that the Shan family has withdrawn and the Xia family has been annihilated, the landscape of Jiang City is poised to shift towards a division between the Su family and your Zhao family. Indeed, Zhao Qingshan admitted with a smug smile. Wang Defa continued, Mr. Zhao, you were indeed positioned to share Jiang City with the Su family, but who could have anticipated the emergence of Ning Chun? Now, through the Midyuan festival, he has risen to become the preeminent figure in Jiang City's underground world. Even without the Shan family's support, he maintains good relations with the Su family. Should the Su family choose to bolster Ning Chun, allowing him to reclaim the power lost by the Xia family, he could very well assume their position and stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Zhao Qingshan's expression darkened immediately. As a formidable figure in Jiang City, how could he bear witness to Ning Chen's ascent, replacing the Xia family and equaling his own status? Ultimately, without the Shan family's backing, Ning Chun was merely a paper tiger stripped of its fangs. By the way, Mr. Zhao, I've heard that young Master Du from the provincial capital has been lingering in Jiang City lately. I recall he once had an altercation with that scoundrel Ning Chun. Perhaps we should, Wang Defa proposed. After losing his son, he had conducted extensive research on Ning Chun. Very well, Zhao Qingshan finally nodded in agreement. In a five-star hotel, Du Wenxi reveled in the service provided by He Lin, comfortably indulging in a cigar. Young Master Du, when will you take action against Ning Chun? In my opinion, it would be wise to capture that old rat of his mother. Then, dealing with Ning Chun would be a piece of cake. He Lin urged eagerly. Calm down. If I truly wish to deal with Ning Chun, it would be a simple matter. Let us wait a couple more days. Once the Shan family's influence in Jiang City has diminished further, I will ensure Ning Chun walks right into a trap, Du Wenxi replied with a mocking grin. He had previously hesitated to act against Ning Chun for fear of leaving a negative impression on Shan Rou, but that concern was about to dissipate. In just a few days, Ning Chun's downfall would be imminent. He Lin returned to the He family, excitedly announcing the news. He Jinxiang and Jiang Xiuping erupted in cheers. Daughter, is this true? Splendid. Splendid. With the Shan family gone and Shan Rou having abandoned Ning Chun, the detested scoundrel was destined for ruin. Young Master Du had already made his decision to take action against him. He Lin gushed. That wretched Ning Chun thought he could cling to the Shan family support? Now that they have completely withdrawn from Jiang City, who else can he rely on? That scoundrel caused my son to languish in prison. Now he is receiving his just deserts. He Jinxiang raged, still lamenting his son He Gang's imprisonment. I cannot wait to see Ning Chen's face. Was he not full of himself? Now that the Shan family has abandoned him, he is nothing. Jiang Xiuping's face was equally filled with malicious glee. That wretched Ning Chun, who was once discarded by me, has now been cast aside by Shan Rou as well. His fate is to be perpetually rejected by women. No, in just a couple of days, he will no longer have the opportunity to be spurned by any woman. Young Master Du will likely ensure he is rendered unrecognizable. He Lin brimmed with confidence in Du Wenxi, believing that she and Shan Rou had both cast off Ning Chun, thus elevating her to the same level as Shan Rou. Among the He family, only He Qing remained silent, his face etched with concern. Chapter 158. Requesting a best friend to look after my boyfriend? As nearly everyone in Jiang City believed Ning Chun had been abandoned by Shan Rou and had lost his powerful ally, waiting to witness his impending doom, the one-eyed wolf and Su Hai came knocking at his door. Mr. Ning, here are the profits from the protective talismans over this period. Mr. Ning, several clients have prepaid and wish to request your blessing on their jade pendants. The two had come to report on recent earnings and to discuss their share with Ning Chun. Both were somewhat aware of Ning Chen's true capabilities and recognized that his strength had never relied on Shan Rou or the Shan family. Additionally, with the demise of Xia Guodong and Xia Yunfei, the remaining members of the Xia family were unable to safeguard their assets. The Xia family's vast enterprises were swiftly divided among the Su family, the Zhao family, and other factions. Even underground bosses like the One-Eyed Wolf benefited from spoils. Now, Su Hai and the One-Eyed Wolf had come to present the assets they had secured from the Xia family to Ning Chun as a demonstration of their loyalty. Mr. Ning, these assets were obtained from the Xia family and rightfully belong to you. We implore you to accept them. Two individuals produced a substantial stack of documents, all pertaining to property rights and equity, collectively valued at several hundred million. Ning Chun nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from declining. though he lacked the inclination to manage these affairs himself, delegating the responsibility entirely to Jasmine. Jasmine, you will oversee these matters from now on. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek guidance from the two of them, Ningchen instructed. Understood, Master, Jasmine replied with a nod. The One-Eyed Wolf and Su Hai, witnessing Ningchen's unwavering trust in Jasmine, found their appraisal of her significantly elevated. Meanwhile, Shan Rou and Su Qianxue, two close friends, were engaged in an extended phone conversation. Qianxue, why haven't I heard from Ningchen these past few days? Could you please inquire about him? I've heard whispers that many are secretly plotting against him. Is there any truth to this? Shan Rou expressed her concerns. I have no intention of investigating. In a couple of days, I will be leaving Jiang City too. As for your Ningchen, let him fend for himself, Su Qianxue teased. Oh please, my dear Qianxue, don't be like that. Since you have nothing to do, why not stay in Jiang City a few more days? Help me gather some news about Ningchen and keep an eye on him, Shan Rou pleaded. Are you really asking your close friend to look after your boyfriend? Rou, that's rather perilous, Su Qianxue joked, suddenly struck by an amusing thought. It's perfectly fine. Just take care of him. Even if it leads to you sharing a bed, it won't matter. After all, you lost the bet last time and have to fulfill your promise to marry him alongside me. Shan Rou chuckled. What nonsense. I only wish to take care of you in bed, Su Qianxue retorted playfully. Oh really? I'm currently in bed, so shall we video chat? Sure, who is afraid? Oh, you're actually wearing. Haha, you little temptress. Initially, Su Qianxue had planned to leave Jiang City, but at Shan Rou's insistence, she ultimately agreed to stay a while longer to look after Ningchen. In truth, Su Qianxue had already received news that many in Jiang City were conspiring against Ningchen. Her decision to remain was driven by her own curiosity about how Ningchen would navigate this predicament. If he resorted solely to brute force, it would undoubtedly disappoint her. That evening, the One-Eyed Wolf received a notification from the Jiang City Chamber of Commerce, stating that his sales of amulets had a detrimental impact on the local business environment. He was summoned to the Chamber's headquarters the following midday to clarify issues pertaining to the sale of amulets, including the source and the manufacturer. Mr. Ning, these individuals are utterly outrageous. It's clear that the Chamber is simply envious. The One-Eyed Wolf exclaimed angrily upon reaching Ningchen. The reputation of these life-saving talismans had spread beyond Jiang City, attracting buyers from the provincial capital and even from other provinces eager to procure an amulet in the black market. Priced at 2 million each, there was no shortage of demand. Ningchen, however, was reluctant to flood the market with too many amulets, fearing the potential ramifications. Nonetheless, the lucrative nature of the amulet business had evoked envy among many. Once immersed in the underground world, the One-Eyed Wolf now aspired to cleanse his reputation and ascend, hoping to achieve this through the amulet business. Thus, he could not dismiss the Chamber's notification lightly. No matter, I shall accompany you to the Chamber tomorrow, Ningchen remarked nonchalantly. If you're going, then I can rest easy, the One-Eyed Wolf sighed in relief. For reasons unknown, he felt an unshakable trust in Ningchen. The next day, the One-Eyed Wolf arrived early at the Chamber of Commerce. The chamber was primarily controlled by several powerful families, with Zhao Qingshan serving as the executive vice president, while the nominal president was a figure sent down from above named Wu Longshen. Numerous families had gathered, all eager to partake in the booming amulet trade. They surrounded the One-Eyed Wolf, pressing him for details about the source of the amulets and their manufacturers. If the One-Eyed Wolf divulged the source, it could dismantle his monopoly, allowing others to acquire and resell them at a profit. Given the amulet's unique nature, it was not merely a matter of profit, but also a prime gift for influential individuals. Rumor had it that someone had sought a favor from a prominent figure in the provincial capital, offering vast sums of cash and priceless antiques, only to be rebuffed. It was only when they procured an amulet that their request was granted. Everyone, please refrain from further inquiries. The master craftsman behind the amulets will soon arrive, the One-Eyed Wolf announced. Anticipation filled the room as they awaited his arrival. Shortly thereafter, Ningchen entered the chamber's hall with a measured pace. Ningchen, what brings you here? Do you intend to partake in the amulet business as well? A young man exclaimed dramatically upon spotting him. Ningchen recognized him as Zhao Limin, an old acquaintance and a former colleague, the very individual who had been dragged out during a previous gathering at Su Hai's hotel. Zhao Limin, having aligned himself with the Zhao family after suffering a humiliating defeat, was now looking to benefit from the amulet business himself. Why shouldn't I partake in this amulet venture? Ningchen replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Ha ha! Ningchen, this is not Su's hotel. This is the chamber. And even the Su family cannot extend their reach here. You think you can stake a claim to the amulet business? How absurd. Zhao Limin laughed mockingly. The Jiang City chamber was predominantly under Zhao family control, and while the Su family was formidable, they held little sway within the chamber. At that moment, Wang Defa noticed Ning Chun and, filled with hatred, coldly asserted, had my son possessed one of those amulets, he would not have perished by your hand. You think to meddle in the amulet trade today? Even if we consent, Mr. Zhao would never allow it. Wang Defa, emboldened by the protection of Zhao Qingshan, no longer feared Ning Chun. Ning Chun glanced at Wang Defa, replying icily, even if your son had 100 amulets, I would have slain him regardless. You, Ning, this is the chamber. Your arrogance suggests you hold Mr. Zhao in disdain. Wang Defa retorted angrily. Their exchange attracted Zhao Qingshan's attention, who approached with an air of superiority, declaring, Ning Chun, you don't seem to be a member of the chamber. Are you here to apply for membership? If so, you must submit an application and await our response, which will be provided within 7 working days. However, I cannot guarantee your acceptance, as we are currently stringent about membership criteria. Zhao Qingshan, leveraging his position as vice president, sought to belittle Ning Chun and simultaneously satisfy Wang Defa and Zhao Limin. Others present began to murmur, casting doubts on Ning Chun's character, insinuating that he was merely a man who relied on women, and now that Shan Ro had abandoned him, he was destined to revert to his former state. Meanwhile, Du Wenxi, standing beside the one-eyed wolf, cast a scornful glance at Ning Chun, thinking to himself that dealing with Ning Chun required no effort on his part. Zhao Qingshan and Wang Defa would suffice. I have just expressed my thoughts. What are yours? The business of talismans is quite unique and relying solely on you. The one-eyed wolf is insufficient. It would be more prudent to introduce me to the adept craftsman behind the talismans. Together, we could amass wealth, and the Du family could serve as your formidable support. What say you? Du Wenxi disregarded Ning Chun and continued addressing the one-eyed wolf. The one-eyed wolf shook his head and replied, Young Master Du, if you wish to meet the master craftsman of the talismans, you can do so now. What? Now? Where? Du Wenxi was taken aback. Right here in the hall of the Trading Association, the one-eyed wolf said with a smile. What? Who is it? Who is that master? Du Wenxi exclaimed with excitement. Zhao Qingshan, Wang Defa, Zhao Limin, and others began searching the vicinity, eager to uncover the identity of the talisman craftsman. In the next moment, the one-eyed wolf approached Ning Chun and respectfully stated, Mr. Ning, you have arrived. He then announced to the crowd, the master craftsman of the talismans is none other than Mr. Ning. An uproar ensued in the trading hall. What? Ning Chun is the master craftsman of the talismans? This cannot be true. No way. This is absurd. One-eyed wolf, do not forget we are in the Trading Association. If you speak such nonsense, we shall permanently revoke your membership. The crowd protested loudly. Do you not believe me when I say I am the master craftsman of the talismans? Ning Chun retorted with a cold laugh, revealing a thick stack of talismans to the incredulous gazes of the crowd. Each piece, crafted from talisman paper and cinnabar, was identical to those sold for 2 to 3 million on the black market. Chapter 161. How dare you question me? So many talismans? Are they truly authentic? The crowd gasped in disbelief, staring at Ning Chun. Ning Chun, you wouldn't have brought a stack of fake talismans to deceive us, would you? Amidst the shock, Zhao Limin suddenly shouted, How dare you question me? Ning Chun shot a cold glance at Zhao Limin, and with a flick of his wrist, one talisman flew from his hand and adhered to Zhao Limin's chest. What? Zhao Limin, confused, reached to remove the talisman. At that moment, Ning Chun extended his right hand and drew a gun from the one-eyed wolf's waist. Ning Chun, what are you doing? Bodyguards! Bodyguards! The crowd erupted in panic. In an instant, with all eyes wide in horror, Ning Chun raised the gun and aimed it at Zhao Limin's chest, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A bullet struck Zhao Limin's chest at lightning speed. Zhao Limin's face turned pale as he screamed in terror. Yet amidst the screams, the crowd noticed that the bullet had not penetrated Zhao Limin's body. Instead, it seemed to strike an invisible barrier before it bizarrely hovered in the air, then fell to the ground with a thud. A pool of yellow liquid began to seep from beneath Zhao Limin's feet, quickly engulfing the bullet. He had indeed been so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. Realization dawned on the crowd. They had just witnessed the protective effect of the talisman. It could withstand the impact of a car at 100 yards and absorb a bullet. They had seen the talisman's efficacy firsthand. The crowd's gaze toward Ning Chun transformed into fervent admiration. It turned out that the stack of talismans in Ning Chun's hand was genuine. Evidently, Ning Chun was indeed the master craftsman of the talismans. The crowd's perception of Ning Chun underwent a complete 180-degree turn. Since Ning Chun was the master craftsman of such miraculous talismans, who would dare to underestimate him? Even without the Shanjia's backing? Mr. Ning, please sell me the talismans. I'll pay any price. Mr. Ning, may we find a private place to discuss? I can offer a price far exceeding the current one. Mr. Ning, let us collaborate. You set the price. The crowd thronged around Ning Chun, eager to propose partnerships. Ning Chun smiled faintly, glanced at Zhao Limin, and said teasingly, "Do you now believe that I can partake in the talisman business?" I. Zhao Limin, ashamed, lowered his head, his face turning beet red. Amidst the crowd's disdainful looks, he hurriedly left, clutching his damp trousers. He could not fathom how the foolish Ning Chun from years ago had transformed into a master craftsman of talismans. This world was utterly insane. Zhao Limin quickly vanished. After publicly humiliating himself, he would likely find it impossible to regain his standing in the trading association. Wang Defa's face was grim, retreating a couple of steps while contemplating Ning Chun's earlier words. Even if your son carried 100 talismans, I could still kill him without hesitation. Zhao Qingshan's expression darkened as he recalled his condescending demand for Ning Chun to submit materials to join the association. Now, Ning Chun had revealed his identity as the master craftsman and had caused Zhao Limin to embarrass himself. The Zhao family had been thoroughly humiliated. Chapter 162, Do Not Provoke Me. Du Wenxi's expression was as foul as if he had consumed something vile. His gaze was fixed on Ning Chun. Moments ago, he had requested the one-eyed wolf to introduce him to the master craftsman, only to discover that the master was indeed Ning Chun. This was a slap to his face. Ning Chun seemed to sense Du Wenxi's stare, turned his head, and looked at him, as if to say, "Do not provoke me, or you shall pay dearly for it." The members of the trading association were now frantically seeking partnerships with Ning Chun, to which he merely replied, "I have entrusted the entire talisman business to the one-eyed wolf. If you wish to collaborate, please negotiate with him. By the way, I am not particularly fond of the Wang family, so those engaged in business with them should refrain from participating in the talisman trade." When Ning Chun mentioned the Wang family, he was undoubtedly referring to Wang Defa. Upon hearing this, the others cast pitying glances at Wang Defa. On one side was the lucrative talisman business, and on the other was the financially crumbling Wang family. What choice was there? Even those who had stood close to Wang Defa began to distance themselves. Wang Defa was utterly isolated, his countenance resembling one who had just lost their entire family. It was evident that soon, all ties to the Wang family's business would be severed, leading to their inevitable downfall and financial ruin. Ning Chun watched the crowd's reaction with satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over them before he spoke again. In addition to the talisman business, I have other ventures that promise even greater profits, which I shall present for us all to engage in together. However, I must emphasize, do not provoke me. If you approach me with kindness, I shall reciprocate with kindness. If you approach me with malice, then I shall respond with the utmost severity. Upon finishing, Ning Chun's cold gaze swept over Wang Defa, Zhao Qingshan, and Du Wenxi. He then handed the thick stack of talismans to the one-eyed wolf and strode out of the trading association. Wang Defa felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling with despair. Zhao Qingshan, too, appeared dejected, suddenly realizing the importance of avoiding conflict with Ning Chun. Du Wenxi's expression was one of bitterness, gritting his teeth, revealing a hint of malice in his eyes. Meanwhile, the remaining crowd quickly surrounded the one-eyed wolf, eager to collaborate with him. Back at the villa, Ning Chun contemplated the future. It seemed that in addition to enhancing his combat abilities, he must also develop his business acumen. Through the talisman venture, he had effortlessly established himself within the Jiangsheng Trading Association, securing a foothold that could not have been achieved solely through force. However, the amulet business remains modest. It is essential to control the quantity of such items. Therefore, to expand commercially, Alternative avenues must be explored. Jasmine, please elaborate on the matter of the spiritual liquid. Ningchun summoned Jasmine. It turned out that while Jasmine was collecting the spiritual liquid yesterday, she diluted it with pure water due to its precious nature. Subsequently, she discovered that the diluted liquid, when applied to the face and body, produced remarkable beauty effects, far surpassing all major cosmetic brands available on the market. Moreover, small wounds on the body healed rapidly after applying the diluted liquid. Drinking the diluted liquid invigorated one, filling them with vitality. This spiritual liquid is truly a miraculous treasure. Master, in my opinion, this liquid could aptly be named the water of life. Jasmine concluded excitedly. Water of life? That is indeed a fitting name. From now on, we shall refer to the diluted spiritual liquid as the water of life. Ningchun took a gentle sip of the diluted liquid. Its spiritual essence had diminished significantly, yet he could still faintly sense it. If consumed regularly, beyond enhancing beauty and restoring energy, it could genuinely improve one's constitution and replenish vital essence. If taken in sufficient quantities over time, it could rival a small essence pill. Jasmine, please draft a commercial proposal for the water of life. I have a premonition that if the commercial potential of this water of life is fully realized, the heights we could achieve would be quite astounding. Ningchun contemplated. But, Master, why don't we keep all of this splendid substance for ourselves? Jasmine inquired, perplexed, whether it is the concentrated spiritual liquid or the diluted water of life. While they're indeed valuable to us, they're not the best options available. To rapidly enhance our strength, we must explore medicinal herbs. The liquid can only serve as an adjunct. On the other hand, commercializing the water of life could lead to an unparalleled commercial success. The power of commerce should not be underestimated. Once we reach a certain level, its influence could even expedite our cultivation progress. Besides, the spiritual liquid will not all be diluted into water of life. We will certainly reserve some for ourselves, Ningchun patiently explained. The commercialization of the water of life is essentially about making the most of our resources. Ningchun's cultivation prowess primarily manifests in the underground world, whereas the commercial strength derived from the water of life, alongside the amulet business, will be realized in the upper world. At that point, Ningchun would truly possess the capability to stand shoulder to shoulder with the elite, perhaps even surpassing them. If you have any questions regarding the commercialization plan for the water of life, you may consult Su Hai. Ningchun added after a moment's thought. Given that Jasmine is still inexperienced in business, having Su Hai as assistance should facilitate a quicker breakthrough. Meanwhile, news from the Chamber of Commerce swiftly reached Su Qianxue's ears. It turns out that this amulet is indeed remarkable, capable of deflecting bullets. It seems Ningchun was not lying after all. He truly can create such extraordinary amulets. Clearly, his feng shui skills are not to be underestimated. Su Qianxu amused while toying with a yellow talisman amulet. This talisman was a gift from Ningchun to both her and Dan Rose some time ago. Although she had contemplated discarding it several times, she found herself inexplicably holding on to it. After receiving the news from the Chamber of Commerce, she had taken a gun and personally fired at the amulet, leading her to believe in its efficacy. Ningchun, you have handled this matter remarkably well. Through your creation of amulets, you have indeed established a foothold in the Jiangchang Chamber of Commerce and gained a genuine place in the upper echelons of society. Su Qianxue praised him, a rare compliment. While Su Qianxue was extolling Ningchun, he received a phone call from his adoptive mother, Qin Yueshu. Her tone was somewhat peculiar. Xiao Chun, could you possibly return to Feng County? I've been thinking, given my age, it might be best for you to live in Feng County from now on. I have found a lovely girl for you there. She's quite pretty, and I would like you to meet her. Ningchun found Qin Yueshu's words rather strange. She had previously met Dan Rou and expressed satisfaction with her. Why was she suddenly asking him to return to Feng County for a blind date? Though perplexed, Ningchun returned to Feng County the following day. Mother, what is going on? Ningchun confronted Qin Yueshu directly. Qin Yueshu's expression was odd, and after a moment of silence, she said, Xiao Chun, I know Miss Dan is wonderful, but you must understand, she comes from a prominent family, and our circumstances are vastly different. You two are not from the same world. If you force a relationship, it will not lead to happiness. Ningchun quickly explained, Mother, that won't happen, But Qin Yueshu interrupted him, her displeasure evident. Xiao Chun, do you still listen to your mother? If you do, then do as I say. This girl, Ma Xia, I have already arranged for you to meet her at the CAF on the pedestrian street. Go and see if you find her suitable. Xiao Chun, you should find a girl like Ma Xia, someone ordinary. Come back to Feng County, and let us live a stable, secure life. After speaking, Qin Yueshu handed Ning Chun a photograph of a reasonably attractive woman. Reluctantly, Ning Chun took the picture and headed to the CEF, reasoning that he could at least meet this Ma Xia, then returned to inform Qin Yueshu that they were not a match, while gradually uncovering why she had suddenly changed her mind. Unbeknownst to Ning Chun, after he left, Qin Yueshu began to weep, softly murmuring, Xiao Chun, I am so sorry. I know you have feelings for Miss Dan, but I cannot bear to see you in danger. Those people have already warned that if you do not break up with her, they will resort to assassination. When your grandfather entrusted you to me, I cannot allow you to be in danger. Ning Chun soon arrived at the CAF on the pedestrian street, where Ma Xia was already waiting. Hello, you must be Ning Chun. Come, sit down. Ma Xia greeted him with overwhelming enthusiasm as he approached. You are Ma Xia? Hello, I am Ning Chun. There seems to be a misunderstanding regarding this blind date. Ning Chun began to explain. However, Ma Xia not only disregarded his explanation, but also moved from across the table to sit beside him, warmly wrapping her arms around his. She leaned in closely. What are you doing? Ning Chun frowned and pushed her away. Yet Ma Xia showed no signs of anger, maintaining a friendly smile, her hands reaching out toward him as if his rejection was merely playful banter. Miss Ma, please conduct yourself appropriately. Ning Chun rose, his demeanor turning cold. Just then, he noticed a man not far away pointing his phone in their direction. Upon making eye contact, the man appeared flustered, hurriedly tapping on his phone before putting it away and attempting to leave. Wait. Ning Chun swiftly intercepted the man's path. What do you want? The man stuttered, visibly anxious. Were you filming me just now? Ning Chun asked directly, his gaze piercing into the man's eyes, an invisible threat emanating from him. And no, we want to film you. The man trembled, stammering in fear. He quickly covered the pocket where he kept his phone and insisted, Let me go. If you dare to take my phone. Ning Chun let out a cold laugh, his expression and demeanor already revealing the answer to his question. Thus, he had little interest in examining the man's phone. He simply wished to know who had sent him. You better speak honestly, or this table will be your end. Upon finishing his words, Ning Chun struck the marble table before him, creating a clear hole. Chapter 165, The Hidden Hand. Don't do anything rash. The man instantly turned pale with fear and trembled as he produced his phone, handing it to Ning Chun. I don't know who the other party is. I only know to contact them through this WeChat. Ning Chun took the phone, opened it, and saw that a video had been sent to one of the accounts. The video depicted Ning Chun and Ma Xia sitting together, and if one were to trim the beginning and end, it could easily be misconstrued as an intimate exchange between them. Ning Chun sneered and initiated a voice call. The other party quickly answered. The video has been received. Well done. I will transfer the final payment to you shortly. A man's voice echoed from a phone. Ning Chun's brow furrowed as he recalled the voice. It was none other than Du Wenxi. This video will have no effect. Du Wenxi. Ma Xia is also your doing. ISNT Shi, I advise you to tread carefully, or else you will come to regret provoking me. Ning Chun spoke coldly into the phone. Ning Ten, why are you the one? Du Wenxi on the other end was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, sneering. Since you already know, I want to hide it from you. Indeed, this is a trap I set up. I can only imagine how heartbroken Dan Ro must be upon seeing this video. Do you think she will completely give up on you? Furious, Ning Chun retorted, Du Wenxi, you must be the one behind my mother's troubles too. I warn you, do not provoke me further, and do not target my mother. If you swear on your mother's name to break up with Dan Ro immediately and never appear before her again, I may let your mother go. Otherwise, I will simply have your mother speak with you. Before Du Wenxi could finish, Ning Chun's expression shifted dramatically as he growled, Du Wenxi, if you dare to lay a hand on my mother, I swear I will not spare you. Apologies, but I have already acted against your mother. I always ensure a double guarantee in my undertakings, Du Wenxi said, brimming with arrogance. Damn it. Ning Chun abruptly ended the call, disregarding the man and Ma Xia, and dashed out like a tempest. In just 5 minutes, he arrived home, a journey that typically took 20. As he reached his doorstep, he found the door wide open, and several burly men were dragging Qin Yueshu out. One of them was forcefully stuffing a towel into her mouth while the others restrained her arms, rendering her unable to escape. Due to the lack of sufficient speed in their attack, the protective jade amulet on Qin Yueshu had not been activated. Stop! Let my mother go! Ning Chen bellowed. Xiao Chun, run! Don't worry about me, just go! Qin Yueshu shouted desperately, trying to evade the towel. Kid, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll kill your mother. The lead thug sneered, brandishing a dagger menacingly at Qin Yueshu's throat. Go! D! Before he could finish, Ning Chen vanished and reappeared before the thug. The man was taken aback, and his knife plunged towards Qin Yueshu's neck. A translucent barrier suddenly enveloped Qin Yueshu's body as her protective jade amulet activated. What? The thug's face changed drastically. Boom! In the next moment, Ning Chen struck his palm against the thug's head with unrestrained fury. The sound of impact echoed, and the thug's head exploded like a ripe watermelon. Chapter 166. Qin Yueshu's Memories. Curse this! Everyone attack! The remaining thugs, filled with terror, shouted and abandoned Qin Yueshu to charge at Ning Chen. Ning Chen raised his hand and punched one thug, piercing through his chest. Another swift kick sent a different thug crashing against the wall with a sickening crack, breaking who knows how many bones. Enraged, Ning Chen dispatched the remaining thugs in mere moments, leaving some unconscious and others lifeless. Xiao Chun, you've killed someone. Qin Yueshu, now as pale as a ghost, trembled. You must run. You must run. Remember, you never returned. These men were all killed by me. Hurry, go. Mom. Ning Chen felt a surge of emotion. Even in her fright, Qin Yueshu was concerned for his safety. Mom, it's all right. These men are villains. They deserved it. I will be fine. After comforting Qin Yueshu, he took out his phone and called Li Chunfeng. Mr. Ning, how may I assist you? Li Chunfeng answered, surprised. Having witnessed Ning Chen's true strength in the valley and the closeness between him and Dan Ro, he dismissed the rumors circulating outside. I've killed a few people at home. Please come handle it, Ning Chen stated plainly. Li Chunfeng's heart sank. Understood, Mr. Ning. After hanging up, Ning Chen continued to reassure Qin Yueshu. She gazed at him, suddenly letting out a long sigh, lost in thought, as if transported back 25 years. 25 years ago, she had inadvertently encountered an old man holding a child. It was night, and the old man seemed to be fleeing from pursuers, with dozens of black-clad figures brandishing weapons leaping towards him. The old man bellowed and swung a sword, and all the attackers fell lifelessly to the ground. The old man was Ning Chen's grandfather, and the child in his arms was Ning Chen himself. Xiao Chun, you already bear your grandfather's legacy, Qin Yueshu murmured. Mom, I have inherited Grandpa's teachings, Ning Chen admitted, not wishing to conceal the truth from her. Good. This is wonderful. Xiao Chun, you will become a hero like your grandfather, Qin Yueshu said, her eyes reddening with tears, gripping Ning Chen's arm tightly. I was wrong. I underestimated you. I thought you were a fragile bird needing protection, but in reality, you have become an eagle soaring through the skies. Mom, no matter what, you raised me. You will always be my mother, Ning Chen said, his voice filled with emotion. After some time, Li Chunfeng arrived with the team. Secure the scene, he commanded coldly, then swiftly approached Ning Chen, assuring him, rest assured, Mr. Ning, this matter will not leak a word. Thank you, Ning Chen acknowledged, pulling a protective talisman from his pocket and handing it to him. This is the famous protective talisman from Jiang City? Yes, Ning Chen replied nonchalantly. Thank you. Mr. Ning, Li Chunfeng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with gratitude. In a few days, you should visit Jiang City and seek out a person named One-Eyed Wolf. You will be the agent for the protective talisman business in Feng County from now on. Thank you, Mr. Ning. I will remember your kindness. Li Chunfeng was overwhelmed, nearly kneeling in gratitude. Though merely a county-level agency for protective talismans, it signified access to valuable resources, potentially advancing his career significantly. Chapter 167. Yang Yin's Gift. After briefing Li Chunfeng, Ning Chen prepared to leave with Qin Yueshu. While waiting for Li Chunfeng, Ning Chen managed to persuade Qin Yueshu to move to Jiang City with him for mutual support. After all, no matter how powerful the protective jade pendant, it remained an inanimate object. Having Qin Yueshu by his side brought him peace of mind. By the way, Mr. Ning, a few days ago, Yang Yin came looking for you, but couldn't find you. She entrusted me with this to pass on to you. Suddenly, Li Chunfeng tapped her forehead and carefully presented a palm-sized pouch to Ning Chen. Upon receiving it, Ning Chen opened the pouch, and his pupils constricted in surprise. Yang Yin had sent him an immature Qian Sangzi. It was covered in tiny, unripe fruits resembling sunflower seeds. Ning Chen's heart soared. If he cultivated this Qian Sangzi properly, he could refine several small essence pills. Yang Yin mentioned she discovered it during another visit to the valley, suggesting it might be of use to you, Mr. Ning. Li Chunfeng explained proudly. Ning Chen nodded, instructing Li Chunfeng to assist Yang Yin whenever possible and to inform her that she could contact him directly if she needed help. Understood, Mr. Ning. Li Chunfeng responded with a series of nods. Afterward, Ning Chen returned to Jiang City with Qin Yushu. Mom, this is my disciple. You can call her Jasmine. Whenever I'm away, feel free to ask her for assistance. He introduced them. Jasmine, this is my mother. Your primary responsibility is to protect her, followed by matters related to the life water. Hello, Grandma. From now on, consider me your granddaughter and feel free to approach me with any concerns, Jasmine said eagerly. Granddaughter? Oh my. Qin Yushu was taken aback, unprepared to suddenly have a granddaughter so close in age. Grandma, once a disciple, always a family member. Since I am your disciple, I naturally become your granddaughter, Jasmine replied sweetly. Very well. What a lovely child. Qin Yushu nodded, her heart swelling with warmth. After settling Qin Yushu, the night had deepened. Yet, Ning Chen did not rest. Instead, he left home and ventured out. At the Jiang City Grand Hotel, in the presidential suite, He Lin was diligently attending to Du Wenci. Du Xiao, didn't you say you would deal with Ning Chen today? What happened? She asked expectantly. I've already forwarded a video of Ning Chen with another woman to Shan Ro. I'm sure she has seen it by now and is thoroughly disappointed in him. Du Wenci replied with a sinister smile. Additionally, I've arranged for someone to bring Ning Chen's mother to Jiang City. Once she arrives, you said he is a filial son, correct? I shall use her to coerce him into kneeling before you. Does that satisfy you? He Lin's face twisted into a sadistic grin. As long as I see Ning Chen utterly ruined, I couldn't be more satisfied. I want him to kneel before me and lick my shoes. He must know he was once my lapdog and will forever remain so. At that moment, Ning Chen entered the hotel lobby and approached the receptionist. Hello, I would like to inquire about Du Wenci's room number. I'm sorry, sir, but the room number of our guests is private. The receptionist replied curtly. Should you refuse to tell me, I will find it myself. Ning Chen said coldly as he walked past her and accessed the computer, quickly uncovering Du Wenci's room number. Sir, you can't do that. Someone help. The receptionist cried out, prompting several security guards to rush over. Get lost, Ning Chen said icily, slamming his palm onto the marble desk, creating a fist-sized hole. The receptionist and the guards turned pale, swallowing hard, unwilling to impede him further. After all, a guest's privacy paled in comparison to their own lives. Ning Chen ascended the stairs and arrived at Du Wenci's door. Knock, knock. He rapped on the door, and a woman's voice faintly emerged from within. Ning Chen frowned slightly. That voice sounded like He Lin's. Who is it? Du Wenci's voice called out. Then, with a click, the door opened, revealing Du Wenci shirtless. His expression one of disbelief as he exclaimed, Ning Chen, what are you doing here? Inside, He Lin gasped, hastily wrapping a towel around herself. Seeing this, Ning Chen felt a wave of DJVU, reminiscent of a month ago when he stumbled upon He Lin's affair with Wang Mingfeng. He Lin, upon spotting Ning Chen, burst into laughter. Ning Chen, you follow me here? Are you here to plead with Du Xiao or to catch him in the act? Too bad. Even if you wanted to plead, Du Xiao wouldn't spare you. As for catching him, I've already dumped you. You have no right to catch anyone. Ning Chen shook his head, regarding He Lin with disdain. This is none of your business. Leave. He then turned to Du Wenci, stating coldly, I am here to settle accounts with you. Ning Chen, don't do anything rash. Your mother is still in my hands. Du Wenci's bravado faltered as he sensed the impending danger, and he discreetly reached for his phone. What? You still don't know that the people you sent to capture her are already dead? Ning Chen smirked, his lips curling. What? Du Wenci's heart sank as realization hit him. He had expected to hear from those he dispatched to capture Qin Yushu, but had received no word. At that moment, the door to the adjacent room swung open. Two middle-aged men stepped out, positioning themselves on either side of Ning Chen, respectfully addressing Du Wenci. Du Xiao, shall we remove this person? These men were martial artist bodyguards Du Wenci had summoned after learning of Ning Chen's prowess. With their arrival, Du Wenci's composure returned, his face twisting into a malicious grin. Merely sending him away won't suffice. Since he has come knocking, Let's deal with him more directly. First, we'll cripple him, and then we'll castrate him. Ha! He learned the consequences of trying to steal my women. Kid, Du Xiao has spoken of your fate. Will you kneel and beg for mercy? Or shall we take action? The two martial artist bodyguards sneered at Ning Chun. Ning Chun gazed expressionlessly at Du Wenxi and nodded. Very well. I hadn't decided how to deal with you yet, but since you've outlined it so clearly, I shall oblige. Seek death. Attack! Du Wenxi shouted fiercely. In an instant, the two martial artist bodyguards lunged at Ning Chun, their strength formidable, both being genuine internal martial artists. They advanced from either side, cutting off all avenues for Ning Chun to evade. Kid, let us see where you can run. They taunted. Who said I'm going to run? Ning Ten retorted coldly, simultaneously striking out with both hands. Bang! Bang! Their fists collided with Ning Chen's body, while simultaneously, Ning Chen's fist struck them in return. In the next moment, Ning Chun remained unscathed, while the two bodyguards coughed up blood and were sent flying backward. Having recently experienced a significant power boost, Ning Chun exchanged blows with them effortlessly, leaving them grievously injured while he remained unharmed. Young master, hurry and leave. The two martial artist bodyguards struggled to warn Du Wenxi, unable even to rise. Du Wenxi was instantly struck with dread. He understood that Ning Chun was no ordinary opponent, which was why he had summoned two internal energy martial artists for protection. However, it became clear that they were utterly outmatched by Ning Chun. You, don't act recklessly. Du Wenxi instinctively retreated. Ning Chun, without hesitation, delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Bang! Du Wenxi was sent flying into the room like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the wall before collapsing to the ground. Were it not for the thick soundproofing material lining the hotel walls, he would have surely shattered numerous bones. Ah, Ning Chun, how audacious you are! You dare to strike even young Master Du, you wretched creature! He Lin shrieked in alarm. Silence! Ning Chun barked sharply, feeling only disgust for her. He Lin's face paled, instinctively closing her mouth, casting a venomous glare at Ning Chun. Ignoring He Lin, Ning Chun slowly approached Du Wenxi, his tone icy. Du Wenxi, I warned you not to provoke me, yet you chose to ignore my warning. If your grievances were solely directed at me, I might have overlooked them. But you dare to target my mother. That is unforgivable. I know your intentions stem from pursuing Shan Ro, which led you to antagonize me. Since you approached me with malice, I shall return the favor with even greater hostility, ensuring you regret this for a lifetime. Upon finishing his declaration, Ning Chun raised a foot, hovering ominously above Du Wenxi's abdomen. What? What do you intend to do? Ning, don't act rashly. I must remind you, I'm the heir of the Du family in the provincial city. The Du family possesses both power and status here. If you dare to harm me, my family will not let you off the hook. Du Wenxi, sans signe danger, chutait in terror. So you are the heir of the Du family. You are no ordinary person indeed, Ning Chun replied. Now that you know, if you apologize to me immediately, perhaps we can find a way to ease the tension. The Du family may even reconsider pursuing you. Du Wenxi sighed in relief, believing that his status as an heir had intimidated Ning Chun. Unfortunately, the Du family means nothing to me. Just as Du Wenxi began to relax, Ning Chen's voice turned cold, and he stomped down hard between Du Wenxi's legs. Thud! Thud! The next sound was Du Wenxi's heart-wrenching screams. Ah! Du Wenxi curled up, clutching his groin, his body contorting in agony. That kick rendered him a eunuch. Chapter 170. The Cost of Provoking Ning Chun You. You crushed young Master Du's. He Lin stared at Ning Chun in horror, her voice trembling. What? Do you intend to help him seek revenge? Ning Ten sneered. You are finished, utterly finished. Ha ha! Ning Chun, you've injured young Master Du to this extent. The Du family will certainly not spare you. You are doomed. He Lin laughed maliciously. Ning Chun, I will use every resource of the Du family to deal with you. Just wait. Du Wenxi gritted his teeth in pain, vowing fiercely. This was merely the cost of your prior provocations. If you plan to continue bothering me, I am more than willing to accompany you. Just be prepared to pay an even greater price. With that, Ning Chun coldly turned and walked away. Someone, take me to the hospital. No, take me to the provincial city hospital. I must return to the provincial city. Du Wenxi wailed frantically. In the provincial city, Shan Ro was on a call with Su Qianxue. Ro, you saw that video? It seems Ning Chun is no different from other men. You've only been gone a few days, and he is already with another woman. Su Qianxue said indignantly. Clearly, she had also seen the video of Ning Chun and Ma Xia. Shan Rou smiled slightly. I do not share your view. The woman's expressions and actions in the video, while appearing intimate and even hugging Ning Chen's arm, reveal through Ning Chen's body language that it was merely her delusion. If you examine the subtleties of his body language, his expressions, his center of gravity, and his gestures, Shan Rou transformed into a detective, explaining every detail of body language, micro-expressions, and psychology to Su Qianxue. Su Qianxue sighed. Rou, you've truly fallen under his spell. How can you trust him so completely? Of course, I believe that even if Ning Chan were to seek another woman, he would never choose someone like the one in the video, Shan Rou asserted confidently. Not necessarily. Many men can be quite animalistic, Su Qianxue teased. I have faith that Ning Chan would not. Shan Rou replied with a confident smile. Is that so? How do you know? Have you and Ning Chan already? Su Qianxue inquired. Shan Rou's face flushed immediately. Qianxue, how can you say such things? It's not true. But what about you? How do you know that many men are like animals? Confess, have you developed something with some man? Now it was Su Qianxue's turn to blush, proudly asserting, no man has ever been born who could reach that level with me. But you, Rou, might want to consider it. How about we take it to the next step? Hee. All right, then let us video call. Fine. The two friends continued their lengthy conversation. Unfortunately, due to Shan Chongqing's insistence, Shan Rou had vowed not to contact Ning Chan in any way until he brought the marriage certificate to propose. Thus, even if she longed for Ning Chan, she could only speak with Su Qianxue. If Du Wenxi were to learn that all his painstakingly laid traps, in the video he had painstakingly obtained of Ning Chan with another woman, had no effect on Shan Rou, he would likely be driven to madness. However, at that moment, he had bigger concerns. At the Du family villa in a provincial city, after an urgent consultation with several surgical experts, Du Wei, Du Wenxi's father, received the grim news. I am sorry, Mr. Du, but your son's injuries are far too severe. We are unable to help. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Du Wenxi, lying on the hospital bed, felt darkness closing in around him, nearly fainting from despair. He cried out, Father, you must avenge me. You must kill that Ning Chan. Chapter 171. Storming the Du family Wenxi. Tell me everything in detail. Who exactly is this Ning Chan? How dare he injure you like this? I will not let him go. Du Wei's face darkened ominously. Father, Ning Chan is just a street thug from Jiangcheng. Du Wenxi sobbed as he recounted the events. A sinister expression crossed Du Wei's face as he exclaimed, A mere thug from Jiangcheng dares to treat my son this way? Does he think the Du family is easy to bully? Someone fetch Master Zhang. I want Master Zhang to capture Ning Chan tonight. I will repay him in kind for everything he has done to my son. Du Wei's expression was grim. The thought of Du Wenxi being reduced to this state would tarnish the Du family's reputation. Meanwhile, Du Wenxi swore frantically that he would personally crush Ning Chan. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the Du family villa. A servant opened the door, regarding the unfamiliar man with curiosity. Who are you looking for? I seek the father of Du Wenxi. The stranger replied nonchalantly. You are looking for Mr. Du? Who are you? What is your name? The servant asked suspiciously. My name is Ning Chan. What? You are Ning Chan? Quickly, someone. The one who injured young master has arrived. Ning Chan is here. Amidst the servant's shocked cries, Ning Chan strode into the villa, appearing before Du Wenxi and Du Wei. It turned out that after leaving the Jiangcheng Grand Hotel, Ning Chan did not return home, but secretly followed Du Wenxi's car all the way to the Du family villa in a provincial city. Knowing that Du Wenxi had the Du family backing him, Ning Chan did not wish to allow Du Wenxi to return and send more of his family members after him, buzzing around like flies. While he was not afraid, it was prudent to heed the age-old advice against letting one's guard down. Moreover, he did not wish for his adoptive mother, Qin Yueshu, to be implicated. Thus, Ning Chan resolved to thoroughly eradicate the issues plaguing the Du family. Ning Chan, you despicable wretch, do you dare come to my home? Are you seeking death? Du Wenxi sneered grotesquely, pointing at Ning Chan. He then shouted to Du Wei, Father, it's him. He asked the cursed Ning Chan. Quickly kill him. Have someone eliminate him. Du Wei's expression turned icy as he glared at Ning Chan, a cold smile curling his lips. You, son of the Ning family, have injured my son so grievously, and you come here, seeking mercy? What makes you think I would spare you? You are merely a lowly thug from Jiangcheng. What could you possibly offer in exchange for your life? Even if you wager your very existence, It holds no value in my eyes. Ning Chun regarded Du Wensi and Du Wei with a look of disbelief. After all this commotion, you still believe I am here to plead for mercy? Not here to plead for mercy? Then you are indeed seeking your own demise. Du Wei replied coldly, signaling to several bodyguards nearby. Instantly, a dozen of Du family's guards surrounded Ning Chun, each brandishing a firearm aimed directly at him. Ning, I know you possess a talisman for protection, but I do not believe it can withstand a single bullet, let alone dozens or even hundreds. Fire. Shoot him. Kill him. Du Wensi's face contorted with rage as he screamed at Ning Chun. The sound of gunfire erupted as the guards pulled their triggers. A relentless barrage of bullets hurtled toward Ning Chun. Du Wensi was not mistaken. No matter how miraculous Ning Chun's talisman was, it could only shield him from a single bullet at most. With such a multitude of bullets, the talisman would be rendered ineffective. However, Ning Chun was not foolish enough to remain stationary while these guards opened fire. With a swift motion, he transformed into a whirlwind, appearing behind each guard like a specter. His fist struck with precision and power. The guards never even caught a glimpse of Ning Chun before they felt a jolt of pain at the back of their heads, swiftly plunging them into unconsciousness. Moments later, the gunfire ceased, leaving a scene of fallen guards scattered across the floor, while Ning Chun stood unscathed. Indeed, his speed, strength, and reflexes had all significantly improved after his recent ascension in power. Satisfied, Ning Chun nodded. His physical attributes had evidently enhanced. Meanwhile, Du Wei and Du Wensi were as pale as sheets, unable to comprehend how a dozen guards, firing simultaneously, could not subdue Ning Chun. Ning, what on earth do you intend to do? Du Wei forced composure onto his face, though his legs trembled in fear. I seek to settle the grievances between us and the Du family. If you are unwilling to resolve this, then I shall take your lives, Ning Chun stated coldly, sending shivers down the spines of Du Wei and Du Wensi. Just as they were about to speak, a soft voice echoed from the entrance. Mr. Du, I have arrived. A middle-aged man entered, surveying the fallen guards and the firearms before fixing his gaze on Du Wei. Master Zhang, you've finally come. Wonderful. Quickly deal with this brat. Break him. I wish to personally torment him. Du Wei exclaimed joyfully. This Master Zhang was a revered protector of the Du family, akin to the esteemed Qin and Wei of the Shan family. In the provincial capital, any family of considerable standing would maintain formidable martial artists as guardians. Their role was to utilize their martial prowess to safeguard the family or confront its adversaries. Young man, I am Zhang Zhongwu, a half-step master. If you know what's good for you, kneel and beg for mercy, he declared with an air of arrogance. Indeed, he had reason to be proud. As a half-step master, he was nearly invincible below the master realm. A half-step master? Then unleash your full might upon me. I wish to witness the prowess of a half-step master, Ning Chun replied, his interest piqued. After his recent elevation, he was eager to ascertain the extent of his own strength. You're quite audacious. If you can evade so many bullets, your agility must be commendable. Yet, this is indoors, and your maneuvering space is limited. You cannot escape my attack, Zhang Zhongwu scoffed, propelling himself toward Ning Chun with a fierce shout. He leaped high, channeling his internal energy into his fist as he aimed a powerful strike at Ning Chun. Indeed, the space was confined, but who said he needed to evade? Ning Chun coldly chuckled, remaining rooted in place as he raised his hand to block, absorbing Zhang Zhongwu's punch with unwavering resolve. The impact resonated like thunder. Yet Ning Chun stood firm, unyielding as a mountain. In contrast, Zhang Zhongwu was forced back 3 steps by the recoil. What kind of sinister technique are you practicing? Zhang Zhongwu exclaimed in shock. Do not concern yourself with my techniques. I took your punch. Now, let us see how you fare against mine. Ning Chun replied with a slight smile, stepping forward as he gathered his strength and launched a punch toward Zhang Zhongwu. With a whoosh, the air whistled in response to his strike. Zhang Zhongwu had initially intended to withstand Ning Chun's blow, but upon sensing its ferocity, his face paled in an instant. A singular thought consumed him. Dodge. Quickly. Or perish. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chun's fist surged toward Zhang Zhongwu. The latter felt an icy chill race down his spine, and with a desperate roar, he summoned all his strength, leaping sideways just in time to narrowly evade Ning Chun's strike. Bang! Ning Chun's fist collided with a load-bearing wall behind Zhang Zhongwu, producing a thunderous crash. The thick wall erupted in a shower of concrete, exposing a tangle of steel rebar, all reduced to rubble. The wall bore a gaping hole exceeding a meter in diameter. Zhang Zhongwu collapsed to the ground, stunned by the sheer power of that punch, drawing in a sharp breath of cold air. Had such a force struck him directly, he would have been reduced to a mere pulp, or worse, to mush. Gazing down at himself, he noticed that Ning Chen's strike had merely grazed him, yet he bore deep gashes across his chest. Gulping nervously, Zhang Zhongwu felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Du Wei and Du Wenxi were left speechless, their faces frozen in shock. While they could previously attribute Ning Chen's evasion of bullets to mere speed and agility, the potency of his punch was undeniable proof of his strength. "Son, what kind of monster have you provoked?" Du Wei stammered, devoid of color. "Father, I had no idea he was this formidable." Du Wenxi lamented, his face a mask of despair. Had he known of Ning Chen's prowess, he would never have dared to contend with him or provoke him. At that moment, Ning Chen withdrew his fist and turned to face Zhang Zhongwu, stating indifferently, "You didn't manage to withstand my punch. Would you like me to demonstrate it once more?" "And no, please no. Mr. Ning, I concede. I am defeated. I acknowledge that I am no match for you," Zhang Zhongwu exclaimed in alarm, hastily waving his hands in surrender. Though he was a guardian of the Du family, he was not a death-seeking soldier willing to sacrifice himself. Besides, facing Ning Chen and his overwhelming strength, he knew he would stand no chance even if he were to fight to the death. It seemed that a half-step master was truly limited. He would need to seek a genuine master for assistance. Ning Chen then turned his gaze toward Du Wei and Du Wenxi, his voice icy. "Do you wish to summon more people? If so, do so swiftly. If not, let us conclude our grievances here and now." Du Wei's facial muscle twitched. He no longer dared to speak harshly. Instead, he forced a smile and said, "Mr. Ning, I am well aware of your strength. I won't call for anyone. The Du family has no grievances with you, just a misunderstanding. It's all my son's fault. He deserves the consequences. Your mercy in sparing his life shows your magnanimity." As the head of the Du family in the provincial city, Du Wei, despite his family's second-rate status, was still a notable figure. Recognizing Ning Chen's power, he had no intention of seeking death. Moreover, he had more than one son. Should Du Wenxi fail to fulfill his role, the Du family would not face extinction. "Du Wenxi, come here and kneel before Mr. Ning." Du Wei spoke with a smile, pulling Du Wenxi forward and kicking him to the ground. Despite his reluctance and numerous grievances, Du Wenxi had no choice but to kneel before Ning Chen, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Mr. Ning, I was wrong. I shouldn't have competed for Miss Dan's affection. Someone like me is unworthy of her. I shouldn't have laid a hand on your mother. I have made a grave mistake. I beg for your mercy. Please do not take my life." As Du Wenxi knelt before Ning Chen, sobbing and pleading for forgiveness, Ning Chen glanced at him and then at Du Wei before slowly stating, "I hope you remember my words. Do not provoke me again. Otherwise, next time, I shall kill you without mercy." After speaking, Ning Chen struck the opposite load-bearing wall with a punch, creating a gaping hole over 2 meters in diameter. Amidst the terror and shock of Du Wei, Du Wenxi, and Zhang Zhongwu, Ning Chen turned and exited the villa through the hole. He did not wish to become a merciless killer, so he spared the Du father and son this time, granting them a chance. Should there be a next time, he would show no mercy. Inside the Du villa, the father and son watched Ning Chen leave, trembling as they turned to Zhang Zhongwu and asked, "Master Zhang, could it be that Mr. Ning's strength is that of a grandmaster?" Zhang Zhongwu's expression changed several times before he replied, "His strength may surpass mine significantly. He must have cultivated a certain secret technique to enhance his power. As for being a grandmaster, he likely isn't one yet. If he were truly a grandmaster, with just 2 punches, he could have collapsed this villa." Before Zhang Zhongwu could finish, a rumble echoed from above, and the surroundings began to shake. "Oh no, the villa is going to collapse." Du Wei's face turned pale as he turned to flee. Du Wenxi and Zhang Zhongwu followed suit, running in panic. Boom! The 3 had barely escaped when the entire villa came crashing down, reduced to a pile of rubble. Zhang Zhongwu trembled all over, unable to utter another word. "A grandmaster. I have truly provoked a grandmaster." Du Wenxi was so frightened he nearly lost control of his bladder. Du Wei's complexion shifted multiple times before he forced himself to remain composed, stating, "Even a grandmaster is not invincible. As long as another grandmaster exists, they can deal with him. Next month is the Jiang Province Martial Arts Exchange. Surely, a grandmaster will be present. If we invite one, We need not fear Ning Chun. Meanwhile, at the Shan family estate in the provincial city, Shan Rose sat idly on the second-floor balcony. Upon returning to the provincial city, Shan Changcheng promptly arranged for her to integrate into local life. With the Shan family's assets requiring her management and numerous young men vying for her attention, she felt unfulfilled, as this was not the life she desired. If given a choice, she would return to Jiang City to be with Ning Chun. As Shan Rou contemplated Ning Chun, she suddenly caught a glimpse of his figure below the balcony. Am I hallucinating? She thought, chuckling at herself. In the next moment, Ning Chun unexpectedly leaped onto the balcony, landing gracefully before her. Ning Ten, is it really you? She exclaimed, standing in surprise and joy. Ro, it is indeed me, Ning Chun replied. Equally exhilarated, he hadn't intended to come, unsure if he possessed the strength and qualifications to face the Shan family. Yet, he could not resist the urge to visit and, upon seeing Shan Rou on the balcony, he leaped up in excitement. Ro, I have come to see you. After a heartfelt embrace that lasted an indeterminate time, they reluctantly released each other. Ning Chen's face flushed. This was the most intimate gesture they had shared since their acquaintance. Oh, you're actually blushing? Shan Rou teased, her own cheeks slightly reddening, though she feigned nonchalance. Ning Chun, feeling embarrassed, admitted, this is my first time embracing a girl. Really? Shan Rou was taken aback. Sensing her thoughts, Ning Chun blushed as he explained, though I was nominally He Lin's boyfriend, we never even held hands, let alone embraced. You're the first girl I have ever hugged. Is that so? You must be joking, Shan Rou replied lightly, though the upward curve of her lips betrayed her delight. I assure you, I speak only the truth, Ning Chun said awkwardly. But enough of that. What brings you to the provincial city? Are you planning to ask my father for my hand in marriage? Shan Rou's heart leaped at the thought, prompting her to ask. Ning Ten replied seriously. I came to deal with the Du family. He recounted the events concerning the Du family. Du Wency has gone too far. Did Aunt suffer any injuries? You've now made a great enemy of the Du family. It's all my fault. Shan Rou felt a pang of guilt. My mother is unharmed. Do not worry. Ro, a mere Du Wency is of no concern. If I cannot handle someone like him, I do not deserve you. Moreover, I will eliminate all those bothersome flies around you, Ning Chun declared with newfound confidence. Then I shall wait for you, Shan Rou nodded, reaching out to adjust Ning Chen's collar. As he gazed at her exquisite visage, the faint scent of her presence stirred something within him, compelling him to grasp her hand. Ro, Ning Ten slowly leaned closer. Ning Ten. Shan Rou felt a flutter of nervousness but steeled herself, gently closing her eyes as they inched closer together. Just then, a cough interrupted them from downstairs. It was Shan Changcheng. Shan Rou's face turned crimson, and she instinctively stepped back, startled like a frightened rabbit. Ning Chun felt equally embarrassed. He had sneaked into someone's home and nearly kissed their daughter. How could he face Shan Changcheng now? 5 minutes later, Ning Chun and Shan Rou descended the stairs. Standing before Shan Changcheng, do you now possess the confidence and strength to propose? Shan Changcheng asked directly. Ning Chen's face flushed. While he felt capable of defeating Wei Lao after gaining 3 levels of power, he understood that merely having martial prowess was insufficient for a proposal. Such strength would only qualify him as a powerful subordinate. He sought more than that. He aspired to stand equal to the Shan family, or even surpass them. Uncle Shan, I'm not quite ready yet, but I will be soon, Ning Chun assured Shan Changcheng before turning to leave. Wait, Shan Changcheng called out. Suddenly, Uncle Dan spoke up. Ning Chun, is there something on your mind? Ning Chun turned back. Next month, there will be a martial arts exchange conference in the provincial city. Since you possess commendable skills, you might consider participating, Uncle Dan said casually. Understood. Thank you for the information, Uncle Dan. Ning Chun nodded and turned to leave. Chapter 176. The booming life water. Upon returning to Jiang City, Ning Chun immediately sought out Su Hai and Mo Li, the 3 of them collaborating to devise strategies to expedite the commercialization of life water. The strength of commerce was what Ning Chun urgently required. The talisman coupled with life water represented the 2 pillars of his envisioned commercial power. With sufficient martial prowess and commercial strength, he would be able to stand on equal footing with the Dan family. He aimed to amass enough capital before the martial arts exchange conference next month. Naturally, the event would attract master-level experts, and Ning Chun was eagerly anticipating it. Ning Chun took out the immature Qian Songzi entrusted to him by Yang Yin through Li Chunfeng. Uncertain about how to cultivate the Qian Songzi, he decided to experiment by placing it into the bucket that Mo Li used to hold the spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid, which was undiluted life water, was intended to see if it could hasten the maturation of the Qian Songzi. However, to his surprise, he discovered a remarkable reaction between the two. The spiritual liquid that had soaked the Qian Songzi, when diluted into life water, exhibited an effect that was several times more potent. Moreover, the Qian Songzi, after being immersed in the spiritual liquid, continually increased in medicinal efficacy. This was nothing short of a win-win situation. Ning Chun was filled with elation and confidence. 2 days later, life water officially hit the market, with Su Hai utilizing the Su family's resources to establish distribution channels, coupled with the astonishing effects of life water: whitening, skin repair, energy replenishment, vitality restoration. People even discovered its remarkable efficacy in kidney supplementation. It could be sprayed on the body, applied to the face, or ingested, with each method yielding different benefits. Regardless of age or gender, even the ill could derive corresponding advantages. Life water quickly became a sensation in Jiang City. A bottle, smaller than a mineral water bottle, was priced in the thousands, while on the black market, it soared to 30 to 50,000. Even Dan Rou and Su Qianxue found themselves discussing it over the phone. As close friends, both women were captivated by the beauty-enhancing properties of life water. Su Qianxue purchased a bottle to try, and to her astonishment, its effects surpassed all the high-end beauty products she had ever used. She immediately sought to buy more, only to discover that even the black market had sold out. In truth, many had recognized the explosive popularity of life water and began hoarding it in anticipation of soaring prices. Lin was among them, with her former benefactor, Du Wenxi. Having fallen from grace and fled back to the provincial city, she found herself without support. Awakening to the realization that she could no longer rely on men, she resolved to start her own business. In the current market of Jiang City, 2 things were essential for rapid wealth accumulation. First, the miraculous talisman, which could be flipped for a hefty profit with ease. Second, life water. Its demand surpassed that of the talisman, due to its broader market, lower price per unit, and greater ease of stockpiling for profit. Consequently, Lin decided to mortgage her house, securing over $1 million in loans to purchase life water on the black market, intending to sell it at a higher price in a few days. Chapter 177. Lin's entrepreneurship days later, life water had become a household name in Jiang City, spreading to the provincial capital of Chuzhou and throughout Jiang Province. Originally priced in the thousands, it had surged to over 10 times its initial value in the black market, now exceeding 100,000 per bottle. Life water was created by soaking Qian Songzi in spiritual liquid, which was produced in limited quantities daily from the gathering spirit array. Even when diluted, the demand far outstripped supply, further driving up prices. In just a few days, Lin, by hoarding life water and selling it at inflated prices, had amassed a considerable fortune. Ning Chun, your talisman business is nothing compared to mine. I'm starting my own life water enterprise, and soon I will be a powerful woman, Lin declared triumphantly. If she had any wishes, the foremost was to make money, followed by witnessing Ning Chen's downfall, ideally seeing him grovel before her once again. Meanwhile, Ning Chun arranged for Su Hai and Mo Li to hold a promotional conference. Although direct sales typically yielded higher profits, Ning Chun understood that relying solely on Su Hai and Mo Li would be insufficient. Furthermore, dedicating all her energy to this endeavor would leave Mo Li with no time for cultivation. Thus, to provide Mo Li some time for training and to expand the life water business, a distribution model was necessary, which meant attracting investors. However, another issue was the production capacity of life water. Despite the presence of the silver stone at the array's core, the daily output of spiritual liquid remained limited. Ning Chun planned to find a solution, either by expanding the coverage of the gathering spirit array or by establishing another one in a different location. Su Hai soon prepared for the promotional conference. Mom, you should come and see how popular the life water you use is, Ning Chun encouraged Qin Yushu. Although life water was being sold for tens of thousands outside, it was freely available for use at home. In just a few days, Qin Yushu visibly appeared younger, with significantly fewer gray hairs. All right, I will go and see how well my son's business is doing. Qin Yushu nodded with a smile, filled with pride. She was thrilled to see Ning Chen's success, Ning Chun brought Qin Yushu to the conference hall, which was already crowded with attendees. Families from Jiang City were eager to partake in the life water business, sending their representatives, including many heads of prominent families. Numerous merchants from outside the city, aware of the life water investment opportunity, also sent representatives. Zhao Qingshan, Wang Defa, and others were naturally present, as was Yilin, dressed elegantly and provocatively. Having made a fortune from reselling life water, she falsely claimed to be an appointed agent, deceiving many and collecting numerous deposits. Yilin was determined to succeed at this promotional conference. Just then, she noticed Ning Chun and Qin Yushu entering, her expression darkening as she exclaimed, "Ning Chun, what are you doing here, bringing along your old hag of a mother? You're not trying to meddle in the life water business, are you?" Ning Ten, who had been conversing with Qin Yushu, turned coldly and approached, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. Chapter 178. The Inventor of Life Water Smack. Ning Chen's slap landed mercilessly on Yilin's face. "Ah!" Yilin stumbled back, shrieking, "Ning Chun, you bastard! How dare you hit me? You wretched scoundrel! Your mouth is too foul. Insulting my mother deserves punishment. If you dare to speak again, you'll receive another slap, and I'll continue until you cease your insults." Ning Ten replied ichiri. Yilin swiftly sprang to her feet, clutching her swollen face, her eyes filled with venomous resentment as she glared at Ning Chun. "Ning Ten, just you wait. Once I obtain the rights to the elixir of life and achieve entrepreneurial success, transforming myself into a member of the elite, you will see how I deal with you." The fire of indignation burned fiercely in Yilin's eyes, filled with the determination to endure humiliation for the sake of revenge. "The rights to the elixir of life? That is unattainable for you," Ning Chun remarked, his gaze resembling that of one looking upon a fool. "Oh, and on what grounds do you assert that I cannot secure it?" "Perhaps I shall," Yilin retorted defiantly. "Indeed, my dear fellow, this world is replete with miracles. Do not underestimate others. Miss He may very well acquire the rights to the elixir of life. At that point, we shall all be at her mercy." At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed young man approached, lending his support to Yilin. This young man, Shi Jinxiang, had traveled from another city to Jiangsheng and had been captivated by Yilin's alluring attire, hoping to win her favor for a chance at romance. "Master Shi, should I manage to secure the rights, I shall certainly share half with you," Yilin cooed sweetly, casting a flirtatious glance at Shi Jinxiang. He smiled faintly, responding with elegance. "Miss He, regardless of whether you obtain the rights, would you allow me to treat you to a drink after the investment conference? Such courtesy from Master Shi. How could I possibly refuse?" Yilin giggled. Ning Chun shook his head, finding Yilin's behavior utterly repugnant, akin to a fly that cannot change its nature. At that moment, the investment conference officially commenced. On the elevated stage at the front of the hall, Su Hai and Mo Li made their entrance. "Wait, isn't that woman the maid from Ning Chen's household? How did she end up on stage?" Yilin exclaimed, astonished, pointing at Mo Li. "What maid? That is one of the two executives responsible for the elixir of life business, Ms. Mo Li. The other is Mr. Su." Shi Jinxiang interjected, bewildered. "What? Master Shi, are you telling me that the maid Mo Li is one of the executives for the elixir of life business? How is that even possible? She is clearly just a maid in that good-for-nothing Ning Chen's household." Yilin refused to believe it. Her understanding of the elixir of life was marred by her dealings in the black market, unaware that the legitimate operations were overseen by Mo Li and Su Hai. Beside them, Shi Jinxiang rubbed his eyes, scrutinizing Mo Li on stage, and upon confirming his recognition, he was struck by a revelation. If Ms. Mo Li truly was the maid of Ning Chun's family, then what was Ning Chen's true identity? On stage, Su Hai and Mo Li turned their attention toward the audience, announcing loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us now welcome the inventor of the elixir of life, Mr. Ning." As the spotlight swiftly illuminated Ning Chun, Yilin emitted a scream of disbelief. "How is this possible? Ning Chun, you worthless scoundrel. How could you be the inventor of the elixir of life? You must be lying. You are certainly deceiving me. Master Shi, tell me this is not true, that this is not real." Yilin grasped Shi Jinxiang's arm tightly. His complexion turned ashen as he forcefully pushed her away, exclaiming angrily, "Yilin, stay away from me. I am not familiar with you."